Shen Wanqing found herself transported into a fantastical and tumultuous romance novel where the protagonists were constantly beset by misunderstandings, suffering both physically and emotionally, ultimately resulting in one death and one injury. Observing her transformation into the malicious female antagonist, Shen Wanqing mused, "I comprehend my mission. It must be to disrupt the relationship between the leads and pursue it." Male protagonist, correct? The system responded, "No, your task is to transform this narrative into a sweet romance." Shen Wanqing replied. Thus, the nefarious female antagonist Shen Wanqing diligently endeavored to foster the love between the protagonists. Yet, alarms blared, warning. The male lead has forgotten that the female lead does not enjoy spicy food and has added chili peppers to the stir-fried meat. Warning, the villain, who harbors a secret affection for the female lead, has once again appeared beside her. Warning, a minor female antagonist has administered poison to the male lead. In this manner, Shen Wanqing tirelessly labored to prevent the protagonists from parting ways. Until one fateful day, the villain who secretly admired the female lead sought her out. This rumored bloodthirsty antagonist leaned in, wearing a smirk that was both playful and menacing, and remarked, "Little girl, meddling in others' affairs can be quite perilous, you." "No." Just as Shen Wanqing was about to respond, the system echoed in her mind once more, warning. The protagonists are once again on the verge of breaking up. After a brief silence, she proposed, "But how about this? May I first attempt to mediate their quarrel?" The villain remained silent. Later, when someone inquired how Shen Wanqing managed to tame this formidable antagonist. Chapter 1. Shen Wanqing awoke, roused by pain. At this moment, she was covered in blood and riddled with wounds. Even her meridians were damaged. The slightest movement sent excruciating pain from her fingertips through her entire body, reaching her internal organs. Unsurprisingly, she had transmigrated. During a drive, brake failure had sent her hurtling through a guardrail and down a cliff, resulting in a fiery explosion. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a body marked by grievous injuries. Judging by this situation, her fate was indeed precarious. However, one must maintain a sense of optimism. For instance, the only solace at present was that she was nestled in the arms of a man. Moreover, a strikingly handsome man. In modern parlance, the kind of man whose mere smile would elicit fervent declarations of "I'm all in" from countless women. The gentleman in question possessed handsome, composed features, with an air of aloofness and refinement in his every gesture. When he cast his gaze upon her, the ice in his eyes melted away, revealing a gentle tenderness. He was being quite gentle with her. Throughout their journey, she could hear his voice, laced with a tremor, repeatedly murmuring, "I won't let anything happen to you. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you." Deeply touching, as someone who appreciates beauty, Shen Wanqing felt that she hadn't suffered a complete loss. A blessing in disguise. Not only had she gained a new lease on life, but she also found herself with a tender and considerate companion. As a transmigrator, this was a rather fortunate turn of events. "Do not move. The residual power of the skin-changing demon lingers within you," the dashing young man spoke with palpable concern. "Wanquan, fear not. I shall take you to Feng Yaoqing immediately. She will undoubtedly save you." Feng Yaoqing? Shen Wanquan felt a shiver run down her spine, the name resonating with an eerie familiarity. "Feng Yaoqing? You are once again at odds with her," Ji Feichen replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. "She is my fiancée. From now on, you must refrain from lashing out at her." "Fiancé?" Shen Wanquan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, you're not my little boyfriend after all? Yet, you have been engaging with me in such an ambiguous manner in modern times. This would surely ignite a social media frenzy." Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, Shen Wanquan felt as though her head might split apart. Even the slightest fluctuation in her breathing brought forth excruciating pain. At that moment, a translucent floating panel suddenly materialized before her. Only she could perceive it. Female supporting role system. Congratulations, heroine, on successfully linking with a female supporting role system from Rebellious Bone. Due to circumstances leading to the demise of your original self, your soul has been extracted into this interface to fulfill tasks. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, but this system shall accompany you. We hope you excel in your mission and live up to the expectations of the vast world. Rebellious Bone, Feng Yaoqing, these familiar terms coalesced in Shen Wanquan's mind, illuminating the truth. She had transmigrated. She had entered the very realm of the melodramatic xianxia romance novel she had once read during her university days. This book is set in a world teeming with fantastical creatures. The male protagonist, Ji Feichen, the legitimate heir of the renowned Ji family, is betrothed to Feng Yaoqing, the daughter of the leader of the Xiantian sect. However, at this critical juncture, the long-sealed antagonist, the Demon Lord, begins to show signs of awakening. Seizing this opportune moment, demons wreak havoc across the continent. In a bid to preserve world peace, the protagonists swiftly form a team dedicated to vanquishing demons, embarking on a journey of battling monsters and leveling up. While it may sound like an inspirational tale, it is, in truth, a harem story cloaked in the guise of a xianxia adventure. Despite Ji Feichen's personal charm granted by the heavens, he manages to eliminate only a few demons, while simultaneously amassing a collection of various wicked female characters. Each with their distinct personalities, he leaves behind a myriad of ambiguous statements such as, "She is merely my sister," "She is just my companion," and "How could I abandon such a delicate maiden?" Feng Yaoqing nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing these words. Thus begins an endless cycle of breakups and reconciliations fraught with misunderstandings between the young Ouple did I in the end. The female protagonist sacrifices herself to forge a sword, while the male protagonist, with tears in his eyes, seals the demon lord using both her soul and aloe. His cultivation. One dies, and one is gravely injured. A perfect conclusion. Ironically, the character that Shen Wanqing inhabits is the very first female supporting character card, a weak and delicate green tea soft girl that Ji Feichen collected throughout the narrative. She is an orphan adopted by the Ji family and grew up alongside Ji Feichen. Ji Feichen regards her merely as a sister, yet Shen Wanqing harbors aspirations of becoming his cherished concubine. Exploiting her sister title, she shamelessly indulges in playful affection before Ji Feichen, casting aside all decorum, while frequently intruding upon her room to deliver valetti. Insults and threats, her actions serve no purpose other than to cause annoyance, ultimately leading to her own downfall, being possessed by a vengeful spirit and having her soul devoured, culminating in her being sealed away by the male protagonist himself. Having been thrust into such a role, Shen Wanqing's dreams of idleness have been shattered. However, upon reflection, she realizes that being transported into a novel with an accompanying system suggests she possesses the quintessential attributes of a protagonist. With her adeptness in navigating various narratives of supporting characters, a spark of understanding ignites within her. In typical scenarios, her mission would undoubtedly involve pursuing the male lead, or perhaps the male antagonist, or even the formidable villain. The objective would be to dismantle the romance between the lead pair, usurp their fortune, and orchestrate a flawless resurgence. Supporting character system. No, the challenge is too great, you are not worthy. Why is she deemed unworthy? This inept system even resorts to mockery. Her visage, after all, has been meticulously crafted by the author's hand, and it has even attracted the attention of a skin-stealing specter intent on claiming her beauty. Supporting character system. Overall mission. Sweet narrative execution plan. In response to the clamoring of readers and the demands of the populace, this system's objective is to prevent the male and female protagonists from breaking off their engagement or parting ways, thereby assisting in achieving a happy ending. In simple terms, it is about transforming the story into a sweet narrative. Current progress. 0-100 Shen Wanqing, I quit. At this moment, she was pondering why that skin-changing demon hadn't simply devoured her whole. No matter how meticulously she planned, she never anticipated that as a rare transmigrator, her task would be to serve as the spiritual mentor to the protagonists. If it were someone else, it might be manageable, but as for herself constantly parading before Feng Yaoqing and incessantly lamenting, "Sister Feng, why hasn't the engagement been annulled yet?" It was a miracle that she hadn't been directly buried alive by the heroine. Supporting character system. Branch task. World peace. Prevent the book's primary antagonist, Xia Wuyan, from slaughtering the human realm and save all living beings. Current progress. 0-100. Shen Wanqing felt that this wretched system merely wished for her demise. If the author bestowed all virtuous attributes upon the male lead, Ji Feichen, then correspondingly, all the darkness and brutality were assigned to the villain, Xia Wuyan. In his eyes, there was no distinction between humans and demons, they were merely toys for amusement. He could kill whenever he pleased and spare at his whim, the massacre of the human realm merely a fleeting impulse. He appeared genteel and poised, yet when he leaned down to smile at you, he would nonchalantly grasp your heart. Imagining the scene of her heart being crushed, Shen Wanqing felt a dull ache in her chest. Destruction would suffice, let those who wish to complete the task do so. The frail shell of her being, barely clinging to life, was nearly sent into a faint by the overwhelming blow. After much contemplation, she resolved to indulge in a brief slumber. She would ponder the matter of her task once her body had regained its strength. However, just as she closed her eyes, a sudden thought jolted her awake. No, she could not afford to sleep. Shen Wanqing had been abducted by a malevolent spirit and at a critical juncture was rescued single-handedly by Ji Feichen. With a heart full of chivalry, Ji Feichen remained oblivious to Shen Wanqing's feelings, perceiving her solely as a beloved sister, and thus could not stand idly by. He carried her all the way to the Xiantian pavilion, imploring that she administer aid to save her. At that moment, Feng Yaoqing was grappling with the backlash from her cultivation, barely managing to present herself before Ji Feichen in her severely injured state. The sight of him cradling her rival nearly caused her to vomit blood. The spirit renewal pill is a secret treasure of Xiantian and cannot be administered to outsiders, she declared. Yet, Ji Feichen, unwilling to witness the demise of his sister, remained steadfastly by Shen Wanqing's side for an entire day and night at the pavilion's entrance. Moved by compassion, Feng Yaoqing ultimately defied her family's edicts and intervened to save the girl. Nevertheless, Ji Feichen's attentive care and the manner in which he transferred his own spiritual energy felt like a thorn embedded in her heart. Moreover, Shen Wanqing, as the wicked supporting character, displayed no inkling of gratitude. Instead, she shamelessly exploited her status as the injured party to whimsically act. Spoiled before Ji Feichen, all to provoke Feng Yaoqing. I have grown up alongside Brother Ji since childhood, and our bond is undoubtedly incomparable. He claims to regard me merely as a sister, yet he remains oblivious to the unique connection I share with him. If another were to be injured, do you truly believe he would exert himself to this extent? Feng Yaoqing, indeed infuriated, resolved to cancel the engagement directly. Thus commenced the protracted journey of pursuing his wife through trials and tribulations. If Ji Feichen were to carry her to Xiantian Pavilion in search of medicine, the progress that was already at a standstill would likely plummet into the negative. The wind surged, sweeping through Shen Wanqing's hair with a rush of air. The verdant mountains loomed behind her, while the thick mist before her gradually dispersed, akin to cloud. As parting to reveal the moon, Xiantian Pavilion was majestically perched atop the peak, enveloped by bamboo groves, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Ji Feichen's swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights, and soon the grand entrance of Xiantian Pavilion would come into view. Shen Wanqing clenched her fists, summoning her strength despite the pain. She struggled to rise and insisted, "Put me down, I can walk on my own. The demon power of the painted skin has infiltrated your very organs, even my spiritual energy cannot remedy this," Ji Feichen sighed, interpreting her defiance as mere obstinacy. "Wanqing, do not cause a scene, your body cannot withstand such exertion." "I refuse," Shen Wanqing retorted stubbornly. "Then I shall crawl over myself." Ji Feichen frowned, a hint of warning lacing his voice. "Be obedient." "I will not listen," Shen Wanqing declared. "I am rather rebellious." How infuriating! If it were not for the necessity of making a living, who would willingly endure such hardship? Yet, who is Ji Feichen? As a man characterized by his gentle demeanor, humility, and a slight air of masculinity, he never considered engaging in idle chatter with Shen Wanqing, who was barely clinging to life. In response to her rebellious remarks, Ji Feichen said not a word, but instead decisively pressed a point on her sleeping acupoint with his left hand. Shen Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. This is the absurdity of the cultivation genre. She barely managed to stifle a wait a moment that lingered in her throat before her consciousness succumbed to a heavy haze. In the fleeting moment before she fell into complete unconsciousness, she finally realized that the true obstacle to her mission was not the various male and female supporting characters, but rather the bumbling Ji Feichen himself. Female supporting character system. Warning, warning. The relationship between the male and female leads is on the verge of collapse. Heartbreak value advancing to 3100. Host, please take prompt action. Current total task progress, 2100. Shen Wanqing was roused from her slumber by the alarm triggered by the system's overstimulated nerves. As her awareness gradually returned, her first thought was incredulous. Can this absurd progress bar truly dip into negative numbers? You can spend an entire day and night with her in Xiantian Pavilion, compelling me to defy family rules to rescue her. Just then, a voice laced with bitterness pierced the air, each word dripping with sorrow. Ji Feichen, do you truly care for her? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing felt a chill settle deep within her heart. In the blink of an eye, Ji Feichen had already stepped halfway into the crematorium. Just as she was about to feign sleep a little longer, assessing the situation and contemplating her response, she heard Ji Feichen enunciate clearly, my attachment to you is something I cannot relinquish. How touching. Wait a moment. Silence. Who said they couldn't part with you? You should first inquire of me. I could let go. I most certainly could. Shen Wanqing suddenly became fully alert. Clenching her teeth and enduring the excruciating pain radiating from her temples, she quickly opened her eyes, then sprang upright in a sudden motion, deliberately coughing violent. Ly in an attempt to interrupt Ji Feichen's perilous declaration. With her meridians already devastated, this cough sent waves of sharp agony coursing through her entire being. As expected, Ji Feichen's words were abruptly halted, and he lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, his voice tinged with urgency. You are awake? Shen Wanqing glanced up at Feng Yaoqing, standing not far away, struggling to contain the redness in her eyes as she looked at her. As a character that the narrative had extensively depicted, she indeed possessed an ethereal and proud demeanor that was evident even in her stance. Though Feng Yaoqing appeared sorrowful, she held her back straight, lifting her head with dignity, shedding no tears, and instead gazing calmly at the two of them. This is a grave situation. As a woman herself, Shen Wanqing understood that the calmer one appeared, the more dire the state of their emotions. With such thoughts, she gritted her teeth and rolled off Ji Feichen's body. Her body felt weak as she fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly choking her. The fall seemed to have dislocated her very organs, and Shen Wanqing raised her blood-stained hand to cover her violently heaving chest, striving to steady her breath. Wanqing, Ji Feichen, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and hurried forward. Don't come any closer. Shen Wanqing managed to push herself up, her voice strained and commanding. Ji Feichen paused, momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanqing lifted her gaze to Feng Yaoqing, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, Sister Feng, I cannot die. Feng Yaoqing frowned slightly, yet remained silent, simply watching her. The skin-wearing demon possesses formidable skills and is elusive even with Ji Ji's intervention. She managed to escape. However, this demon has an almost obsessive fixation on her chosen guise. If I survive, I can serve as bait to lure her in and eliminate her. But if I perish, no one can predict who her next target might be. Shen Wanqing's voice was faint, yet she persisted, each word striking at Feng Yaoqing's vulnerabilities. I may be willing to sacrifice myself, but if this demon remains, her powers will only grow, leading to countless innocent lives lost. Surely, Sister Feng would not wish to witness such a tragedy? Ji Feichen had devised a plan to use Shen Wanqing to draw out the skin-wearing demon and subsequently vanquish her. However, due to this matter, his sense of indebtedness towards Shen Wanqing deepened. As the malevolent supporting character, Shen Wanqing immediately seized the opportunity to feign innocence, shedding tears as she threw herself into his embrace, further disheartening the female protagonist. Nevertheless, that is all secondary. They must first navigate through this treacherous battleground. As anticipated, Feng Yaoqing appeared to be swayed by their exchange. She lowered her gaze, furrowing her brow, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. At that moment, Ji Feichen, in anguish, spoke up. Wanqing, you know I would never use you as bait. You would. Shen Wanqing, startled, interrupted him with a hoarse shout, nearly losing her breath in the process. Truly befitting of a protagonist, he was remarkably earnest, unwittingly steering himself towards a pyre. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanqing stated without hesitation, because I understand that Brother Ji deeply recognizes that Sister Feng, like you, possesses a heart for the world, Sac. risking personal interests for the greater good, and is compassionate and loving towards all beings, which is why you brought me to Zhuangtianj in search of medicine. She also threw in a few flattering words, extolling the exquisite love shared by this pair of soulmates. Ji Feichen clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting the disappointment and pain at his sister's audacious interpretation of his struggles, yet he remained silent, pressing his lips together. Shen Wanqing cast a glance at him. "Good brother, I know of your kindness. Please, endure a little for the sake of our survival in this perilous arena." Indeed, the female protagonist is truly remarkable. As the protagonist embodying the philosophy of great love for the world, she discerned the pros and cons with little hesitation. "Someone, fetch the revitalizing elixir," Feng Yaoqing commanded. "We must save this person." Immediately, a concerned voice responded, "But even if there are family rules, I cannot disregard a life. Moreover, this concerns the safety of the common people," Feng Yaoqing asserted with unwavering conviction. "Save the person if the elders choose to punish. I shall bear the responsibility alone." In truth, Feng Yaoqing could perceive that Shen Wanqing was merely putting on an act. Yet, whether Shen Wanqing's eloquence was a means of survival was of no consequence to Feng Yaoqing. What mattered was that her words held genuine merit. Feng Yaoqing could never allow personal grievances to permit the innocent to suffer such calamity.
The supporting character harbored no desire to see the protagonist part ways. In the third chapter, Shen Wanqing found herself overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She felt as though she had been saved. As the tension eased, a profound sense of exhaustion gradually enveloped her. Until then, she had relied solely on her indomitable will to survive. Now, she could finally relinquish her worries. With her body relaxing, the pain that had intensified due to her earlier emotional turmoil became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, Shen Wanqing coughed up a mouthful of blood and her vision darkened. The continuation spirit pill, a treasured artifact of the Xiantian pavilion, proved to be remarkably effective. When she reopened her eyes, much of the pain had dissipated. She moved her wrist and no longer felt the excruciating ache that had gnawed at her insides. Her meridians had been reconnected, and the demonic energy within her body had been significantly expelled. However, she still felt weak due to her severe injuries. Shen Wanqing let out a long sigh and turned her head, locking eyes with Feng Yaoqing, whose face bore an icy and aloof expression, coupled with indifferent eyes. It was evident that the continuation spirit pill required the spiritual energy of the Xiantian disciples to facilitate its fusion. Given Shen Wanqing's grave condition, it was only fitting that Feng Yaoqing took matters into her own hands. Understanding this, one could comprehend why Feng Yaoqing had been infuriated enough to call off their engagement. After all, she had been tirelessly attending to the third party's ailments, only for that very person to cling to Ji Feichen and act coy upon regaining consciousness. Who would not be compelled to withdraw from the engagement under such circumstances? The original partner encountered the third party, and in a secluded room, the situation was undeniably awkward. Upon noticing Shen Wanqing had awakened, Feng Yaoqing remained silent, extending her hand to feel Shen Wanqing's pulse. "Thank you," Shen Wanqing managed to say, her voice still hoarse from her recent awakening. Ji Feichen was absent, and Feng Yaoqing's tone was frigid, rendering any pretense unnecessary. The atmosphere grew tense, and Shen Wanqing pondered her next move. To maintain a long-term presence around these two individuals and to guard against the possibility of their separation, the most prudent course of action would be to become the female protagonist's closest confidant. However, if she were to suggest to the female lead, "Let us engage in some gold digging," it would likely result in her being promptly dismissed. Therefore, a more gradual approach is necessary. She pondered for a moment and decided to ease the tension by commenting, "Sister Feng, your dress today is truly beautiful. It complements your hairpin splendidly." Feng Yaoqing, however, exhibited no visible reaction, merely lifting her gaze to glance at her before responding coolly, "You have uttered this phrase before." This took her by surprise. The original owner had quite a sweet tongue. Moreover, she had also remarked, "Unfortunately, Brother Ji does not favor women who dress in such a manner, lacking any semblance of femininity. Thus, he regards someone like me merely as a companion in demon slaying rather than a romantic interest." Feng Yaoqing cast her a sidelong glance and lightly added, "Furthermore, you advised me against harboring any delusions of affection." A miscalculation indeed. How could the original owner ever compliment the female lead? Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and racked her brain to shift the topic. Was it not my earlier ignorance that prompted such thoughts? In truth, it is not merely the dress. What is far more significant is Sister Feng's ethereal beauty. You have also said this before, Feng Yaoqing interjected, and kindly dissuaded me from the notion that I could ensnare Ji Feichen merely with my appearance. He does not favor superficial women, and I must come to terms with my true self. Feng Yaoqing remarked, thus, there is no need for you to use those words to mock me. Indeed, the original owner was deserving of her reputation as a wicked antagonist, capable of delivering barbed remarks at every turn. Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then, with a resigned smile, she said, in truth, I can see that Brother Ji cares deeply for Sister Feng. You have uttered this before. Shen Wanqing felt speechless. Her thoughts choked. Ji Feichen has gone to fetch medicine for you and is not within Tianshan Pavilion. So there is no need for you to put on an act before me. Feng Yaoqing rose from her seat, her tone devoid of warmth. Your injuries have largely healed and will not endanger your life. Simply take care of yourself, and I shall no longer intrude. With that, she turned to leave. From her demeanor, it seemed that while Feng Yaoqing had grown somewhat distant from Ji Feichen, her earlier forced explanations had not provoked the ire that would lead to a hasty annulment of their engagement. Shen Wanqing felt a slight sense of relief. Unfortunately, according to the original storyline, at this juncture, Feng Yaoqing had already called off the engagement and was avoiding Ji Feichen altogether. Thus, Ji Feichen was compelled to entrust the celestial herbs to another for delivery, unbeknownst to the female protagonist, who remained unaware that the medicine had been procured by the male lead. However, now that Shen Wanqing was not stirring up trouble, it seemed the annulment would not come so swiftly. With this thought, she resolved to rest and tend to her weary body. Yet, as she closed her eyes, a few voices from outside the door pierced her reverie. Miss Feng, the disciples of Tianshan sect are prepared and ready to proceed to the back mountain. The back mountain? Was Tianshan sect patrolling tonight? Suddenly, Shen Wanqing sprang up in alarm, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She had nearly forgotten about that formidable antagonist, Xiao Wuyan. From the plot of rebellion, during a certain excursion to the secluded mountains, Feng Yaoqing fortuitously discovered a severely injured male antagonist. After tenderly nursing him back to health, he ultimately transformed into her ardent admirer, joining her in a demon-slaying squad while occasionally provoking jealousy in Ji Feichen. This male antagonist is none other than the villain Xiao Wuyan. He forcibly broke free from his seal and escaped from the demon prison, collapsing with his last breath upon the mountains of Tianshan sect, where he was subsequently rescued by the heroine. Thereafter, he suppressed the demonic energy within himself, feigning harmlessness while trailing the protagonist's team. When the group finally located the solitary lightsword capable of sealing him, he brazenly intercepted it, taking the heroine captive in the process. This was all part of his ruse. No, Shen Wanqing absolutely could not allow Feng Yaoqing to rescue Xiao Wuyan. Nor could she permit this obsessive Dark Lord to develop feelings for the heroine. After pondering for a considerable time, she devised a plan. Taking advantage of the Dark Lord's current frail state and grievous injuries, it would be prudent to simply eliminate him. Shen Wanqing considered herself a prodigy. Thus, the self-proclaimed prodigy promptly grasped a dagger and commenced her scheme. The author wishes to convey, Shen Wanqing, a malicious supporting character who consistently prioritizes the task of eliminating antagonists to achieve her objectives. On this moonless, windy night, the atmosphere in the Tianshan back mountains was thick with miasma. A bright moon was largely obscured by dark clouds, revealing glimpses of surging demonic energy, evoking a sense of impending tempest. According to the narrative, it was precisely due to Xiao Wuyan's unexpected descent into this area that his unleashed aura stirred numerous demonic creatures into restlessness. Shen Wanqing calculated astutely that her early arrival at the back mountain meant the monstrous creatures had yet to make their way there, thus she should, in theory, be relatively safe. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Wuyan would indeed constitute a significant contribution to the bright future of humanity. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the protagonist and supporting characters exist in different realms. In the original text, Feng Yaoqing, upon ascending the mountain with a lantern, furrowed her brow at the first hint of anomaly and unsheathed her sword, effortlessly encountering the formidable antagonist. In stark contrast, Shen Wanqing, panting and searching the hillside, squinted in vain, unable to discern a single silhouette. Was the great demon king merely a fortuitous drop? exhausted from her extensive search. Her legs threatened to buckle as she prepared to rest. Just then, her hand brushed against something smooth. She looked down to discover it was a brocade robe. Shen Wanqing inhaled deeply, tightening her grip on the dagger at her waist, and cautiously shifted the lantern closer. The faint glow dispelled the darkness, illuminating the figure before her. Despite the man's eyes being tightly shut and his body smeared with blood, an aura of chilling malevolence permeated the air, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones. A streak of blood marred his lips, and an aura of ruthless ferocity enveloped him, his long black hair accentuating his pallid complexion. Bloodstains, resembling a spider's web, crawled from his cheeks down to his neck, rendering him both grotesque and terrifying. Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with realization. Judging by his demeanor and appearance, he was undoubtedly the great demon king. Without a moment's hesitation, she joyfully set the lamp aside, drew the dagger from its sheath, and lightly brushed her fingertip against the keen edge. Though it was merely a gentle stroke, the tip of the blade swiftly sliced through flesh, eliciting a single droplet of blood, so rapid that she barely registered the pain. It was exceedingly sharp. Shen Wanqing felt reassured. This was indeed a dagger capable of delivering a fatal blow. As she sought a comfortable angle, she realized that this position offered no support from the side. It was quite awkward. What if, in the midst of her thrust, her victim awoke in agony, and with her limited strength, the blade failed to penetrate fully? Would she not be at risk of being countered? Resolutely, Shen Wanqing stood up and decisively straddled Xia Wuyan's waist, securing his body in place. She then reached out, her hand gliding over his neck as she searched for his pulse, contemplating the consequences of plunging the blade into the carotid artery, knowing that the blood would spatter onto her. Thus, she prepared to shield herself from the potential spray of blood. With her grip firm around the dagger, she raised her hand, poised to strike with lethal intent. However, just as she lifted the blade, Xia Wuyan's eyes fluttered open. They were a rare shade of crimson. His elongated eyes, devoid of any emotion, gazed at her with an unsettling calmness, yet within their depths shimmered a disconcerting, fragmented brilliance. He regarded Shen Wanqing with a tranquil demeanor, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear or anger. Yet the blood-red hue in his eyes deepened, with spiderweb-like veins spreading from the corners, casting a shadowy, oppressive atmosphere around him. Shen Wanqing! Damn! The Dark Lord has opened his eyes! Wasn't it said in the original narrative that the female protagonist devoted herself for 3 days and nights before he barely managed to awaken? Wasn't it stated that his demonic powers were severely impaired, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person? Why then is he audaciously altering the storyline? How can this individual still dictate the course of events? In the fleeting moment of a second, Shen Wanqing's thoughts surged tumultuously. Before her lay 2 options. One was to recklessly press on, disregarding all else. Yet it was evident that this character, upon each appearance, compelled the author to lavish 100 words extolling his otherworldly beauty and formidable aura as an invincible antagonist. At this moment, he radiated a clear message. Even in his weakened state, he could still obliterate her. Shen Wanqing sensed the daunting possibility that she might not be able to vanquish him, and there was no certainty she wouldn't be met with retribution. The second option was to distort the truth and invert reality. Since she could not kill him, she might as well seize the female lead's position and preemptively come to his rescue, thereby severing the emotional entanglement between the male and female leads, allowing them to pursue a harmonious and blissful conclusion. Thus, this plan was exceedingly precarious. Moreover, Shen Wanqing furtively glanced at the gleaming dagger in her hand, feeling an inexplicable heaviness. In her current stance, she hardly appeared to be a savior. Just then, Xia Wuyan made a move. For Shen Wanqing, this scene felt like a death sentence. At that moment, she took a deep breath, and with unwavering resolve, plunged the knife down. Xia Wuyan did not even flinch. Yet, the blade merely grazed his cheek, plunging straight into the soft earth beside him. Well then, Shen Wanqing released her grip, clapped her hands, and, with an unflinching demeanor, concocted a fabrication. That was quite perilous, you know? While you were asleep, an ant merely crawled onto your face. But fret not. I swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. Xia Wuyan remained silent, his expression inscrutable, merely narrowing his gaze as a predatory beast might scrutinize its prey, meticulously scanning Shen Wanqing's face. There's no need for such gratitude, simply treating me to a meal in the future will suffice. Internally, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of panic, yet she clung to a flicker of survival instinct, quickening her speech. You're all alone here, and amidst such unfamiliarity. You must have been ensnared by some malevolent creature. Rest assured, I will rescue you. I am well acquainted with the people at Shantian Pavilion. I will implore them to provide you with healing. At that moment, Shen Wanqing harbored a singular thought, as long as she could prevent Xiao Wuyan from contemplating his predicament. Engaging him in conversation might divert his attention until Feng Yaoqing's patrol team arrived. This way, her life might yet be spared. Perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety. She clenched her fists tightly, the wound on her fingertip, previously grazed by a blade, reopened, and a drop of blood trickled through her fingers, softly splattering onto Xiao Wuyan's hand. His gaze flickered with a subtle, inscrutable movement. Yet, unexpectedly, just as the atmosphere reached a palpable tension and Shen Wanqing feared her life was on the verge of conclusion, Xiao Wuyan curled his lips into a faint smile, emitting a soft chuckle. Very well. So swiftly and decisively did he acquiesce that Shen Wanqing found herself momentarily taken aback. Why was this antagonist so agreeable? However, Xiao Wuyan's smile faded, and with deliberate emphasis, he stated, First, rise from my side. Shen Wanqing paused in silence, glancing at their current position. Without uttering a word, she stood up and shifted aside. At that moment, the wind in the forest suddenly intensified, an ominous cloud swirled, completely obscuring the radiant moon above the mountains. It seemed the creatures had caught their scent and were approaching. Although Shen Wanqing's cultivation was still rudimentary, she could sense the malevolent energy drawing near. Despite Xiao Wuyan having regained consciousness, it was evident that his physical condition was far from optimal. It would be easy to extinguish oneself, but overcoming these vengeful spirits would likely prove challenging. Let us discuss this. She hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. I feel that we might be ill-equipped to handle these entities. Xiao Wuyan raised an eyebrow at her, and so? Just then, a flash of fire ignited in the distance. Following that, garments billowed as a sword, glinting with cold light, cleaved through the air, plunging into the forest. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a yellow talisman soared and ignited, vanquishing a blazing specter hidden among the trees. Feng Yaoqing sheathed her sword, standing poised as she cast a glance toward Shen Wanqing, her attire flowing elegantly. Her brow slightly furrowed. What brings you here? You arrived quite early. Shen Wanqing hesitated, then took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to look at Xiao Wuyan. See, I told you I would summon aid. Was I not truthful? Xiao Wuyan cast a cool glance at her. Feng Yaoqing, upon seeing the gravely injured Xiao Wuyan, stepped forward and crouched down to examine his wounds. The heart-locking curse? Who exactly are you? Why would someone resort to such malicious intent against you? I am an exorcist, Xiao Wuyan replied, his face devoid of color, the fierce aura in his eyes completely subdued. He coughed a few times, appearing quite frail. Half a month ago, I rescued several children from the clutches of demonic forces, and they have harbored resentment ever since. A few days prior, I fell into their ambush and was forcibly afflicted with the heart-locking curse. For days, I have been tormented by these fiends, and with no other recourse, I made a desperate journey to Shantian Pavilion. As Shen Wanqing observed Xiao Wuyan's seemingly harmless demeanor, she genuinely felt that his performance was commendable. It was no wonder that both the male and female protagonists had been ensnared by his deception. The portrayal in the book seemed inaccurate. Perhaps Xiao Wuyan was not on the brink of death awaiting rescue by the heroine, but rather had meticulously orchestrated this encounter from the start. To enhance the authenticity of his ruse, he had even resolutely inflicted the heart-locking curse upon himself. I understand now, Feng Yaoqing nodded. Rest assured, Shantian Pavilion will never mistreat those who stand for justice. Shen Wanqing had not anticipated that Feng Yaoqing would harbor any doubts about Xiao Wuyan. Just as she pondered how to reveal his true identity before these individuals in the future, she was unexpectedly called out by Feng Yaoqing. So, Miss Shen, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be recuperating in your chamber? Shen Wanqing replied, to aid digestion. The author has something to convey, Xiao Wuyan. Whether I live or die is of little consequence. What truly matters is to hear how much she can articulate her flirtations. The supporting character is reluctant to let the protagonist part ways. In the 5th section, Feng Yaoqing merely faltered in maintaining her serious demeanor. Digestive aid? Yes, indeed. Shen Wanqing nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, not forgetting to twist the truth to claim credit for herself. Upon encountering this gallant figure, seeing his grave injuries, she resolved to remain by his side, awaiting his awakening, tending to him without leaving his side. As she spoke, she even took a moment to sniffle, moved by her own sentiment. No need for thanks, this is merely what a person of the martial world ought to do. She pondered for a moment. After all, Xiao Wuyan's awakening was not particularly early. With a concoction of fabrication and a resolute attitude, perhaps she could instill a modicum of doubt. Optimistically, what if this antagonist's intellect was not as elevated as presumed? Xiao Wuyan suddenly chuckled softly, his chest vibrating slightly. Though his expression bore a smile, the emotion in his gaze was chilling. After a prolonged silence, he elongated his words, articulating distinctly, "Thank you, my lady. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future." Shen Wanqing translated Xiao Wuyan's words in her mind. It sounded like gratitude, yet the tone unmistakably conveyed, "You shall meet your end tonight." Well then, she had not managed to deceive him. The antagonist's intellect remained intact. Thus, Shen Wanqing's meticulously orchestrated assassination plan met a dismal failure. Moreover, she not only lost her initial advantage but also inadvertently inscribed her name onto the dark list of the formidable villain. After some contemplation, she realized that the nearly successful assassination of the arch-villain with such a formidable weapon indeed possessed collectible value. Should she close her eyes tonight and find Xiao Wuyan at her throat, her experience as a legitimate transmigrator would be utterly dismal. Finally, after half an hour, Feng Yaoqing emerged from the room. Shen Wanqing approached her and softly inquired, "How is young Master Xia's condition? Is there really no cause for concern?" Shen Wanqing held on to a sliver of hope, yearning for the possibility that his life was not in jeopardy. Feng Yaoqing glanced at her and replied coolly, "I shall personally attend to his treatment. But will you falter?" Feng Yaoqing chuckled lightly, "Rest assured, Miss Shen, I never miss my mark." Shen Wanqing felt a tear well up. It was precisely because of her unwavering precision that she felt uneasy. The situation had grown increasingly delicate. Shen Wanqing pondered deeply and concluded that, despite the strained relationship between herself and Feng Yaoqing, she could still subtly caution her regarding Xiao Wuyan. "Sister Feng, consider this, the Xiantian back mountain is heavily guarded. How could you are right to possess such audacity as to breach the formidable defenses of Xiantian back mountain, and the resilience to offend demonic forces for the sake of innocent children while enduring the heartlock curse? He truly embodies the spirit of a hero." Admiration laced Feng Yaoqing's tone, for this was the essence of a true chivalrous soul. With that, she waved her sleeve and turned to leave. "Am I correct? What I said was right?" Shen Wanqing fell into silence, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She gazed at Feng Yaoqing's retreating figure, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. In merely half an hour, how could the protagonist have succumbed to the villain's brainwashing? Reflecting upon the situation, despite Xiao Wuyan's doubts about herself, she remained within the confines of Xiantian Pavilion, a place where recklessness was unlikely to reign. Although the protagonist was still oblivious, Ji Feichen, as the male lead, possessed a keener instinct. Such a sudden presence of a male figure near his wife would undoubtedly incite suspicion. Perhaps by indirectly hinting at the matter in his presence, she could successfully divert the villain's attention. Yet, caution remained paramount. One could never be too careful. Shen Wanqing pondered throughout the night, procuring paper and pen to quietly inscribe the words, "If I perish, the culprit is Xiao Wuyan," which she tucked beneath her mattress. Content. She then nestled beneath her covers to sleep. A perfect exchange, even in demise, she would ensure to take one down with her. In the dead of night, at the stroke of 3, Xiao Wuyan awoke. He propped himself up, leaning against the edge of the bed, his hand resting loosely on his knee before he shut his eyes, tilting his head back slightly. The blood stains marking his body, remnants of the heart-locking spell, visibly faded at a discernible pace until they transformed into a wisp of smoke gathered at his fingertips, which dissipated gently with a mere movement. Xiao Wuyan opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs filled with frost, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of warmth and humility. The wind stirred, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker. Moments later, the flame extinguished abruptly, and a fierce gust of wind surged towards Xiao Wuyan, halting just an inch away from him. Subsequently, it was as if an invisible barrier had emerged, the demonic energy spreading forth, ultimately coalescing into a fiery blaze that erupted in all directions. A specter of swift motion materialized, engulfed in flames, its visage contorted in excruciating agony. Yet, despite the struggle and the silent screams, no sound escaped its lips. Xiao Yuan did not so much as flutter an eyelid. He maintained his gaze, methodically donned his outer garment, brushed his sleeves, and then rose. As he passed by the specter, the flames surged with ferocity, swiftly reducing it to ash, which coalesced into a wraith-like essence that penetrated Xiao Yuan's being. How bothersome! This excursion had attracted an unwarranted number of presumptuous followers. One must wonder the audacity it takes for such beings to believe that their meager cultivation could harm even a single finger of his. But speaking of audacity, he paused. Narrowing his eyes, there was one particularly bold individual. Without needing to inquire, he could discern, through his keen senses, the location of the oblivious young girl concealed within a nearby room. To his surprise, she was soundly asleep, cocooned in her blanket, half of it cascading onto the floor. Clutching a pillow, sprawled comfortably across her bed. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. How could a young girl sleep in such an ungraceful manner? He extended his hand, gently pressing his fingertip against Shen Wanqing's forehead. As expected, upon the contact with a drop of her blood, he became acutely aware of her inherently pure and exceptional soul. The weapon forged from such a body and spirit would wield a formidable demonic power. In simpler terms, she was an exquisite material ideally suited for sword sacrifice. Yet, this exquisite body bore a grave flaw: it required a living offering. One must cast a living soul into the sword furnace for it to merge with the blade. Thus, this young girl is quite fortunate and must be nurtured. Xiao Yan found this amusing. Ever since his sealing, countless individuals have sought to end his life. Particularly those from the demon realm, who feign humility while harboring ulterior motives. Yet, to dispatch such a feeble creature, easily extinguishable with a mere hand. To attempt a surreptitious attack on him seemed a gross underestimation of his prowess. Upon glancing at Shen Wanqing's alabaster neck, he felt less inclined to eliminate her. Rather, he was more curious about the dim-witted mastermind who would send such an ineffectual assassin to confront him. Perhaps he might even fatten her a bit more, ensuring that the flames would burn even brighter when she was ultimately cast into the furnace. With a delicate motion, Xiao Yan's fingertips glided down her nose, brushing gently against her lips before withdrawing. He then regarded his fingers with a hint of disdain. Shen Wanqing wrinkled her nose, turning over and rubbing against the sheets. The pillow, ensconced in her embrace, slipped down and landed at her legs, resting against her calves. Her sleeping posture was truly unbecoming, so much so that it dampened his mood. The footsteps receded, and the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. Outside, the wind howled, rustling the leaves against the window, producing a soft, whispering sound. After a considerable time, Shen Wanqing cautiously opened one eye, placing a hand over her fluttering heart as she rose from the bed. She felt her back, drenched in cold sweat. She had awakened the moment Xiao Yan's fingertip touched her forehead, as it was utterly unbearable. Like a feather gently brushing against your face, it evokes an irresistible urge to sneeze. Not only that, it glided down from her forehead to her chin. Eventually, unable to withstand the irritation any longer, she discreetly turned over and rubbed her face to alleviate the itch. Fortunately, Xiao Yan remained oblivious, thus preserving her life. Yet, she found herself utterly perplexed by the villain's mindset. Why would he venture into a young lady's room at night, touching and staring without uttering a word before departing? Did he not realize the immense psychological burden this imposed upon her? Do the characters in the realm of cultivation not rest at night? Shen Wanqing patted her chest, rose from her bed, poured herself a cup of cool tea, and only after a few sips did her racing heart find some semblance of calm. Perhaps sensing the stifling atmosphere of the room, she approached the window, intending to crack it open. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a dark figure. Her hand froze mid-motion, and after a prolonged silence, she attempted to feign ignorance and close the window. A soft sound echoed as she did so. Xiao Yan languidly regarded her, his gaze devoid of any emotion, yet it sent a chill down her spine. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, mustered a smile, and awkwardly remarked, "What a coincidence, you're here to admire the moon too." Xiao Yan replied with a smile, "Yes, quite the coincidence." In that moment, Shen Wanqing profoundly understood the essence of psychological torment first. A glimmer of hope is offered, only to deliver a fatal blow when one believes the storm has passed. Not only does it claim a life, but it also forces one to experience the tumultuous highs and lows of existence before the end. Indeed, it is fitting that a character capable of single-handedly crafting a tragic ending embodies the cruelty and cunning typical of a villain. Shen Wanqing endured a moment of torment. Extending her hand to touch her neck, envisioning the scene in which her neck might be ruthlessly snapped. Despair settled within her, rendering her somewhat numb. Nevertheless, she desperately engaged in a stilted conversation. It is quite late, young Master Xia, your injuries have only just begun to mend. What brings you here? Xia Wuyan replied. To aid digestion. Shen Wanqing responded. Your memory is indeed remarkable, you possess an aptitude for drawing inferences. She lowered her head, waiting in silence for a while, only to notice that the individual before her remained unresponsive. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze to steal a glance. Discovering Xia Wuyan leaning casually against the bedside, arms crossed, observing her with an amused glint in his eye. For reasons unknown, his gaze resembled that of someone watching a small hamster, purely seeking entertainment while anticipating an amusing reaction. It appeared that he had no immediate intentions of ending her life. Although the motives behind Xia Wuyan's demeanor remained a mystery, she realized that for the time being, her life was preserved. Yet, being scrutinized by him was rather uncomfortable. Well then, let us partake in tea, Xia Wuyan suggested, a proposition that could scarcely be declined from a savior. Shen Wanqing retorted. Then I must earnestly implore you to decline my offer. She looked up to see the unmistakable smile of someone seeking trouble on Xia Wuyan's face, and with great difficulty she swallowed, feeling a painful dryness in her throat. She inwardly regretted her earlier impulse to extend a courteous invitation for tea. No. Shen Wanqing could reasonably suspect that Xia Wuyan had not decisively ended her life out of sheer boredom, intending instead to keep her around for amusement, while also observing her pitiful struggle for survival as if it were a live performance. Although this was rather undignified, one must sometimes humble oneself when necessary. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. Moreover, she considered herself a player well versed in the plot, and as long as she survived long enough, the ultimate outcome of who would ultimately prevail remained uncertain. With this thought in mind, Shen Wanqing graciously entered a state of yielding, inviting him inside. However, after fumbling around in the pitch-black room for quite some time, she could not find a fire starter to light a lamp. Shen Wanqing's spirits lifted. This provided her with a perfectly legitimate excuse to send the formidable Xia Wuyan away. What a pity, it seems we shall not be enjoying tea this evening. No sooner had she spoken than a candle's flame ignited out of thin air, illuminating the room brilliantly. Xia Wuyan, with a graceful sweep of his robe, seated himself at the table, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her with a hint of disdain in his gaze. Even without uttering a single word, Shen Wanqing could decipher the contempt in his eyes. Who had sent such an inept individual to assassinate him? Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of humiliation. Reluctantly, she approached the table, poured a cup of cool tea, and pushed it towards Xia Wuyan before awkwardly taking a seat herself, subtly shifting her stool back to maintain a safe distance. Xia Wuyan did not touch the cup of tea, casually inquiring, I heard that Miss Shen was recently injured by a skin-wearing demon and has just recovered? Shen Wanqing replied. Yes. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was attempting to ensnare her in a trap. Indeed, today's rumors speak of turmoil in the demon realm, with seals on the verge of being shattered. It is no wonder that these fiends have begun to act with such audacity. As Xia Wuyan spoke, he paused briefly, allowing his gaze to sweep lightly across Shen Wanqing's visage before breaking into a sudden smile. It appears that as long as this demon lord remains, tranquility shall forever elude the world, do you not agree? How splendid! Such a question, one that subjects oneself to humiliation, is truly remarkable. Shen Wanqing, drained of energy, resigned herself to her fate. I believe anything is acceptable. After all, I can't even manage to light a lamp. Being this inept, it is evident that I cannot contend with them. If I can avoid being slain by these little demons, that would suffice. Why should I concern myself with matters of slaying demons and exorcising evil? Xia Wuyan pondered for a moment, surprisingly agreeing, indeed, you are quite useless. Shen Wanqing, well, being humiliated is certainly preferable to being killed. Xia Wuyan's fingers traced the rim of his teacup, he lifted it to take a sip. Seemingly finding it both bitter and astringent, and with a hint of disdain, he set it aside without further emotion. He casually remarked, however, "I am quite curious to see how he will meet his demise." With that, he raised his eyes to look at her. "And what about you?" Shen Wanqing found herself momentarily breathless in response to Xia Wuyan's inquiry. Are the thoughts of characters within this narrative so peculiar? The protagonist ardently lauds the antagonist as a benevolent figure, while the antagonist tirelessly anticipates his own demise. She attempted to apply a feminine perspective, noting that generally, when individuals engage in self-denial, they often yearn for the praise of others. Yet, the current situation felt rather complicated. She sensed that Xia Wuyan had no need for compliments from someone as ineffectual as herself. Thus, Shen Wanqing chose to respond with indifference, keep it up. Xia Wuyan, seemingly unaware of the humor he had inadvertently struck, suddenly burst into laughter. After he had laughed to his heart's content, he gradually composed himself, regarding her with a serious expression, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the table, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. In an effort to mask her own unease, she gritted her teeth and held his gaze, until her eyes began to sting. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and let out a great yawn. Mid-yawn, Shen Wanqing abruptly realized her lapse in composure and forced herself to stifle it, clenching her mouth shut. After watching Xia Wuyan depart, she remained in a daze for quite some time. Was yawning truly so effective? He left just like that? Without accomplishing anything. Merely sipping tea and posing a few morbid questions, and then he was gone? Shen Wanqing pondered, unable to grasp Xia Wuyan's line of thinking. Only aware that her life seemed to be temporarily spared. However, this had sown the seeds of a troublesome predicament for herself. If Xia Wuyan were to come to her room every night, unable to sleep, presenting her with a series of deathly choices, she would surely either be frightened to death or perish from exhaustion due to lack of sleep. At dawn, she received splendid news, moving her to tears. Given Ji Feichen's keen insight, combined with the male lead's inherent animosity towards the male supporting character, along with her own subtle suggestions, he would undoubtedly unveil Xia Wuyan's scheme swiftly. Furthermore, Ji Feichen would not be fighting alone. Should conflict arise, Zuantianj and Feng Yaoqin would surely protect him. Reflecting on the torment of losing a few hours of sleep due to Xia Wuyan's antics the previous night, Shen Wanqing found herself overwhelmed with emotions, struggling to articulate her feelings. From this day forth, I can finally enjoy a restful slumber. I have heard it said that you, grievously injured and just awakened, ventured into the perilous region of Xuantian's rear mountain. When Ji Feichen delivered the medicine, his countenance was far from cheerful, and he spoke with a tone reminiscent of an elder brother's admonition, laced with concern. Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences had Ayao not arrived in time? Shen Wanqing nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grains, eager to divert the conversation towards Xia Wuyan. Brother Ji speaks wisely. As for the one I rescued from the rear mountain, even in the act of saving another, one must prioritize one's own safety. Ji Feichen continued. Ayao has been tirelessly tending to your wounds these past few days. You must not indulge in any more childish whims. Indeed, Shen Wanqing nodded vigorously, persistently attempting to steer the discourse back to her own topic. So, regarding that individual named Xia Wuyan, has Ayao mentioned anything about me while tending to your injuries? Ji Feichen lowered his gaze, a shadow of sorrow flickering in his eyes. She has been avoiding me. It seems I have undoubtedly wounded her deeply. Shen Wanqing felt tears welling up. In that moment, when I desperately sought to advocate for you to appease my wife, you undermined my efforts. Now, as I address serious matters with you, you incessantly bring up Ayao. Do you find my presence too prolonged or your own life too fleeting? Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanqing endeavored for one final struggle. Brother Ji, let us first discuss that young Master Xia, who has been afflicted with the heart-binding curse. I believe you are correct. I have heard that Ayao has lifted the heart-binding curse from young Master Xia. As Ji Feichen's concern deepened, he rose to his feet, brushing his sleeves and preparing to depart. No, I must inquire further about Ayao's condition. She had just endured backlash and had expended considerable mental energy to unravel such esoteric techniques. Her reserves must have been severely depleted. Stop! Shen Wanqing exclaimed, tossing aside the covers, her frustration nearly overwhelming her composure. Taking a deep breath to avoid interruption, she hastened her words. Do you not find it exceedingly peculiar that young Master Xia managed to enter Xuantiang Pavilion while under the heart-locking spell, undetected, and yet his claims remain unsubstantiated? At her words, Ji Feichen halted momentarily, turning to regard her. Shen Wanqing gritted her teeth, resolving to strike at the heart of the matter. I am indifferent. Yet I fear that young Master Xia may harbor intentions towards Xuantiang or Sister Feng. If he were to invite danger into our midst, and she were to suffer harm, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Ji Feichen's brows furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, your concerns are valid. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, he departed, his expression grave. Shen Wanqing exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the bed, her heart brimming with joy. So much so that she felt like celebrating with firecrackers. Truly, he is the male protagonist. Although his mind is preoccupied with a Yao, he is perceptive nonetheless. In high spirits, she even indulged in 2 additional pieces of osmanthus cake that morning, contentedly patting her belly as she ventured out for a stroll to aid digestion, eagerly awaiting news of Xia Wuyan's capture. However, after only a few steps, she stumbled upon a most astonishing sight. The male protagonist, Ji Feichen, and the male antagonist, Xia Wuyan, were seated amicably in the tranquil pavilion, a chessboard laid out before them, engaged in a back-and-forth game, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious, punctuated by occasional light-hearted banter. Young Master Ji's chess style is both upright and steady, leaving Mr. Xia feeling inadequate. No, it is Mr. Xia who embodies the essence of chivalry in every move, earning Ji's utmost respect. The two engaged in delightful conversation, even considering a brotherly bond. Yet, the joys and sorrows of the world often remain disconnected. For instance, not far away, a pair of good brothers revel in laughter and toasting, while Shen Wanqing, concealed behind a tree, felt as though her heart had turned to ash, clutching her chest and nearly spitting out 3 pounds of blood. Furthermore, Ji Feichen expressed genuine sympathy for Xia Wuyan's misfortunes, even extending an olive branch, inviting him to join in the quest to combat evil. Truly, a case of self-destruction. Just as she prepared to stealthily depart, she suddenly heard Ji Feichen speak. Mr. Xia. To speak candidly, I have a request. A request for Xia Wuyan? What could it be? Mr. Xia must have heard of the painted skin demon. This fiend has harmed countless individuals in recent days. I cannot allow it to continue wreaking havoc on lives. Ji Feichen's brow furrowed with concern, his tone laden with worry, yet Wanqing had only just begun to heal from her injuries and possessed limited strength. Thus, would Mr. Xia accompany us to ensure her safety? The quintessential bystander, Shen Wanqing, nearly choked at the thought. She was not particularly keen on being protected. When Xia Wuyan encounters the painted skin demon, it seemed likely that the 2 entities seeking her demise would swiftly unite, vying to skin her alive. Shen Wanqing felt a pang of anguish, rendering her unable to enjoy her osmanthus cake. Thus, Shen Wanqing's hope was rekindled as she gazed intently at Xia Wuyan's face, eagerly anticipating his utterance of the word no. Xia Wuyan absent-mindedly stroked the edge of a chess piece, the corners of his lips curving upward. Very well. Shen Wanqing. Her hope was extinguished. Thank you for your assistance, young master. Ji Feichen expressed his gratitude with a bow. There is no need for thanks. Xia Wuyan paused for a moment, his gaze slightly averted, as if casually glancing in the direction where Shen Wanqing was concealed, for after all, Miss Shen has saved my life before. Since earlier, he had sensed Shen Wanqing's presence. To him, her attempt at concealment was quite clumsy. Moreover, she could not even control her own breath. Xia Wuyan found it amusing. He truly could not comprehend what sort of individual would send such a young girl to assassinate him. What a profound disdain that implied. Shen Wanqing shivered and tucked herself away even further. This was not a tone of gratitude, it was unmistakably a harbinger of death. Shen Wanqing realized that those skilled in the game of chess often harbored dark hearts. Once the game concluded, Ji Feichen hurried off to visit Feng Yaoqing. Seizing the moment while the maid approached to clear the teacups and chessboard, Shen Wanqing prepared to stealthily slip away. However, before she could take a single step, a male voice suddenly resonated beside her. The voice was almost whispering in her ear, and she could even feel the gentle breath brushing against her earlobe. The tingling sensation sent a chill down her spine. Where are you going? Shen Wanqing trembled, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. She swiftly shifted to the side, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, exhibiting a demeanor of vigilance as she cast a nervous glance at Xiao Wuyan. Xiao Wuyan leisurely raised his hand, his fingertips gently resting against Shen Wanqing's brow. His tone, laced with a hint of amusement, sent a chill down her spine. Eavesdropping? At such a moment, claiming to have merely passed by was the most feeble of explanations. Shen Wanqing possessed no remarkable skills, save for her quick reflexes and her ability to adapt, coupled with a penchant for chatter. Her answer was impeccable, simultaneously lauding Xiao Wuyan while also emphasizing her own innocence and sincerity. After a brief silence, Xiao Wuyan suddenly comprehended why someone would dispatch such an apparently inconsequential young girl to assassinate him. Upon further reflection, it was likely that her superior, discontented with her loquaciousness, had opted for an alternative method to urge her demise. It was not a matter of underestimating her, rather, it stemmed from a belief that she spoke far too much. "You admire me?" he echoed. Shen Wanqing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, yes." Xiao Wuyan inquired, "Are you interested in playing chess?" Shen Wanqing continued to nod. "Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Wuyan scrutinized her for an extended moment before acquiescing with a nod. "Very well, then I shall play with Miss Shen." With that, he gestured to the maid who was about to remove the chessboard, signaling for her to halt, and then he seated himself, inviting her to join him. The most venomous sentiments often reside within the hearts of secondary characters. Though Shen Wanqing stubbornly wished to resist, she found herself thinking, "This is indeed too much trouble for young Master Xia. I truly feel guilty." Xiao Wuyan was undoubtedly aware of Shen Wanqing's thoughts. His tone, seemingly languid, was laced with a hint of amusement, clearly teasing her. "If it is Miss Shen, I would be more than willing to join you." Shen Wanqing took a deep breath and smiled. "We can play a game, but Go is not a game I am familiar with." Xiao Wuyan raised his gaze to her. "Then let us play a game you know." Shen Wanqing replied, "The games I know may not be to your liking." "Young Master Xia." Xiao Wuyan chuckled softly. "I fear Miss Shen underestimates me." "Very well," Shen Wanqing conceded, taking a seat and deciding to embrace the absurdity. "Let us play Ludo." "Xiao Wuyan?" With this unheard-of game, Shen Wanqing successfully made her escape from Xiao Wuyan. To justify her departure, she even took it upon herself to lecture him. Young Master Xia should familiarize himself with the myriad aspects of civilian life. How could one not know of a game like Ludo, which cultivates one's character and moral fiber? Xiao Wuyan propped his chin on his hand, watching Shen Wanqing flee in a flurry until her figure vanished from sight. Only then did he lower his eyelids and idly flick one of the black pieces before him. Meanwhile, the fleeing Shen Wanqing, after careful consideration, feared that the capricious Xiao Wuyan might pursue her and take drastic measures. Thus, she resolved to linger by the side of the male and female leads, knowing that Xiao Wuyan would continue to maintain the facade of a virtuous young man in their presence, ensuring her safety from any harm. With such thoughts in mind, Shen Wanqing resolved to temporarily set aside her task of matchmaking the protagonists, choosing instead to play the role of an unobtrusive observer for her own safety. However, at that moment, an unusual rustling emanated from the thicket behind her, accompanied by a chill in the air. Unperturbed, Shen Wanqing continued along the path towards Feng Yaoqing's chamber. The narrow trail was shrouded in the shade of trees, where the sounds of rustling leaves were particularly pronounced in the breeze. The lurking creature, having waited in silence for far too long, could no longer contain itself, bursting forth with an overwhelming force and momentum aimed directly at Shen Wanqing's back. Just as the malevolent energy was about to make contact, a colossal barrier materialized, forcefully repelling the attack. The resultant surge of spiritual power caused the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. In that moment, Shen Wanqing's white robe billowed gracefully, her hair lifted by the fierce wind, revealing a glimpse of her delicate neck and the elegant curve of her spine. The Ji family, being a prominent lineage, had long trained exorcists, ensuring the presence of protective talismans through generations. The talisman that had originally adorned Shen Wanqing was shattered by a painted skin demon, but this bracelet, gifted to her by Ji Feichen, was more than sufficient to handle lesser fiends. She approached the spot where the creature had landed, crouching down with an air of tranquility as she rested her chin on her hand, studying the scene before her. The assailant was revealed to be a small bird, its feathers tinged with gray, resembling a diminutive dove with a round head and plump form. Since earlier, Shen Wanqing had sensed something amiss behind her. Due to the familiar aura that enveloped her, she was reminded of the time when Xie Wuyan, grievously injured and just awakened, had sought to eliminate her. His entire being radiated a chilling atmosphere. However, this presence was significantly weaker than Xie Wuyan's, perhaps even less than 1/10,000th of it. In simpler terms, it was evident without even a glance that it was feeble. Thus, Shen Wanqing felt no inclination to exert herself in a hasty escape. Yet, how could an ordinary demon dare to intrude upon the Xuantiangong? It would likely be detected by the vigilant guards before it even crossed the threshold. Its soul shattered on the spot. It was rumored that before Xie Wuyan was sealed, this Xian bird had been one of his most capable subordinates. However, with Xie Wuyan's slumber, much of the Xian bird's spiritual power had dissipated. It was only upon his unsealing that it caught the scent and followed. Shen Wanqing extended her hand, grasping the bird's leg, and exhibited a look of disdain. It truly resembled a pigeon. Then the pigeon began to chatter incessantly. You actually used a magical artifact. Despicable. Who are you, and why do you carry my master's aura? Speak quickly. Where is my master now? I tell you, once I regain my true form, I will surely take your life. How dare you, a frail human, provoke our Xian bird clan? I tell you. Muffled sounds ensued as Shen Wanqing found the incessant noise bothersome. Thus, she tore off a piece of cloth, binding the bird's beak, while also securing its legs and wings, hoisting it in her hand as she stood and walked towards the kitchen. It was absurd. How could she possibly let go of Xie Wuyan's companion during such a fortuitous moment? If she couldn't defeat Xie Wuyan, how could she possibly be outmatched by a mere pigeon? The mystical bird struggled desperately, chirping in distress. Shen Wanqing remarked, "Oh, by the way, I should inform you in advance that I intend to stew you. I shall prepare a pigeon soup to present to Feng Yaoqing. It will surely foster a profound friendship." The mystical bird was taken aback. Once revered by generations of rulers, it had witnessed countless demons bowing submissively beneath the shoulders of Xie Wuyan and had emerged bloodied from battles with myriad cultivators. Logically, it had encountered innumerable grand spectacles. Thus, when Shen Wanqing proclaimed her intention to boil it, the bird scoffed. How could a mere human dare to be so audacious? After all, it was a grand divine bird. However, when Shen Wanqing truly seized it and brought it to the kitchen, borrowing a pot from the chef, and began to diligently boil water and chop white radishes as ingredients, the bird's mouth was bound, and it could only utter muffled protests. The chef, observing the scene, chuckled. This pigeon is rather lively. The mystical bird protested vehemently. How dare you call me a pigeon? I am a divine bird. Divine bird. Shen Wanqing, wielding the spatula, glanced at it, inquiring whether to add scallions. Finally, confronted by this seemingly feeble woman, the mystical bird, which had faced countless life and death situations, felt a pang of fear for the first time. No, it could not perish in such a manner. Yet, the spiritual energy it had painstakingly gathered was dissipated by the magical artifact during its earlier assault on Shen Wanqing. Summoning all its strength, it struggled to loosen the knots binding its wings. The knot at the foot remained untied, leaving it no choice but to flutter its wings in a frenzy, darting about in a chaotic manner. The cacophony of crashing jars and bottles echoed through the kitchen as they were knocked askew. Witnessing the turmoil, Shen Wanqing reluctantly set down her kitchen knife and rolled up her sleeves to capture the errant creature. Thus, a duet of human and bird nearly turned the kitchen into a battleground. The chef, sensing the precarious situation, broke out in a cold sweat and stealthily slipped away to inform Feng Yaoqing. By the time Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen arrived, Shen Wanqing had just managed to seize the azure bird, now splattered with a kaleidoscope of spices. The kitchen, however, lay in disarray, with dust cascading from the ceiling. Ji Feichen frowned. "Wanqing, what have you done?" "I caught a pigeon," Shen Wanqing replied, momentarily taken aback, quickly concealing the azure bird behind her back and adding, "I merely intended to make soup for Sister Feng." The azure bird, incensed, began to flail its wings anew. "You are the pigeon. Your whole family is a flock of pigeons." Feng Yaoqing appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the chef beside her and exchanging a quizzical look. The chef scratched his head and confirmed, "Indeed, Miss Shen came to borrow a pot, claiming she wished to prepare soup for Miss Feng. I found her demeanor sincere and permitted her to use it. However, I never anticipated, nearly setting the kitchen ablaze. Ji Feichen's brow furrowed, preparing to interject, but Feng Yaoqing raised her hand to halt him. Soup? She echoed tentatively. Stepping closer to Shen Wanqing and locking her gaze onto hers for a moment. Shen Wanqing met her gaze unwaveringly. After a long interval, Feng Yaoqing lowered her eyes. Contemplating for a moment, her tone softened slightly. In that case, allow me to assist you. The Xian bird widened its eyes in sheer terror. It must escape this place. Upon saying this, it lifted its beak and pecked forcefully at Shen Wanqing's index finger. Shen Wanqing winced in pain and instinctively loosened her grip. The Xian bird flapped its wings frantically, darting towards the kitchen door, drawing closer to the long-awaited freedom. Just then, it unexpectedly collided with a person's shoulder, causing a dizzying sensation. It was over. The Xian bird felt despair wash over it. It seemed that this magnificent divine bird was destined to perish at the hands of this venomous woman today. What is wrong? At that moment, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out. The Xian bird looked up in surprise, nearly moved to tears. Your Highness. It is your Highness. Saved. Xiao Yuan cast a downward glance at the particularly disheveled little creature, pausing for a moment. He then calmly grasped its wing and stepped into the kitchen. Looking at Shen Wanqing with a smile, Miss Shen? Shen Wanqing, feeling guilty, turned her head away, wearing an expression that conveyed, do not question me, I know nothing. It is of no concern to me. Then Feng Yaoqing kindly offered an explanation, it is merely young Master Xia. There is nothing to worry about. This is a pigeon that Miss Shen has caught, intending to make soup, but it seems the commotion was a bit excessive. Oh? Xiao Yuan glanced at the little creature in his hand, a smirk appearing at the corners of his lips as he approached Shen Wanqing, extending his hand, in that case. Miss Shen, do take it. Shen Wanqing. This is undoubtedly a threat, isn't it? Who would dare to consume their master's pet in front of them? The celestial bird, as if struck with profound sorrow, flapped its wings in despair, tears streaming down its face, its silent cries conveying an overwhelming sense of grief. It endeavored to express its turbulent emotions through its small eyes, imploring, My lord, do you not remember me? I was once your cherished spirit companion on the battlefield. Fear to cross the realms. Though most of the time you fought while I merely mocked from the sidelines, the deep bond we forged can never be erased. Feng Yaoqing cast a glance, exclaiming softly, and remarked, it seems this bird shares a remarkable affinity with young Master Xia. Upon hearing this, the celestial bird eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Ji Feichen observed this and shook his head, gently placing a hand on Shen Wanqing's shoulder, advising. All beings possess a spirit. Since this dove is so sentient, it would be unwise to take its life. The celestial bird nodded even more joyously. In the face of life and death, let it be just a dove. The supporting character did not wish to see the protagonist suffer a separation. With both protagonists interceding on its behalf, Shen Wanqing was not inclined to seek her own demise before them. Gritting her teeth, she nodded and said, in that case, let it go free. No need, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, releasing his grip and gesturing in the air to unbind its feet. The celestial bird immediately stumbled towards him, landing upon his shoulder. It appears that we are destined to be connected. Xiao Yuan turned to Shen Wanqing. A deeper smile in his eyes. Miss Shen, would you mind if I kept it by my side? Shen Wanqing replied. I do not mind. Perched upon Xiao Yuan's shoulder, the Xian bird appeared rather haughty, even lifting its small head to gaze at Shen Wanqing with a look brimming with disdain. Exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to declare her impending doom. Shen Wanqing regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known this would transpire, she would have certainly opted to toss it into the firewood pile and roast it, for that would have been a swifter resolution. Concerning their descent to capture the demon, Ji Feichen summoned Xiao Yuan, seemingly intent on discussing matters in detail. The two departed side by side, however, Feng Yaoqing lingered for a moment. She glanced at the melancholy Shen Wanqing beside her, then looked back at the neatly chopped ingredients on the counter, as if lost in thought. Miss Shen, she finally spoke. Pressing her lips together, pausing for an extended moment before softly uttering two words, thank you. With that, she turned and departed. Female supporting system. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task and improving your relationship with Feng Yaoqing. Shen Wanqing was momentarily stunned, watching Feng Yaoqing's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Though Feng Yaoqing appeared aloof, she was, in truth, a person with a tender heart. In the past, a dream of opulence had described her as someone who, despite being deceived countless times, continued to harbor goodwill towards everything, a truly compassionate demon slayer at heart. It was precisely for this reason that she was repeatedly harmed in the original narrative. Although she had not succeeded in vanquishing the Xian bird this time, serendipitously, her relationship with Feng Yaoqing had thawed. It was not in vain. As night fell, and having learned from the previous evening's experience of receiving a visit from Xiao Yuan, Shen Wanqing exercised utmost caution in locking the door, securing the windows, and even ensuring the skylight was tightly closed. Only after completing these precautions did she feel a sense of relief, stretching lazily as she climbed into bed, ready to succumb to slumber. However, at that moment, she distinctly sensed a shift in the atmospheric pressure within the room. An uncanny silence enveloped her surroundings. The leaves outside, which had been rustling in the wind moments before, suddenly ceased their movement, plunging the night into an unsettling stillness. Then, the flame of the candle on the table flickered brightly. The familiarity of this aura and scene sent a chill down her spine. Shen Wanqing stiffly turned her head and, as expected, there was Xiao Yuan, languidly propping his chin on his hand at the table, his eyes narrowing as he greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Shen." Shen Wanqing's throat tightened. Here he was again. Was it true that these fiends never slept at night? She pondered that it was too late to feign sleep. Resigning herself to sit up and respond with a lifeless tone, "Are you here for tea again, young Master Xia?" "No," Xiao Yuan replied. "I have come to seek your guidance on the game of Ludo, in pursuit of understanding the myriad facets of life and cultivating my character." His words were eerily familiar. Shen Wanqing understood the peril of provoking a formidable adversary. Such confrontations rarely ended well. Reluctantly, she descended from her bed, dragging her feet as she took a seat before Xiao Yuan. "I, too, yearn to instruct young Master Xia, however, I find myself in need of dice. Without such implements, my words linger in the air." At that moment, Xiao Yuan lifted his fingertip, performing an effortless gesture that summoned forth two exquisite dice, now resting quietly in his palm. Courtesy of the Tiangang bone ring, a treasure capable of containing all things, a revered artifact within the realm of cultivation. Though Shen Wanqing had grown accustomed to marvels such as these, she found herself desperately resisting. "The game board is rather unique, I must draw it myself. Yet I lack paper and a pen." Almost as if conjured by her words, paper and pen materialized before her. "We shall require 2 colors of pieces," she declared. And lo, the pieces appeared. "Furthermore, we need a small dish of sauce-marinated duck neck, osmanthus cake, and almond glutinous rice balls." At this juncture, Xiao Yuan refrained from producing the additional items. Instead, he propped his chin upon his hand, watching her intently, the dice rolling between his fingers, his gaze brimming with a palpable threat. Shen Wanqing promptly acquiesced, obediently leaning over the table, resigned to sketching the game board. "Very well, perhaps these items are unnecessary." How insufferable! Resorting to intimidation when unable to manifest objects. Upon completion, she slid the paper forward, indicating the 4 corners. "Now, each player has 4 pieces. A roll of 6 is required to place one piece on the board, after which players advance according to the numbers rolled. The first to bring all their pieces to the finish line is deemed the victor." With that, Shen Wanqing demonstrated a roll resulting in a 1. She passed the dice to him. "Your turn." As Xiao Yuan accepted the dice, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, as if boldly inscribed with the words, "This is it?" Shen Wanqing placed her hands on her hips and remarked, "Do not underestimate the simplicity of the rules. Luck is indeed a facet of skill." Xiao Yuan remained noncommittal, casually tossing the dice. This individual appears to possess quite a bit of fortune. After a short while, Shen Wanqing discerned something amiss. This was not merely a matter of luck. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yuan consistently roll 6s, advancing 3 pieces to the finish line, while her own throws yielded nothing but 1s, leaving her confined within her own abode? Although she was compelled to engage Xiao Yuan in a game of Ludo, the experience was exceedingly dismal. Raising her gaze, Shen Wanqing astutely noted the gathering energy at his fingertips. How could she have forgotten? This was the realm of cultivation, where luck was non-existent and every player resorted to deceit. Enraged, she slammed her hand down, exclaiming, "One cannot manipulate the dice with spiritual energy, otherwise, it constitutes cheating." However, The moment her fingers brushed against Xiao Wuyan's, she became acutely aware of his unusually frigid temperature. Merely a finger, yet it sent a piercing chill through her palm. Akin to being sliced by a blade, mixed with the residual energy that had yet to dissipate. Thus, even with a significant portion of his demonic power sealed, Xiao Wuyan's strength remained astonishingly formidable. Xiao Wuyan glanced at Shen Wanqing's hand, noticing the scar forming on her index finger from the peck of the mysterious bird. Maintaining his composure, he raised his gaze to meet hers and uttered in a rather dismissive tone, "Oh." There was undoubtedly something amiss. She lifted her chin defiantly, fixing her gaze on him. "Turn around." Xiao Wuyan arched an eyebrow and complied. Shen Wanqing cast the dice once more, and yet again, it was a 1. With her composure shattered, Shen Wanqing resolved to resort to deceit. She discreetly nudged the dice, adjusting the outcome to 6, and feigned nonchalance as she straightened her posture. "All right. I've rolled a 6. For reasons unbeknownst to her, under his scrutinizing gaze, a flicker of guilt washed over her, causing her voice once bold and unwavering to diminish in strength. "Why do you look at me with such skepticism? You didn't see it. Besides, you've rolled so many 6s, why shouldn't I be allowed 1? How petty." Xiao Yuan, of course, perceived Shen Wanqing's unease. Like every time she lied, her words became a flurry of excessive chatter, flapping around her like a defiant sparrow. Chattering incessantly in a futile defense. She was undeniably intriguing, her courage smaller than anticipated, yet far greater than anyone could imagine. Xiao Yuan chose not to expose her. He merely picked up the dice, rolled it gently between his fingers, and tossed it lightly. At that moment, the tide seemed to turn as Shen Wanqing experienced a streak of fortune, rolling 6s consistently. After guiding all her pieces to the finish line, she felt a surge of joy, proclaiming to herself, "I am quite formidable." Xiao Yuan teased, "Why the sudden lack of skepticism, Miss Shen?" with a touch of irony. Shen Wanqing crossed her arms and replied, "What a thing to say. Rolling 6s continuously is perfectly normal." As several rounds progressed, night deepened. Shen Wanqing yawned repeatedly, her energy waning as she slumped over the table, numbly tossing the dice. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, even pondering whether this was a lethal tactic devised by Xiao Yuan. Through the relentless torment of insomnia, she was gradually worn down to the brink of exhaustion. As these chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind, a profound weariness enveloped her, and the heaviness of sleep deepened. Her eyelids felt as if they were leaden, unable to withstand the weight any longer. Let destruction come, whether love thrives or falters. She simply longed for slumber. The supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. With such thoughts, Shen Wanqing succumbed to sleep. Xiao Wuyan, resting his arms against the back of the chair, found amusement in the situation. Despite being fully aware of her identity, she could still sleep so peacefully. Though she appeared to cherish her own life, she was surprisingly unafraid of death. If one were to ponder her innocence and kindness, it was equally true that she wielded a blade with unparalleled decisiveness when the moment called for it. The Tiangang bone ring shimmered momentarily, and a mysterious bird fluttered out from within. Indeed, it was her, pulling at my feathers, binding my beak, and demanding broth from me. Moreover, calling me a pigeon. As soon as the mysterious bird emerged, it began to chirp incessantly, fiercely attacking Shen Wanqing's neck. Xiao Wuyan raised his gaze, crushing the dice between his fingers with ease. A burst of crimson light erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy and impact. Yet, despite the terrifying aura within the room, it appeared shrouded beneath an invisible barrier, maintaining an outward calm that belied any sense of turmoil, as if all breath had been deliberately concealed. "Be quiet," Xiao Wuyan said, propping up his chin as he delicately twirled a strand of Shen Wanqing's hair around his fingertip, idly rousing her from her slumber. "Shall you join her in this tedious game of chess?" The mysterious bird choked back its cries, only concerned with whether this woman is awakened, unconcerned about the pain of his beloved companion. "This woman indeed proves to be a source of trouble. Has your spiritual energy been restored?" Xiao Yuan cast a glance at Suanio and suddenly posed the question. Suanio was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the spiritual energy scattered at noon had inexplicably coalesced once more. It seems to have recovered slightly. How could it be so swift? Xiao Yuan turned his attention and grasped Shen Wanqing's right hand. The scar on her index finger was distinctly visible. It was likely at this moment that Suanio consumed Shen Wanqing's blood. Xiao Yuan's fingertip lingered on the back of her hand, gently making a cut. A droplet of blood rolled down, yet its descent was astonishingly slow. He extended his hand, gathering a bit of spiritual energy, and touched the blood droplet. In an instant, the droplet ignited, then exploded in a flash. After a moment of astonishment, Xiao Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It appears to be even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Suanio suddenly soared into the air, his tone filled with bewilderment. This is... Indeed. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained composed. His tone rather nonchalant, just as you thought. Your Highness, under such circumstances, this person should not linger. Suanio alighted on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, urging him fervently, just in case. Yet, Xiao Yuan remained silent. He looked at Shen Wanqing and extended his hand, his fingertip resting against her neck. With the slightest exertion, he could carve a deep, bone-deep wound. Suanio appeared utterly heartbroken, rolling about in distress. Your Highness, indeed, she is your significant woman, is she not? One could say so. Xiao Yan responded dismissively, his tone tinged with a certain languor, remarking on the significance of nurturing the craft of sword forging. Sword forging? The eyes of Xian Niao rekindled with a flicker of hope. Indeed, this woman was merely a tool, it was she who held the utmost importance in His Highness's heart. This marked the first time Shen Wanqing had dreamt since her transmigration. The wails of an infant echoed amidst the roaring flames of the forge. Accompanied by countless blades hurtling down and a shadow lying in a pool of blood, its form indistinguishable. A bloodied woman kissed the baby's forehead, tears mingling with blood as she repeatedly murmured something. Though it was right before her eyes, the voice seemed extraordinarily distant, as if separated by mountains and rivers, rendering it indistinct. In an instant, flames surged, shrouding her vision in a veil of crimson mist. Shen Wanqing awoke, stirring slightly to find herself in bed. The covers neatly arranged atop her. Supporting her forehead, she propped herself up, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Although the narrative had mentioned that the original owner of this body never devoted her thoughts to cultivation, having been raised in a prominent family, she possessed some foundational knowledge. A notable trait of those in the realm of cultivation is their infrequent dreams. Shen Wanqing was certain that this was a fragment of the original owner's memories. However, the original text provided scant details about this character's background, merely stating she was an orphan, only to fulfill her role in exacerbating the protagonist's troubles before meeting her demise. It seemed the truth was far more complex. Shen Wanqing glanced toward the table not far away. The fragrant candles had nearly burned out, and the scattered chess pieces on the table, along with the chessboard blown to the ground by the wind, were undeniable evidence that last night had not merely been a figment of her imagination. Shen Wanqing extended her hand to touch her neck, still somewhat incredulous. It was astonishing that Xiao Yuan had truly played a game of flying chess with her throughout the night. Moreover, she had remarkably survived the experience. As she yawned, she seated herself before the dressing mirror, glancing at her dark circles, all the while silently chastising Xiao Yuan in her mind. The ancient cosmetics were cumbersome for her, and after much effort, she managed to obscure the shadows beneath her eyes. Then, she rummaged through her hairpin box, selecting a jade-green hairpin, and clumsily fashioned her hair into a bun. After hastily attending to her appearance, Shen Wanqing looked at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. After all, being coveted by the painted skin demon, her beauty deserved proper care, one must not squander such a gift. Miss? The voice of the maid outside was gentle, as if afraid to disturb her, laced with a soft tenderness. I am here. Shen Wanqing set down her comb, stood up, and opened the door. Leaning against the frame as she inquired, "What is it?" She had yet to change, clad only in her undergarments. Having risen from her slumber, the neckline was slightly loosened, revealing a hint of her snow-white skin. The satin draped over her form accentuated her graceful silhouette. Even the maid blushed, instinctively averting her gaze, before hurriedly saying, "Miss Feng requested that if you awaken, you should join her in the front hall for a meal." Shen Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement, casually donning a pale yellow skirt before making her way to the front hall. Upon entering, aside from Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen, Xiao Yan and the peculiar bird perched on his shoulder were particularly striking. "Wanqing, what are you dawdling for?" Ji Feichen chuckled, beckoning her to take a seat. He gently reached out to remove a leaf stuck in her hair, softly chiding, "Why are you still so careless? When Shen Wanqing raised her eyes, she keenly noticed the slight dimming of Feng Yaoqing's gaze. Although it seemed that Feng Yaoqing had begun to warm up to her the previous day, no longer keeping her at arm's length, the underlying tension in her heart was not so easily dispelled. Moreover, witnessing their intimacy firsthand was rather unsettling. Female supporting system, warning. Feng Yaoqing's vigilance towards the host has increased. Listening to the system's incessant notifications, Shen Wanqing clenched her teeth and abruptly stood up. The sudden movement startled everyone present. Drawing their gazes toward her, turning to Xiao Wuyan, she fixed her gaze upon him for a considerable time, as if finally resolving to act. She then pivoted and gracefully seated herself beside him, offering a smile. "Does young Master Xia mind if I sit here?" Observing Ji Feichen's bewilderment and Feng Yaoqing's suspicious expression, Shen Wanqing felt compelled to clarify, "I suddenly found the pigeon on young Master Xia's shoulder rather endearing, so I wished to sit closer for a better look." Xia Wuyan did not respond with a yes or no, he merely raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. However, the dark bird on his shoulder reacted with great fervor, chirping and flapping about, due to its understanding of the necessity to conceal its master's identity. It feigned an inability to speak in the presence of others. Yet, even in this guise, it was unmistakably apparent that a profound resistance lay beneath its avian chatter. Who would believe this woman's deceit? Just yesterday, she intended to stew it, yet today she claims it is adorable? A charlatan. Women are all deceivers. Shen Wanqing, feigning ignorance while fully aware of the truth, distorted reality. "Oh? It seems that the pigeon raised by young Master Xia also has a fondness for me." The bird chirped indignantly. "Xian Yao, who likes you?" It was unclear which facet of this remark struck a chord with Xia Wuyan's sense of humor. But a smile curled upon his lips, and he chuckled softly, even his chest vibrating with mirth. "Is that so?" He extended his hand to smooth the feathers of Xian Yao, suggesting, "Since it was discovered by Miss Shen, perhaps we should bestow upon it a name?" Shen Wanqing was taken aback by Xia Wuyan's unexpected courtesy, allowing her to ascend the metaphorical ladder to name this wretched bird. However, perhaps due to just awakening, her mind was a blank slate. Coupled with her utter lack of affection for this miserable creature, with whom she could scarcely contain her desire to see it perish, inspiration for a name eluded her. Thus, she stared at the hapless pigeon for a considerable time before declaring, "Let us call it Mimi." Xian Yao flapped its wings and soared into the air, seemingly intent on a fierce confrontation with Shen Wanqing. As Shen Wanqing observed Xian Yao's aggressive approach, she promptly sidestepped towards Feng Yaoqing, adopting a demeanor of feigned distress. It appears it is not particularly fond of the name. However, at this moment, the only names that come to mind are Mimi, Wangkai, and Dog Dan. Xiao Yuan pressed down on the mysterious bird perched on his shoulder and cast a fleeting glance at it. "Then, why not select one?" The mysterious bird responded with silence, acknowledging the truth in the adage that beauty can bring misfortune. Thus, this dignified creature finally acquired a new name, Mimi. Feng Yaoqing found herself brushed against by Shen Wanqing. Yet she made no effort to evade the contact. Instead, she lowered her gaze to scrutinize Shen Wanqing's countenance before glancing at Xiao Yuan, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Perhaps it was a woman's innate intuition, but she sensed that the two individuals were not as estranged as they appeared. Reflecting on the past few days, she noted that Shen Wanqing had indeed ceased her incessant pursuit of Ji Feichen. Could it be? Female supporting character system, congratulations. Host, on successfully resolving misunderstandings with Feng Yaoqing. Your vigilance level has decreased, and you have gained 27 trust value. Please continue your efforts. Shen Wanqing, bewildered, had no inkling that Feng Yaoqing's perceptions were entirely fabricated through her own imagination. "Brother Ji." Just then, a bright voice rang out from outside. In the next moment, a figure darted past Shen Wanqing and rushed towards Ji Feichen, throwing her arms around his shoulders. "Brother Ji, you truly have come." Before anyone could react, the girl straightened, playfully touching the back of her head while beaming at Feng Yaoqing and teasingly sticking out her tongue. "Sister Feng, I was just too excited. You don't mind, do you?" Shen Wanqing found herself momentarily breathless. The fluidity of this interaction nearly caused her to drop her chopsticks. Ziyun, formerly known as Xing Ziyun, was the daughter of an elder from the Zuantiangong and had grown up alongside Feng Yaoqing. Female supporting system, alert, a new female supporting character has emerged. Host. Please remain vigilant and pay attention to the emotional fluctuations between the male and female protagonists. Shen Wanqing raised her hand to support her forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued. If she were to embody the quintessential younger sister type of supporting character, then Xing Ziyun would undoubtedly represent the robust, tomboyish variant. Under the pretense of joining the duo in their quests to vanquish demons, she persistently sought opportunities to linger by Ji Feichen's side, feigning mere friendship while secretly undermining him. Her cultivation was rather stagnant, having merely grasped the superficial aspects, yet she managed to stir up considerable trouble. Shen Wanqing recalled that at this juncture in the narrative, Xing Ziyun had not yet fully developed feelings for Ji Feichen. She merely held him in high esteem, harboring a vague, ethereal affection. The pivotal moment that would lead her to truly fall for him was during this expedition to capture the skin-changing demon. After the demon fled, severely weakened, it abducted the isolated Xing Ziyun, intending to devour her to restore its power, only to be heroically rescued by Ji Feichen. From that moment on, Xing Ziyun was smitten, unable to contain her burgeoning feelings. Upon hearing that brother Ji and sister Feng would descend the mountain to hunt demons, Xing Ziyun confidently declared, "I have spoken with my father, I shall accompany you." Shen Wanqing merely choked on her tea, patting her chest before setting down her cup and cautioning, "Miss Zhang, the skin-changing demon possesses formidable powers. I fear that this may inadvertently lead to the harm of innocent individuals." "Not to worry," Xing Ziyun replied cheerfully as she clung to Feng Yaoqing's arm. "Sister Feng and brother Ji will surely keep me safe." Upon observing the situation, Feng Yaoqing realized it was the elder's intention, and thus she relented. "Very well, you may accompany us, but do ensure you remain close to me and Ji Feichen." "Do you understand?" Xing Ziyun exclaimed joyfully. "Understood." Shen Wanqing was aware that she could not dissuade Xing Ziyun, as her voice held little weight within the Shantian pavilion. Moreover, it was evident that the elder deliberately wished for his daughter to accompany Ji Feichen for some practical experience, making it even more difficult to intervene. However, there was a glimmer of hope. As long as Xing Ziyun was not captured by the painted skin demon, there would be no need for a heroic rescue. With this thought, she turned her gaze to the only variable beside her. In the original narrative, Xie Wuyan did not accompany them. Should he, in his benevolence, decide to intervene, perhaps the demon would not escape at all. Contemplating this, her expression towards Xie Wuyan transformed. No longer did she regard him as a predator, but rather as a beacon of hope, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. Under such an intense gaze, Xie Wuyan finally turned to meet Shen Wanqing's eyes. After a brief silence lasting several seconds, he understood and smiled faintly, placing his index finger gently against her forehead, nudging her back slightly. "I apologize, Miss Shen, but my cultivation is insufficient to protect more than one." The hope in Shen Wanqing's eyes was extinguished. She had anticipated his reluctance to act out of compassion. In the past few days, Shen Wanqing had been enjoying a rather pleasant life. The members of the Shantian pavilion were quite hospitable, and the pastries sent to her room were never the same. Although the exact nature of Feng Yaoqing's thoughts remains a mystery, it is evident that the relationship between the two has experienced a thaw. In recent days, Shen Wanqing's routine consists of waking up, having a meal, and then heading to the garden to keep watch over Xing Ziyun, who seems eager to play the role of a third wheel. Shen Wanqing engages her in sword practice and teaches her the art of demon slaying, followed by evenings spent entertaining Xie Wuyan, who often visits her room to play chess or share tea. Initially troubled by Xie Wuyan's late-night visits, Shen Wanqing has gradually acclimatized to his presence, even going so far as to leave the door ajar for him, to avoid being startled by his sudden appearances. While she remains uncertain about Xie Wuyan's true intentions, it appears he is not inclined to eliminate her immediately. This is evidenced by the fact that she can summon pastries to her bedside using her mental prowess, indulging in delightful treats without even rising from her bed. Soon, the day to descend the mountain arrives. The relationship between Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing seems to have been restored to its former state, as they assist each other into the carriage, resembling a couple deeply in love. Xing Ziyun, on the other hand, clings to her father's embrace, playfully seeking affection from the elder, who typically bears a stern and serious demeanor. To the surprise of many, a rare smile creases his face as he adorns his daughter with various protective talismans. As for the pigeon named Mimi, it remains unchanged, perched on Xie Wuyan's shoulder, squawking loudly and posturing as if ready to engage Shen Wanqing in battle. Finding its cacophony bothersome, Shen Wanqing discreetly cast a minor spell while yawning. Instantly, Mimi's tirade of invective ceased. The spell of silence took effect. This was the first spell that Shen Wanqing mastered after her cultivation had progressed. In this finally tranquil world, she experienced the joy of a cultivator for the very first time. Meanwhile, Xingziyun had just finished her playful antics with her father and dashed towards Ji Feichen, exclaiming, "Brother Ji, I want to share the same carriage with you. I wish to be with you." Shen Wanqing, a master of charm, reached out to grasp Xingziyun's arm and sweetly proposed, "Miss Xing is the first friend I made at Shantian Pavilion. Won't you accompany me in the second carriage?" She certainly would not allow this supporting character to play the role of an unwanted third wheel. "When did you two become so close?" Feng Yaoqing lifted the curtain of the carriage, glancing outside with a gentle smile. "Ziyun, you may go with her." Xingziyun protested, "Who is close with her? We are hardly acquainted." However, Shen Wanqing did not grant her the opportunity to explain and swiftly pulled her into the carriage, also bringing along Xie Wuyan, who had been standing by, observing the scene. Thus, an oddly peculiar atmosphere enveloped the carriage. Throughout the journey, Xingziyun remained sulky, turning her head to gaze out the window, refusing to acknowledge Shen Wanqing. Xie Wuyan, arms crossed, closed his eyes in repose, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the brooding pigeon directed a cold glare at Shen Wanqing, yet dared not create a disturbance that might awaken Xie Wuyan, resorting instead to attempts at conveying shame through its piercing gaze. However, Shen Wanqing relished the tranquility, leisurely observing the sketchbook resting on her lap while savoring the delicacies prepared for her by the carriage. She accompanied her indulgence with the exquisite Shantian special nectar that the kitchen had meticulously prepared. After a considerable time, she noticed a slight rustling beside her. Paying little heed, she bit into a pastry and turned a page of her sketchbook. It was only when the presence drew nearer, the breath softly brushing against her ear, that she could no longer disregard it. Turning her head, she found herself gazing into the calm depths of Xie Wuyan's eyes. Whether it was the aftermath of a recent slumber or some other reason, the bloodshot veins in his eyes were conspicuous, yet they revealed no hint of despondency, instead emanating a chilling ferocity. It had been a long time since she had witnessed him in such a state, leaving her momentarily stunned and unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, noticing his lack of speech, she awkwardly swallowed, attempting to alleviate the tension by gesturing towards the pastries. "Would you like to eat?" Xie Wuyan merely fixed his gaze upon her, neither affirming nor declining. Perhaps feeling somewhat unnerved under his scrutiny, Shen Wanqing boldly extended a piece of pastry towards him. Yet, silence lingered once more. His dark eyes, devoid of any emotion, evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. After a long pause, he finally averted his gaze, bowing his head to take a bite from the piece she offered. The act of chewing and swallowing was rendered excruciatingly clear and slow. Even the movement of his throat was distinctly audible. Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. Ji Feichen's voice rang out, followed by the lifting of the curtain. "Young Master Xie, it seems there is a situation ahead." Almost simultaneously as the curtain was lifted, the flicker of resentment in Xie Wuyuan's eyes vanished without a trace. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he declared, rising to his feet. Upon spotting Ji Feichen, Xingziyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly exclaimed, "Brother Ji, I wish to join you." After practicing swordplay with Xingziyun for such an extended period, she was well aware of his capabilities. Should any trouble arise, it was highly likely that Ji Feichen would need to come to her rescue. Ji Feichen, fully cognizant of this understanding, frowned and said, "Xiao Yun, you should remain in the carriage." Xingziyun's expression fell, her arms crossed in a display of frustration. After the two had departed for a while, Xingziyun could no longer contain herself. She shot a glance at Shen Wanqing and then spoke up, "Hey, do you have feelings for Brother Ji?" Shen Wanqing responded with a puzzled expression. "Stop pretending," Xingziyun insisted, raising her finger and speaking assertively. "I've heard that you constantly try to sabotage Sister Feng, acting all delicate and innocent in front of Brother Ji. You're clearly envious of my good rapport with him, thus hindering my interactions with him." Shen Wanqing, uninterested in engaging, casually dismissed her with a simple, "No. No." Zhang Ziyun retorted with an even more sarcastic tone. Humph. I will reveal your true colors to Sister Feng shortly. This remark finally caught Shen Wanqing's attention. She inhaled deeply, turned her head, and smiled. You misunderstand, Miss Zhang. I already have someone I admire. Whom do you fancy? Zhang Ziyun inquired, her expression laced with incredulity. Who? This question truly caught Shen Wanqing off guard. Since entering this narrative, she had only encountered a handful of individuals. After pondering repeatedly, the most plausible and convincing choice that came to mind was none other than Xiao Wian. The male supporting character is like a brick, he can be moved wherever needed. Shen Wanqing remarked, besides, he is not present, so he won't hear a thing. Is that so? A leisurely male voice interjected. Indeed, Shen Wanqing nodded eagerly. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, only to realize something was amiss. Wait a moment. Why is it a male voice? The atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly peculiar. Xiao Wian leaned against the door, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he observed her, clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. Shen Wanqing straightened her posture, her hands delicately resting on her lap, her gaze fixed resolutely on the ground, striving to disregard the amused glances from Xiao Wian beside her. It is said that gossip can elevate a woman's spirits, and indeed, Zhang Ziyun had entirely shed her earlier irritation. She widened her eyes, alert and astute, keenly scanning the faces of the two for any subtle shifts in expression. She even took a pastry from the table, munching on it noisily. As the carriage began to move, Xiao Wian took a seat beside Shen Wanqing, leaning back as the chair creaked beneath him. Instinctively, Shen Wanqing straightened her back even further. Then, Xiao Wian spoke. Miss Shen, do you not intend to say something to me? Shen Wanqing exclaimed, you still ask? Does the young lady have no sense of shame? Shen Wanqing was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. She stiffly turned her head and, as anticipated, met the teasing gaze of Xiao Wian, whose eyes sparkled with mischief. How cruel! This man was acutely aware of his own deceit and deliberately refused to grant her an escape. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanqing resolved to employ the most effective strategy of a young girl, blushing, feigning shyness, and then dismissing the matter. Please, Master Xia, do not tease me. I am still quite young, and my words should not be taken seriously. You are not so young anymore, Zhang Ziyun mumbled through a mouthful of pastry. You are already 18, at this age, girls from ordinary families are often married and bearing children. Shen Wanqing was infuriated. You talk too much. Even food cannot silence your incessant chatter. She turned to Xiao Wian, only to witness him arrogantly raise an eyebrow, his movements exuding a slow, deliberate arrogance. The intensity of their gazes made her feel trapped, as if she were riding a tiger. Thus, Shen Wanqing resolved to embrace the situation wholeheartedly. At this point, it would be more honorable to confess her affections rather than stubbornly deny her feelings, even if it meant facing Xiao Wian's cruel rejection. If this incident were to reach the ears of the protagonists, it might even strengthen Feng Yaoqing's trust in her unwavering feelings for Ji Feichen. Very well. Shen Wanqing inhaled deeply, lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Wian's eyes, gritted her teeth, and assumed a demure demeanor. In that case, I indeed harbor feelings of admiration for Master Xia. From the sidelines, Zhang Ziyun gasped in astonishment. Thus, the two maintained eye contact for nearly half a minute, while Shen Wanqing anxiously awaited Xiao Wian's rejection. Unexpectedly, rather than receiving a refusal, she distinctly observed a subtle smile curling at the corners of Xiao Wian's lips. He leisurely raised his arm, the mirth in his gaze deepening, exuding an enigmatic significance. Wait a moment. Shen Wanqing quickly grasped the situation. This villain, who never adhered to conventional methods and harbored malicious intent, was very likely to mock her while simultaneously seeking a pretext to better position himself beside the protagonists. Thus, she hastily reached out to grasp his arm, her smile nearly slipping away. Wait! Young Master Xia, please consider this carefully. After all, it pertains to one's lifelong commitment. Zhang Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! Xiao Wian was no fool. Indeed, he harbored a hint of mischief. Curious to see how this rabbit-like girl would flounder if he truly pursued her. Yet, witnessing Shen Wanqing's flustered and anxious demeanor, tinged with a hint of pleading, he suddenly found the situation rather dull. The trivialities of women held no allure for him. He lowered his gaze, gently withdrawing his arm from her grasp. His tone light and airy. Apologies, but I must decline. Zhang Ziyun, eagerly observing, wow. Upon hearing the word decline, Shen Wanqing felt as if she had been reborn, even moved to the brink of tears, her affection for Xiaoyan soaring. The villain was indeed perceptive. However, just as she reached out, Zhang Ziyun seized her hand tightly. It's all right, Miss Shen. Zhang Ziyun had completely lost her temper, with only a glimmer of pity remaining in her eyes. I will keep this matter confidential for you. Shen Wanqing replied, thank you so much. Soon, Shen Wanqing realized that the most untrustworthy thing in the world is a woman's word. Once the carriage reached its destination, Zhang Ziyun swiftly darted out, whispering furtively into Feng Yaoqing's ear. Ultimately, the three of them formed a circle and began to whisper to one another in secret. Within the span of a mere incense stick, nearly everyone was aware of her disastrous confession and rejection. Observing the trio from afar, Shen Wanqing felt a tangle of emotions. Yet, on a positive note, this might allow Feng Yaoqing to finally lower her guard. Unexpectedly, before they had the chance to eat after settling down, the grim-faced Ji Feichen dragged Shen Wanqing to a secluded spot. Before Shen Wanqing could utter a word, she heard his sharp reprimand, kneel. Shen Wanqing questioned, why? Ziyun had already informed her, and Ji Feichen, noticing her bewilderment, grew even angrier. He slammed the table and exclaimed, Wanqing, have you forgotten the Ji family's rules? As a young lady, who taught you to pressure a man into marriage? Wait, pressure into marriage? Who is pressuring anyone? After receiving a thorough scolding, Shen Wanqing finally comprehended the outrageous lengths to which women could twist gossip. As night fell, having delayed on the road, they arrived at their destination under the cloak of darkness. Xiaoyan loosened his outer garment, glanced at the anguished Xian Yao beside him, and raised his hand to undo her binding spell. The restrained Xian Yao suddenly erupted like firecrackers, exclaiming, this is outrageous. That woman has gone too far, employing such despicable tactics against me. Moreover, she dares to audaciously admire His Highness. Does she truly believe someone of her standing can covet him? She must harbor ill intentions. Perhaps attempting to ensnare His Highness or test the sound-locking spell? Xiaoyan casually draped his outer garment aside and tugged at his collar. Upon hearing this, Xian Yao promptly sealed its lips. Outside the window, a commotion could be heard. Xiaoyan raised his gaze and observed Shen Wanqing, who, with her head bowed and an expression of remorse, obediently followed behind Ji Feichen, appearing as though she had just been reprimanded. Xian Yao flapped its wings and flew over, unable to resist chattering again upon witnessing the scene. Look, I understand now. I had heard rumors of this woman clinging to my brother. It seems she uses His Highness as a facade. Truly, she is cunning and daring. The words abruptly ceased. Xian Yao, in a pitiful manner, nestled on Xiaoyan's shoulder. His Highness had indeed changed, actually employing the sound-locking spell against him. The woman, it appears, is indeed a source of calamity. Xiaoyan lowered his gaze, watching the figures of the two below until they vanished completely from sight, then gently curled his lips into a low chuckle. So that is the case. How utterly dull. Shen Wanqing realized that due to her transmigration, she had inevitably caused a butterfly effect. In the original narrative, the protagonists had reached a point of severing their engagement due to the conflict between the Xuantiangong and the Ji family. Consequently, Ji Feichen was unable to prioritize the demon-slaying matter at hand. However, in this altered course of events, devoid of the original owner's interference, their relationship has not soured, and the demon extermination plan has been expedited significantly. Although only a matter of days separates the two timelines, a plethora of changes has occurred. Thus, in accordance with the original storyline, the incident of the painted skin demon being lured by the residual demonic aura on Shen Wanqing that very night did not transpire. Moreover, the subsequent days have yielded no signs of activity. Nevertheless, the number of victims continues to rise. In a mere span of 2 days, 3 lives have been lost. What is happening? Zhang Ziyun, growing increasingly impatient, propped her chin on her hand and grumbled, wondering if the painted skin demon had found a more desirable prey and simply abandoned her. Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen also appeared troubled. Regardless of the circumstances, witnessing the relentless demise of so many individuals day after day, while feeling powerless to intervene, is undeniably a tormenting experience. According to the original text, the painted skin demon harbored an almost pathological obsession with Shen Wanqing. to the extent that it would rather have its soul shattered than relinquish its desire to devour her essence amidst the onslaught from Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen. Although the reasons remain elusive, it is not something that can be easily dismissed. Furthermore, the demon had deliberately left a trace of its aura on itself, which should soon become apparent. Wait, the demonic aura? Shen Wanqing glanced at the protective bracelet adorning her wrist, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Feng Yaoqing's medical prowess is exceptional. While treating herself, she dispelled most of the lingering demonic energy, leaving only a few strands that pose no harm to her body as bait. At the onset of the demon-catching endeavor in the text, the transformation demon had already made significant progress in its powers, allowing it to acutely sense the scant remnants of demonic energy she left on Shen Wanqing. Now, with the demon-catching plan expedited, it is likely that the transformation demon did not have the opportunity to achieve a new realm of strength. Furthermore, with protective talismans nearby, it is quite possible that the demonic energy surrounding her has been entirely concealed. Thus, it seems there is no alternative but to await the transformation demon's approach. However, should a demon wish to enhance its cultivation, it must incessantly consume the essence of human blood, particularly that of individuals with a foundation in cultivation. Shen Wanqing lifted her gaze to Xingxian. She was quite suitable. Additionally, in the original narrative, the transformation demon had previously attacked Xingxian, making her a likely target for an impending assault. System alert, danger warning, significant supporting character Xingxian may face peril at any moment. To avert the unfolding of the main storyline, the host is urged to expedite the completion of the demon-catching task. It is indeed troublesome. If the target of the transformation demon's attack shifts to Ji Feichen, an inevitable hero-saving beauty scenario would ensue. Shen Wanqing sighed, decisively removed her bracelet, and handed it to Ji Feichen. All right, let us try again tonight. This way, it would ensure that the demonic energy remains unobscured. Even the ever-cautious Feng Yaoqing expressed a hint of hesitation. If you do not carry a protective talisman, should we fail to arrive in time, the consequences could be dire. Fear not, Shen Wanqing chuckled softly. You will reach us in due time. In an effort to minimize the risk of innocent bystanders being harmed during a potential confrontation with the skin-changing demon, the group opted for a secluded inn. This particular establishment possessed a distinctive character. The dim lighting and the creaking stairs lent an eerie ambience, further intensified by its remote location. Devoid of any signs of lively commerce, it bore all the hallmarks of a haunted locale. In truth, Shen Wanqing had long harbored reservations about this strategy, as choosing such a site seemed to blatantly signal to the skin-changing demon that they were awaiting its arrival. Predictably, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, there was not a hint of disturbance. A few patrons trickled into the inn, some indulging in drinks while others savored their meals, creating an atmosphere that seemed quite jovial. As they descended for dinner, Xia Wuyan was conspicuously absent. I called for him, Feng Yaoqing remarked, her tone tinged with concern. It appears that young Master Xia is resting upstairs due to the lingering effects of the heart-locking curse. At this revelation, Shen Wanqing fell silent. The phrase feeling unwell seemed entirely out of character for Xia Wuyan. Typically, when a villain uttered such words, it often signified an underhanded scheme in the making. Xingxian burst down the stairs with great fervor, and upon noticing the inn filled with patrons, her anxiety began to dissipate. Following an uneventful meal, perhaps due to the overly tranquil ambience, she pouted and grumbled, "What is going on? There hasn't been a hint of action at all." However, no one responded. Only Feng Yaoqing served her a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables, urging her to eat. Shen Wanqing found this somewhat peculiar, not due to the ghostly visage, but rather the demeanor of Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing. This affectionate couple, usually so entwined during meals, would typically see Ji Feichen gently inquiring if the dishes were to her liking, habitually serving her food, and calling upon the waiter to warm her chilled wine. Yet now, an unsettling silence enveloped them. They exchanged no words, their faces devoid of emotion, yet they feigned normalcy as they consumed their meals. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow, glancing at the nearby tables filled with patrons. The atmosphere was vibrant, with everyone indulging heartily, none casting their gaze in her direction. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of oddity began to stir within her. It felt as if all those around her were merely faceless puppets, donning a veneer, playing their roles without thought or soul. With this notion, Shen Wanqing paused in her grasp of the chopsticks. Just then, the waiter approached with the requested wine. As he bent to set down the jar, his substantial frame cast a shadow over her. Shen Wanqing perceptively noted the taut postures of Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing. "Esteemed guests, is there anything else you require?" the waiter inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Shen Wanqing nodded. "Please bring a few more dishes." "What dishes would you like?" he asked. Shen Wanqing pondered, raising her hand to adjust her hairpin. In the next instant, she swiftly drew her hairpin. Performing a graceful twist in midair, and with a decisive motion, plunged it into the back of the innkeeper's hand, driving it through to pin it firmly against the wooden table. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, causing all the patrons to instinctively halt their actions, turning their heads in unison towards the source of the commotion. At this moment, Shen Wanqing had notably refined her cultivation, deliberately infusing her hairpin with a hint of spiritual energy. The innkeeper continued to wail, unable to free himself from the pin, rendered utterly immobile. Zhang Ziyun, taken aback, stood frozen for a moment. Ji Feichen sprang into action, pulling both of them to Wen Daoqing's side, commanding them sternly to step back. Almost simultaneously, every guest rose to their feet, encircling them as if they were mere puppets, drawing nearer with a mechanical gait. Every face, including that of the innkeeper, bore layers of wrinkles, resembling a mask that was gradually peeling away. It was not merely a singular painted skin demon, but rather a multitude. Indeed, they had waited like hunters lying in ambush, yet the roles had entirely reversed. There was not a single living soul within the inn. It was likely that everyone had been slaughtered a day prior, their skins stripped away for the sake of disguise. Ji Feichen and his companions were, in fact, the prey of these painted skin demons. However, the one that truly intended to assail Shen Wanqing had yet to reveal itself, though the reason remained unclear. It was evident that the narrative had begun to diverge. Meanwhile, in the upstairs guest room, Xiao Wuyan lounged languidly on the windowsill, one hand resting casually on his knee while the other tossed an apple into the air, catching it repeatedly, keenly observing the unfolding drama below with great interest. Bang! The door beside him was suddenly thrust open. Emerging from within was a lowly painted skin demon, its flesh sagging grotesquely, presenting a fearsome visage. It appeared to be a desperate guest who had met a tragic fate. The painted skin demon turned its head, locking eyes with Xiao Yuan. In that instant, its demonic power surged forth, and it strode forward with an imposing demeanor. The female supporting character, unwilling to see the protagonist part ways, observed as Xiao Yuan took a bite of an apple, too disinterested to move, merely casting a lackluster glance in its direction before breaking into a smile. The pressure it exuded was formidable. Startled, the painted skin demon promptly retracted its demonic energy, feigning ignorance as it turned away, letting out a howl before leaping down the stairs to assault Ji Feichen, only to be vanquished by a talisman. The mysterious bird perched on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, whispering flattery. "Truly, Your Highness, you have already discerned that there are no living souls left in this inn. To have seen through such a cunningly concealed demon is nothing short of remarkable, especially considering they are draped in the freshest human skin." Xiao Yuan paid it no heed. He observed the chaos unfolding below with deliberate calm, taking another bite of his apple. Although the painted skin demons were numerous and troublesome, their cultivation was not particularly high. Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing could certainly withstand them together. It was merely a matter of time. But there were still two burdens to consider that would likely prolong the ordeal. Reflexively, Xiao Yuan's gaze settled upon Shen Wanqing. Then, I witnessed her, unable to endure any longer, raise her hand and deliver a swift strike to Zhang Ziyun's neck, rendering the latter unconscious before hastily concealing her beneath the table. Xiao Yuan. In truth, this cannot be blamed on Shen Wanqing. Although Zhang Ziyun is the daughter of an elder from the Zhuangtiangui, her excursions for training have always been meticulously safeguarded by various senior disciples. This was her first encounter with such a scene, and it was evident that she was utterly bewildered. In her confusion, she began calling out for Brother Ji. Shen Wanqing found her to be like a flea, incessantly bouncing around, crying out for Brother Ji and throwing herself at him in tears. Typically, this would not be an issue, but at this critical juncture, any unexpected distraction could easily disrupt Ji Feichen's already troubled thoughts. Shen Wanqing initially attempted to soothe her, only to find it futile. Then, upon pulling her, she realized it was too taxing, especially while needing to evade attacks from the painted skin demons, which was quite exhausting. Thus, she decided to knock her out instead, saving both time and effort. Meanwhile, upstairs, Shen Yao expressed confusion. "Your Highness, why not lend a hand? If you wish to gain their trust, now would be an opportune moment to assist them in dealing with these painted skin demons." Xie Wuyan replied, "I am quite fatigued and have no desire to move. We shall see how they fare first." A rather capricious rationale. As soon as these words left his lips, a shadowy mist flickered below. A painted skin demon, shrouded in concealment, instantly teleported behind Shen Wanqing, its demonic power coalescing into a massive claw, lunging directly towards her heart. "Wanqing!" Ji Feichen shouted, sensing the commotion. However, as he was entangled by multiple demons, he could not swiftly reach Shen Wanqing's side. Lacking any protective talismans, she might not withstand the impact of this strike given her current cultivation. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, a beam of golden light sliced through the air like a sharp blade, severing the gathering demonic energy. A figure pierced through the layers of black mist and descended before Shen Wanqing. Xie Wuyan raised his hand, grasping her back and pulling her towards himself. The room was engulfed in demonic energy, swirling into countless dark shadows that continuously swirled and surged in the confined space. However, the area surrounding Xie Wuyan seemed to be enveloped by a powerful force, untouched by the encroaching demonic energy. Xie Wuyan glanced down at Shen Wanqing in his embrace, then slowly lifted his gaze. His ink-black hair danced with his crimson-black robes, and a formidable surge of spiritual power formed a barrier in an instant, forcefully dispersing the black mist that enveloped the inn. The swirling black demonic energy was abruptly cleaved into millions of fragments, erupting violently. Upon turning, he noticed that his lord had already soared down like a mystical bird. Did someone mention being tired just moments ago? Shen Wanqing was tightly held by Xie Wuyan. The group of demons, clinging to life, made their final desperate struggles, stirring up fierce winds and crashing about with a resounding clamor. Yet, Xie Wuyan remained still, his demeanor unperturbed. Despite this, not a single wisp of demonic energy dared to approach him. Ji Feichen quickly seized the opportunity, unfurling several talismans that ignited with sparks. Roars, shouts, and howls accompanied the sizzling sound of flames as smoke billowed from the places where the talismans adhered. In an instant, the malevolent aura within the inn gradually dissipated. Coming to her senses, Feng Yaoqing was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Xie, you..." That was the formidable aura of dozens of skin-wearing demons. What remarkable prowess must one possess to vanquish them with such ease, seemingly without effort? Is this individual truly just a mere demon slayer? Struggling to catch her breath beside Xie Wuyan, Shen Yao noted the look of astonishment on Feng Yaoqing's face and felt an unsettling foreboding. Xie Wuyan's method was excessively brutal. Even the esteemed Ji Feichen had to contend with the relentless onslaught of those skin-wearing demons. His almost unreserved approach might easily raise suspicions. Thus, Shen Yao promptly cautioned in a hushed tone, "Master, be cautious." Xie Wuyan, of course, heard her warning. He withdrew, allowing the spiritual pressure he emitted to gradually fade. Shen Wanqing had not anticipated that Xie Wuyan would rescue her. As she prepared to express her gratitude, she noticed his brow furrow and saw him stumble forward, spitting a mouthful of blood. Her mind went blank in an instant, and she instinctively reached out to support him. Caught off guard, her palm was splattered with his blood. Shen Wanqing's pupils constricted in shock as she momentarily froze. This was the first time since her arrival in this world that she had so directly encountered such a scene. "Young Master Xie!" Feng Yaoqing exclaimed, taking a swift step forward to kneel beside Xie Wuyan. Observing this, Ji Feichen disregarded the need for meticulous aftermath and hurried over to assist in carrying him to the bed in the guest room upstairs. "It's the heart-locking spell." Feng Yaoqing examined Xie Wuyan's condition and noticed that the once faded crimson bloodstains had resurfaced, spreading like a spider's web, threatening to encroach upon his heart. This curse, upon activation by the afflicted, would retaliate with equal force. Although I had temporarily subdued it earlier, he still required careful recuperation. However, the recent surge of his spiritual energy had inadvertently triggered its resurgence. He likely chose to remain silent at that moment to prevent us from losing our composure. As Feng Yaoqing spoke, a hint of self-reproach colored her words, yet she had not anticipated such a severe backlash. "It is my oversight," Ji Feichen remarked, appearing deeply remorseful. Had I noticed the anomaly sooner, it would not have implicated young Master Xia. Rest assured, I have managed to contain the spread of the heart-locking curse with my spiritual energy, Feng Yaoqing reassured him, noticing Ji Feichen's despondency. She gently placed her hand on his, then cradled his face, speaking softly, "It is all right, this is not your fault." Shen Wanqing cast a glance at the celestial couple before turning her attention to the bed where Xia Wuyan lay. The mysterious bird perched quietly at his bedside, unusually calm, nuzzling against his face with its small head. "Enough. You have exerted yourself today, you should rest," Feng Yaoqing said, patting Ji Feichen's back. "I will take care of young Master Xia, his condition has improved, and he is likely to awaken shortly." "Allow me," Shen Wanqing interjected. Both were momentarily taken aback. "He was also injured because of me," Shen Wanqing raised her gaze to them, "so let me care for him." Feng Yaoqing hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. A meaningful smile graced her lips as she exchanged glances with Ji Feichen, before shaking her head in resignation and rising from her seat. "Very well. I shall leave it to you. We shall remain nearby, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will hasten to your aid." Shen Wanqing stood up to see them off. As soon as they departed, Xian Yao, perched at the head of the bed, began to sob softly. "My dear master, how profoundly moving it is that you would risk your life to save another. You are a far cry from those cold-hearted women who resort to violence at the slightest provocation. I shall forever remember your valiant actions today." Shen Wanqing crossed her arms, surveying the scene of master and pet. It was then that she keenly noticed the subtle fluttering of Xia Wuyan's eyelids, despite him lying with his eyes closed. It seemed he was also nearing the limit of his endurance. Strangely, upon confirming that Xia Wuyan was indeed unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Taking a seat beside him, Shen Wanqing lifted the bowl of medicine, pondering the best approach to administer it. She first attempted to scoop a spoonful with a soup spoon, bringing it to his lips. Xia Wuyan remained utterly still. "Very well, this position lacks the necessary stability." Resolutely, Shen Wanqing leaned forward, supporting Xia Wuyan as she propped him against her shoulder, then scooped another spoonful. Yet, he continued to remain motionless. After countless attempts and working up a sweat, she finally felt fatigue set in. Holding the bowl, she stood at the foot of Xia Wuyan's bed, gazing at him for an extended period before directing her attention once more to the medicine in her bowl. "Apologies, but under these circumstances, I must resort to my final option." Shen Wanqing revealed a smile and offered a gentle reminder. She then scooped a spoonful of medicine, seemingly preparing to take a sip herself. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yao was taken aback, soaring into the air and obstructing her with its body. "What are you doing? You can't just act recklessly." Shen Wanqing completely disregarded it, placing the medicine in her mouth. Instantly, her brows knitted together in a frown. "How bitter!" In the next moment, her jaw was abruptly seized by a hand exuding a chilling aura, exerting considerable force. Before she could even react, she coughed up all the medicine she had just swallowed. What was being forced into her mouth? Xia Wuyan's complexion was devoid of color, his collar loosely unbuttoned, and the contours of his neck and shoulders sharply defined. His inky hair cascaded behind him, exuding an inexplicable, sickly beauty. He released his grip on Shen Wanqing's jaw, impatiently wiping his fingers, then adjusted his robes and rose to his feet. Shen Wanqing had long suspected that Xia Wuyan was merely putting on an act. In the past, he had employed this ruse countless times, feigning self-sacrifice in order to elicit admiration and pity from the female protagonist. Thus, even when he abducted Feng Yaoqing and imprisoned her in the demon realm for an entire year, she still believed he would eventually turn over a new leaf. This was sufficient evidence of Xia Wuyan's extraordinary talent for deception. Shen Wanqing remained silent, merely carrying the medicine and following behind him. Xia Wuyan cast a sidelong glance at her, donning his outer garment. There's no need for that. She was acutely aware that she had not sustained any injuries. Yet, Shen Wanqing remained silent, stubbornly holding the bowl of medicine as she stood behind him. Xia Wuyan approached the table, and she followed him there. When he moved to the window, she trailed after him, and when he was about to exit, she was right there beside him, like a clingy little shadow. Suddenly, Xia Wuyan spun around, grasping Shen Wanqing by the waist and forcefully pressing her against the wall nearby. "Do you think I possess an abundance of patience for you?" he questioned. Shen Wanqing gazed into his eyes, biting her lip, yet she raised her hand and offered him the medicine, stating, "Drink this, and I shall leave." The silence stretched on, an interminable exchange of glances. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Wuyan released her, snatched the bowl from her grasp, and drained it in one swift motion before turning to exit the room. The startled Suanio lingered for a moment, bewildered, before stumbling out after him. Shen Wanqing was uncertain what had triggered Xie Wuyan's sudden outburst. The books often depicted him as capricious, donning a facade of gentle benevolence towards the protagonists, while revealing a fierce ruthlessness towards those who understood his true nature. Therefore, she found herself indifferent to such fluctuations. It was a relief that his demeanor was merely an act, she mused. If anyone were to perish in an attempt to save her, she would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of her life. Regardless of whether Xie Wuyan's act of rescue was a ploy to manipulate Feng Yaoqing and the others, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. He had indeed saved her. Shen Wanqing cast her gaze downward, observing her hands, and in a moment of disorientation, she vividly recalled how they had appeared, splattered with blood. She clenched her hands tightly. When she first arrived here, what thoughts occupied her mind? If not, she could always escape to a serene and picturesque place, merely existing and waiting for death to take her. Shen Wanqing now realizes how utterly absurd such notions are. She clenches her fists. She cannot rely on others to come to her rescue perpetually. She must grow stronger. As dusk settled, Shen Wanqing searched for Xie Wuyan, moving up and down the stairs, yet found no trace of him. Approaching a corner, she noticed a window that provided a view into the inn's backyard. She peered down and her pupils widened in astonishment. Xie Wuyan stood side by side with Feng Yaoqing. The moonlight cast a cool glow through the clouds and leaves, enveloping them in an unexpectedly harmonious aura. They appeared to be engaged in conversation. A smile graced Xie Wuyan's face, and even his gaze was soft, as if all his previous hostility and sharpness had momentarily faded away. Shen Wanqing, who was not perturbed by the grotesque visage of the painted skin demon, was utterly stunned at this moment. "Wait, what is happening? While I am indeed grateful for your rescue, it is inappropriate to secretly flirt with the female lead. Your actions complicate my situation immensely." Female supporting system, detected that the villain and the female lead are alone together. Please respond promptly. Shen Wanqing. This wretched system not only lacks any advantageous features but also exhibits a delay. It is only at this moment that she realizes a significant issue. In the original narrative, Xie Wuyan was profoundly moved by Feng Yaoqing's understanding nature, her gentle demeanor, and her attentive care and concern for him. It is precisely for this reason that the torment inflicted upon Ji Feichen has become so relentless in the later stages. Although Shen Wanqing can, to a certain extent, fend off those female supporting characters, she is utterly incapable of exerting control over Xie Wuyan, as she cannot surpass him in strength. Thus, Xie Wuyan developing feelings for Feng Yaoqing seems inevitable. Observing the increasingly harmonious atmosphere between the two in the courtyard below, Shen Wanqing gritted her teeth and descended the stairs with determination. Let it be fierce, it must be addressed, or it will lead to grave consequences. Young Master Xia, you are injured, Feng Yaoqing gently urged. It would be best not to expose yourself to this cold wind. Please, come inside. Xie Wuyan did not respond immediately. He merely lowered his gaze to his hands, a look of desolation crossing his features. After a prolonged silence, he finally let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Clenching his fists, Ji Feichen originally invited me to assist you, yet I find myself a burden instead. This is not your fault, Feng Yaoqing replied, her tone imbued with compassion. She reached out, resting her hand on his arm, seemingly to dissuade him from self-reproach. Young Master Xia, your willingness to risk your past injuries to save us from peril has garnered my profound respect. How could you be deemed a burden? Xie Wuyan turned to face her, their eyes meeting. The moonlight was just right, the surroundings enchanting, and the atmosphere perfectly conducive to intimacy. Only Shen Wanqing, hidden behind the tree, sensed that matters were amiss. Such pretense. If this continues, she began to doubt whether Xie Wuyan might, with further performances, effectively usurp Ji Feichen and elevate himself to the role of the male lead. This cannot continue. Just as she was anxiously contemplating her next move, a sudden tingling sensation pricked at the tip of her nose, and before she could contain it, a loud sneeze escaped her lips. The sound echoed, amplifying her embarrassment. Even without turning her head, she could sense the gaze of two individuals nearby. Firmly fixed in her direction, Shen Wanqing rubbed her nose, standing up straight with palpable awkwardness, emerging from behind the tree. I've been searching for Brother Xia. Worried he might be in some trouble, she declared, gathering her wits. With a determined bite of her lip, she decided to embrace her predicament. As she spoke, she deliberately sniffled, her eyes slightly reddening, adopting the demeanor of a heartbroken maiden. Now that Brother Xia is with Sister Feng, I can finally be at ease. Upon noticing the reddening of Shen Wanqing's eyes, Feng Yaoqing paused momentarily, quickly recalling Shen Wanqing's infatuation with Xia Wuyan. Being women, they could easily discern each other's sentiments. It didn't take long for Feng Yaoqing to conclude that Shen Wanqing must feel aggrieved upon witnessing her and Xia Wuyan together. With that thought, she turned to leave, casting a meaningful wink in Shen Wanqing's direction. Watching Feng Yaoqing hastily retreat, Shen Wanqing finally exhaled in relief. A misunderstanding was preferable to the two of them secretly cultivating a romantic connection while she was oblivious. She patted her chest, still not fully at ease, when she unexpectedly locked eyes with Xia Wuyan's crimson gaze. Leaning against the tree with his arms crossed, his expression conveyed a clear message: keep pretending. History often exhibits a remarkable resemblance. Just moments ago, it was Shen Wanqing observing him feigning innocence, yet unexpectedly the roles have swiftly reversed. Is he truly this anxious? After a prolonged silence, Xia Wuyan suddenly chuckled softly, striding over to Shen Wanqing's side and bending down to accommodate her height. What, are you afraid I might kill her? Shen Wanqing was taken aback. Although she had never anticipated that Xia Wuyan would genuinely believe her ignorance, their dynamic had always involved a mutual pretense, each understanding the other's intentions while feigning ignorance. Thus, Xia Wuyan's unexpected candor was a first. This statement was impossible to respond to. If I were to kill her? Xia Wuyan's voice carried a chilling undertone. Shouldn't you be pleased? Wait, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Shen Wanqing found herself momentarily stunned by the question. After a brief contemplation, she realized she could not candidly confess to Xia Wuyan that she had come to prevent him from becoming the third wheel. Such a revelation would undoubtedly strip her of any remaining room for resistance, leaving her vulnerable to his swift and decisive wrath. Brother Ji? Xia Wuyan repeated, as if he had heard a jest, chuckling softly before releasing his grip on Shen Wanqing. He straightened up, his gaze as cold as steel, slicing through her with a frigid glare. You seem to have a fondness for those close to you. In the next moment, without granting Shen Wanqing any opportunity to react, Xia Wuyan strode past her. She rubbed her sore chin where he had grasped her, and by the time she turned her head, he had vanished from sight. Why would he assume that she wished for Feng Yaoqing's demise? Clearly, if Feng Yaoqing were to perish, she too would meet her own end. Shen Wanqing organized her thoughts and suddenly came to a realization. It seemed that Xia Wuyan truly believed Xing Ziyun's words, convinced that she was wholeheartedly enamored with Ji Feichen. This revelation complicated matters. The male supporting character assumed that his female counterpart had affections for the male lead, while the male and female leads thought that the female supporting character fancied the male supporting character. Meanwhile, the female supporting character was aware that the male supporting character would inevitably develop feelings for the female lead. It resembled a tongue twister from any angle. As Shen Wanqing pondered whether to clarify to Xia Wuyan her indifference towards Ji Feichen, she made her way toward the inn. However, after taking only a few steps, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. Dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the moonlight. The wind howled, and the atmosphere suddenly grew oppressive. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her from all directions, wrapping around her entire being. Shen Wanqing attempted to advance, but found her body strangely rigid. After struggling to take a few steps, she felt as if her blood had congealed, rendering her immobile. It was as if a dense fog had descended, distorting her surroundings. Then she sensed an eerie presence. A sinister female voice whispered almost directly into her ear, "Do you know how long I have waited for you?" The owner of the voice extended a hand, gently resting it against Shen Wanqing's neck, tracing the line from her jaw down to her shoulder, and then to her back. With the other hand, she encircled Shen Wanqing's waist, gradually tightening her grip. The icy breath swept over Shen Wanqing's body, evoking a sensation akin to falling into an ice cellar. It must be said that the posture was exceedingly ambiguous. To describe it in modern terms, it was the kind of ambiguity that might lead to a story being locked by Jin Jiang. It must be her, the painted skin demon that escaped from Ji Feichen. This demon is remarkably astute. It first allowed its companions to exhaust the stamina of Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing, seizing the opportunity when they believed the fiends had sustained considerable damage and would not easily return. Logically, this plan is indeed clever. However, Shen Wanqing feels she has underestimated Ji Feichen. With their keen awareness, they would likely sense something amiss soon. Do you think I fear the pitiful cultivators by your side? The painted skin demon seems to read Shen Wanqing's thoughts, letting out a maniacal laugh as its fingertips press against her back with a slight force, causing excruciating pain. Yet, Shen Wanqing cannot utter a single sound. She feels the demon carve a long, cruel gash across her back, as if it intends to strip away her very skin along that wound. As long as I consume your flesh and blood, the painted skin demon declares, not even 1,000 or 10,000 Ji Feichens can impede me. What does that mean? Amidst the agonizing torment, Shen Wanqing manages to retain a shred of sanity. So, the demon's obsession with her is not merely due to her beauty? The demon's sharp fingertips nearly slice through Shen Wanqing's entire spine. Its malevolent power penetrates her body through the wound, as if intent on shattering her entirely, separating her from her own skin. In the throes of intense agony, Shen Wanqing feels her mind overwhelmed, leaving only a blinding, stark white. Resignation is her only recourse. The voice of the painted skin demon had become increasingly indistinct in her ear. Even if it is not you, in the future, you will still become a sacrifice for other monsters. This statement seemed to strike a chord within Shen Wanqing, as countless images suddenly flickered through her once blank mind. It resembled the instinct for survival that arises on the brink of death, awakening many memories that had never been stirred within this body. The scenes bore an uncanny resemblance to her recent dreams, yet this time they were markedly clearer. A blood-soaked woman bowed her head, pressing her forehead against that of an infant, cradling her tightly in an embrace, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down her face. After a prolonged moment, she inhaled deeply and began to hum a song with a trembling voice. Shen Wanqing had never heard this melody before, yet it felt astonishingly familiar, like a lullaby meant to soothe a child to sleep. Surrounding her was a hellish landscape of blood, with countless withered vines and flickering flames. Yet the woman's voice remained gentle and resolute. Upon completing the song, the woman took a deep breath, rose to her feet, and placed the infant into a hollow of the tree. Then, she slashed her palm, pressing it firmly against the trunk, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her blood trickled down the tree, intertwining and shimmering with a crimson glow under the infusion of spiritual energy. This was a protective incantation. The woman lifted her gaze to the sleeping infant in the tree hollow, her tear-streaked face radiating tenderness, imploring her not to become anyone's sacrifice, but to live with dignity. Holding her head high. At this point, the memory abruptly ceased. In an instant, her mind shattered into countless fragments, becoming utterly disjointed. What was it? Was it the original memories of this body? Shen Wanqing was oblivious to everything. Yet, she recalled the actions of the woman within her memories. With gritted teeth, she summoned nearly all her strength, forcing forth strands of spiritual energy to seek out her own blood. The blood cascading down her back splattered in an instant, igniting into flames. The painted skin specter was momentarily taken aback, swiftly releasing its grip and retreating several meters. It was futile. The specter raised its hand, staring in disbelief at the blood staining its fingertips, then laughed, declaring that a desperate struggle would not alleviate one's suffering. With that, its crimson eyes flashed, gathering all its might to strike at Shen Wanqing. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Shen Wanqing turned her head to look back. Xie Wuyan's right hand had pierced through the specter's body, blood trickling down his arm and pooling on the ground. This was the first time Shen Wanqing beheld Xie Wuyan in such a manner, stripped of all gentle and refined facades, revealing unmasked brutality and cruelty. No longer concealing his strength, he unleashed his true power without reservation. The specter's chest was pierced through in a single blow, its skin and flesh decaying instantly upon impact, collapsing onto the ground like putrid mud mixed with clotted blood. It was not merely the outer shell, the specter felt as if its very organs were being crushed. The pain so intense that it could not utter a sound. How could this be? When had there been such a profoundly powerful individual within the Shantian pavilion? However, she soon realized that this formidable power did not emanate from any faction's spiritual energy, but rather from demonic force, a raw and overwhelming demonic energy. Gritting her teeth in an attempt to break free, she discovered that there was no opportunity for escape. All she could do was gaze into the eyes of the man before her and, with great difficulty, inquire, "What manner of demon are you?" Xie Wuyian's crimson eyes were devoid of emotion as he silently regarded her. Yet even in his stillness, one could palpably sense the chilling pressure that surged beneath his jade-like exterior. He did not utter a word, but his voice intruded directly into the mind of the painted skin demon. "Who permitted you to touch what belongs to me?" With that, he clenched his fist. The immense demonic energy radiated outward, violently tearing the painted skin demon's essence into countless fragments. Nevertheless, being a demon of several millennia's cultivation, she exerted her utmost effort to bind her disintegrating soul, transforming it into a wisp of demonic aura that darted away. Xie Wuyan made no move to pursue. He turned, directing his gaze toward Shen Wanqing, and stepped closer. Shen Wanqing supported herself with her hands on the ground, blood trickling down her arms. Her chest heaved laboriously as she gritted her teeth, barely managing to lift her head to meet the eyes of Xie Wuyan standing before her. His arms were smeared with blood, and he exuded a potent scent of sanguine, which, though not his own, was nonetheless terrifying in appearance. A sacrifice. From this alone, she comprehended the extraordinary nature of this body. Thus, Xie Wuyan's retention of her was perhaps to transform her into his offering? Shen Wanqing looked into his eyes, locking gazes with him. She found herself unable to decipher anything. There was nothing to read. Xie Wuyan merely gazed at her in silence, devoid of any expression, not even a superfluous gesture. Shen Wanqing averted her gaze, clenched her teeth, and then raised one hand to offer it to Xie Wuyan. Having been rescued, one might as well see it through to the end. After all, a little support would not go amiss. A prolonged silence ensued. Just then, a hand abruptly grasped her arm. She felt a sudden lightness as she was swept off her feet. Nestled in Xie Wuyan's embrace, Shen Wanqing experienced a moment of bewilderment. From her vantage point, she could distinctly observe his chiseled jawline and the delicate sweep of his long lashes. Xie Wuyan's hand rested against her back, inevitably pressing against the wound inflicted by the ghastly painted skin demon. Shen Wanqing let out a soft hiss, resting her forehead against Xie Wuyan's shoulder, biting her lip to suppress a whimper of pain. Very well then. Since he was carrying her, she could not afford to be overly critical of his lack of tenderness. "Does it hurt?" Xie Wuyan inquired. "Yes," she replied. "Then endure it, it is a lesson to be learned." Shen Wanqing felt an increase in pain. Despite her words, she sensed that Xie Wuyan's once cold palm had suddenly warmed, enveloping her in a gentle flow of warmth that caressed her skin inch by inch. The pain seemed to diminish significantly. Without needing to guess, it was evident that Xie Wuyan had done something. Shen Wanqing suddenly realized that, in terms of treatment, Xie Wuyan's demeanor was far more favorable than that of the sinister painted skin demon. She lay quietly in his embrace for a while before finally managing to utter, "Thank you." The statement caused Xie Wuyan to pause momentarily, as though he had heard a rather amusing joke. "Thank me? There's nothing to thank for," he remarked. "How do you know I don't wish to kill you?" "I do not know that, but fairness must be upheld." Shen Wanqing believed in the importance of reason when handling matters, regardless of whether Xie Wuyan desired to consume her as a mere delicacy. He had saved her twice and thus deserved a verbal expression of gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Moreover, I am no match for you. Should you ever wish to take my life, I would be powerless to resist." Xie Wuyan surprisingly concurred with her sentiment. "Indeed." "Wait." Observing his ready acceptance of her praise, Shen Wanqing felt compelled to clarify, "However, I am not particularly keen on dying. If you truly intend to kill me in the future, could you kindly inform me in advance? Perhaps I could put up a struggle." Xie Wuyan. Shen Wanqing did not appear to be jesting, and her gaze was particularly sincere. For the first time in his long existence, Xie Wuyan discovered that he was utterly unable to decipher another's intentions. Others approached or sought to eliminate him with fervent desires, perhaps for power or for the mundane righteousness of punishing the wicked. Yet, she seemed to belong to neither category. Suddenly, Xie Wuyan found himself less inclined to terminate Shen Wanqing's existence. A person like her was far more intriguing alive than dead. Having endured a life-and-death crisis, Shen Wanqing also came to a newfound understanding. At the outset, she believed that Ji Feichen, as the male protagonist, would be able to hold his own against Xie Wuyan. However, after a few encounters, it became evident that this was far from the case. If the two were to engage in combat, it would be nothing short of a one-sided massacre, with 10 Ji-Fations barely sufficient for Xie Wuyan to toy with. Shen Wanqing felt that if Xie Wuyan were to reveal his true self prematurely, he would likely eliminate both protagonists in one fell swoop, thereby hastening the tragedy. In light of this, his continued coexistence as an exorcist by the protagonist's side, while they cultivated their strength, seemed to be the most favorable outcome. With this realization, Shen Wanqing's mission became clear, and her gaze towards Xie Wuyan grew increasingly resolute. "Fear not. I have defected, and I shall ensure that your true identity remains concealed." At that moment, Xie Wuyan remained oblivious to the peculiar addition to his team. After severely injuring the painted skin demon, its cultivation was significantly impaired. Consequently, its demonic power could no longer be concealed as it had been at its peak, allowing Ji-Fation's Luo Gong to finally prove somewhat effective, directing him towards the source of the demonic energy. However, just as Ji-Fachin and Feng Yaoqing burst forth from the room, they collided head-on with Xie Wuyan, who was holding Shen Wanqing. "Wanqing!" Ji-Fachin rushed forward, his eyes reddening as he took in her condition. "I have arrived late." Shen Wanqing replied, "You are not merely late. I nearly lost everything. Why does your wretched Luo Gong exhibit the same delay as my system?" Feng Yaoqing exclaimed, nearly losing her composure upon seeing Shen Wanqing so grievously injured. She hurriedly stepped forward, lifting the robe at the sight of the wound. Upon witnessing the horrifying scar, her voice quivered with emotion. "I apologize, I should not have left you there." Ji-Fachin clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. After a prolonged moment, he turned and knelt before Xie Wuyan, clasping his hands together. "I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my sister. Such kindness will remain etched in my memory forever." Shen Wanqing felt a flicker of emotion, though she had treated these two as mere tasks since her arrival in this narrative, and had harbored no affection for her nominal elder brother, often feeling vexed by his obstinacy that hindered her mission at this moment. She suddenly realized that he genuinely regarded her as a true sister. Feng Yaoqing was tending to Shen Wanqing's injuries, her brow furrowing as she assessed the situation. "Luo Gong shows no signs of abnormality. It appears we have underestimated the capabilities of this painted skin demon. We cannot linger here much longer. Fachin, hasten to summon Xingziyun. We must set off immediately to pursue the demon before it can harm others." Upon hearing that name, the obediently lying Shen Wanqing felt her heart race, almost springing up in alarm. How could she have forgotten about this person? A wave of unease surged within her. Yet she desperately tried to reassure herself. It must be fine. Moreover, the system had issued no alerts. "Bang! Xiaoyun is missing," Ji-Fachin declared. Female supporting character system, alert. The significant female supporting character finds herself in grave peril, and the main storyline is on the verge of unfolding. Please, host, remain vigilant. Shen Wanqing. Indeed, your wretched system is as useless as Ji-Fachin's Luo Gong. Ji-Fachin furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion of his hand, traced a line in the air above Luo Gong, closing his eyes tightly. A surge of spiritual energy emanated, and after a prolonged tremor, Luo Gong suddenly dispersed a multitude of golden threads that swiftly converged in a singular direction. "It has been located." Ji-Fachin opened his eyes and stood up. Sensing the protective talisman on Xingziyun, "I can perceive her aura. Ah Yao, come with me to rescue her. Young Master Xia, I entrust you to look after Wanqing." After issuing these brief instructions, the two soared into the air, following the course indicated by the compass. "Wait!" Shen Wanqing, witnessing their departure, struggled to rise but lost her balance, nearly tumbling off the bed. Xie Wuyan knelt before her, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinizing her closely. He then placed his hand on her forehead and gently pushed her back. "What is the rush?" "With the injuries inflicted by that painted skin demon, if your esteemed brother Ji cannot resolve it, it would be better to meet an untimely end." Shen Wanqing sat upright, clenching her fists. Given her current state of physical exhaustion, it was utterly impossible for her to catch up with Ji-Fachin and Feng Yaoqing, the only means of pursuit. As this thought crossed her mind, she turned to Xie Wuyan beside her. Shen Wanqing seemed to have glimpsed a sliver of hope. When Xie raised his eyes, he unexpectedly met Shen Wanqing's tear-filled gaze, which seemed to reflect a glimmer of hope. nearly leading him to suspect that she had been driven to madness by the painted skin demon. Brother Xie, Shen Wanqing sweetly inquired. Do you wish to vanquish demons and eliminate evil? Xie Wuyan replied, there seems to be something amiss with your reasoning. With that, he ceased to engage in further banter with Shen Wanqing. He cast a glance at her, one that conveyed the sentiment of questioning the validity of her words. Under the scrutiny of such a patronizing gaze, Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, her head drooping like a hamster nibbling on its food. Logically, Xie Wuyan should have developed a sense of compassion for Feng Yao by now, especially given the seemingly pleasant atmosphere they had just shared in the courtyard. Thus, provoking the female protagonist might indeed sway this stoic figure. Look, this skin-wearing demon is cunning and deceitful. Although it is gravely wounded, Ji Feichen has overexerted himself and thus does not hold the advantage, Shen Wanqing reasoned gently. If a confrontation were to ensue, I fear that Sister Feng, being a woman, might suffer unforeseen consequences. Is that so? Xie Wuyan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Shen Wanqing affirmed eagerly. Well, that is indeed quite pitiable, Xie Wuyan remarked, and with that, fell silent. Shen Wanqing waited for a moment, ensuring that Xie Wuyan was not simply out of breath, and began to question whether she was reading a pirated version of the text. Was that all? Just a fleeting expression of sympathy? Why did this obsessive male counterpart, who yearned for the female lead, exhibit such a meager reaction? Feeling somewhat disheartened by the string of disappointments, Shen Wanqing wrapped herself in her blanket, curling up like a sulking kitten. However, unexpectedly, the vigorous movements caused him to inadvertently brush against his wound, instantly curling up in pain. Looking as pitiful as a bitter melon, Xie Wuyan leaned against the chair, his hand resting on the table, idly tapping away. Perhaps finding Shen Wanqing's puffed-up appearance amusing, he jestingly remarked, do you want me to assist you? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing's spirit soared, and she immediately sprang up with a fish-like leap, vigorously nodding her head. It's not impossible, Xie Wuyan drawled, beg me. I beg you. Shen Wanqing blinked and swiftly took the cue, not pausing for even a second, adding a triple plea. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Now it was Xie Wuyan's turn to be speechless. A century ago, when he had nothing to do, he would occasionally capture a few demon hunters to entertain himself in the demon realm. Most of the time, those who prided themselves on being righteous would stiffen their necks and declare in resolute tones, Pa, you demon! If I utter even half a word of begging, I would betray the common folk. Although in the end, these resolute young heroes would often weep and admit their mistakes, even dutifully becoming their own subordinates. They would at least adhere to some semblance of decorum when initially captured. This blatant disregard for formality was something Xie Wuyan had never encountered before. Thus, gazing at Shen Wanqing, he fell into a profound silence, utterly perplexed by how the esteemed Ji family of demon hunters educated their daughter. He even harbored reasonable doubts that she might be an undercover agent planted within the Ji family, specifically tasked with tarnishing their reputation. Shen Wanqing gazed at his peculiar expression, extending her hand to tug at his sleeve, deftly employing her exceptional skills in coaxing. Brother Xie must keep his word. With matters at hand, she felt that Brother Xie was indeed at a loss. He lowered his gaze to remove her hand, rising silently and shaking his robe as if preparing to depart. Observing Xie Wuyan's resolute back, Shen Wanqing drooped her head, finally settling her heart. Perhaps it was indeed a burden to ask the great demon king to slay monsters. In truth, she was not concerned about Ji Feichen's inability to capture the painted skin demon. However, this would undoubtedly incite the infatuation of Ji Dage's Xingziyun, propelling her into the role of a vicious supporting character. The die was cast. Shen Wanqing sighed, resigned to the arduous path ahead. Will you remain here alone? Just then, a cool voice resonated, startling her. Shen Wanqing paused, lifting her gaze. Xie Wuyan stood by the window, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His expression was impassive, the moonlight draping over his brocade robe, exuding an icy aura. He glanced at her, his tone devoid of inflection, rather flat, come here. At this juncture, Shen Wanqing instantly comprehended Xie Wuyan's intent. Ignoring her injuries, she rolled off the bed and moved to his side. Consequently, the two were once again enveloped in a profound silence. Undoubtedly, only through lightness of foot could they hope to catch up with Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing. However, Given Shen Wanqing's current physical condition, coupled with her rather rudimentary skills, her agility was even outpaced by the innocent sprint of a child. Thus, she nervously rubbed her hands together, opting for a more subtle approach to break the silence and grant Xiao Wian the initiative. Why don't you choose the pose? I am open to anything. Xiao Wian. Not far from the inn, Shen Wanqing beheld a blaze illuminating the sky. The malevolent energy unfurled into myriad threads, swirling upward in a chaotic dance, forming a complete encirclement. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, violently tearing apart the sinister energy. The flying spirit sword hummed with a resonant vibration, emanating a crimson aura as it darted in and out of the dense malevolent force. The clash of these two formidable powers generated a tremendous aura that countered one another. Xing Ziyun found herself caught in the midst of this tumult, clutching her chest as she continuously coughed up blood. Her body was marred with wounds, trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the strength to cry out. She was acutely aware that any moment of negligence from Ji Feichen could cost her life. Feng Yaoqing summoned a protective barrier, shielding Ji Feichen from the encroaching malevolence. Yet, despite their remarkable synergy, it was evident that their stamina was waning. Countless small demons wailed as they surged forward, employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Any lapse in focus from the duo could result in a breach of the barrier. Ji Feichen was compelled to divert his attention, freeing a hand to reinforce the barrier for Feng Yaoqing. The painted skin ghost astutely seized the opportunity. A tendril of malevolent energy slipped through the defenses, tightening around Xing Ziyun's neck, constricting her breath and forcing her into a desperate struggle. Xiaoyun! Concern breeds chaos. Feng Yao coughed up fresh blood as the barrier was forcefully shattered. In an instant, a monstrous aura wove itself into a net, surging towards Xing Ziyun. Her pupils constricted, and though she opened her mouth, the demonic power constricting her throat silenced her, rendering her helplessly aware of the imminent death approaching. Be careful! Yet, someone was swifter. Descending from the heavens, infused with a piercing sword intent, he cleaved through the celestial trap. Xing Ziyun looked up to behold a figure cloaked in ink, standing against the light, garments billowing, exuding an air of formidable authority. The moonlight was chillingly stark, converging into a point upon the razor-sharp sword's tip, yet so captivating that one could not avert their gaze. Xiao Wian turned to her, his eyes devoid of any tumult. Yet, they pierced deeper than any fervent gaze, striking at the very vulnerabilities of the heart. The scene was one of striking harmony. The only discordant note was the question, have we landed? Shen Wanqing curled into a ball, nestled against his arm, resting her head on his shoulder, eyes closed, too frightened to look up. To be honest, I think I have a slight fear of heights. This was her second experience of being whisked away by someone's lightness of foot, and the sensation was far from pleasant. If this were set in modern times, Xiao Wian's speed would warrant being pulled over on the highway for fines and detention. He glanced at Shen Wanqing, who was curled up in fear, on his shoulder, a look of disdain crossing his features. The fight is over. At this, Shen Wanqing finally opened one eye, surveying her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Xing Ziyun, who looked back with intensity. With a face etched in worry, Feng Yaoqing, along with the vigilant Ji Feichen, observed the pitiful, bloodied figure of the skin demon sprawled on the ground nearby. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired. She cautiously descended from Xiao Wian's side, gently brushed her skirt, and graciously expressed her gratitude to him. Turning her gaze, she noticed the somewhat disheveled Xing Ziyun and, after a moment's contemplation, reached out to assist her. However, Xing Ziyun stubbornly turned away, letting out a disdainful huff. Though the reason eluded her, Shen Wanqing sensed that she had inadvertently earned Xing Ziyun's resentment, plunging her into deep thought. I know who you are. Meanwhile, the bloodied skin demon gasped for breath, her gaze laced with animosity as it fell upon Xiao Wian. Each of her words was punctuated by labored breaths, revealing her waning strength. She fixated on Xiao Wian before erupting into a wild, chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spine, exclaiming how the members of Xuantianj had mingled with him. Do you even know who he is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wian's expression darkened. Ji Feichen suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance to the skin demon, and admonished, cease your nonsensical ramblings and desperate struggles. Nonsensical ramblings? The skin demon's smile twisted into a grotesque sneer. Shen Wanqing sensed the impending danger. A recollection struck her previously, when Xia Wuyan had clashed with the skin demon, he had unmasked his demonic powers without pretense. This revelation could lead the skin demon to deduce the truth, potentially exposing Xia Wuyan before Ji Feichen. Shen Wanqing glanced back at Xia Wuyan, realizing the precariousness of their situation. At this moment, Xia Wuyan cannot recklessly strike down the painted skin demon. Both the male and female protagonists are astute individuals, readily discerning the nuances of the situation. The painted skin demon declares, "Allow me to enlighten you about the presence lingering beside you." Shen Wanqing cast her gaze downward, her fingers brushing against the dagger at her waist. With a swift motion of her wrist, she unsheathed it. Although uncertain of its efficacy, she felt compelled to take the chance. In the next instant, she resolutely grasped the blade with her left hand, tightening her grip. The sharp edge cleaved through flesh, blood cascading down the tip of the blade. Shen Wanqing closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy to converge upon the wound, reminiscent of times past. The searing pain erupted within her. A fire ignited as if to consume her entire palm. The blood flowed, torn asunder, drawing forth a surge of power that surged toward the painted skin demon. Before the demon could utter another word, its body was ensnared by this blaze, engulfed in flames, leaving only heart-wrenching cries. The agony surpassed her wildest expectations by 1,000-fold. It was not just her blood that burned. It felt as though a force poured forth from the very wound she had inflicted, taking root in the flesh beneath as if it were soil, growing with reckless abandon, nearly tearing her palm apart. Walking! Feng Yaoqing was the first to react, yet she found herself unable to approach even a single step. The fire encircled Shen Wanqing, binding her tightly. This was dire. Ji Feichen also sensed something amiss. Ignoring the painted skin demon before him, he drew his sword and pressed it against a yellow talisman, attempting to suppress the spiritual essence that permeated around Shen Wanqing, exclaiming that her power had spiraled out of control. Amidst a sea of flames, Shen Wanqing felt her consciousness gradually detach from her corporeal form, arriving at a realm that was both void and ethereal. Suddenly, a flash of blinding light engulfed her, and a multitude of images flickered before her eyes. A woman, screaming as she was thrust into the inferno, her visage grotesquely altered by the flames. Faces, stripped of their flesh, appeared before her bloodied and ghastly. Then, the surroundings trembled violently, and those images began to peel away from her vision. Shen Wanqing turned her head, and with startling clarity, beheld the figure of the painted skin demon standing not far away. The demon fixed her with a gaze brimming with hatred, blood cascading from her eye sockets, before dissipating into ashes like a wisp of smoke. It dawned upon Shen Wanqing that if she harnessed this power to touch someone, the fluctuations of her spiritual energy might allow her to glimpse that person's consciousness and memories. Just at that moment, she felt as though the earth itself was quaking beneath her. The searing flames enveloped her entirely, threatening to consume her very essence. Suddenly, an influx of spiritual energy surged into her, enveloping her like a warm spring, the soothing warmth cascading over her body and soul, pulling her from the depths of her torment. Simultaneously, the scenes around her shifted, shrouded in a dense crimson hue and shadowy light. Upon turning, she discovered a woman clad in the garb of a cultivator standing before her, holding the hand of a boy. The child appeared to be 7 or 8 years of age, with inky hair and crimson eyes, his attire tattered and adorned with a chain around his ankle, which bore the marks of blood from incessant friction. Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy's expression remained unerringly serene. It was a state of indifference towards life and death, an eerie numbness devoid of soul. A woman led a boy forward, directly passing through Shen Wanqing's body. Whose memory is this? The scene before her flickered violently. A boy, his body entwined in chains and marred by countless wounds, was forcibly made to ingest a bowl of blood. His chin gripped tightly as he was compelled to swallow. Countless chains and talismans bound the boy entirely, forcing him to struggle against the ferocious specters, until not a single piece of his flesh remained unscathed, yet he still fought to stand. Eventually, he was encircled by flames, within the blazing furnace of swords. Cloaked in white robes, the monks, appearing to embody righteousness, observed solemnly from the side. The woman continued to lead the boy until they halted before the furnace. "Jump in," she commanded. The boy remained motionless. Suddenly, the woman, as if driven mad, seized his hair and yanked him towards the furnace, insisting, "Jump in." By some inexplicable force, Shen Wanqing reached out, attempting to grasp the boy's arm. Yet, it was evidently futile. The earth trembled, and in an instant, flames erupted. The boy was thus propelled downwards. His expression was devoid of any superfluous emotion, neither sorrow nor joy, neither fear nor anger. Shen Wanqing's pupils constricted. She recognized that gaze all too well. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended to whom this memory belonged. Xie Wuyan. Only Xie Wuyan would exhibit such a countenance in the face of death. But why could she perceive his spirit? Darkness enveloped her inch by inch, followed by a profound weariness that ultimately consumed her consciousness. Wanqing! Ji Feichen stepped forward, gripping Shen Wanqing's shoulders, then slowly crouched down, allowing her to lean against his embrace. Observing the unconscious Shen Wanqing, his brow furrowed. Yet he did not forget to raise his head and express his gratitude to Xie Wuyan. Thank you, young master. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xie Wuyan's severely burned and mangled right hand. Xie Wuyan raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "It's nothing. Moments ago, for reasons unknown, Shen Wanqing had lost control of her spiritual power. Despite Ji Feichen exerting all his strength, he could barely suppress 1/3 of it. The raging spiritual fire burned fiercely. And if this continued, her frail body would be consumed entirely. In a moment of desperation, Xie Wuyan sheathed his sword and approached the blazing fire. He extended his hand, directly passing through the entangling flames, grasping Shen Wanqing's wrist, encompassing her bloodied palm, and transferring his own spiritual essence to her. With this act, he managed to quell the overwhelming force that threatened to rupture her body. Xie Wuyan was indifferent to his injuries. He had endured far worse pain in the past. His unique constitution allowed him to recover from such devastation more swiftly than others. His only concern was for Shen Wanqing. Turning his gaze, he looked at Shen Wanqing, who was leaning against Ji Feichen, her eyes tightly shut, her face contorted in anguish. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and her once radiant visage now appeared pallid. The technique of blood burning. This secret art was obscure and known to only a select few throughout the ages. While others may not comprehend its nature, Xie Wuyan understood all too well. What burned was not merely the blood. In truth, it is the soul of a cultivator. This represents a profoundly terrifying power. The more grievous the injuries sustained, the closer one is to the brink of death. The more one can unleash this power to its fullest extent. It is evident that Shen Wanqing is utterly oblivious to these realities. Otherwise, she would not have recklessly employed such a secret technique while still lacking proficient control over it. Yet, she has gone to such lengths merely to conceal her identity. But why? Female supporting system, system notification, hidden task, Xie Wuyan's past, triggered. Please expedite the completion of this task to fill the void in the original narrative. As Shen Wanqing, just awakening from a deep slumber, heard this voice echoing in her mind, she was incensed enough to leap up and throttle the system, wishing for mutual destruction. This is a quintessential example of a heartless contemporary employer, urging a bedridden employee to fulfill her KPIs even while she lies gasping for breath. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, gritting her teeth, and with great difficulty, she managed to lift her eyelids. She attempted to rise, only to find her body weighed down as if it were leaden, rendering her immobile. Be cautious! Ji Feichen, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, awakened at the sound and immediately reached out to support Shen Wanqing. He then poured her a glass of water and assisted her in drinking it. Do not hurry. The skin-wearing specter has been vanquished, but your injuries are severe. You must rest for a few more days before embarking on your journey. After sipping a few mouthfuls of water, Shen Wanqing was helped back down. She pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What has happened to me?" "I should be asking you." Ji Feichen replied gently. "When did you acquire knowledge of such a technique?" "I am not entirely certain myself." Shen Wanqing spoke. "It was during the incident when I was attacked by the painted skin demon that I inadvertently discovered this ability within myself." Ji Feichen pondered for a moment, then extended his hand, silently tucking her in with the quilt. "Very well, you need only to rest properly. Do not speak of this matter to anyone. I shall uncover the truth behind it." With that, he furrowed his brow and cautioned, "But you must promise me, unless absolutely necessary, do not wield such power again." Shen Wanqing obediently nodded, believing it prudent to agree before seeking clarity. During the days of Shen Wanqing's unconsciousness, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing had reached a mutual understanding. Although they were unaware of the origins of Shen Wanqing's mysterious abilities, it was evident that it might be linked to her lineage. However, should such information be discovered by outsiders or the elders of various sects, she would undoubtedly face serious repercussions. Ji Feichen was unwilling to allow his sister to become a mere tool for those factions seeking to preserve their power. Moreover, he was entirely uncertain of the toll this power might take on her body if used repeatedly. Feng Yaoqing concurred with Ji Feichen's sentiments and specifically instructed Xing Ziyun to keep this matter strictly confidential. Very well, Ji Feichen said as he rose, you should rest well. I will ask the cook to prepare some light porridge for you. Wait, please. Seeing him about to leave, Shen Wanqing propped herself up and hurriedly called out to him. Recently, I have been unable to sleep well due to the matter concerning the painted skin ghost, so I wish to hear more about the sealed demon lord. Shen Wanqing organized her thoughts, preparing to first inquire and understand the situation from him. Observing the elder's astonished expressions, I pondered whether the demon lord was truly that terrifying. What if it were possible to coexist harmoniously? Ji Feichen cast her a peculiar glance before shaking his head. No, it is impossible. Why? In truth, the demon lord was not merely a practitioner of demonic arts, he was the offspring of a cultivator from the Heavenly Path Palace and a demon. Ji Feichen explained that initially, the Heavenly Path Palace had indeed nurtured him alongside other practitioners, hoping he could discard the demonic traits of his lineage. However, they unwittingly nurtured a tiger that would bring calamity. Despite his tender age, his ferocity was difficult to contain. And he nearly wiped out an entire branch of the Heavenly Path Palace single-handedly. Shen Wanqing lowered her gaze. Is that so? Wanqing, I know your heart is pure. Ji Feichen said, gently patting her head, but neither the human realm nor the demon domain can accommodate such an individual. If he is not resealed, it will undoubtedly lead to untold suffering. The Heavenly Path Palace. It was then that I realized those adorned in splendid robes, who had watched him being cast into the furnace and compelled him to engage in relentless bloodshed, were disciples of the Heavenly Path Palace. The tales we hear are often shaped by those who wish to convey a certain narrative. Yet, memories accessed through spiritual awareness cannot deceive. For Xiao Wuyan, this was not a benevolent cultivation. Instead, it was treated as a weapon of immense lethality, a veiled form of murder, compelling him to grow rapidly in the most ruthless manner. He was manipulated into slaughtering the demons that bore a similar bloodline. Ultimately, he was destined to sacrifice himself to the sword. From the very beginning, Xiao Yuan was fated to be slain. The reason at that time was not whether he desired to become a malevolent overlord causing devastation, but rather whether he possessed the capability to become such a being. When the townsfolk learned of the commotion on that day, they became aware that a few celestial beings capable of subduing monsters had arrived. Although it turned out that most of the disturbances were caused by mere minor spirits, they decided to temporarily reside in a local inn. Considering that Shen Wanqing still needed to recuperate and should not be subjected to unnecessary travel, while they assisted the nearby villagers in exorcising demons, Shen Wanqing's life as a patient was quite delightful. She may not have excelled in many areas, yet her eloquence was remarkable. When Feng Yaoqing and the others belatedly inquired about her impulsive decision to eliminate the skin-wearing ghost, Shen Wanqing, with tears in her eyes and sincerity in her voice, explained, I feared that the skin-wearing ghost, being cunning, might deliberately concoct stories to distract Brother Ji. My concern for Brother Ji and Sister Feng's safety led me to take such rash action. As she spoke, she covered her face and sniffled, appearing utterly pitiful. I apologize for my recklessness. I am not as composed and mature as Brother Ji. I acted hastily, thinking only of eliminating this ghost quickly. And I hope I haven't caused too much trouble for you all. You won't hold it against me, will you? Her tea-making skills were impeccable. She had truly mastered them. As anticipated, upon hearing those words, Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen felt no inclination to blame anyone. In fact, they were quite moved. Initially, Shen Wanqing felt somewhat embarrassed. However, she soon became adept at reciting the daily menu and even compiled a stack of her desired literary selections to present to Ji Feichen, all while contemplating the color scheme for her new dress. In just a few short days, Shen Wanqing had gained 3 pounds. This revelation left her utterly astonished, prompting her to realize that she could no longer continue in this manner. That very evening, Ji Feichen brought back roasted pig trotters from a renowned eatery. known for its long queues that extended to the doorstep of tofu shisha. Consequently, Shen Wanqing made a change. She transitioned from savoring the roasted trotters with a sense of guiltlessness to consuming them with a heavy heart. During these days, Shen Wanqing had not encountered Xiao Yuan. When she inquired about him from Ji Feichen, the response was rather absurd. Young Master Xie had ventured to assist the villagers of a nearby town in combating evil. It seemed he was off engaging in clandestine endeavors. In truth, she did not mind Xiao Yuan's escapades. Regardless of whom he might slay or what malevolent creatures he might confront, it bore little consequence to her. Shen Wanqing was not of this world. She did not possess a strong sense of moral dichotomy. Many self-righteous sects, with their incessant proclamations of propriety and virtue, were far less endearing than Xiao Yuan, who had playfully disrupted her during a game of flying chess in the dead of night. After all, he had saved her on 2 occasions. Therefore, as long as he refrained from meddling in the romantic entanglements of the protagonists or whimsically contemplating world destruction out of boredom, he remained a charming and captivating antagonist. Although she had not seen Xiao Yuan in recent days, she frequently encountered his familiar companion, that pesky pigeon. Every evening, the mysterious bird flutters into her room with an air of arrogance, exclaiming, "If it were not for the purpose of rescuing you, my lord would not be so burdened." How can you, a woman, indulge in such gluttony with a clear conscience? This is utterly absurd. While ranting, it stealthily pilfers her almond osmanthus pastry. Shen Wanqing responds with a soft "oh," and inquires, "Would you like to have braised lion's head tomorrow?" The bird replies eagerly, "Yes." Thus, an unusual friendship between the girl and the bird was solidified. In recent days, Xiao Yuan had indeed been engaged in combating demons and monsters. The day he was recognized by the painted skin demon served as a reminder. Upon his escape from the seal, he had caused quite a commotion. His unstable powers could not be concealed, drawing numerous demons from the vicinity of Xuantianshan, eager to feast upon his energy. Although he had gradually eliminated most of them, a few stragglers still remained. To caution these remaining nuisances against spreading unfounded tales, Xiao Yuan kindly set their lair ablaze. Observing from a branch as the spirits fled in terror, their heads cradled in desperation from the searing flames. A few, with fiery tempers, resorted to cursing. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan reduced them all to ashes, relishing the newfound tranquility, even letting out a resounding belch. The keen-nosed bird, upon spotting Xiao Yuan, immediately spread its wings and darted towards him, carrying the greasy scent of lion's head. However, Xiao Yuan callously swatted it away with a flick of his head. The delicate bird pressed its forehead in distress, yet upon opening its mouth, a burp escaped. Xiao Yuan casted a cool glance, then lifted his gaze towards the small window. The interior was bright, adorned with a potted flower on the sill. Shen Wanqing was there, blissfully unaware of everything around her. She was delightfully trying on the new garments gifted by Feng Yaoqing. These were several bespoke gauzy dresses, uniquely designed at the waist, flattering both her bust and elongating her legs while accentuating her curves. Women have an everlasting weakness for lovely dresses. Shen Wanqing piled the garments into a small mountain, changing into each set one after another, striking various poses before the mirror to admire her stunning beauty and figure. It was pure bliss, a moment of sheer happiness for the patient. Just then, she heard a slight commotion at the window. After a moment's thought, she added, "Oh, and please bring me a box of flour pastries, it's too far, and I am too lazy to move." "Shall I feed it to you?" he replied, unperturbed by the trouble. "Wait a moment." Shen Wanqing felt a shiver run down her spine, her movements freezing abruptly. She spun around sharply, her pupils constricting. It was him, the charming and captivating antagonist, Xiao Yuan. In a fluster, Shen Wanqing hastily clutched her clothes to conceal her chest, taking a deep breath. "Why didn't you knock?" she questioned. Xiao Yuan remarked, "I entered through the window." "Do you find that statement particularly sensible?" Shen Wanqing wanted to retort, but refrained, knowing she could never match the formidable presence before her. The two individuals gazed at each other for an extended period. Even the nearby mystical bird remained utterly still. At last, Shen Wanqing could no longer contain herself and kindly remarked, "Young Master Xie, have you noticed? My attire is still not properly arranged." Xiao Yuan finally stirred, leisurely diverting his gaze from Shen Wanqing's face, briefly skimming over her chest, before raising an eyebrow and turning away, uttering a single word, "Oh." For reasons unknown, Shen Wanqing felt a sting of humiliation. This response, imbued with a subtle disdain, was far more piercing than any words could be. It was only at that moment that she detected the faint scent of blood emanating from Xiao Yuan. It was not overwhelming, yet it carried an eerie aura that cloaked the surroundings in a chilling atmosphere. Lowering her head, Shen Wanqing busied herself with a box of freshly baked floral pastries, arranging them on a plate before extending it towards him. Would you care for some? Xiao Yuan did not accept, his crimson eyes betrayed no emotion. After a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly inquired. Aren't you curious about what I've been up to these past few days? Shen Wanqing seized the opportunity. Very well, what have you been doing? Killing and dealing with demons. His tone bore no hint of anger, instead exuding a frigid chill. Knowing too much is not a blessing for someone like me. Shen Wanqing's breath hitched. This was unmistakably a veiled threat. Translated, it meant, you know too much, and thus I may have to eliminate you. What do you think? As if struck by a sudden fit of laughter, Xiao Wuyan erupted into a low, resonant chuckle, his chest vibrating gently. That inquiry was not a threat, rather. It served as a reminder to himself that he should not have allowed Shen Wanqing to remain. Yet, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to bring her harm. Regardless of whether she had intended to kill him on the mystical mountains of Shantian, or whether her fiery sacrifice to vanquish the painted demon was a mere facade to conceal her true identity or had ulterior motives, Xiao Wuyan no longer wished to end her life. Shen Wanqing, unable to decipher the emotions of this enigmatic figure, anxiously nibbled on a piece of flour pastry. When Xiao Wuyan fell silent once more, she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. To preempt any morbid inquiries from him, Shen Wanqing resolved to take the initiative. She cast her gaze up and down, her eyes landing on the bandaged right hand of Xiao Wuyan, and feigned shock, exclaiming, "Young Master Xia, how did you sustain such an injury?" Xiao Wuyan glanced at his own hand, raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Shen Wanqing adopted a pained expression, lamenting. What manner of ruthless demon could inflict such harm? Truly, it is excessive. Xiao Wuyan replied simply, "It was you." Shen Wanqing responded, "Oh, then it is of no consequence. Let us enjoy some pastries." After finishing another piece, Shen Wanqing began to sense something amiss. When had she ever harmed Xiao Wuyan? She recalled the moment her spirit had detached from her body, poised to be consumed by flames, and the surge of spiritual essence she had encountered. A sudden realization struck her. The reason she was able to glimpse Xiao Wuyan's memories was that it belonged to his very essence. Contemplating this, she felt a surge of emotion wash over her. As emotions surged, her courage swelled, and she boldly reached out to touch Xiao Wuyan's injured right hand. Gazing into his eyes with heartfelt sincerity as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Xiao Wuyan met her gaze, his thin lips pressed tightly together. At that moment, Shen Wanqing and Brother Ji interrupted, asking if she would like to descend for a bite to eat. Zheng Ziyun, with a carefree demeanor, pushed open the door. With an additional pair of eyes observing them, Shen Wanqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially considering their current posture, which appeared to be laden with unspoken affection. Noticing the situation, Zheng Ziyun bit her teeth and stomped her foot before turning to flee. However, just as she rounded the corner, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Zheng Ziyun. "We shall compete fairly," Zheng Ziyun declared, crossing her arms with an air of haughty nobility. Shen Wanqing was taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned before responding, "You misunderstand, I have no affection for Ji Feichen. I was referring to young Master Xia." Zheng Ziyun retorted, "Regardless, you have already been rejected, so we shall compete fairly." Shen Wanqing was left speechless. She turned to Zheng Ziyun and fixed her gaze earnestly on her eyes for a while, and Zheng Ziyun reciprocated with equal seriousness. The atmosphere became tense and stifling for an extended moment. Ultimately, Shen Wanqing sighed, placed her hand on Zheng Ziyun's shoulder, and earnestly advised, "You should reconsider." Zheng Ziyun's expression shifted dramatically, her neck stiffening as her eyes reddened with indignation. "Do you look down on me?" "No, how did you arrive at such a conclusion?" Shen Wanqing endeavored to elucidate that Xiao Wuyan was not the type of person one could easily approach. Zheng Ziyun clenched her teeth and balled her fists. "So, are you threatening me?" Shen Wanqing found communication with her rather challenging. "I am not. No need for explanations." With that, she stamped her foot and turned away. Watching Zheng Ziyun's retreating figure, Shen Wanqing fell into contemplation. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It resembled a naive and innocent girl bravely pursuing her beloved idol, only to be intercepted by a cold and malicious rival who would say, "You should give up, he is not someone you can get close to." In the end, she found herself embodying the very role of the cruel antagonist. "Wanqing, why are you just standing there?" Ji Feichen called out as he approached. Shen Wanqing responded and jogged to the table, taking a seat. Ji Feichen placed a bowl of chicken soup before her, his heart aching as he gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, frowning as he remarked, "You've been through a lot. You've lost quite a bit of weight these days." Shen Wanqing, who had actually gained 4 or 5 pounds and was nearly unable to fit into her little dress, felt a wave of shame wash over her, wishing to bury her head in the bowl. Truly, only those close to you would notice such weight loss. Initially, Ji Feichen, viewing her through a lens of concern, began to feel guilty, and as guilt took hold, he frantically piled her bowl with food until it resembled a small mountain. Sitting beside him, Shen Wanqing grasped her chopsticks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at this life of being served, so she reciprocated by adding some vegetables to Ji Feichen's bowl, as a gesture of gratitude. Thus, the scene transformed into a tableau of 2 individuals feeding each other, each neglecting their own bowls. "Sister, you have worked hard. You should eat more." "No, brother, you have exerted yourself, you should indulge." The atmosphere was both harmonious and awkward. Yet, from a distance, one could only perceive the serene ambience between them. For instance, standing on the upper floor, leaning against the railing, one could observe Xiao Wuyan below. He held a handful of crispy cherry fruits, toying with them rather than consuming them, tossing them playfully as the swallows perched on his shoulder would eagerly reach for them, one by one swallowing them whole. Shen Wanqing was a woman of considerable resourcefulness. Even during her brief stay at the inn, she managed to organize her small space meticulously. The scent of aromatherapy wafted through her room, a concoction she had blended during moments of leisure, soothing yet subtle. A mere stroll around her quarters would leave one tinged with that delightful fragrance. At this moment, Xiao Wuyan bore traces of that scent, masking the lingering odor of blood. Yet it clashed with the aura of death that enveloped him. Meanwhile, the rightful owner of that fragrance sat at the table, her eyes sparkling with joy as she engaged in conversation with the man beside her. Ji Feichen appeared to notice a smudge at the corner of her mouth and, with a touch of exasperation, retrieved a handkerchief to offer her. Shen Wanqing accepted it, her gratitude expressed with a sweet smile. With a soft sound, Xiao Wuyan crushed the cherry fruit in his hand, not even lifting his eyelids. With her mouth agape, the Xian bird was momentarily petrified, sensing the unusually dreadful mood of its master. It was an emotion far worse than the time a century ago when a group of cultivators had besieged the palace gates, setting ablaze the flowers it had painstakingly nurtured. Just as the Xian bird feared that its master might soon erupt in chaos, he unexpectedly turned in silence and strode into the house, embodying the calm before the impending storm. As she watched, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Succumbing to fatigue, she drifted into slumber, and when Xiao Wuyan entered her room, he found her sprawled in an exceedingly peculiar sleeping position on the bed, with her pillow kicked beneath her legs and the blanket covering only half her body, a book resting precariously on her face. Xiao Wuyan reached out, lifting the book to glance at its contents. It described how Shen Wanqing drew the Lingxue sword, causing the very mountains to tremble and quake under her formidable spiritual power, instilling dread even in the ruthless demon lord Nan Gongyan. With a decisive strike, she severed the demon lord's head with her sword. "What a ridiculous book," he muttered, his fingertip igniting it into ashes with a flick. After this, he settled beside the bed, gazing down at Shen Wanqing, who lay comfortably sprawled and deeply asleep. She was in a sweet slumber, despite the oppressive heat of early summer that enveloped her, even with only half the blanket covering her. The stifling air clung to her, making her rest less than tranquil. Just as irritation began to rise within her due to the heat, she suddenly felt a cool breeze sweep over her. Almost instinctively, she nudged towards the direction of the air conditioning, her fingertips brushing against something delightfully cool, reminiscent of a colossal ice block designed to alleviate the summer heat. Shen Wanqing gradually inched closer to this icy object, first placing her hand upon it, then her head, and ultimately curling her entire form into a compact ball against its surface. It was blissful. Shen Wanqing felt a profound sense of comfort. As she succumbed to this tranquility, her slumber deepened, becoming ever more sweet. Xiao Wuyan gazed at Shen Wanqing, who unknowingly nestled against him, lost in contemplation. His mood was rather dismal that evening. Initially, he had intended to rouse her with the same decisive efficiency as he had done countless times before. However, upon witnessing her curled up like a kitten beside him, her head resting on his knee and refusing to budge, he suddenly found himself disinclined to disturb her. Xiao Wuyan observed her for a considerable moment before extending his hand to gently clasp around her neck. Shen Wanqing appeared delicate and fragile. His single hand could encircle much of her slender neck, as if with merely a modicum of force, he could effortlessly sever it. Yet, in the end, he refrained from such an act. Instead, he softly withdrew his hand, brushing aside the stray wisps of hair that fell across her face. Tenderly ruffling her hair as one would with a beloved pet, Shen Wanqing emitted a soft hum, nuzzling her head against his palm, a sensation that tickled delightfully. Xiao Wuyan remained still, leaning against the edge of the bed, his gaze lowered as he pondered the duration of his existence in this world. Time had stretched on interminably, rendering him unable to recall the specifics. During his time at Tiandao Palace, each night was spent within the cold confines of a dungeon, permeated by the stench of dampness and the chill of iron chains. Above the dungeon, a skylight existed, often shrouded in a hazy mist. There were neither birds nor beasts, nor could one see the clouds or the moon. Eventually, he escaped from the heavenly Dao Palace. In the realm of demons, he had once served as a lackey for the heavenly Dao Palace, ruthlessly hunting down his own kin as a merciless executioner. To those cultivators, he was perceived as a stubborn and tyrannical villain, irredeemable and cruel. Neither side offered him sanctuary, the heavenly Dao rejected him, and the demonic path did not accept him either. Everyone proclaimed that he would inevitably bring devastation upon the living. No one had ever granted him a choice before, nor would they thereafter. The collective sentiment shaped his actions, and thus he indeed followed through. He obliterated a place and erected his own palace there, isolated in solitude. He lived on, lonely yet at peace, occasionally soaring on the back of a mystical bird, playfully observing the expressions of awe and fear that crossed the faces of those who beheld him. Years passed in this manner, and to him, life and death bore no distinction. Shen Wanqing felt a slight itch in her nose, furrowed her brow, and gently sneezed before shifting her position to continue sleeping. Xiao Wuyan gazed down at her, marveling at the unprecedented comfort of having someone beside him, so peacefully asleep. In that moment, he felt a semblance of normalcy. Shen Wanqing mused that the previous night had been the most restful sleep she had enjoyed in days, akin to waking up naturally in a climate-controlled room, revitalized and refreshed. She turned over, closed her eyes, and stretched languidly. As she extended her hand, she brushed against something soft and cool hair, perhaps. Whose hair could it be? Had she encountered a ghost once more? Shen Wanqing was instantly jolted awake. She straightened up, clutching her pillow, and cautiously opened her eyes. Xiao Wuyan leaned against the bed's edge, one hand resting on his knee, his eyes firmly shut, his lips pressed tightly together, and his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly indulging in a brief slumber. Shen Wanqing was taken aback. This was worse than encountering a specter. Had she truly used this esteemed figure as a human-shaped pillow throughout the night? Clutching her pillow, she stared at Xiao Wuyan for quite some time. And upon noticing his utter stillness, she cautiously crawled over and reached out to test his breath. He was still alive. Just as she prepared to exhale in relief, Xiao Wuyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he lifted his eyelids to gaze at her. However, after a prolonged silence, it became apparent that he had no intention of speaking, merely observing her quietly. The atmosphere grew tense. After contemplating for an extended period, Shen Wanqing concluded that if she did not utter a word, they could very well spend the entire day locked in this silent standoff. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the pillow from her embrace, propped it under Xiao Wuyan's head, and then carelessly draped a blanket over him. Subsequently, she sluggishly crawled past him, steadied herself on her feet, and bowed in his direction. Very well, please continue your slumber. Xiao Wuyan, I find you to be the more unusual one here. Shen Wanqing considered herself a person of considerable composure. This was particularly evident during her morning routine, as Xiao Wuyan observed her intently, while she began to comb her hair. Humming a tune and contemplating which hairpin to use for the day, Xiao Wuyan remained fixated on her. She turned to face the vanity mirror, busily attending to her visage, applying a striking and audacious makeup that could only be described as flamboyant. With an air of enthusiasm, she adorned her face with some floral embellishments. Meanwhile, Xie Wuyan continued to observe her, emitting a subtle sound of disdain that resembled a soft click of his tongue. Shen Wanqing chose to endure this, feigning ignorance to his disapproving gaze. However, when she prepared to change her attire, she realized she had overestimated her composure. The piercing intensity of his gaze ignited a warmth that seeped into her spine. Clutching her skirt, she halted her hands, which were poised to unfasten her clothing. Feeling as if this unabashed scrutiny had ignited a crisis of self-doubt. Did he truly believe he was watching a live broadcast? Taking a deep breath, Shen Wanqing grasped her skirt and stood before Xie Wuyan, locking her eyes with his, attempting to convey through her gaze a plea for him to respond with some degree of initiative. Yet, he remained unresponsive, even displaying an expression of impatience that suggested, "Why are you staring at me?" At last, Shen Wanqing could no longer suppress her frustration, a torrent of invectives bubbling within her. But she swallowed them back and instead offered a most amiable smile. "Excuse me, dear brother, might I suggest you close your eyes? I'm about to change my clothes." Oh, and then she watched as Xie Wuyan seemed to come to a sudden realization. Lifting his gaze slightly before displaying a look of disdain and turning his head away dismissively, closing his eyes as if to say, "Well, this is inconvenient." How could he manage to insult her even in the act of shutting his eyes? Shen Wanqing bit her tongue, retreating to a corner, ready to change her clothes swiftly when suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Wanqing, may I come in?" Ji Feichen called out. Upon hearing those words, Shen Wanqing instantly straightened her back and glanced at Xie Wuyan, who was resting with his eyes closed against the bed. Her temples throbbed with agitation. The door creaked open slightly. "Wait, wait!" she called out while darting to Xie Wuyan's side. He lifted his eyelids and regarded her. After a moment of silence, Shen Wanqing took a deep breath and, with a surge of determination, pushed him gently inward, haphazardly draping the blanket over him before lowering the bed curtain. Just as the curtain fell, Ji Feichen entered. "How did you rest last night?" Upon hearing "last night," Shen Wanqing felt a pang of guilt and averted her gaze towards the bed curtain behind her. "It was quite good," she replied, hoping fervently that Xie Wuyan would remain peacefully still and refrain from causing her any trouble. However, Xie Wuyan was determined to prove otherwise. He turned over, the bed creaking audibly in the quiet room, causing Shen Wanqing to wish she could silence him. Ji Feichen turned his head, suspiciously glancing towards the bed. "Just now, right?" Shen Wanqing quickly interrupted. "What brings you here, brother Ji?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, she turned to leave. Yet, she caught sight of Xie Wuyan. His arm propped beneath his head, lazily sprawled on the bed, a book in hand, his index finger wedged between the pages as he perused it with keen interest. As she focused on the title of the book, The Enigmatic Valley of Passion, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. In recent days, she had scavenged numerous novels, carelessly tossing them to the side of the bed after finishing each one. Shen Wanqing was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. Overwhelmed by shame. Disregarding the possibility of success, she lunged forward to snatch the book. Xie Wuyan appeared to be deliberately teasing her, raising his hand just out of her reach. Suddenly, the door swung open once more. In a moment of confusion, Shen Wanqing remained frozen in her attempt to seize the book. Xie Wuyan glanced up, securing his grip on her back and drawing her closer. With a swift motion, he lowered the bed curtain. Zhengziyun peeked in, but saw no one. After speaking, she reached to lift the curtain. Shen Wanqing felt suffocated. If there had been a chance for an explanation when Ji Feichen had walked in earlier, it was now entirely lost. The two were ensnared in such an unusual position that being caught would leave no room for redemption. A sliver of light pierced through the corner of the curtain. She felt utterly desolate. Xie Wuyan looked down at Shen Wanqing, who hung her head like a wilting rabbit, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tightened his hold subtly. She was so slender, curled up like this, it seemed effortless to envelop her entirely. Yet, to her surprise, the anticipated gasp from Zhengziyun did not come. She glanced suspiciously within the bed, furrowing her brow. Was she not in the room? Shen Wanqing froze, preparing to lift her head, only to be restrained by Xie Wuyan's grip at the back of her neck. He raised a finger to her lips, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Sure." The unexpected coldness brushed against her lips, momentarily stunning Shen Wanqing. She gazed into the pair of eyes that sparkled with mirth, only to realize that it was likely a trick of illusion conjured by Xiao Yuan. Unable to see anyone, Shen Wanqing scratched her head and exited the room. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Yuan as she propped herself up, kneeling beside him, and casually expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Xiao Yuan, with a languid demeanor, playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his finger before responding in a leisurely manner. "So, how exactly should I be thanked?" Shen Wanqing retorted. "You certainly have a knack for climbing the social ladder. Who exactly is to blame for your abilities?" Originally, they had planned to depart at the hour of the rooster, but unforeseen circumstances delayed their journey. During today's demon-slaying mission, Feng Yaoqing had underestimated the prowess of the Minwu ghost, which had stealthily attacked her while she was distracted, leaving her with minor injuries. Although it did not hinder their travel, her body had suffered some toll, and after taking medicine, she drifted off to sleep in the carriage. As night deepened and a thick fog rolled in, the carriage gradually slowed as they approached a village. Ji Feichen's gaze sharpened as he lifted the curtain, while Xiao Yuan, who had been resting with his sword against the table, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Not far from the village lay a grove of purple bamboo, emanating a strong scent of blood and malice. While others might not have been overly aware, any cultivator passing by could distinctly smell the potent aura. Just then, the sound of drums and gongs abruptly filled the air. Shen Wanqing lifted the curtain and peered out the window. It appeared as though a joyous celebration was underway. Yet the cacophony of drums and gongs evoked no sense of festivity, rather, it instilled an unsettling aura. Xingzian peered curiously. Who could be holding a celebration at this ungodly hour? Ji Feichen raised his hand, signaling for silence. Upon closer inspection, the villagers bore expressions devoid of emotion. Instead of joy or sorrow, they exhibited a numbing familiarity with the situation. Only a pair of elderly individuals, walking beside the palanquin, wept inconsolably. As they spoke, a group passed by a carriage. Shen Wanqing narrowed her eyes, sensing, perhaps by mere illusion, that the pace of this gathering had inexplicably slowed. The red curtains of the palanquin fluttered in the wind, revealing a woman clad in bridal attire, her sorrowful cries faintly audible. "Stop!" Ji Feichen furrowed his brow, leaping down from the carriage to intercept the palanquin. "Forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire what celebration is taking place at this late hour?" The two villagers in the forefront exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Outsider, mind your own business." Leaning against the window, Shen Wanqing cracked open a handful of sunflower seeds, observing intently. The tone of their response unmistakably triggered some hidden quest. The two elders hastily rose to speak. Ji Feichen bent down to assist them. The elderly couple trembled as they stood, supported to a nearby seat, catching their breath before finally speaking. "You may not be aware, but we are not engaged in a celebration, rather, we are offering sacrifices to a demon." Shen Wanqing listened attentively. In summary, the tale recounted that 3 years prior, the village had suffered a severe drought, only to be suddenly alleviated by a downpour brought forth by a being claiming to be the mountain god. In the village chief erected a mountain god temple in the purple bamboo forest, visiting daily to light incense and pray for wealth, promotion, and immortality. One day, the mountain god spoke, declaring that he could grant the chief's wishes, but in return, he demanded a beautiful maiden as a monthly offering. Should the chief fail to comply, the village would be left to fend for itself in times of trouble, without any obligation on his part. The villagers, wise to the nature of the situation, recognized that this was no genuine mountain deity but rather a malevolent spirit masquerading as one. Nevertheless, the village chief, captivated by the prospect of such fortune, reasoned that since he was not a maiden himself, he could impose upon the villagers to select one to be sent as a sacrifice each month. Unfortunately, the villagers reaped little benefit from this arrangement, as the chief pocketed the majority of the rewards. Upon hearing this, Ji Feichen was alarmed and quickly reassured the villagers, promising to help them subdue the demon. An elder sighed, explaining that the creature was elusive. Previous attempts to hire Taoist priests for exorcism had ended tragically, with the practitioners being slain before they could even locate the fiend. Ji Feichen furrowed his brow in contemplation. If that were the case, the only way to successfully draw out the demon would be to use a sacrifice as bait. Yet, ordinary individuals could hardly protect themselves in such a role. At this moment, Feng Yaoqing was also in a weakened state, still unconscious. As for Ziyun, given her impulsive nature, it was likely that she would recklessly confront danger, even if the demon had not intended to harm her. Thus, only Shen Wanqing, who was munching on sunflower seeds, remained aware of Ji Feichen's gaze resting upon her face. She rubbed the seed shells together, clapped her hands, and, as if anticipating the moment, sat up straight. It was not entirely unfounded for Ji Feichen to trouble her. After all, he had little choice. She could at least preserve her own life or engage in a trade-off, whereas Ziyun could only replace Brother Ji with Brother Xia, risking that Xia Wuyan might become annoyed and strike her down first. I, however, am capable. This is within my expertise, as I have long been a bait. Shen Wanqing had no objections, but there was one thing she felt compelled to express. However, I believe that in the future, should a similar situation arise, and if you find yourselves unable to contend with the monsters, you might consider prioritizing the village chief for elimination. How is it that all the villagers are so obstinate? While monsters deserve their fate, they have not engaged in coercive dealings. If you cannot slay the lamp spirit, you might as well eliminate Aladdin. Seated before the dressing mirror, she cast a glance at the neatly folded wedding robe placed beside her. Her brow furrowed slightly as she extended her hand to caress the intricate patterns inch by inch. Benefactor, do you have something to eat first? An elderly maid entered, setting down hot tea and pastries beside her. Afterward, she moved behind Shen Wanqing, arranging her hair while expressing earnestly, "Thank you, benefactor, for rescuing my daughter. If it truly comes to dealing with that mountain demon, I would be willing to toil like a beast." Shen Wanqing raised her gaze to catch a glimpse of the elderly maid in the mirror, paused briefly, then extended her hand to gently pat the back of the maid's hand in a reassuring manner. This is precisely the duty of one who vanquishes demons. There is no need for such excessive gratitude. The joyous robe can be exchanged by me, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Despite this assertion, the elderly woman remained with tear-filled eyes, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. After much coaxing from Shen Wanqing, she finally managed to stifle her tears, trembling as she was assisted to sit down beside her, not forgetting to push the teacup towards her. "Benefactor, the air in the purple bamboo forest is frigid and the journey arduous. Please warm yourself with some tea." Shen Wanqing glanced at the steaming cup, extended her hand to lift it, took a sip, and then said, "Thank you." The two exchanged a few more words before Shen Wanqing saw the tearful elder off. The room finally returned to a tranquil silence. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Shen Wanqing delicately adjusted her intricately styled hair and the decorative hairpin atop her head. As though lost in contemplation, something felt amiss. Suddenly, she rose and moved to the side, pressing her index and middle fingers firmly against her throat in 2 places. Soon after, the tea she had just consumed, mingled with a hint of blood, was expelled in a cough. This was indeed troubling. Logically, the monthly ritual honoring the mountain deity should hold paramount importance for the village. Why, then, had the village chief, who presided over such matters, failed to appear at this significant event? Moreover, the joyous procession had been intercepted midway, causing quite a commotion. Did the villagers truly believe they could bring the offering into their homes without fear of discovery by the village chief or the mountain deity? Even that elderly matron had meticulously arranged her elaborate hairstyle and applied vermilion with such care. These processes are tedious and devoid of meaning. The only sensation one can perceive is that the villagers treat her not as a mere impostor evoking the mountain deity, but as a genuine sacrificial offering. This entire situation fills Shen Wanqing with an unsettling feeling. She cannot fully trust these villagers, and at present, Ji Feichen and his companions are not by her side. According to the initial plan, Xing Ziyun remained behind to care for Feng Yaoqing, while Ji Feichen and Xia Wuyan would be stationed near the temple. Thus, it would be wiser to feign compliance rather than rashly confront these villagers of uncertain allegiance, and instead seek to reunite with Ji Feichen and the others. Shen Wanqing donned her bridal attire, adorned with a red veil, and was assisted into the sedan chair. The journey was jarring, accompanied by the incessant clamor of gongs and drums, propelling them forward. The cacophonous din was deafening, tightening the strings of one's mind to the point of excruciating headache. Whether it was the raucous noise or the tea that had not been fully extracted, she felt the temperature around her plummeting, a chill emanating from the ground beneath her. Despite the absence of wind, a biting cold, mingled with a heavy scent of blood and malevolence, penetrated to her very bones, inducing a dull ache. It appeared they had entered the bamboo grove. "Miss, "We have arrived," came the voice of the old matron from beyond the sedan chair. Once the chair halts, "I will assist you to the foot of the mountain deity's temple. Thereafter, you must enter on your own. After kneeling on the mat for a while, the mountain deity will naturally make an appearance." Shen Wanqing responded with a simple "mm" as the sedan chair descended. She was helped out and guided to a stop before a door. "Very well, miss, I can accompany you no further," the old matron prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Shen Wanqing suddenly called out. She paused briefly, then smiled. "Elder, would you embrace me for a moment? I am grateful for your guidance here." The elderly woman, of course, would not refuse. In the brief moment of their embrace, Shen Wanqing discreetly affixed a sound transmission talisman behind her hair. With a creaking sound, the temple door was pushed open. A wave of dampness, accompanied by the pungent stench of decay, assailed her senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Shen Wanqing removed her red veil and surveyed her surroundings. Bones and corpses lay strewn about. Most of the bodies had begun to decompose. Yet a few still bore recognizable features. It appeared to be far more complex than the purported monthly sacrifice of a maiden, as many of the skeletal remains suggested they were male. Amidst this grim scene, several talismans were faintly visible. Upon closer inspection, despite being smeared with blood and grime, it was evident that many of the corpses were adorned in attire reminiscent of various sect practitioners or demon slayers. Something was amiss. So many cultivators had perished here. Yet the villagers spoke of nothing. Shen Wanqing raised her hand, drawing a golden hairpin from her coiffure, its sharp point pressing against her palm, ready to draw blood at a moment's notice. She approached the center of the temple, casting a glance at the mat in the middle. The elderly woman had instructed her to kneel and await further instructions. At that moment, a voice emanated from the talisman. "Shall we commence the ritual? With 5 fools willingly offering their lives, the mountain deity shall reward us abundantly. However, I heard from the townsfolk that this group of cultivators seems to have some dubious origins. Fear not, these fools have already consumed our concoction. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Their abilities will undoubtedly be compromised, for it is a gift from the mountain deity, and how could there be any error?" Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow. Just then, the voice within the communication talisman suddenly became indistinct. After a few intermittent, muffled screams, it abruptly ceased. Could it be that the spell was discovered? Yet, at this moment, that is not the crux of the matter. Shen Wanqing gazed at the mat. Even without careful scrutiny, the overwhelming stench of blood was palpable. It seemed countless cultivators had been lured here by these villagers, subsequently led into a dark ritual to summon demons, only to be brutally slain. Although these people were full of lies, one truth remained: following their instructions would indeed attract the demons. However, with Ji Feichen's protagonist aura, there was a chance he could vanquish the demon, especially with the presence of the bug known as Xia Wuyan. Shen Wanqing remained silent for a long while before turning to leave. Did she take herself for a fool? She was not as stubborn as the villagers. In such circumstances, she had no intention of becoming a living target to confront demons. Instead, she aimed to confront the villagers. Upon reaching the door, she pushed it. It did not budge. Despite her cultivation, even if the villagers had locked the door, she should have been able to force it open. Yet, it remained immovable, likely due to the influence of demonic energy. Meanwhile, a chilling current surged from behind, adhering closely to her spine as it ascended, akin to an invisible hand that meticulously caressed her skin, instilling a sense of dread. Shen Wanqing remained motionless, her back taut, slowly lowering her hand that had been poised to push the door open, tightening her grip on the hairpin she held. It appeared that her presence had not gone unnoticed upon her entrance. This group of fools had unwittingly delivered a splendid gift to her. The male voice echoed as if it were veiled by countless layers of mist. Though it was near, it was shrouded in ambiguity. He spoke almost directly into Shen Wanqing's ear, his bizarre tone heightening her unease. The young lady is quite astute, yet being too clever can also be a double-edged sword. Shen Wanqing felt a throbbing in her temples. Although it seemed devoid of substance, she sensed her body ensnared by a potent aura of malevolence, constricting every inch of her skin and rendering her immobile. To be candid, this creature's lethargic advances, coupled with its peculiar manner of speaking, felt less like an intent to kill or torment and more akin to an insidious form of harassment. Then, she felt that intangible hand maneuvering to her front, gliding over her abdomen, inch by inch. Confirmed, it was indeed an unwelcome advance. Unlike the specter of the painted skin, this malevolent force was evidently far more robust and formidable. The entire temple was enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness, as if it were on the verge of bursting the very edifice apart. Logically, at such a juncture, Ji Feichen should have already taken notice. Shen Wanqing recalled the words she had heard from the sound transmission talisman, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Could it be that Ji Feichen truly fell into a trap, drinking the tea offered by the villager, thus remaining blissfully unaware? Relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. She pressed the golden hairpin into her flesh, and blood flowed down the pin, merging with the hue of her wedding attire. At that moment, a languid voice interrupted, "To be honest, this wedding gown does not suit you, it is rather unappealing." As the voice echoed, Shen Wanqing felt the demonic energy that clung to her dissipate. She turned her head. Xiao Wuyan had somehow perched himself upon the beam, reclining and observing her as if watching a performance. "Still meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" So he had discovered it long ago. Shen Wanqing was momentarily speechless. "So you merely played along with them?" "Indeed," Xiao Wuyan drawled. "I wanted to see how far you could humiliate yourselves." Shen Wanqing's pride would not allow her to be ridiculed in such a manner. "I have also noticed." "Oh, I noticed before you did. The nature is different." "I noticed before you did." The mountain deity, attempting to interject several times, was continuously interrupted. His demonic aura swirled restlessly within the temple, realizing that these two were so engrossed in their quarrel that they neglected their own matters, which unwittingly ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. What does this mean? Do they look down upon him? When the mountain deity becomes displeased, he is inclined to unleash his full power. His target was unmistakably clear, compared to the dangerous Xiao Wuyan, who had effortlessly entered this space without detection. Shen Wanqing was evidently the easier target to intimidate. All the demonic energy converged into a singular force, surging towards her with an overwhelming current that shattered the surrounding pillars into countless fragments. Bang! That force collided with an incredibly resilient barrier, scattering in all directions in an instant. Xiao Wuyan grasped Shen Wanqing's waist with his right hand, drawing her closer to him, then furrowed his brow. "Have you gained weight?" Shen Wanqing replied, "There is no need for an acceptance speech at this moment, thank you." The dark demonic aura coalesced into a vortex, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, stirring up dust as if it intended to hurl a person into a blender, threatening to rend their very organs apart. The oppressive force rendered the air thin, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, capable of crushing bones to dust. Xiao Wuyan released his grip on Shen Wanqing's waist and lifted his gaze towards the heart of the swirling black mist, his robes billowing and crackling. The vortex expanded, and suddenly, in an instant, countless black arms extended from it, surging towards Xiao Wuyan and ensnaring him tightly. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by this demonic power. Overestimating oneself, came the raucous laughter of the mountain demon from the depths of the black mist, its voice thick and eerie, filled with rampant mockery. "Do you think you can be a hero and save the beauty? You hold yourself in too high regard. In the end, you are merely delivering yourself to your demise." Shen Wanqing fell silent for a moment, silently mourning for the demon in her heart. If only it had refrained from speaking. Given Xiao Wuyan's inherently troublesome nature, he might not have wished to engage in battle at all. However, it must be said that the power of the mountain demon is indeed formidable. Over the years, the villagers have not been sacrificing ordinary people to sustain the mountain demon. Nourished by these cultivators, the mountain demon has grown exponentially stronger than typical monsters. A stream of black demonic energy crept along the ground, coiling around Shen Wanqing's feet, then splitting into countless tendrils resembling ropes that ensnared her limbs. "Next, it was your turn." Just as that voice faded, a flash of red light suddenly flickered from the unfathomable black vortex. Instantly, a multitude of blood-red streaks spread like a spider's web. The brilliance was blinding, akin to threading a needle, as the red light danced with an untraceable velocity. In an almost instantaneous moment, it fragmented the vast vortex into countless shattered pieces. Boom! The dense demonic energy erupted, seemingly threatening to shatter the entire temple. Accompanying this was the heart-wrenching wail of the mountain demon. Xiao Wuyan opened his eyes. His crimson gaze betrayed no malice, yet remained strikingly enchanting. His inky hair billowed along with his robe, yet he made no move, not even shifting his position. The mountain demon, having reached such a level, could be considered a significant entity. Although it could not overpower them, it was adept at fleeing. The black mist quickly gathered along the ground, feigning an attack towards the two, while its true form broke free from the rooftop. Shen Wanqing glanced over. It seemed to be heading in the direction of the village. She turned around and pushed the door. Without the influence of demonic power, the door swung open effortlessly. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, Shen Wanqing halted in her tracks, gasping in disbelief. She had initially assumed the temple would be perilous enough. Yet she never anticipated that the outside would be even more horrifying by several folds. Corpses littered the ground, nearly covering it entirely. From the temple entrance to the purple bamboo forest lay the bodies of the villagers who had carried her in the sedan earlier. Their deaths were utterly gruesome. Some had their necks grotesquely twisted, others bore gaping wounds in their chests, while some were cleaved in half. Thus, the sudden silence of the sound transmission talisman likely indicated that these unfortunate souls had been slain at that very moment. The murderer of these villagers was I. Xiao Wuyan bent down beside her, meeting her gaze with a smile that, while seemingly jovial, sent chills down her spine. Though I am curious to see how you all will flounder, it does not imply that I appreciate being manipulated. She felt as if he was subtly mocking her. Shen Wanqing raised her eyes to meet his. His elongated eyes, adorned with long lashes like feathers, possessed an allure capable of captivating young maidens. Even amidst the glaring threat, the smile on his face remained as warm as a spring breeze. It was as if he offered a piece of candy only to frighten her afterward. He had mastered this art. Very well. Shen Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and gently patted his shoulder, expressing, "You've worked hard." She carefully sidestepped the obstructive Xiao Wuyan, deftly maneuvering past the bodies strewn across the ground, and proceeded in the direction of the village, guided by her memory. Xiao Wuyan observed in silence, watching Shen Wanqing ahead, who was evading the remnants of carnage as if engaged in a game of dodging bombs. She tiptoed delicately, avoiding pools of blood and dismembered limbs. Her movements startled and erratic, reminiscent of a skittish rabbit. This spectacle elicited an involuntary smile from Xiao Wuyan, yet he abruptly suppressed it, concealing his amusement. However, after a few paces, Shen Wanqing suddenly heard a rustling from the woods. Could it be Ji Feichen? She halted and gazed toward the source of the sound, preparing to investigate further when a figure abruptly emerged, stumbling and collapsing at her feet, kneeling with a thud. "Heroine, please save me," pleaded the blood-soaked old woman, weeping profusely as she prostrated herself before Shen Wanqing. Upon closer inspection, Shen Wanqing was rendered speechless. Wasn't this the same old crone who had attempted to poison her with tea? It appeared that Xiao Wuyan's ruthless slaughter had left some survivors. Notably, Xiao Wuyan had a troublesome habit of leaving a few grains of rice unaccounted for during his grim work. Shen Wanqing crouched down, curious to discern what this woman might utter. The old crone raised her head, her voice hoarse with anguish, and upon catching sight of Xiao Wuyan behind Shen Wanqing, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. She clutched Shen Wanqing's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Heroine, it's him, it's him. He is a monster, having slaughtered all our people. Heroic maiden, save us. He must be in league with the mountain demon." Shen Wanqing gazed at the old man, realizing for the first time that she had encountered someone even more shameless and pretentious than herself. With a sigh, she turned and looked towards Xiao Wuyan. He remained still a short distance away, leaning against a bamboo, observing her with an air of indifference. At that moment, Shen Wanqing heard a familiar voice calling from afar. "Wanqing! Brother Xie! Where are you?" It was Ji Feichen. Upon hearing this voice, the old crone's pupils brightened as if she had found a savior. She turned her head, mouth agape, and with a sudden splatter, blood burst forth, most of it staining Shen Wanqing's face. With determination, Shen Wanqing thrust the golden hairpin deep into the old woman's throat, the forceful penetration leaving no room for a cry. Emotionless, she withdrew the hairpin and stood, wiping the blood from her face with her robe before turning back to Xiao Wuyan, who was also watching her. Ji Feichen's voice continued to echo nearby, but Shen Wanqing remained silent, raising a hand to gesture for quiet. In truth, she believed that in a world such as this, taking a life was of little consequence. If she could slay spirits, what was a mere human? However, it was evident that Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing, given their natures, would never resort to such brutality. Even upon realizing they had been deceived by these villagers, they would instead choose to persuade and guide them towards righteousness with earnest words. Thus, if they were to learn from the old woman that Xia Wuyan had committed acts that contradicted their principles, they would undoubtedly question his identity and the authenticity of the persona he had meticulously crafted over these past days. Therefore, this individual could not be allowed to survive. As long as no witnesses remained, even if others stumbled upon these corpses, all blame could be shifted to the mountain demon. Indeed, Shen Wanqing was aiding Xia Wuyan. And the reason was quite simple: he had saved her, whereas the old woman intended to offer her as a sacrifice. In such circumstances, the morality of her actions, whether they were cruel or benevolent, was of no consequence. She merely wished to assist the person she chose to support. Meanwhile, a tremendous demonic energy enveloped the direction of the village. This potent aura was so intense that even a novice cultivator like Shen Wanqing could perceive it, let alone Ji Feichen. Soon, his voice faded into the distance, presumably as he hurried to the village in search of the mountain demon. Concerned for Feng Yaoqing and the others' safety, it was only after Ji Feichen had completely departed that Shen Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. She approached Xia Wuyan, hesitating for a long moment before inquiring, "Is there still blood on my face? If so, could you please point it out? Otherwise, it looks rather unseemly." To her surprise, after holding back for so long, this was the only statement she could muster. Such words seemed hardly befitting of someone from a demon-slaying lineage. Yet, Shen Wanqing remained oblivious to this, instead offering a light laugh. "In this case, you have killed, and I have killed. Why don't we keep it a secret from one another?" A radiant clarity shone in her eyes, and she skillfully crafted a way out for herself. Xia Wuyan realized that Shen Wanqing was far more astute than he had previously imagined. So astute was he that even when he eventually discerned her deceit and pretense, he deemed it inconsequential. Xia Wuyan raised his hand, pointing to several spots on her face, unexpectedly declaring, "There's blood." Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure. Puffing up like a cat, she turned her back to him, swiping her hand across her face, then confidently pivoted to inquire, "How about now?" Xia Wuyan paused, contemplating. "Indeed, it has been smoothed out." Shen Wanqing gasped in humiliation. The author wishes to convey, Shen Wanqing spent the night inventing a facial cleanser. Upon reaching the village, Shen Wanqing beheld flames illuminating the sky. Even from a distance, the malevolent aura loomed over the village. Nonetheless, every household was aglow, with numerous villagers brandishing torches, resembling a constellation of stars converging in one spot. At the heart of this fiery spectacle knelt Ji Feichen, sword in hand, struggling to uphold his stance, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A gaping wound marred his arm, blood cascading down the sword's hilt. Logically, even with diminished strength, Ji Feichen, with his cultivation, should not have found it so arduous to contend with the mountain demon. However, the villagers, having emerged en masse, surged forward to intercept and assail him. Despite sensing an underlying issue, he remained cautious of the villagers, fearful of endangering their lives. Thus, his movements became constrained, and in his distracted state, he was dealt a severe blow by the mountain demon. "Brother Ji!" Shen Wanqing pushed through the crowd encircling him and rushed to his side, crouching down to support his shoulder, enabling him to straighten his posture. "Are you all right?" Ji Feichen's eyelashes were smeared with blood. He turned to look at Shen Wanqing, sighed in relief, and grasped her wrist tightly, pulling her into his embrace. "Thank goodness you are safe." Caught off guard by such an unexpected embrace, Shen Wanqing's pupils contracted. Momentarily stunned, yet she distinctly sensed a chilling gaze sweeping past her back. Stiffly, she turned her head. Xiao Yuan watched the tender scene between the siblings with a cold smile, tinged with mockery. Shen Wanqing thought to herself, how could a once harmonious socialist sibling bond evoke such unease with just one glance from you? After offering Ji Feichen a few words of comfort, she surveyed her surroundings. The villagers nearby wore menacing expressions, whispering amongst themselves. And she could faintly hear, those cultivators deserve to be tortured 1,000 times. Ji Feichen listened to these words, his palm clenching so tightly that it nearly drew blood. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow, scanning the area and sensing something amiss. The demon, clearly gravely injured by Xiao Yuan, was not only failing to dissipate but seemed to be gradually regaining strength. Wait! Brother Ji, Shen Wanqing urgently inquired, where is Sister Feng? At that moment, Luo Gong was frantically shaking, pointing in a specific direction, the direction where Feng Yaoqing was located. Female supporting character system, warning! Warning! The protagonist is detected to be in imminent danger. Ji Feichen raised his brow upon hearing this, a rare chill flickering in his usually gentle eyes. He unsheathed his sword and stood up, advising, take care of yourself. With that, he prepared to rush towards Feng Yaoqing's direction. Just then, an elderly woman knelt before Ji Feichen, grasping his pant leg, pleading, you cannot go, you must not go. If the mountain god is no more, our entire village is doomed. As if a dam had burst, countless individuals surged forward, enveloping him in a throng. You all know it is not the mountain god, but a demon that feeds on human essence. Ji Feichen's eyes flared with fury. Ultimately, humanity is selfish, whether divine or demonic. When our village was ravaged by drought 3 years ago, and half our people perished, where were you, cultivators, in our time of need? Those temples consumed our offerings without a thought for our lives. It was the mountain god who rescued us from despair, bestowing upon us wealth and prosperity, ensuring favorable weather. Ji Feichen found it impossible to tame this mob, yet with his prowess, he knew these ordinary folk could not impede his path. With a violent shake of his wrist, he seemed poised to force his way through the congested crowd. Sensing his intent, the elderly woman grew increasingly agitated, exorcising demons? Bah! You cultivators only seek your own enlightenment, with no regard for us. Only the mountain god can save my ailing, delusional son. If today you dare to take a single step forward, I, your humble servant, shall dash myself against this stone pillar, allowing the world to witness how you, who speak so eloquently of benevolence, drive the common folk to their demise. This declaration successfully halted Ji Feichen's movements. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging, anguish etched upon his brow. The teachings of the Ji family, which extolled the virtues of chivalry and compassion, rendered him incapable of witnessing the villagers perish before his eyes. With a thunderous roar, a blade of energy cleaved through the dense fog, only to appear feeble and swiftly be consumed once more by the encroaching darkness. Yet, amidst the gloom, a few flickering lights struggled to endure. A yell! Ji Feichen cried out hoarsely. Shen Wanqing glanced at the desperate elderly woman and then at the onlooker, Xiao Wuyan. Before extending her hand toward him, may I borrow your sword? Without questioning her intent, Xiao Wuyan handed her the weapon. Shen Wanqing unsheathed the sword and navigated through the crowd until she stood before the elderly woman, examining her for a long moment. Finally, she turned to Ji Feichen and said, Brother Ji, go rescue Sister Feng, I will handle things here. Ji Feichen's eyes burned crimson. Only a shred of reason restrained his fury. He turned to Shen Wanqing, incredulous. You? Yes, Shen Wanqing affirmed, you may go without worry. Not far away. The demonic mist coalesced into a massive vortex, and Feng Yaoqing struggled valiantly but ultimately succumbed, her body pierced, forcing a spout of blood from her lips. Witnessing this, Ji Feichen cast aside all reservations and sprang toward Feng Yaoqing's direction. Stop him! The old woman had yet to complete her sentence when her voice abruptly ceased. The tip of Shen Wanqing's sword pressed against her throat, her once cheerful eyes devoid of any emotion. Her voice, calm yet chilling, silenced the surrounding clamor. If one were to collide with a rock, it would be a painful existence to cling to life. Better to meet my sword and die with dignity. The area fell into an oppressive silence. After a prolonged pause, someone finally reacted, beginning to shout in outrage. Indeed, cultivators were a treacherous lot, claiming to be guardians against evil while disregarding the lives of ordinary people. How absurd! Do you not realize that this elderly woman has a dying child at home awaiting the blessings of the mountain deity? Such a lack of compassion from those who practice the arcane arts. If this matter were to be made public, it would surely bring disgrace upon you. Shen Wanqing. Without so much as a blink, Shen Wanqing delivered her name with deliberate clarity. You wish to make this known? Then remember my name. Those who had expressed sympathy moments before may have hesitated, but she did not. She was no demon slayer but rather a pampered young lady with a rather unyielding temperament. Being dragged off the main road to be a sacrificial offering was indeed an unpleasant experience. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze upon the woman's eyes. The sword's edge inching closer, drawing a thin line of blood. So, do you understand? I am resolute in my intent to kill you. Shen Wanqing's tone was unnervingly calm. Yet it was precisely such an emotionless cadence that instilled the deepest fear in others. Almost everyone could be convinced that she could indeed kill the woman without a moment's hesitation. Shen Wanqing could see through it. This group of raucous individuals appeared to speak with authority, yet in reality, they were solely driven by self-interest. Their aggressive demeanor stemmed from the belief that Ji Feichen would not dare to take action against them. The more self-serving a person is, the more they tend to value their own life. Ji Feichen struggled to gauge the true intentions of this group and was reluctant to gamble their lives. Indeed, the elderly woman staggered backward, supported by others, collapsing to the ground while clutching her neck and weeping profusely. She beat her chest and lamented, "Oh, my poor son." Shen Wanqing paid them no heed, sheathed her sword, and returned it to Xiao Wuyan. With both parties having irreparably severed ties, the villagers no longer held back. Insults and curses echoed around Shen Wanqing like a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. She remained indifferent, gazing towards Feng Yaoqing. The flying spirit sword hovered in midair as Ji Feichen closed his eyes, blood seeping slowly from the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of talismans emerged, radiating a golden light that dispelled the thick fog. He leapt into the air, his pale blue figure sweeping across the night sky, and caught Feng Yaoqing, shielding her protectively. It seemed that she was saved at last. Shen Wanqing finally felt a sense of relief. But just as she turned to seek them out, she suddenly felt a sharp impact on the back of her head from a small stone. She paused momentarily, only to be pelted by a barrage of stones shortly thereafter. Shen Wanqing turned around. A young boy, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old, was covered in mud. Upon noticing her gaze, he swiftly hid behind an adult, peeking out and spitting in her direction. For the first time, Shen Wanqing felt a wave of weariness wash over her. She had no desire to engage in conflict with these individuals. Even with her eyes closed, she understood that after being rescued, Feng Yaoqing would undoubtedly be unable to bear reproaching them. In fact, she would likely enlist the aid of the cultivators from the Zuantiangong to help restore the village to its former state and to heal the so-called gravely ill children. Using compassion to redeem malevolent spirits and wicked villagers. This was an essential path for the protagonist's growth. However, just as Shen Wanqing was about to depart, a piercing scream suddenly echoed behind her. Xiao Yuan had tightly grasped the boy's neck, lifting him off the ground, leaving his legs dangling. The boy struggled desperately. Yet no sound escaped his lips, he could only stutter helplessly in his attempts to break free. The villagers stood by, their eyes wide with shock. Yet none dared to intervene, except for the boy's mother, who clutched Xiao Yuan's arm, her expression filled with terror. Xiao Yuan's eyes reflected no emotion, as if what he held was not a living being, but rather an inanimate object. Finally, when the child was left gasping for breath, he released his grip, disdainfully shaking his wrist, before turning his gaze towards the villagers beside him. The cacophony of insults that had filled the air moments before fell abruptly silent. Coincidentally, my mood today is also rather unfavorable. Xiao Wuyan's expression appeared to be a smile tinged with mockery as his gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. "Let me count," he remarked, raising his index finger and, with keen interest, began to point out each individual nearby, casually reciting their numbers. Each person singled out trembled, their faces etched with fear. "All right," Xiao Wuyan chuckled softly, speaking leisurely, "my memory has always been exceptional." It was a threat, unmasked and unmistakable. The young boy, already being supported, was abruptly lifted and brought before Shen Wanqing. In the next moment, his neck was seized, forcing him down to kneel, his forehead striking the ground heavily. "Apologize," Xiao Wuyan's voice was as cold as ice. Shen Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, then realized joy. She felt a surge of pride. Suddenly, fatigue seemed to dissipate. Terrified by the ordeal, the boy dared not be defiant any longer, his eyes reddening as he stammered an apology. "Not enough, you must bow 3 more times," Shen Wanqing commanded. The supporting character did not wish to see the protagonist part ways, and the boy, with his bruised face and tears mingled with snot, dared not utter a word of protest. Upon hearing her words, he immediately bowed 3 times, trembling with anxiety. The people around her adopted a demeanor of indifference, entirely shedding their earlier collective outrage. Only the boy's mother rushed forward, cradling his body, her voice trembling as she implored, how can you treat a child this way? Shen Wanqing, unfazed by her plea, retorted, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Are you here to bow and beg? You! The woman shot her gaze upward, fixing her stare on Shen Wanqing. I understand now. Shen Wanqing stepped aside, elegantly gesturing with her chin, please, take your time. The woman hesitated, glancing at Xie Wuyan beside her, biting her lip. After a prolonged moment, she slowly bowed her head in reverence. Shen Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. Each individual who met her gaze instinctively lowered their eyes, their faces etched with terror. Even some elderly women began to weep, lamenting, our village is doomed today. Why did she seem to embody the role of a villain? So be it. Shen Wanqing clasped her hands behind her back, surveying the throng of kneeling villagers, each bowing their heads in trepidation. Meanwhile, Xie Wuyan languidly leaned against a nearby wall, meticulously wiping the blood from his sword's edge in a leisurely manner. The moonlight glinted off the blade, casting a blinding reflection that caused the villagers to shudder in fear. Today, you do not kneel before me. You kneel before your own conscience. Your lives matter, just as the lives of those cultivators do. Shen Wanqing strolled with an air reminiscent of a scholarly figure, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his humble status did not grant him invulnerability through the benevolence of others, although they had come sincerely. Wanqing. Ji Feichen gently laid down the unconscious Xing Ziyan, then lifted the injured Feng Yaoqing and approached their side. He turned to glance at the presently docile villagers, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Shen Wanqing touched his head, raising his gaze to the distant Xie Wuyan. Xie Wuyan did not waver in his focus, merely sheathing his sword. Instantly, those around them exhaled in relief. Shen Wanqing clarified, they are repenting. Repenting? Ji Feichen, not one to be easily deceived, questioned the sudden change. I win them over with virtue. Shen Wanqing spoke with wide eyes, weaving a tale. Ji Feichen remained silent, merely casting a skeptical glance his way. Very well. In truth, Shen Wanqing had, after enduring much, resolved to employ force as a deterrent. Placing his hands on his hips and declaring that if they continued their nonsensical antics, he would have Xie Wuyan remove their tongues. Xie Wuyan, why must it be me? Shen Wanqing had grown adept at wielding authority through intimidation. Though Ji Feichen sensed the underlying truth, he chose not to expose it. The events of the day had left him utterly drained, sparing the lives of these villagers solely out of the moral teachings of self-restraint and propriety that had always guided him. He glanced at the feeble Feng Yaoqing in his arms, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth. How many cultivators have you harmed? How many innocents have you hurt? If anything were to happen to her today, I cough. Wind Yaoqing coughed a few times, her body smeared with blood and grime. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes and glanced at the row of villagers kneeling nearby. Suddenly, she raised her hand and gripped Ji Feichen's wrist. Shaking her head, these individuals have been ensnared by demonic creatures. Although they are loathsome, they still possess the opportunity for repentance. For reasons unknown, Shen Wanqing perceived a halo of purity emanating from the two of them. After listening for a while, she began to feel drowsy, as this was primarily the protagonist's moment. Furthermore, standing beside them was a villainous character like herself, which was rather disruptive to the atmosphere. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her wicked role contrasted sharply with the protagonist's benevolent nature, contributing to a beautiful resolution through her self-sacrifice. Thus, moved by her own sentiments, Shen Wanqing gradually made her way toward the carriage, intending to climb aboard and take a nap. However, as her gaze shifted, she noticed Xie Wuyan standing nearby. His eyes fixed intently on Wind Yaoqing, his expression a tapestry of emotions. If one were to describe it, his brow was slightly furrowed, and his gaze was tender, reminiscent of the gentleness that follows the thawing of snow. Shen Wanqing's heart sank. It was disastrous. She feared that, in comparison to herself, Xie Wuyan had developed a profound admiration for Wind Yaoqing, a person who, despite her injuries, still harbored goodwill. Yet, Xie Wuyan was oblivious to Shen Wanqing's convoluted thoughts. He was simply pondering whether these cultivators had lost their wits. At that moment, he was unexpectedly jolted by Shen Wanqing colliding into him. Xie Wuyan. Shen Wanqing spoke, pouting like a young girl, and began to act coy. The carriage is so far away, and that dark, frightening place. I just encountered such a terrifying mountain demon. I am truly scared. Xie Wuyan could now firmly believe that these cultivators were indeed capable of clouding their minds. He fell silent for a moment before asking, "What are you performing? What does it mean? Can she not be an adorable girl?" Shen Wanqing also had her temper. She crossed her arms defiantly, turning away in anger. Striding towards the carriage. "Xie brother." He pondered for a while, then stepped over to Zhang Ziyun's side, reaching out to grasp her wrist. The spiritual energy surged. Zhang Ziyun suddenly opened her eyes, leaning forward, gasping for breath. Xie Wuyan released her hand, preparing to rise. "Let us go." "Wait!" Zhang Ziyun called out to him. Lowering her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Xie brother, my legs are weak." Xie Wuyan looked at her calmly and nodded, "Oh." Then he turned to leave, leaving behind a cold silhouette. Zhang Ziyun watched his retreating figure, clutching her chest, her heart racing. He did not embrace her. Surely. He felt it would tarnish the girl's purity. What a considerate person. Without the formidable Zhang Ziyun to disrupt their dynamic, the relationship between the two of them escalated rapidly. And the progress of their task visibly advanced. Shen Wanqing was moved to tears. However, the next day, the progress came to a sudden halt, retreating significantly. It was not due to a quarrel between the protagonists. It was not merely a trivial matter, rather. It was because Xie Wuyan nearly strangled Zhang Ziyun to death that the alarm was raised. Alert! Alert! An important female supporting character is on the brink of death, which may imminently lead to a collapse of significant plot lines. The host must remain vigilant. Should Zhang Ziyun perish, the elders of the Shantian sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, such a tragic event could profoundly impact the main storyline of the protagonists, leading to potential narrative disarray. Moreover, Xie Wuyan might risk revealing his true identity as a result. So, why did Xie Wuyan nearly take Zhang Ziyun's life? The reason was quite simple. Zhang Ziyun fervently professed her affections for him, incessantly visiting his courtyard at dawn to beg him to practice swordplay with her, and insisting he sample the pastries she painstakingly crafted. Her swordsmanship was woefully inadequate, and the pastries were hardly palatable. Xie Wuyan, a man of straightforward disposition, found such entanglements bothersome and, disliking the situation, contemplated murder instead. Upon learning this news, Shen Wanqing promptly took her pillow and knocked on Xie Wuyan's door the following evening, intending to keep a watchful eye on him to prevent any rash actions. When Xie Wuyan opened the door, he beheld Shen Wanqing, who had wrapped herself in a cocoon of bedding and stuffed a plethora of novels around her, appearing as though she intended to establish camp there. He fell silent. "I am afraid of the dark," Shen Wanqing lied with an unflinching demeanor. "Thus I have come to sleep with you." Xie Wuyan responded with disbelief. "Do you hear yourself? Is that human speech?" The supporting female character does not wish for the protagonists to part ways. Chapter 29, There's nothing to be shy about, I can sleep on the floor. Shen Wanqing slipped under Xie Wuyan's arm with practiced ease, deftly arranging a makeshift bed on the floor before tucking herself in. She generously patted the pillow, offering words of comfort. "Let us not be too rigid, we are both people of the world." Xie Wuyan replied, "You resemble a creature." The author has a note. Shen Wanqing, indulged and arrogant. Xie Wuyan, what on earth? How can you be more villainous than I? Shen Wanqing firmly believed that as long as her movements were swift enough, she would leave no opportunity for rejection. Thus, she quickly set up her bedding next to Xie Wuyan's bed, patted the pillow, and produced her specially crafted sleep mask that she had sewn over the past few days. Donning it before rolling into the covers, wrapping herself into a snug, round ball. Not forgetting to poke her head out, she feigned a saccharine tone to greet him. "Good night, Brother Xie. Make sure to rest well tonight. I would be heartbroken if you didn't sleep well. This person is quite capable." Xie Wuyan, leaning against the doorframe, observed her antics with a bemused expression. Even though he was unaware of who had instructed her, it was evident that her ruckus was intended to keep a watchful eye on him. Sensing the intense gaze of Xie Wuyan that sent shivers down her spine, Shen Wanqing immediately closed her eyes tightly and pretended to snore, feigning deep slumber. With enough audacity, one would not be sent away. Xie Wuyan, amused to the point of laughter, stepped closer and paused beside her. Shen Wanqing continued to employ her shameless tactics, her body tense yet utterly still. Was she truly asleep? She had fallen asleep. The next moment, she found herself being lifted by Xie Wuyan by the nape of her neck, carried all the way to the door, and unceremoniously placed outside with her pillow. He then closed the door without a hint of mercy. Well, it seemed her persistent tactics had failed. Yet, Shen Wanqing refused to concede. She contemplated that if this was the case, she could stand guard at the door for the entire night, ensuring that Xiao Yuan wouldn't sneak off in the middle of the night to cause mischief. Initially, Shen Wanqing stood at the door like a vigilant sentinel, clutching her pillow and intently observing the room. After 5 minutes, fatigue set in, prompting her to crouch down, adopting a more passive approach to her watch. A quarter of an hour later, drowsiness overcame her, and she nestled her pillow in her arms, burying her face into its softness. With a long yawn, she began to doze off while still keeping an eye out. Thus, when Xiao Yuan opened the door once more, he was greeted by the sight of a spherical, indistinct figure crouched beside it. The most remarkable aspect was that this figure appeared to be in a deep slumber, teetering precariously as if it might topple over at any moment. Xiao Yuan paused, reflecting on the absurdity of her lack of diligence in her surveillance. Observing this wobbling figure resembling a weeble, he chose not to wake her, leaning against the door to see just how long it would take for her to lose her balance. How fortunate! He couldn't help but chuckle lightly to himself. She hadn't toppled over yet. Indeed, she possessed quite a talent for this. At the sound of his laughter, Shen Wanqing stirred, just as she was about to raise her head, only to be unexpectedly lifted by Xiao Yuan once again. Sitting on the bed, Shen Wanqing felt somewhat dazed. As she gradually regained her senses, her eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. "You are truly kind." Xiao Yuan accepted her thanks with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed." Shen Wanqing hesitated for a moment. "I am genuinely grateful to you." "No need for such gratitude," Xiao Yuan replied as he crouched down before her. "I was primarily concerned about your exposure to others, which could tarnish my reputation." Shen Wanqing felt a surge of indignation. After all, who was it that used to sneak into her room at the witching hour? Was her solitary night's visit truly so objectionable? One must not be hypocritical in life. Once the oil lamp extinguished, the room was engulfed in darkness, the surrounding silence almost oppressive, broken only by the faint sounds of insects chirping. After being brought here, Shen Wanqing found herself unable to sleep. Restlessness prompted her to toss and turn, wrapping herself in the quilt as she sought a comfortable position. Unable to find solace, she contemplated leaving. However, upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, tinged with impatience, she immediately shut her eyes tightly, straightened her posture, and assured herself, "I'm asleep, I'm asleep." Xiao Yuan remained silent. After an indeterminate period of stillness, sleepiness began to creep in. In that hazy state between slumber and wakefulness, she heard faint rustling sounds nearby, seemingly emanating from Xiao Yuan's direction. Shen Wanqing jolted awake, cautiously opening one eye. Xiao Yuan had risen, his hair tousled, brows slightly furrowed, his complexion pale, exuding an aura of coldness and impatience. He rose from the bed, crossing over Shen Wanqing, seemingly intent on departing. It was over. He appeared as though he were poised to commit a heinous act. Shen Wanqing swallowed hard, then resolved to take a risk. With a deliberate motion, she rolled over and firmly grasped the hem of Xiao Yuan's garment. His movement halted as he glanced at her, remaining still for a prolonged moment before bending down to lift her arm, withdrawing his robe. Shen Wanqing swiftly rolled again, seizing hold of his arm. Xiao Yuan continued to extricate himself. She then shifted again, and he seated himself beside her, uttering not a word, resting his chin on his hand as he silently gazed at her face. Shen Wanqing tightly shut her eyes, remaining utterly still. Yet, she could not shake the sensation that Xiao Yuan's gaze bore warmth, sweeping over her face inch by inch like a blade, closely grazing her cheek. Being scrutinized in such a manner was rather disconcerting. Thus, she stealthily turned her head. In the next instant, a cold hand clasped around her neck, tightening instantly. Shen Wanqing sprang up, clutching a pillow and retreating 2 steps. With a lingering trepidation, she touched her neck, attempting to steady her breath. Although Xiao Yuan had seemingly intended to tighten his grip, he had restrained himself, causing her no real harm. Hearing his inquiry, she felt a pang of guilt and began to feign bravado. "No, I was sound asleep just now, it was your actions that roused me." "Your actions?" Xiao Yuan echoed these words as if he had heard a jest. In the next moment, he raised his hand to grasp Shen Wanqing's waist. while his other hand covered her lips. He pressed his body down, pinning her beneath him. Their garments intertwined, causing even the nearby bed curtains to tremble slightly. And the jade ornaments hanging by the bedside clinked together. Shen Wanqing could distinctly see her own reflection in Xiao Wuyan's eyes, which glimmered with a hint of mirth. One must admit that it was somewhat reasonable for Zhang Ziyun, a devoted fan of Ji Feiqian, to suddenly develop an admiration for Xiao Wuyan. Although he did not exude the same ethereal elegance as Ji Feiqian, he possessed an alluring charm, his fox-like eyes brimming with temptation even when he smiled gently. A quintessential example of a captivating figure. Do you understand? Xiao Wuyan released his hand from her mouth, his voice a low, husky whisper. Now this is what it means to be hands-on. Shen Wanqing's gaze flickered, and as she parted her lips to speak, a loud, flustered voice approached from afar. A fluttered in through the window, and upon closer inspection, 3 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an uncanny silence. In a state of panic, flapped its wings frantically before turning and flying back out, exclaiming, "Ah! I just remembered, I haven't finished my rounds on the left side of the mountain." "Fear not, Your Highness. I shall remain tight-lipped." Shen Wanqing watched the depart, then turned to Xiao Wuyan, pondering for a long while before sincerely stating, "Rest assured. I will clarify everything to it." Xiao Wuyan replied, "Clarify what?" "Do not misconstrue my intentions," Shen Wanqing reassured, gently patting Xiao Wuyan's shoulder. "Rest assured. I shall not tarnish your reputation." Xiao Wuyan retorted, "Who is seducing whom? Who has sullied whose name?" There is nothing more disheartening in this world than the desire to tease a young lady only to discover that she possesses a more rogue-like demeanor than oneself. With a solemn expression, Xiao Wuyan rose to his feet, brushing his sleeves as he prepared to depart. Hey! Shen Wanqing swiftly grasped the fabric of his robe. "Where do you think you are going?" Xiao Wuyan turned to face her, his gaze as still and untroubled as stagnant water. He remained silent for a protracted moment before suddenly crouching down to meet her eye level. Then, he extended his hand and gently tugged at his collar, revealing a patch of bloodstains resembling a spider's web, subtly creeping upward with an almost imperceptible pace. "Do you know what this is?" Xiao Wuyan inquired. Shen Wanqing shook her head. "It is something that could bring about my demise," he stated. Shen Wanqing paused, momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned upon her. The original text had mentioned that Xiao Wuyan, prior to the complete dissolution of his seal, was tormented by the remnants of the binding spells, which had continually suppressed his strength. She suddenly recalled that throughout these past days, Xiao Wuyan's body temperature at night was significantly lower than during the day. Even during their earlier contact, he felt as if ice had brushed against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. It appeared that this curse would invariably manifest during the nighttime. As for the nature of the torment that may arise, Shen Wanqing remained utterly uninformed. Yet it was likely the very reason why Xiao Wuyan had never enjoyed a restful night's sleep. "Miss Shen, I know not who has instigated you to undertake such actions, but I advise you to cease forthwith and refrain from provoking me further." Xiao Wuyan lifted his hand, gripping her chin, enunciating each word with gravity. "Do you truly believe I would not kill you?" The remnants of the sealing spell within him pierced like thorns, each day exacerbating his agony, as countless sharp edges spread from those thorns, tearing through his very being, even to the marrow. Shen Wanqing gazed into his eyes, contemplating for an extended period before blinking and responding, "I understand, then I shall recite a tale for you." Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wandering aimlessly in distress would only exacerbate his insomnia. Shen Wanqing extended her hand, retrieving the storybook she had brought in advance, arranging it neatly before him, adding, "However, perhaps if you listen to someone speak, you might eventually feel drowsy." Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze upon her, neither affirming nor denying his interest. Shen Wanqing had managed to surprise him once more. He remained perplexed by her thoughts. Despite his threats, she exhibited no semblance of fear, instead redirecting the focus towards how he might attain some much-needed rest. Xiao Yuan released his grip on Shen Wanqing's chin, his thin lips pressed tightly together, seemingly at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Go ahead and read." Shen Wanqing selected a tale concerning ghosts and monsters, cleared her throat, and began to recite. Xiao Yuan leaned against the edge of the bed, his hand resting on his knee, with his eyes cast downwards. Shen Wanqing sat on the floor, leaning against the side of the bed, reciting stories with a rhythmic cadence. They were rather dull tales, yet, for some inexplicable reason, they evoked an overwhelming sense of comfort. The stories Shen Wanqing narrated could not alleviate the torment of pain, but they did diminish Xie Wuyan's murderous thoughts. He turned his head, directing his gaze towards Shen Wanqing. But from this angle, he could only see the crown of her head and her long hair cascading down her back. As she continued her recitation, she would occasionally stifle a lengthy yawn, her head bobbing slightly, only to snap back to attention and resume her reading. Ultimately, through Shen Wanqing's relentless efforts, she successfully lulled herself to sleep. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xie Wuyan's lips. He descended from the bed and squatted before her. Shen Wanqing, with her head resting against the bed's edge, maintained her grip on the book, having dozed off on the floor. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she appeared as innocent as a slumbering kitten. Perhaps due to the chill in the room, her nose crinkled, and she gently sneezed. Xie Wuyan glanced at the quilt nearby, then back at Shen Wanqing, preparing to leave. Feeling a hint of warmth, Shen Wanqing tucked her chin in, curling herself into the quilt. Xie Wuyan leaned down, observing her face, and chuckled softly. How foolish! When Shen Wanqing awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. With a start, she sat up, surveying her surroundings, only to discover that Xie Wuyan was no longer in the room. On the table lay a plate of pastries, seemingly left for her. The system did not indicate that Xingxian had met with misfortune, suggesting that Xie Wuyan had not ventured out to commit murder last night. With this thought, Shen Wanqing finally felt a sense of relief. As soon as her worries subsided, hunger began to gnaw at her. After a brief wash-up, she rolled up her bedding and tidied her space before taking a seat at the table, lifting a piece of almond pastry with her chopsticks, ready to savor it. Just then, the door swung open with a loud crash against the wall. Brother Xie, come and taste the chestnut cake I just made. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Xingxian, holding a box of pastries, had entered with a beaming smile, which froze upon spotting Shen Wanqing, only to be replaced by a look of dismay. Shen Wanqing, still poised with her mouth open, hesitated, unsure whether to move. After some contemplation, she decided that the food was innocent. Thus, she diverted her gaze from Xingxian and took a bite of the almond pastry. Whatever the matter, let us discuss it after eating. What brings you here? Xingxian's face darkened. Shen Wanqing casually fabricated a response. I also came to seek Brother Xie for sword practice. Sword practice? Xingxian scoffed. Who permitted you to enter Brother Xie's room? How shameless can you be, a young lady meddling with his belongings? Are you not aware that he despises others touching his things? Shen Wanqing replied candidly, to be honest, Xie Wuyan allowed me to come in. You lie. Xingxian stamped her foot, entered, and grasped Shen Wanqing's arm, pulling her outward. I've been here for several days, and Brother Xie hasn't allowed me into his room. How could he permit you entry? You are merely clinging stubbornly and displaying a lack of decorum. Today, I shall certainly speak to Brother Ji and demand justice. Thus, before Shen Wanqing could finish her piece of almond crisp, she was dragged all the way to the hall of Xuantiang Pavilion. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of the hall filled with people. Ji Feichen and his entourage were present, with Xie Wuyan seated to his left, surrounded by the elders and senior disciples of Xuantiang Pavilion. Even Feng Yaoqing, still recovering from her injuries, was supported by a maid and seated nearby. It appeared they were deliberating a significant matter. The abrupt entrance of the two drew all eyes upon them. Ji Feichen was taken aback. Wanqing, what is the meaning of this? Shen Wanqing felt utterly exhausted. She realized that, compared to vanquishing demons, such trivial disputes among young ladies were far more vexatious. The crux of the matter was Xingxian's unique status, which precluded the use of any covert tactics. Xie Wuyan, observing the scene, furrowed his brow, setting down his teacup. His gaze sweeping past Xingxian to rest on Shen Wanqing. Having just awakened and barely eaten, she was dragged here, her demeanor languid. And she even let out a slow yawn. I just saw her sneaking around in Brother Xie's room. Upon noticing her father's presence, Xingxian felt a surge of confidence and spoke with clarity. How can a young lady intrude upon another's space and touch their belongings? Xie Wuyan interjected. I permitted her to enter. Before Xingxian could complete her sentence, she was interrupted by a gentle voice. Xie Wuyan lifted his gaze. glancing past Shen Wanqing before resting his eyes on Xingziyun. I allowed her to enter, is that not acceptable? The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Those around them quickly grasped the situation, for it was well known that Xingziyun, the daughter of an elder from the Xiantian pavilion, had been openly pursuing Xie Wuyan these past few days. Xingziyun's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. The elder coughed lightly and quickly remarked, really now, such childish behavior. Please find yourselves a seat. Xingziyun, feeling embarrassed, stood rigidly without moving. Shen Wanqing glanced around and spotted an empty seat next to Ji Feichen. After contemplating, she realized that the awkwardness did not rest upon her, so instead of standing there like a judge, she decided to take a seat and perhaps indulge in some pastries on the table, as her stomach was rather hungry. Just as she made her way towards Ji Feichen's direction, she was unexpectedly grabbed by Xie Wuyan, who pulled her down into the chair beside him. Attempting to resist, she heard his voice, laced with a hint of coldness, command, sit. Promptly, she straightened her posture obediently. Observing this, Xingziyun's eyes brimmed with tears. What was she still doing there? The elder, perhaps feeling embarrassed, spoke with a rare tone of reproach. Xiao Yun, how have I taught you the proper decorum? You indiscriminately accuse others and make a scene here, showing such a lack of propriety. Do you wish for me to punish you by making you transcribe texts? Feng Yaoqing attempted to mediate, saying, enough, enough, it is merely the playful antics of children. The elder need not be angered. Shen Wanqing, cradling a cup of tea and leaning back in her chair, casually pilfered a few pastries from Xie Wuyan and began to enjoy the unfolding drama. I did not wrongly accuse her, Xingziyun exclaimed, biting her lip and pointing at Shen Wanqing. She is already highly suspicious. I brought her here out of concern that she might conspire against young Master Xie. Upon uttering these words, Shen Wanqing, who had been observing the scene, suddenly sensed something amiss. She furrowed her brow and glanced around at the others present. Perhaps they were discussing how to eliminate the demon and reseal the demon lord. Aside from Ji Feichen and his companions, there were approximately 5 or 6 others in attendance. Shen Wanqing tightened her grip on the teacup, her gaze darkening. You remain unaware of your mistakes. The elder slammed his palm on the table, causing tea to splash. What I say is the truth, if you doubt it, ask Sister Feng and Brother Ji. Driven by a surge of emotion, Xingziyun disregarded the consequences and shouted. Ask them what kind of wicked sorcery Miss Shen used when we subdued the painted skin ghost just days ago. I witnessed her burning her own blood to Xiao Yun. Several voices interjected simultaneously. Ji Feichen stood up abruptly, and even Feng Yaoqing's expression shifted dramatically. Xingziyun felt her pride wounded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet she did not hesitate to assert, only a reputable lineage would avoid such dubious practices. What if she hails from the demonic realm and intends to harm Sister Feng and young Master Xie? Blood, burning blood. The elder's pupils quaked as his fists clenched tightly. The surrounding individuals murmured among themselves. Ji Feichen rose, gripping his sword with a vigilant demeanor. The elder lifted his gaze, his brows knitting together, and commanded, summon them. Instantly, all the senior disciples of the Xiantian pavilion rose in unison, advancing menacingly towards Shen Wanqing. Ji Feichen attempted to position himself before Shen Wanqing, only to be thwarted by a disciple beside him. Thus, he tightened his fists, gritting his teeth as he addressed the elder seated at the head. I fail to comprehend your intentions. I have heard whispers of the blood-burning technique. Individuals possessing such a constitution are exceedingly rare, typically passing down through generations exclusively under the auspices of the Tiandao Palace. Yet, decades ago, all families adept in this secret art had perished. The elder regarded Shen Wanqing, his brow furrowing, if she truly possesses this secret technique. Even if we of the Xiantian pavilion were to spare her, the Tiandao Palace would not. Elder, even if she indeed knows the blood-burning technique, she has grown up alongside Feichen and is by no means a villain. Feng Yaoqing struggled to her feet, moving beside Ji Feichen to plead on her behalf. Moreover, that day, she acted to save us. Yaoer, you do not understand. The elder sighed and shook his head. Although I had never encountered such arcane arts, I was acutely aware of their formidable nature. If she indeed possessed such power, it would indicate that the blood-burning technique could continue its lineage. Should this force be harnessed to combat the demonic realm, it would undoubtedly be a boon for all living beings. Shen Wanqing sat quietly in her seat, sipping tea, unperturbed. Lineage. If what one mastered was truly a legacy of power, how should it be passed down? Were we to rely on the mere continuation of bloodlines? Ji Feichen certainly understood, drawing his sword with a force that caused his wrist to tremble. How absurd! When did the Xuantiangong come to believe that achieving goals through the sacrifice of innocent lives constitutes justice? The elder's expression remained unfazed, his tone steady. Young Master Ji. A chivalrous person has never feared sacrifice, you should be aware of this truth. No, it is not the same. Feng Yaoqing grasped Ji Feichen's hand. Her gaze clear and resolute. Choosing to sacrifice oneself is entirely different from sacrificing others. If that is the case, then it falls upon me to assume the role of the villain. The elder sighed, raising his hand. Bring them forth. Yes. A nearby senior disciple clasped his fists. Several of them restraining Ji Feichen while others advanced towards Shen Wanqing. However, just as their swords were about to be poised at Shen Wanqing's throat, Xiao Wian moved. He raised his hand, not even blinking, and directly grasped the hilt of the oncoming sword. The senior disciple's cultivation was considerable, his strike swift and fierce. Yet, Xiao Wian remained unscathed, not even a scratch to mar his skin. He lifted his gaze, his brows knitting in a frigid arc, as he crushed the sword blade with sheer force. The sword's aura, infused with a tremendous surge of spiritual power, radiated outward in a show of intimidation. Young Master Xia. We harbor no desire to be your adversary, the elder proclaimed, rising to his feet. The Xiantian pavilion is filled with our kin. Should we engage in a fierce struggle, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Is that so? Xiao Wian retorted, casting a leisurely glance in his direction. Perhaps we could put that to the test. He was there to protect her, perhaps from the very beginning he had insisted on occupying this position, foreseeing that Ziyun Qing might, in a moment of fervor, speak indiscreetly. For reasons unknown, Shen Wanqing found a tinge of irony in the situation. These esteemed figures of righteousness, intent on saving the world, wished for her to sacrifice herself for the greater good, while the villain, drenched in malevolence, merely wished for her survival. Shen Wanqing lifted her gaze to the teacup in her hand. With a sharp crack, the delicate vessel shattered under her force. Not even a flicker of concern crossed her brow as she raised a shard of porcelain to her neck, applying just enough pressure to draw a thin line of crimson. A lineage passed down, is it? She mused with a smile. Elder, I am not a member of the Xiantian Pavilion. When did it become necessary for you to make choices on my behalf? As she spoke, her tone laced with jest, her eyes shone with clarity and purity. Yet paradoxically, the more serene she appeared, the more resolute her determination became. With each step the onlookers took closer, the shard pressed deeper against her skin, blood trickling down her fingers and pooling upon the ground. The elder furrowed his brow and called a halt to the disciples. Miss Shen, in these tumultuous times, we require your abilities to save the world's populace, not for selfish desires. Can you truly bear to witness such suffering? Shen Wanqing was unfazed by his rhetoric. Bear it? With so many people in the world, if I were to concern myself with each individual, would I ever find rest? The elder, clearly taken aback by her response, felt his anger surge. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at her, exclaiming, You! Elder Ji Feichen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. To me, Wanqing is no different than a sister. My father has always regarded her as his own. Your current aggression leaves us no choice but to oppose the Xiantian Pavilion, does it? The Xiantian Pavilion has always taught its disciples to avoid harming the innocent. Feng Yaoqing, standing beside him, spoke with a frigid tone. If you intend to sacrifice the innocent to gain power sufficient to combat the demonic realm, how does that differ from the monsters that feed on the essence of cultivators? If my father were here today, he would not endorse your methods. You all! The elder's chest heaved with agitation. He paced back and forth, then sighed deeply. Do you believe this matter can be concealed for a moment, let alone for eternity? If the heavenly Tao Palace were to learn of this, it must be concealed, regardless, Ji Feichen asserted, each word resonating with conviction. I will uncover Wanqing's true lineage and prove to all that even without sacrificing anyone, I can seal the demon sovereign once more. Although the scene was poignant, upon hearing those words, Shen Wanqing could not help but sneak a glance at the person beside her during the confrontation. She then noticed the demon lord, Xiao Wian, yawning idly to the side. Confounded! The elder, with a flourish of his robes, spun around in place, yet he found himself at a loss against them. One was being pressured by the Ji clan, another was the daughter of the sect leader, and the last was an enigmatic demon slayer. Ultimately, even Shen Wanqing, who appeared to be the easiest to handle, was not to be underestimated. If it came to a contest of strength, they would have no advantage over her. Alas! Today's affairs required discretion. I do not wish for anyone else to learn of this. Finally, the elder, exasperated with the group, spoke in a cold tone, warning that should matters escalate, they would no longer be easily resolved with mere words. With that, he swept away. Zhang Ziyun bit her lip, stamped her foot, and turned to pursue him. With the departure of the inconsequential, Ji Feichen immediately pivoted, rushing to Shen Wanqing's side, taking the shard from her hand with concern, asking if she was unharmed and whether they had injured her. Feng Yaoqing approached as well, her tone laced with apology. I am sorry. It was my failure to properly manage Xiaolun. I bear responsibility for today's incident. It is nothing, Shen Wanqing replied, genuinely touched. However, as cultivators, a mere scratch would not have significant consequences. Shen Wanqing continued to feel moved. Truly, it is nothing. That sword barely grazed my hair before Xia Wuyan crushed it. If you feel unwell, you must speak up, Ji Feichen urged earnestly, imploring her not to suffer in silence. Very well. If you insist on making me uncomfortable, I shall make an effort. Thus, Shen Wanqing racked her brain, caressing her abdomen. In truth, I do feel a bit unwell. It's just that I knew it. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ji Feichen, who sighed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is all my fault. Feng Yaoqing immediately patted his back, soothingly murmuring, No, I too share the blame, leaving Shen Wanqing utterly perplexed. What fault is there? Am I not merely hungry? As night descended, in the misty mountains of Shantian, clouds churned. After a considerable time, amidst a thick fog, a crimson light emerged, followed by a rakshasa bird soaring forth, circling before settling upon a branch. Your Highness. The Suanio landed on Xiao Yuan's shoulder. The item you sought has arrived. Xiao Yuan lifted his gaze to glance at the rakshasa bird, then extended his hand. The bird rose, perching before him, flapping its wings. A streak of red light sliced through, piercing Xiao Yuan's fingertip. Blood dripped slowly, ample enough for the rakshasa bird to swallow that drop of crimson fluid in one gulp. Remember what you are to do for me, Xiao Yuan stated calmly. 3 days hence, extract her tongue and swallow her eyeballs. His tone was eerily serene, uttering such chilling words as if engaging in casual conversation. The rakshasa bird nodded and took flight, emitting a series of cackling cries, seemingly bowing in deference to Xiao Yuan, before turning and disappearing back into the thick fog. In an instant, the mist dissipated, leaving naught behind. Although the elder verbally dismissed the matter, he discreetly stationed several individuals nearby, exuding an air of vigilance. The female antagonist was unwilling to allow the protagonist to sever their bond. At that moment, a sight nearly startled him. The curse, originally confined to his chest, had inexplicably climbed up to Xiao Wuyan's neck. With a faint darkening hue, it spread, accelerating. Even onlookers could sense the excruciating pain penetrating his very bones. Yet, Xiao Wuyan exhibited no reaction, not even a furrowed brow. My lord, you seem to be full moon, Xiao Wuyan replied. For a being such as him, half human and half demon, the full moon has always been a day of significant power depletion. As he lost much of his strength to suppress it, the power of the sealing spell swiftly extended its reach. Logically, he should remain within the confines of his room, avoiding the outside world. However, an uncontrollable agitation surged within him, a consequence of the sealing spell that incessantly stimulated his nerves. Thus, he could not seek out Shen Wanqing. He might inadvertently harm her. Just as Xiao Wuyan prepared to turn away, he caught a glimpse of movement in Shen Wanqing's chamber. The next moment, he witnessed her stealthily opening the window, clutching a pillow, and cautiously attempting to escape through the window. Yet, Shen Wanqing's determination was remarkable. In less than a quarter of an hour, she poked her head through the skylight, only to find herself face to face with a maid at the entrance. Xiao Wuyan. Why is this person so intent on causing a commotion? As Shen Wanqing contemplated whether to dig a tunnel on site, she suddenly sensed a sharp drop in the temperature of the air behind her. Wait, this familiar aura, this recognizable figure Xie Wuyan. She turned around and, without exception, beheld that familiar face. Xie Wuyan! Shen Wanqing exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion and her eyes brimming with tears. It's been so long. Xie Wuyan remained silent for a moment, then remarked, you've only been confined for 2 hours. In truth, Shen Wanqing had initially felt that although someone was watching her, the events of the day suggested that even if the elders of the Xuantiangong had ulterior motives, they would not act against her in the immediate future. Thus, under such circumstances, she believed it wiser to refrain from unnecessary worry and focus on self-care. With the days ahead restricting her from venturing outside, she resolved to prioritize her health, sleeping early, rising early, and maintaining a wholesome diet to rejuvenate herself. Lying on her bed, before she could even close her eyes, the malfunctioning system began its incessant chatter. Female supporting system, warning! Warning! A significant threat to Xingziyun has been detected from the antagonist. Shen Wanqing merely rolled over. Let them handle their own matters. She harbored a grudge, especially since Xingziyun's words earlier had nearly cost her life. Moreover, Xie Wuyan was quite astute and would not leave behind any incriminating evidence. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Shen Wanqing. Almost everyone was aware of the conflict between her and Xingziyun. If Xingziyun were to perish at this juncture, it was likely that all suspicion would fall upon her. No! It was not the right time to kill, if it must be done. It should occur only after they had departed from Xuantiangong. Thus, Shen Wanqing sprang into action, embarking on her escape with determination, yet faced numerous setbacks. Nearly succumbing to the impatience of the guards who threatened to render her unconscious and bind her to a bed. Consequently, upon encountering Xie Wuyan, she perceived a glimmer of hope. This newfound optimism transformed Shen Wanqing into a diligent host. She assisted him in taking a seat, poured him a cup of cool tea, and even fetched a pillow to ensure his comfort. Subsequently, she rummaged through a cabinet, producing a substantial stack of books, presenting them to him for selection. Xie Wuyan remained still, and after a prolonged silence, he raised his gaze to observe the visible scar on Shen Wanqing's throat. The blood-burning technique. Are you truly unaware of its implications? Xie Wuyan suddenly inquired. Ah! Shen Wanqing appeared momentarily bewildered. It is a cruel secret art for its wielder. The more grievous your wounds, the greater the power you can wield, Xie Wuyan explained in a calm tone. In essence, those who comprehend the true potential of the blood-burning technique often wish for the user's demise. This explains why members of this lineage have perished so swiftly. Many fear such power, leading society to disallow the rise of those who surpass their control. Thus, many years ago, they united to eradicate numerous individuals possessing this bloodline, leaving only a scant few in the heavenly Tao Palace, serving as instruments for the creation of similar weapons. From the moment of birth, their existence is destined to be that of a sacrificial offering. Shen Wanqing nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on his words before a playful smile graced her lips. Well, that certainly sounds impressive. Xie Wuyan fell silent for a moment, having anticipated her response to evoke feelings of sorrow or fear. Yet, this unexpectedly eerie reaction was the least surprising to him. At that moment, the candle flame on the table flickered erratically. A chilling current clung tightly to the ground, surging into the room. It was not a malevolent aura, but rather a force emanating from the cultivator, distinctly different from the practices of the Xiantian pavilion. The midnight visit bore a clear purpose, to seek out Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing sensed something amiss. She furrowed her brows, preparing to rise. Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished abruptly, plunging the room into darkness. In this dim and enclosed environment, other senses were heightened to an infinite degree. The sound of delicate bells rang out from an unknown source, oscillating between distant and near, evoking an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. The cold air crept upward from her feet, sending chills down her spine. Step back, Xie Wuyan urged, guiding her behind him. He focused intently, attempting to discern the source of this power, but as he gathered his strength, the ceiling spell deepened in color and rapidly spread. Xie Wuyan let out a muffled grunt, clenching his fists as veins throbbed with intensity. Shen Wanqing sensed the danger. She reached out to steady him, only to discover that the sealing spell had already extended to his neck, ascending further still. Wait, why had it suddenly escalated so severely? She abruptly lifted her gaze towards the window. It was a full moon night. Could it be That the figure lurking in the shadows had also detected Xie Wuyan's vulnerability? Immediately, the sound of the bells grew increasingly louder, each chime resonating painfully in their ears, inducing a sense of dizziness. The bells shattered. The oppressive atmosphere within the room intensified abruptly, conjuring an immense barrier that surged forth, accompanied by a radiant purple light composed of concentrated spiritual energy, aimed directly at Xie Wuyan. This transpired in an instant. Yet, Xie Wuyan lifted his gaze, sidestepped, and unsheathed his sword with a decisive grace. The blade clashed against the purple light, cleaving it asunder. However, at that very moment, the light suddenly dispersed into a mist, swiftly enveloping him. The sound of bells echoed once more, not within the confines of the room, but resonating within Xie Wuyan's mind. The Enchantress Call, one of the arcane techniques of the Heavenly Tao Palace, known to be wielded by but a few. It could infiltrate one's divine abode, temporarily inducing illusions, manipulating perception, and coercing one into making grievous errors. When Xie Wuyan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a sea of blood. With the wails of malevolent spirits echoing around him, the nauseating scent of blood permeating the air. He looked down, discovering his hands stained crimson, the blades still dripping with blood, each drop falling to the ground. Xie Wuyan. A voice called to him. He raised his head. Shen Wanqing stood not far away, her smile radiant, adorned in ostentatious red, starkly conspicuous against the desolation surrounding her. Xie Wuyan approached her, halting before her. "I know who you are," she said. The next instant, blood splattered. A dagger plunged into Xie Wuyan's chest, instantly staining his garments crimson, reminiscent of a time long past when Shen Wanqing had sought to do just that upon the Xuantiang mountain. She would indeed slay him. Xie Wuyan gazed at her. Shen Wanqing smiled and said, "I have always known who you are." Xie Wuyan remained silent, his gaze fixed quietly upon her eyes. After a prolonged moment, he tugged at the corner of his lips and slowly uttered 3 words. The dense fog before them gradually dissipated, and the surrounding scenery seemed to dissolve like a wisp of smoke, fading until it vanished entirely. "Xie Wuyan." Shen Wanqing's voice, tinged with urgency, broke the stillness. She dashed into the thick mist, grasping Xie Wuyan's wrist. "You are unharmed." Xie Wuyan's eyes flickered slightly, and with a sudden jolt of his wrist, he raised his hand, the blade's edge pressed against her neck. Shen Wanqing halted, her voice abruptly silenced. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant. The delicate sound of a bell chimed again, akin to a death knell. Xie Wuyan's gaze turned exceedingly cold. The long sword surged like the wind, carrying a fierce current. Yet, it merely grazed Shen Wanqing's neck before plunging straight into the darkness. A sharp sound followed, and blood splattered forth. The oppressive pressure surrounding them instantly relaxed, collapsing in an instant. How could this be? A voice of disbelief emerged from the shadows. The candlelight suddenly flared, illuminating the figure that had been elusive moments before. How could this be? Although he could not see the visions that appeared in everyone's minds after the enchantment, the illusions would shift according to the caster's thoughts. He had wished to witness Xie Wuyan and Shen Wanqing turning against one another, reveling in their discord while reaping the benefits from the chaos. But why? Xie Wuyan did not even blink. It is not that the enchanting illusion has no effect on him, rather, on the night of the full moon, he is unable to wield his own demonic power. Thus the secret technique has indeed taken effect. Yet, the phantasm holds no significance for him. He remains indifferent to whether Shen Wanqing will bring about his demise. He shall never care. At last, he discerned the visage of the person lurking in the shadows, and Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow. This individual appeared familiar, unmistakably one of the high-ranking disciples from the Xiantian pavilion encountered earlier in the hall. However, the techniques and secret arts he had just employed did not seem to originate from the teachings of the Xiantian pavilion. "You are from the Tiandao Palace." Xie Wuyan pressed his sword deeper, his gaze betraying no emotion. "Who sent you?" Indeed, there was some skill displayed. Yet how unfortunate it is that if you had chosen not to wade into this murky water tonight, you might have had the chance to earn some renown in the martial world in the future. The young man lifted his hand, grasping Xie Wuyan's sword. "But since you have seen too much, tonight you must perish here." With a resounding crash, the clash of spiritual pressure erupted, and a fierce wind swept through the room, swirling like a vortex as if threatening to shatter the very structure. Yet, from outside the courtyard, everything appeared as tranquil as ever. The golden light shield. This is the treasured artifact of the Tiandao Palace. Before taking action, this operative had already established a barrier nearby to ensure his safety. Xiao Wuyan found himself unable to harness his powers. Coupled with the earlier exertion, the sealing spell was now gradually creeping up the side of his face, exuding an alluring yet sickly aura. He frowned, seemingly attempting to forcibly break free from the control of the sealing spell. The markings flickered in black and red, as if threatening to explode his entire being. He lifted his gaze, revealing a crimson hue within his eyes, and even in this silent exchange, an immense pressure could be felt. Shen Wanqing sensed that something was amiss. No matter how formidable Xiao Wuyan might be, in the original narrative, breaking the curse required considerable effort. To forcefully transcend this moment would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Enough! Shen Wanqing grasped his wrist, calling out, "Xiao Wuyan, halt!" The fierce winds clashed with the spiritual energy, causing their garments to flutter violently, accompanied by a relentless buzzing in their ears. It seemed that Xiao Wuyan heard nothing. At that moment, the bone ring adorning his fingertip flickered momentarily, as if sensing something. The Xian bird flapped its wings, striving to break free. Your Highness, Your Highness. If this continues, you will perish." The Xian bird, devoted to its master, tugged insistently at Xiao Wuyan's robe. Shen Wanqing released her hold on his wrist and lowered her gaze, contemplating for a considerable time. The original text had also mentioned that the former Shen Wanqing, consumed by love and hatred, had sacrificed her own body to a vengeful spirit, which immediately ascended to an unparalleled level of power. Perhaps this was linked to her unique constitution. Her body was regarded as the finest sustenance in the eyes of both humans and demons alike. If Xiao Wuyan's spiritual energy could not be suppressed in time, he would inevitably meet the fate foretold by the Xian bird. It seemed that the one who was meant to protect him was on the verge of self-destruction. The young man laughed boisterously. "Miss Shen, I am aware of your fiery temperament. I do not wish to create too much commotion today. If you desire him to live, come with me willingly." After a considerable period, she finally closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then turned around. "Are you curious?" she inquired. How powerful could this supposedly long-extinct secret art truly be? The young man furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Shen Wanqing lowered her gaze, withdrew the dagger from her waist, and pressed it against her shoulder, then smiled softly. "I am indeed curious." With that, she plunged the blade into her flesh with resolute determination. The strike was merciless. She felt as though her shoulder might shatter under the force. Raising her head, she clenched her teeth and withdrew the dagger. Blood instantly stained her pale yellow garment, a sensation akin to her previous experience. It felt as if the wound served as the very source of her power, with flickering embers coalescing as if drawing nourishment from the soil, breaking free from the earth. Boom! In an instant, that power surged forth. A myriad of sparks, intertwined with immense waves of spiritual energy, violently shattered the protective golden barrier. The members of Xiantian Pavilion immediately fell into a state of alert, the bell ringing to signal the impending danger. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, turned, and crouched before Xiao Wuyan, gently embracing his shoulders and resting her head against the hollow of his neck. "It's all right," she murmured, "stop now." A splitting headache clouded her vision, which gradually blurred. A bright, white light engulfed her surroundings. Shen Wanqing felt as if she had plunged into a soft vortex, unable to distinguish between the void and reality, only hearing a deafening roar. After a lengthy interval, the surroundings regained their tranquility. The scenes around her slowly came into focus. "Let go of me, please, I beg you, let me go. Allow me to leave, let me escape this place." Surrounded by cries and wails, some individuals desperately struck against chains and iron doors, their heads bloodied from the impact. Shen Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. This, indeed, still belonged to the memories of Xiao Wuyan. "Esteemed ones, your sacrifices are not in vain." An elder figure stood in the center of the spacious hall, his expression grave, speaking eloquently about the chaos of the demonic realm and the suffering of the living. "Apart from fulfilling the legends left by our ancestors, we have no alternative." Legends? Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, she beheld this so-called legend, inscribed upon the stone tablet at the dungeon's entrance. The inscription conveyed that a child born of a being with an extraordinary constitution and a demon would possess the power to cleanse all filth and corruption. His flesh and blood could awaken the demon-slaying sword capable of sealing the demonic forces, yet it could also bring forth devastation upon the world. Suddenly, she comprehended, Xiao Wuyan was the fruit of cause and effect, meticulously crafted by the Celestial Path Palace. The surrounding environment rapidly disintegrated and reformed. Shen Wanqing saw Xiao Wuyan once more. It was still the same woman from before, leading Xiao Wuyan by the hand. Her expression devoid of emotion as she walked down the long corridor, her face numb, her gaze unwavering. "Mother," Xiao Wuyan spoke, his voice still that of a tender child. "Do you wish for me to do this?" The woman finally halted. She turned to look at Xiao Wuyan, then bent down, propping herself on her knees, and gently brushed aside the hair clinging to his cheek, smiling, "Hope." Xiao Wuyan remained still. However, the woman's smile lasted only for a fleeting moment before it transformed into a visage of madness and anguish. She erupted into laughter and declared, "Because I hate you." As if years of repression had finally found an outlet. In a frenzied state, she murmured those 3 words, her voice crescendoing with each repetition, "I hate you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." Xiao Wuyan remained motionless, standing silently as he gazed upon his biological mother. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Mother, let us continue on our way." Shen Wanqing observed, witnessing Xiao Wuyan being led by his mother towards the furnace, only to be thrust into the sea of flames by her own hands. Everyone awaited his arrival, yet no one truly anticipated it. "Wanqing! Wanqing!" Several familiar voices echoed. Perhaps Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing. She struggled to open her eyes, feeling her lashes coated in blood, her vision obscured. She realized she was utterly immobile, akin to a piece of coal cast into the furnace, enduring relentless searing until it was gradually reduced to ash. "Learn to control this." Xiao Wuyan's voice resonated in her mind. "Do not allow it to accumulate within you, you must completely extricate this power from your body." Shen Wanqing gritted her teeth, attempting to follow Xiao Wuyan's guidance. Yet, the wound was too profound, rendering the power excessively unruly. Her body resembled a furnace, incapable of bearing such burden. "Then leave it to me," Xiao Wuyan said. "Leave it to him?" He grasped her back, pulling her into his embrace, then bent down to kiss her lips. "The author wishes to convey, sugar. This is sugar. Look closely. Is this not sugar? This is indeed sugar. Even popping candy is sugar." Xiao Wuyan, profiting. "I hope every day is a full moon." Shen Wanqing, although I am grateful, I still wish to inquire why the transitional method is a kiss. As for myself, there are indeed other methods, but upon calculation, it has nearly reached 90,000 words, and you both ought to share a kiss. What should have been an emotionless kiss appears extraordinarily tragic amidst the blazing flames and the shocking pools of blood. Their bodies are pressed tightly together, radiating heat, as if the raging fire seeks to consume them entirely. At this moment, Xiao Wuyan must also be affected by the burning blood, feeling the searing pain akin to fire upon her. Yet, he seems impervious to the sensation of pain, showing no sign of retreat, but instead tightening the grip of his hand on Shen Wanqing's back. Shen Wanqing can taste the metallic tang of blood between their lips. She can also distinctly feel Xiao Wuyan's sharp breath, as if a fish scorched by flames finally contacts water, the agony gradually shared. Xiao Wuyan's strength flows into her, as if cleaving a path, drawing forth the roaring flames and channeling them into his own body. Once most of the power is siphoned away, Shen Wanqing no longer endures such torment. She begins to discover the method to control this force, learning to restrain the tumultuous spiritual energy within, allowing only what she requires to emerge, thus mastering the flames that burn within her blood. Gradually, the turbulence begins to subside. Shen Wanqing opens her eyes. Surrounded by raging flames that rendered one dizzy, she possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the figure of a spy from the Celestial Path Palace, struggling amidst the ruin not far away. The young man was covered in wounds, spitting out blood before laboriously raising his hand, his fingertips conjuring a paper crane, a blood crane. By smearing his own blood upon the paper crane and invoking a spell, he intended to send forth a message in accordance with his will. Was he signaling for assistance from the Celestial Path Palace? Shen Wanqing instinctively sought to thwart him. At that very moment, the flames encircling the young man seemed to respond, surging forth with a deafening roar. A harrowing scream escaped his lips, yet he had not the time to cast his spell, as his very soul was consumed entirely by the fire. Shen Wanqing stood momentarily stunned, gazing down at her own hands, sensing the tumultuous spiritual energy within her gradually dissipating. Initially, she intended to spare a life for the sake of Xuantian's explanation, but this force proved more ferocious than she had anticipated. Just then, a sudden blaze erupted behind her. Shen Wanqing turned in astonishment. Xie Wuyan knelt upon the ground, his back erect, yet his head bowed. Long black hair matted with blood obscuring his face. Flames engulfed him, bloodstains creeping up to mar his visage, his robes thoroughly soaked in crimson. Shen Wanqing understood the nature of such pain, yet he remained silent, as still as a corpse, uttering not a single sound. She hastily leaned down, supporting his arm. For the first time, she did not sense the usual chill emanating from him. It was as though she had encountered a furnace, the warmth searing her palm. Xie Wuyan, she softly called. He remained silent, not even lifting his gaze. Blood trickled down his neck, splattering on the ground drop by drop. Xie Wuyan. Shen Wanqing's brow furrowed, her voice trembling slightly. At last, Xie Wuyan raised his head. He opened his eyes, their hue as striking as blood, a sight that was both alarming and captivating. His gaze struggled to focus on her face, observing her in an unsettling tranquility. He moved his lips, yet no words escaped. Suddenly, a burst of flames ignited once more. Wanqing! Get away from there! Ji Feichen, sensing something amiss, urged her to flee. No, I must draw out the power within Xie Wuyan. If not, he will be consumed by the flames, Shen Wanqing insisted, refusing to leave. At that moment, Xie Wuyan placed his hand on her shoulder. The next instant, he forcefully pushed her away, sending her crashing onto the rubble, ensuring she was at a safe distance. The fire blazed fiercely. Shen Wanqing's pupils constricted, before she could advance. Ji Feichen seized her arm. Do not go! The disciples and elders of Shantian Pavilion stood on guard, yet none dared to approach. After what felt like an eternity, the flames finally subsided. Shen Wanqing broke free from Ji Feichen's grasp and knelt beside Xie Wuyan. She gazed at him, his body marred and soaked in blood, and cautiously reached out to test for his breath. There was none. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Wanqing suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her eyes and a sharp ache at the tip of her nose, as if she were on the verge of shedding a tear. Just then, the mysterious bird that had sought refuge in the bone ring during her moment of panic leapt out once more. It perched beside Xie Wuyan, resembling a grieving widow, and began to sob uncontrollably, its wings trembling in a display of profound sorrow. Shen Wanqing paused for a moment, glancing at the bird and then at Xie Wuyan, who lay on the ground with an expression that resembled death. She straightened up and clapped her hands together, declaring, "Let us bury him, do not worry. I shall select a fine grave for you." The bird appeared struck by lightning, halting its cries in utter shock. How ruthlessly heartless. Suddenly, Xie Wuyan's voice emerged languidly. He chuckled softly a few times before slowly lifting his eyelids, a hint of amusement shimmering in his gaze. Despite his battered appearance, his eyes retained a light-hearted, mocking glint, suggesting that he was not gravely harmed after all. What a feigned death to instill fear. The thought that she had almost been brought to tears moments ago filled Shen Wanqing with a slight irritation. She raised her hand, intending to strike Xie Wuyan's chest in frustration, but hesitated at the thought of aggravating his wounds. Consequently, she redirected her hand and gave the bird a light smack on its head. The bird fluttered in alarm. Xie Wuyan, still lying on the ground, gazed at her with a smile in his eyes and asked, "How did you figure it out?" Shen Wanqing replied, "The bird is overly dramatic, and its performance is rather contrived. Think back to that night when we captured the skin-shifting demon you pretended to be injured, and it cried just as mournfully then. Did it not? The supporting character does not wish for the protagonist to part ways." Xie Wuyan cast a fleeting glance at Xian Niao. Shen Wanqing extended her hand towards him. "Let me help you stand up." "I cannot rise," Xie Wuyan replied nonchalantly. "My internal organs nearly shifted position due to that fiery attack of yours. Who would have thought you possessed such formidable strength?" With those words, the burdensome guilt within Shen Wanqing resurfaced. She crouched beside Xie Wuyan once more, her eyelids drooping, and after a prolonged silence, softly uttered, "Thank you. How should I be compensated?" Shen Wanqing racked her brain. "How about I grant your request, within my capabilities? 3. Just 1. 3. Let us compromise at 2. Xiao Yuan scrutinized her for a moment before nodding, deal. He then rose from the ground, brushing past the astonished Shen Wanqing, and moved to stand beside Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing, who had made way for the two. Shen Wanqing was left in a state of confusion. Who was it that just claimed their internal organs had shifted? In truth, Xiao Yuan was indeed on the brink of death. He had forcibly broken the sealing spell, utilizing his own demonic power as bait to draw out the chaotic spiritual energy within Shen Wanqing. However, Shen Wanqing's constitution was exceedingly unique. Her soul and corporeal form were coveted treasures in both the human and demon realms. And it seemed that Xiao Yuan was perhaps the only one in this world capable of harnessing such power, aside from Shen Wanqing herself. Thus, the flame not only failed to affect him but instead suppressed the seal within him. Elder, we have investigated, and it is indeed true that the deceased was a member of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Furthermore, all the disciples sent to guard Miss Shen have been murdered. But judging by the wounds on their bodies, it appears that this was the work of a single individual. After inspecting the corpse, the disciple of the Xiantian Pavilion hurriedly reported to the elder. He employed a technique of disguise, and it is feared that he has been plotting the demise of junior brother Wanqing for quite some time. The elder's complexion darkened. He cast a glance at the surrounding corpses. In fact, upon seeing the shattered golden barrier, he had already suspected the truth. This treasure artifact indeed belonged to the Heavenly Tao Palace. The elder was an astute individual. He understood that the spies embedded by the Heavenly Tao Palace had suddenly resorted to desperate measures today, clearly targeting the blood-burning technique. Centuries ago, conflicts among sects were incessant. It was not until the emergence of the Heavenly Tao Palace that it rose above the various sects with singular strength. Since then, the Heavenly Tao Palace has infiltrated all major sects with spies, ever watchful for any potential challengers who might surpass them, preemptively extinguishing any threats. Elder, given this situation, are you certain you wish to detain Wanqing within the Xiantian Pavilion? Ji Feichen turned around and asked coldly. Indeed, although the Xiantian Pavilion currently enjoys a formidable reputation, it is but an inconsequential entity in the face of the Heavenly Tao Palace. In the present circumstances, any sect wishing to retain Shen Wanqing would be sending a perilous signal to the Heavenly Tao Palace. The Xiantian Pavilion cannot afford such a risk. The elder remained silent for a considerable time before heaved a sigh. Although uncertain whether the informant had managed to relay the message, it was inevitable that the Heavenly Tao Palace would send someone to investigate if they discovered their inability to sense him. Feng Yaoqing focused intently. Given this situation, Wanqing must not linger any longer at the Xiantian Pavilion. Ji Feichen comprehended her implication. We shall depart in 2 days. Before their departure, Feng Yaoqing urged Shen Wanqing to visit the confined Xingziyun. After all, the two had once been friends. With heartfelt persuasion, Feng Yaoqing insisted that although Xiao Yun was indeed impulsive, her nature was fundamentally good. It was merely her fiery temperament that led her to act recklessly in a moment of rage. Shen Wanqing acknowledged the validity of Feng Yaoqing's words. Yet this did not contradict her desire to eliminate Xingziyun. Therefore, Shen Wanqing resolved to go, primarily seeking an opportunity to assassinate her discreetly. However, upon entering the enclosure, she discovered 7 or 8 disciples of the Xiantian Pavilion standing rigidly, their expressions grave as they observed her. It seemed the opportunity had vanished. Xingziyun, her temper evident, scoffed as soon as Shen Wanqing entered. You're still alive? At this, Shen Wanqing felt no inclination to step further inside, opting instead to lean against the doorframe and patiently listen to her impassioned discourse. Indeed, Xingziyun was quite fervent. I wonder what tales you spun before Sister Feng to elicit an apology from me? I merely speak the truth. Your deceit may deceive others for a time, but can it conceal the truth for a lifetime? Do you realize that Brother Xie risked his life to save you? Coincidentally, Brother Xie has saved me once again. Shen Wanqing began to engage in playful banter, deliberately adopting a soft and gentle tone. He is truly so tender. You! How shameless you are! Xingziyun gritted her teeth. Brother Xie has saved me as well, so do not flatter yourself. Thus, the two commenced a fierce exchange of words. Well, I have embraced him, and you have not, right? Impossible. I have held him many times. You! It is truly distressing. He clings to me incessantly. You speak nonsense. Really? Shen Wanqing feigned concern for her, pondering if there truly existed anyone who had not embraced the man they admired. How pitiable indeed. Xing Ziyun rolled up her sleeves, nearly charging at her to seize her by the neck, but was intercepted by the guard nearby. Shen Wanqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if she could not strangle her, driving her to fury was sufficient. However, just as she was reveling in her triumph while exiting, she lifted her gaze and found Xiao Wian leaning against the doorframe. Clinging to you? The key figure in this mischief, Xiao Wian, regarded her with that signature gaze, one that was 3 parts carefree, 7 parts teasing, and imbued with the nonchalant charm of a male protagonist. He stared at her intently. She longed to retort. Every night, he would routinely visit her chamber, either to partake in tea or play aeroplane chess, and he always caught her when she secretly spoke ill of him. Was he not the clingy one? The system's alarm sounded quicker than he did. Yet, she could not utter the truth, for she was no match for Xiao Wian. This left Shen Wanqing in a state of torment. Thus, she resolved to act accordingly. She politely greeted Xiao Wian and then, feigning composure, turned around and reopened the door. Returning to Xing Ziyun's room. Even through the door, Xing Ziyun's piercing scream could be heard. What are you doing here again? Nurturing my mind and body. What nonsense are you spouting? I tell you, even if you, however, before Xing Ziyun could finish her sentence, the door was once again thrust open. Upon seeing the visitor, her eyes brightened. Young Master Xia, you have come to. Yet Xiao Wian did not afford her the opportunity to speak. With an impassive demeanor, he strode in, seized Shen Wanqing's arm, and forcefully pulled her out, not casting a glance back as he led her forward. Shen Wanqing stumbled to keep pace with him. Slow down. Slow down, my arm hurts. Xiao Wian shot her a cold glance, and she immediately fell silent, obediently closing her mouth. Yet, whether by design or happenstance, Shen Wanqing sensed that he had indeed slowed his pace slightly. In the distance, Xing Ziyun's clamor could still be heard, though the specifics of her words became indistinct. The guards stationed at the door and inside the room watched with great interest, and the following day, the Xiantian Baghuazi Daily would publish this epic scene of emotional turmoil. Shen Wanqing was led along by Xiao Wian. Although he appeared to deliberately slow his pace, his height far exceeded hers. So even a mundane step taken by him compelled her to trot to keep up. Eventually, fatigue overcame Shen Wanqing, and she decided to halt her steps. Resolutely remaining in place, I am so tired. Xiao Wian halted his steps, turning to scrutinize her with an expression that conveyed a sense of superiority. After a moment of silence, he nonchalantly remarked, Miss Shen, I have always been averse to individuals who seek to gain more than what is due. What was he implying? Wasn't it simply a matter of him being too lazy to engage in a swift race with her? Why did it suddenly feel as though a death sentence had been issued? In an instant, Shen Wanqing felt invigorated. She promptly rose, prepared to continue her journey. Only to hear Xiao Wian add, thus, she may find her existence more torturous than death. The supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. Ah! He was not speaking of herself, but of Xing Ziyun. Indeed, Xiao Wian seemed to anticipate her rebuttal, recalling how she had stayed by his side in recent days for this very matter, for she did not wish for Xing to perish. Xiao Wian had long perceived the underlying nuances. He should have recognized that, despite the unexpected kindness Shen Wanqing had shown him, at her core, she remained a paragon of integrity, raised in a prestigious family, fundamentally different from himself. I certainly do not wish for her demise, Shen Wanqing asserted, placing her hands on her hips with righteous indignation. Consider this, the entire Xiantian pavilion is aware that Xing Ziyun nearly caused our deaths indirectly. Should she perish, the culprit would have to be chosen from the two of us. My motives would appear dubious, and I might very well bear the brunt of the blame. Xiao Wian's brow furrowed in surprise. He had never anticipated this reasoning. So what? Therefore, we must devise a plan to act after we have distanced ourselves. Shen Wanqing glanced around, then whispered softly in his ear, have you ever heard of an alibi? We must create an alibi to ensure absolute certainty. For instance, Xiao Wian had never imagined that a creature as fearsome and notorious as himself would one day be instructed by a young girl on how to execute a flawless murder. It turns out you are not a benevolent person, you are merely a meticulous murderer. Xiao Wian frowned, so you are not trying to save her? Shen Wanqing displayed an expression of profound disappointment. How cruel, is this how you perceive me? Xie Wuyan replied. So who resembles the villain more closely? The demon-slaying sword vanished after its appearance a millennium ago. For many years, the Xiantian Pavilion and the Ji family have sought information, yet their efforts yielded little. The demon-slaying squad LED by Ji Feichen was established to pursue the whereabouts of the sword based on the scant information gathered. Thus began an unending quest to gather supporting characters along the way. Due to Shen Wanqing's unsuitability to remain at the Xiantian Pavilion, the next day, the demon-slaying squad officially resolved to set out. After all the commotion, among the four, some were injured, some were disabled, and one, Xie Wuyan, was feigning illness, leaving Ji Feichen as the only lively and sprightly member. Naturally, the responsibility of driving, purchasing pastries, and gathering intelligence fell entirely upon him. Feng Yaoqing tenderly cared for Ji Feichen, occasionally bringing him water to drink, wiping his sweat, and sweetly leaning against his shoulder or delicately offering him mung bean cake. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing and Xie Wuyan sat in a refined spot, observing this couple's affectionate exchanges. Shen Wanqing felt discontent. Turning her head, she noticed Xie Wuyan with drooping eyelids, languidly leaning against his chair, propping his chin as he gazed listlessly in the direction of Feng Yaoqing. A pang of realization struck Shen Wanqing. He was jealous. He was envious. She contemplated that if Xie Wuyan's mood continued to sour, he might very well undermine Ji Feichen and secretly create mischief. Thus, she glanced at the mung bean cake beside her, took a deep breath, and picked it up. However, Xie Wuyan was entirely oblivious to Shen Wanqing's musings. He merely found the couple's intimacy excessive and noted the absence of curtains on the carriage. He scoffed at the notion of losing one's autonomy after becoming a couple, relying solely on another for sustenance. Just then, a piece of mung bean cake was presented to his mouth. Turning around, he found Shen Wanqing gazing at him intently. Her expression filled with eagerness and care, as she opened her mouth expectantly and said, "Come, Xie Wuyan slowly displayed a look of confusion. "It's fine. There's no need to be polite with me." Shen Wanqing, quite adept at crafting excuses, replied earnestly, "I understand that brother Xie is unwell, so it is only right for me to take care of you." Xie Wuyan cast a glance at her, then let his gaze drift down to the green bean cake, remaining silent for a considerable time before inquiring, "What play are you performing now?" Shen Wanqing replied, "Has my impression in your heart become so complex?" At last. After maintaining this posture for a while, Shen Wanqing felt her arm begin to ache. Xie Wuyan leaned down, took the cake from her hand, bit into it, and then released her wrist. He raised his index finger to wipe away the crumbs clinging to the side of his lips, chewed thoughtfully, and perhaps finding it unpalatable, furrowed his brow, declaring, "It's unappetizing. Yet you still consume it." Through this incident, Shen Wanqing became convinced. Indeed, Xie Wuyan envied Ji Feichen for being fed. And it was precisely for this reason that he developed an affection for the gentle Feng Yaoqing. Thus, while the group paused at the station for lunch, Feng Yaoqing picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and brought it to Ji Feichen's lips, saying, "Come, Feichen, try this fish. It's not fishy at all." Ji Feichen naturally took a bite from the chopsticks and smiled, "You should eat more." Xie Wuyan lifted his eyes. I understand. Shen Wanqing immediately grasped his meaning. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed it unsanitary to feed him with her own chopsticks. Accordingly, she reached for Xie Wuyan's chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and offered it to him, saying, "Brother Xie, you should eat more as well." The group was suddenly enveloped in silence. Xie Wuyan regarded Shen Wanqing, and a prolonged quietude ensued. She was behaving quite unusually today. Xie Wuyan cast a glance at Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing, who were nestled together, and then at Shen Wanqing, whose face bore an expression of guilt. Yet she still wore a smile while conversing with Ji Feichen. His gaze darkened slightly, realizing the truth. It was merely a pretext to draw that person's attention. At that moment, a cacophony erupted nearby, "Catch her! Don't let her escape! This woman was sharp-tongued and had bitten me hard enough to draw blood. Once we catch her, she shall receive a sound thrashing." Following this, a series of crashes ensued, as tables and chairs toppled over. Shen Wanqing looked up and saw several burly men pursuing a petite girl not far away. The girl stumbled toward Ji Feichen, her body marred with bruises and wounds, her clothes tattered. Shen Wanqing keenly sensed something amiss, she could detect the aura of a supporting female character. Supporting character system, alert. Alert. Significant supporting character Jiang Shujun detected. Please pay attention, please pay attention. Jiang Shujun. Shen Wanqing had scant recollection of her, as the narrative in the middle of this tale had been exceedingly disheartening, prompting her to skim through it. However, she vaguely recalled that this was a character sold to a brothel by her mother, who sought to flee only to be rescued by Ji Feichen. She epitomized the tragic and pitiable supporting female character, evoking sympathy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Shujun had already approached Ji Feichen, and with a classic stumble, she careened toward his chest with remarkable precision. In that critical moment, Shen Wanqing stood up, intending to intercept Jiang Shujun before Ji Feichen could react. Unexpectedly, as she sat down, her robe was caught beneath the weight of Xiao Wian beside her. Thus, when she abruptly stood up, she stumbled forward and fell out. Xiao Wian furrowed his brow, swiftly rising to grasp Shen Wanqing's shoulder. However, in that brief moment of transition, Jiang Shujun had already settled herself firmly against Xiao Wian's back, landing on the ground. You wretched woman, stand still. A group of rugged men surged forward, hurling forth a torrent of profanities. Xiao Wian glanced up, his eyes narrowing in irritation as he swept his gaze over them. Perhaps the aura of cultivators was too easily recognizable, coupled with the commoners' inherent fear of these practitioners. With just a single glance, the men halted their advance, silencing their voices. Shen Wanqing cast a glance at the fallen Jiang Shujun and extended her hand to assist her. Be careful. Thank you, young lady, Jiang Shujun replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she expressed her gratitude. Her gaze then subtly shifted to Xiao Wian standing nearby, quickly lowering her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Thank you, sir. Shen Wanqing observed the peculiar flush on Jiang Shujun's face, her mind swirling with questions. Wait a moment. Has she so swiftly developed feelings? It was merely a bump. Why does it feel like she is trying to take advantage? And why is it Xiao Wian again? Have I misread the original text, or have I mistaken the name of the male lead? Shen Wanqing then found herself witnessing a live performance reminiscent of an idol drama. Jiang Shujun gazed adoringly at the profile of Xiao Wian, her eyes shimmering with the naive longing and admiration characteristic of youthful infatuation. Xiao Wian turned, lifting his gaze toward her direction, then approached and leaned down, extending his hand. The atmosphere was exquisitely beautiful. Jiang Shujun, blushing, lowered her head and timidly raised her hand. However, in the next moment, Xiao Wian abruptly seized Shen Wanqing's arm, pulling her up from the ground with a look of disdain, saying, How long do you intend to sit on the ground? Shen Wanqing. The idol drama came to an abrupt halt. The few burly men who had come to apprehend them exchanged glances, resolutely stepping forward to Jiang Shujun, grabbing her without hesitation. Don't you think hiding here will spare you? I've already paid. Come with us, and stop dawdling. Jiang Shujun gasped in alarm, desperately trying to hide behind Shen Wanqing, her face a portrait of fear and trepidation. Stop! Ji Feichen frowned, stepping in front of the men. Since this young lady is unwilling to accompany you, I kindly ask you to cease your relentless pursuit. Esteemed hero! We are merely doing our job for a fee, the burly man replied, looking somewhat troubled. The woman's father had sold her to their master, and the payment had been settled. How could they simply let her go? Understanding the situation, Feng Yaoqing exchanged a glance with Ji Feichen, nodded, and stepped forward to block the group. Gentlemen, name your price. Since we have encountered this matter, we cannot remain indifferent. The men exchanged uncertain looks, hesitant. Yet they were also reluctant to offend those who practiced the mystical arts. Esteemed heroes, please do not press us further, the burly man said with a pained expression. This matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. Then take me to meet those who hold the authority, Feng Yao replied, unperturbed by the situation. The atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. A man approached, appearing to be the leader among the group. He donned a fitted black robe, and a scar ran from the corner of his eye to his lip, giving him an intimidating presence. The burly men swiftly gathered around him, whispering amongst themselves. After listening, the leader furrowed his brow and scrutinized Ji Feichen and his companions from head to toe before inquiring, Are you all demon slayers? Ji Feichen clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and affirmed, Indeed. The leader pondered for a long moment before replying. The contract for this young lady's servitude can indeed be granted to you, however, you must first assist my establishment, the Full Moon Pavilion, with a task. What task? Demon slaying. The Full Moon Pavilion is the largest brothel in an county, backed by a web of intricate influences, including ties to officials. Since its inception, it has been a hub of revelry, with guests arriving in droves. Yet, in the last 6 months, a spate of homicides has plagued it. It is said that these victims were drained of their very souls, leaving behind mere husks, unmistakably the work of malevolent entities. As fear gripped the populace, business at the Full Moon Pavilion dwindled significantly. The proprietor summoned several Taoist priests to exorcise the demons, but they all returned empty-handed, with some even losing their lives. Since then, no demon slayers have been willing to take on such perilous tasks. If you all can subdue this demon for the sake of the Full Moon Pavilion, we shall naturally relinquish the contract of this young lady. I understand, Ji Feichen replied with barely a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. Such malevolent beings must not be ignored by us. However, I trust that you all will honor your promise when the time comes. As he spoke these words, his gaze was resolute, and his voice resonated clearly, embodying the noble demeanor of a chivalrous hero, radiating an aura befitting a protagonist. Capturing demons and undertaking quests was not her responsibility, it was not for her to fret over. As long as these supporting characters did not flit about in front of Ji Feichen, all would be well in her world. With this thought, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of joy. She relaxed, delightfully picked up a piece of tofu, and then instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Shujun beside her. To her astonishment, she found Jiang Shujun gazing dreamily at Ji Feichen's retreating figure, a peculiar flush once again blooming on her cheeks. The air around her was filled with the unmistakable scent of youthful infatuation, identical to the demeanor she had displayed earlier in the presence of Xia Wuyan. Then, she heard her express with heartfelt emotion, "Thank you. Wait a moment. Why does it seem like you have your eyes on two? One must not be overly greedy." The carriage halted before the Full Moon Pavilion. It must be said, this renowned brothel indeed exuded an air of luxurious grandeur. Surrounded by peach blossoms both in front and behind, the eaves were adorned with crimson drapes, and the air was thick with an opulent fragrance, reminiscent of a world intoxicated by wealth and pleasure. The leader guided them inside. Upon entering the Full Moon Pavilion, the intoxicating aroma intensified, enveloping them in a haze, while the melodic strains of the qin resonated around them, weaving an atmosphere of indulgence. The inebriated guests sprawled among the women, occasionally indulging in flirtations that elicited soft, delicate gasps. Upon entering, Ji Feichen and his companions were met with curious glances and hushed laughter from the women, who exchanged lascivious remarks. Feng Yaoqing, possessing an inherently lofty disposition and raised as an esteemed air, found the atmosphere of the brothel unbearable. Her brow furrowed as she quickened her pace, feeling utterly out of place. In contrast, Shen Wanqing adapted more readily, particularly upon discovering that, amidst the flamboyant courtesans, there were also strikingly handsome young male attendants. Her spirits lifted considerably. When she spotted a wealthy matron surrounded by 5 uniquely styled gentlemen, tears of envy welled in her eyes. The affluent woman appeared extraordinarily fortunate. Just then, Xia Wuyan's voice cut through her reverie. "Is it appealing?" "For reasons unknown." Shen Wanqing suddenly felt as though she had been caught in a moment of mischief by a teacher. Instantly, she straightened her posture, avoiding his gaze. "Not appealing at all. Exceedingly dull. This is utterly improper, a decline of societal morals. I cannot possibly remain here." As she spoke, her peripheral vision discreetly lingered on the youthful male attendant on the far left. Xia Wuyan paused momentarily, following her gaze with a fleeting glance at the young man pouring wine. The attendant suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Why did it seem as if he would not survive the night? After a few steps, the leader abruptly halted. "Please wait a moment." He turned his gaze towards a man sprawled by the wine pool not far off, utterly intoxicated and oblivious to his surroundings. Frowning slightly, he approached. "Mr. He. The owner has requested that you meet with her upon your awakening." "Mr. He?" That should indicate a fellow demon slayer. Shen Wanqing glanced at the inebriated figure in the pool, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, with unkempt hair and clothing. He appeared less a demon slayer and more a reveler lost in debauchery, surrounded by a throng of lively women. The man, Mr. He, waved his hand dismissively. then unsteadily propped himself up, swaying as he was assisted by a companion, and staggered towards them. "Who is this?" "He is Mr. He. Summoned by our owner to hunt demons," the leader explained. Feng Yaoqing frowned deeply, seemingly disapproving of Mr. He's unseemly demeanor, and replied with a hint of coldness. "I understand, please take us to meet the owner." The leader escorted them to the Lord's chamber, and after a respectful announcement, he withdrew with the utmost reverence. Shen Wanqing surveyed the surroundings. In contrast to the previous lavish decor, this room exuded an air of literary elegance, appearing quite refined. After a brief pause, the sandalwood screen was pushed aside by a maid. A woman, resplendently dressed and voluptuous, reclined in the prominent seat, fanning herself lazily, exuding an aura of opulence. "I have heard all about the situation," her voice languid, "but our moonlit pavilion can no longer endure turmoil. Those self-assured Taoists have proven utterly ineffectual. Since you all have made such bold claims, I trust you shall not disappoint me." Feng Yaoqing reassured the host, "Rest assured, it's merely a minor demon. And we shall certainly prevent it from causing any harm to the innocent." Yet, the host's response was rather tepid, seemingly devoid of hope. "What are your plans for capturing it?" The question elicited a frown from Feng Yaoqing. "Do not worry, before we apprehend the monster, we will vigilantly guard the full moon tower, never leaving its side." "Never leaving its side?" The seemingly drowsy He Fengshi, who had been languidly standing by, suddenly erupted into laughter. He staggered forward to stand before Feng Yaoqing, saying, "Look at your group. You are all impeccably dressed, wearing expressions of serious intent. Unmistakably the sort of cultivators here to capture a demon. That creature is no fool, upon seeing you, it would not foolishly offer itself to you." Despite He Fengshi's seemingly foolish demeanor, his words bore a kernel of truth. Feng Yaoqing paused, taking a deep breath. "I could disguise myself as one of the residents here." "You?" He Fengshi erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard a delightful jest. "This young lady finds even standing here to be beneath her. She cannot even fool a mere human, let alone a demon." His words caused Feng Yaoqing's expression to shift. Her lips pressed tightly together. Ji Feichen, feeling sympathy for her, gently placed his hand over hers. "He Fengshi, there is no need to be so aggressive. Since you are so knowledgeable about the full moon tower, why not share your insights?" "My insights?" He Fengshi ambled over to Shen Wanqing, casting a casual glance up and down her figure before raising his index finger and pointing in her direction, stating, "I believe she is quite suitable for this position." Shen Wanqing, blissfully indulging in her osmanthus cake, was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name. Her chewing momentarily halted, nearly choking her. Something felt amiss. The remark struck her as somewhat humiliating. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the notion. As a supporting character, she was well versed in such matters. And given that this scenario posed little challenge for the main cast, she resolved to contribute to love and peace. With that thought, she resumed her leisurely enjoyment of the osmanthus cake. Ji Feichen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "No, Wanqing's health has not yet fully recovered. I cannot allow her to face danger alone." He Fengshi, poking his ear with his pinky, replied, "That's simple, you could just send someone else to accompany her." With a lady present, surely there must be a guest as well? The atmosphere froze, and Shen Wanqing even paused her chewing of the osmanthus cake. After a long silence, Ji Feichen appeared to arrive at a difficult decision. He glanced at Feng Yaoqing beside him, closed his eyes, and sighed, "I understand, then I shall take on the responsibility." At Ji Feichen's declaration, Feng Yaoqing's expression shifted dramatically. The moment her demeanor changed, the system began to blare its alarms. "Female supporting character system, alert! Alert!" There was truly no need for such an uproar. Shen Wanqing nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel, as she racked her brain for reasons to refuse. "Look! Brother Ji, your reputation precedes you, who knows if this monster has encountered you before I might recognize you?" Ji Feichen pondered for a moment, seemingly conceding to her point. "While that may hold some merit, I cannot bear the thought of leaving you here alone." "That's all right," Shen Wanqing recalled a noble and versatile character. She turned to Xia Wuyan, gazing at him as one would at a beacon of hope, and earnestly exclaimed, "Brother Xia." Xia Wuyan replied, "I knew you would utter such nonsense." Whenever she sought his assistance, the imposing villain in her mind transformed into a paragon of righteousness. Thus, Shen Wanqing looked at this beacon of virtue with eyes brimming with expectation, her almond-shaped eyes glistening as she attempted to charm him with her fervent gaze. Hoping to penetrate the icy facade of his heart, Xie Wuyan propped his chin on his hand, maintaining a contact for a moment, his gaze unwavering and indifferent. As if he had not seen her at all. Her attempt to sway him faltered. "Brother Xie," Shen Wanqing began to coax him, even resorting to moral coercion. "Consider this monster has harmed so many lives. With your chivalrous spirit, surely you cannot turn a blind eye, can you?" However, the effectiveness of moral coercion depends on the audience, and attempting it on a villain proved unwise. Thus, Xie Wuyan replied, "I can bear it." "No, you cannot. You are a hero with the world in your heart," Shen Wanqing insisted. "Then I have changed." It was utterly astonishing. For the first time, Shen Wanqing, who was always adept at engaging in verbal duels, found herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that, within just a few months, Xie Wuyan would master the art of shamelessness so thoroughly. However, upon reflection, she understood. Performing the role of a client in front of so many people would indeed be quite awkward. Given the enthusiastic demeanor of the ladies at the full moon pavilion, it was likely that he would find himself at a disadvantage. Should word of this spread, it would severely tarnish his formidable reputation within the industry. Consequently, Shen Wanqing resolved to offer him an alternative. "I understand, Brother Xie, if you prefer not to play the role of a customer, I can swap roles with you. I noticed that the positions at the full moon pavilion are quite comprehensive, so I would be willing to take on the role of the customer." Xie Wuyan responded with a perplexed expression, slowly turning his head and narrowing his eyes, revealing a dangerously incredulous look, as if to say, "Are you attempting to court disaster?" It was indeed a tall order to impose such a request on someone in his ailing condition. Ji Feichen interjected to diffuse the tension, contemplating for a moment before sighing. "In that case, if the lady does not mind, I would be willing to partake in this performance with you." Suddenly, a figure named He Fengshi interrupted. Slumping into a chair beside Shen Wanqing, reeking of alcohol and yawning, "Having spent my days amidst this sea of indulgence, I am more suited for this than anyone else." Shen Wanqing considered this to be an excellent idea. It would spare her from Xie Wuyan's threats and prevent Feng Yaoqing from indulging in wild speculations. In a fleeting moment, the figure of He Fengshi in her eyes transformed from that of an unreliable, rugged Taoist priest into one of resplendent grandeur. She turned, overwhelmed with emotion, and stammered, "I am truly sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all," He Fengshi boomed with laughter, casting a glance at the host seated in the main seat before leisurely adding, "But, host, have you inquired with these individuals about the nature of their demise?" "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the host with confusion. The host furrowed his brow, seemingly finding it difficult to articulate. "It's not of paramount importance, merely that the circumstances of their deaths were rather." After a lengthy pause, she slowly uttered a single word, "indelicate." It appeared that, for reasons unknown, whether they were patrons or the courtesans in attendance, nearly all had met their end in a moment of passionate fervor, without a hint of forewarning. It was only after a frantic call for assistance that it was discovered they had already succumbed, their bodies rapidly decomposing. When a Taoist priest was summoned, it was revealed that these individuals had their souls forcibly extracted, leaving behind mere husks. Upon hearing this, Feng Yaoqing seemed to flush slightly, as if the vivid imagery was too evocative, and coughed lightly. "This is preposterous." He Fengshi turned his gaze to Shen Wanqing, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Thus, this is not a play easily performed." Shen Wanqing found merit in his words. "In that case, let us draft a script." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she felt a chilling gaze settle upon her back, akin to a serpent's tongue caressing her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Shen Wanqing turned her head with a certain stiffness, locking eyes with Xie Wuyan, whose gaze bore an icy chill. An unsettling aura enveloped him, his brows slightly furrowed. Although he uttered not a word, his palpable impatience was unmistakable. The intensity of this sensation left Shen Wanqing with no doubt that he might draw his blade in the next instant. And indeed, he did. His movement was so swift that it was almost imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, a sharp gust of air sliced past Shen Wanqing. She emerged unscathed. Yet beside her, He Fengshi found a portion of his hair severed, along with the ties of his headdress, which were neatly cut and pinned alongside a dagger to the screen behind him. "Brother Xie," What is the meaning of this? Ji Feichen and the others sprang to their feet, their faces a picture of astonishment. He Fengshi stood in momentary shock, drenched in cold sweat. Xie Wuyan remained in his previous posture, unmoving, even failing to raise his eyelids. With deliberate slowness, he toyed with the teacup in his hand, speaking in a languid tone. With such meager skills, whom can you protect? He Fengshi, still shaken, felt the effects of the alcohol dissipating rapidly, leaving him at a loss for words. After a protracted silence, he finally managed to stammer, You do have a point. Were it another individual, He Fengshi would have long since slammed the table and challenged him to a fight. Yet, for reasons unknown, a mere glance at Xie Wuyan made it abundantly clear that he was not someone one could afford to offend. Upon hearing these words, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they shared a quiet smile, as if they had come to an unspoken realization. However, Shen Wanqing was unaware of the sudden caprice of Xie Wuyan. She contemplated that if the sorcerer Hifeng was scared away, she would once again have to partner with Ji Feichen. Thus, she resolved to make an effort. After all, they were united in the pursuit of capturing demons. And did he not also express his agreement? The sorcerer Hifeng had volunteered. When did I ever say I disagreed? Xie Wuyan interrupted. Oh? Shen Wanqing was taken aback for a moment. Upon reflection, it seemed that Xie Wuyan had indeed never uttered the words of dissent. He had merely playfully retorted and accompanied it with a menacing glare. But didn't that imply rejection? Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of grievance. Yet she dared not retort. However, upon further contemplation, although she was uncertain about Xie Wuyan's peculiar behavior, it appeared that he was, at present, agreeable to teaming up with her. Having a partner with a higher safety factor was indeed a fortunate circumstance. With this in mind, Shen Wanqing quickly dismissed her concerns regarding Xie Wuyan's erratic temperament and even felt a degree of gratitude. She had not anticipated that this prince would truly be willing to lower himself, sacrificing his reputation to perform alongside her. Thus, she earnestly sought his opinion. I understand now. Do you prefer to play the customer or the courtesan? Xie Wuyan smiled and replied, What do you think? The demon capturing plan would commence the following day. The proprietor of the Full Moon Tower was exceedingly generous, gifting Shen Wanqing several dresses worn by the courtesan of the establishment. One must admit, they were in perfect harmony with her modern aesthetic light fabrics that exposed the back, accentuating her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Shen Wanqing considered the perks of performing in this play to be quite favorable, particularly since the script was straightforward. At this moment, Xie Wuyan would lavishly invest and invite her, after which the two would retreat to a room and indulge in a night of playing Ludo. Shen Wanqing was quite familiar with this narrative. Miss Shen, are you in the room? Came Jiang Shujun's voice from beyond the door. Come in. Jiang Shujun entered, holding a bowl of lotus seed soup, her tone gentle and tinged with a hint of shyness. Miss Shen, seeing you both toiling today, I borrowed the kitchen from the cook and prepared some lotus seed soup for you. Please enjoy it while it's hot. The original text mentioned that Jiang Shujun possessed the finest culinary skills among all the supporting characters. The steam from the lotus seed soup wafted through the room, filling it with a delightful aroma. Shen Wanqing took a sip. A heavenly delicacy. Oh, by the way, I also prepared some for Brother Ji. I won't disturb you any further. Wait, that won't do. Just as Jiang Shujun was about to leave, Shen Wanqing quickly grasped her arm, choking on a mouthful of soup and coughing repeatedly. Once she regained her composure, she attempted to reason with her. Hoping to quash any budding affection Jiang Shujun might harbor for the male lead, Brother Ji should be with Sister Feng. They seldom have time together. It would be best to let them have some privacy. Jiang Shujun paused, then suddenly realized, lowering her head with a somewhat dejected tone, I see, so they are companions. Shen Wanqing began to embellish the tale, weaving a poignant narrative of a pair of childhood sweethearts, destined to wed next month, whose bond was deepened by their shared commitment to vanquishing demons and upholding justice in their quest to save the world. They had risked their lives on numerous occasions. I understand, Jiang Shujun nodded, her expression reflecting a profound appreciation for the beauty of love. Rest assured, I shall not intrude. Shen Wanqing felt a sense of relief and resumed savoring her bowl of lotus seed soup. It seemed that this female supporting character was quite easy to manipulate. And what of Brother Xie? Jiang Shujun hesitated momentarily before inquiring, does brother Xia also have a partner? Shen Wanqing was caught off guard once more. She took a moment to compose herself, glancing at Jiang Shujun, remaining silent for a considerable duration before finally asking, I have a question. It appears Miss Jiang has a keen interest in those two? Ah, it is because they possess a chivalrous spirit and a kind heart. Jiang Shujun lowered her gaze. Her cheeks tinged with a blush, and they are also remarkably handsome. Shen Wanqing understood, this girl was captivated by appearances. Much like contemporary young women. She found herself drawn to dashing figures, enamored by their looks. Shen Wanqing empathized with her. Yet, after contemplating for a moment, she realized that while she could not control who admired Xia Wuyan, the incident involving Xing Ziyun had left her with significant psychological scars. Moreover, Xia Wuyan was not someone to be trifled with. Allowing Jiang Shujun to harbor such sentiments could ultimately lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, Shen Wanqing deemed it prudent to quell the sparks of romance. She needed to devise an excuse. After pondering for quite some time, she finally conceived a rather suitable excuse. Just as Shen Wanqing was about to voice it, she seemed to recall something suddenly, rising to her feet and mysteriously making her way to the door. She opened it and glanced around. Excellent, no one was in sight. Xia Wuyan was not nearby. What is Miss Shen up to? Jiang Shujun observed her actions with a puzzled expression. What is your relationship? He harbors affection for me, Shen Wanqing replied, the implication unmistakable. Thus, you might be out of luck. Jiang Shujun asked, are you two destined partners? Not at all, Shen Wanqing sighed. There are many reasons, which you may not comprehend. In this world, one is not entirely free. Jiang Shujun paused, then her expression transformed into one of understanding. I see, you must mutually admire each other. Yet familial opposition prevents you from openly expressing your feelings? Shen Wanqing hesitated momentarily, deciding to forego further explanation. You may interpret it that way. Thank you. With that, Shen Wanqing watched Jiang Shujun's departing figure, exhaling in relief. This supporting character is rather easy to converse with. After resolving an important subplot, Shen Wanqing felt her spirits lift instantly. She cheerfully hummed a tune, joyfully approached the window, and delightfully opened it. Subsequently, upon catching the scent of lotus seed soup, the curious Xian Niao rushed over, preparing to scrounge a taste, leading to a moment of intense eye contact. Shen Wanqing. After a brief silence, Xian Niao flapped its wings and fluttered excitedly towards Xia Wuyan's room, exclaiming, Your Highness, this woman has spoken disrespectfully. Wait, wait, wait! Stop right there! Shen Wanqing exclaimed. Her reflexes sharp as she swiftly grasped a feather from the rear of the Xian bird, yanking it back inside. You shall not compel me to submit. I will never betray His Highness. The Xian bird, equally defiant, flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to strike at Shen Wanqing's hand, resulting in a chaotic tussle between the two. After a strenuous effort, it finally broke free and soared towards the window. However, Shen Wanqing swiftly cast a spell to close it. The Xian bird collided forcefully with the glass, crashing to the floor in a dramatic fall, its beak clenched in indignation. Despicable! It hissed. Thank you for the compliment. Shen Wanqing remarked, crouching before the Xian bird and poking its small head. If you dare utter a word of this to Xia Wuyan, I shall pluck every feather from your body to fashion a shuttlecock. What cannot you share with me? A familiar male voice unexpectedly resonated from behind, causing Shen Wanqing's spine to stiffen. The tone was devoid of any emotion, the prolonged ending sending shivers down her spine. She refrained from turning, attempting to elude the reality of the situation. Turn around, Xia Wuyan commanded, denying her the chance to escape. Shen Wanqing reluctantly pivoted, clutching the Xian bird in an effort to conceal it behind her, then feigned calmness, saying, What a coincidence, are you here to enjoy the lotus seed soup as well? Xia Wuyan cast a sidelong glance at her, what do you think? Shen Wanqing replied, I believe so. Xia Wuyan simply stated, Your Highness. The Xian bird, as if seeing a beacon of hope, struggled free and flew to Xia Wuyan's side, perching on his shoulder while it began to whimper, Your Highness. This woman is truly malicious, and she even dares to slander you, utterly audacious. As it cried, it vividly recounted the dialogue between Shen Wanqing and Jiang Shujun, painting a picture filled with malice. Shen Wanqing, unable to meet Xia Wuyan's gaze, shuffled towards the door, attempting to sneak away. Stop, Xie Wuyan commanded. Shen Wanqing, caught cruelly in her act, could only freeze in place, her head bowed and avoiding his eyes. Do I hold you in esteem? He questioned, his voice laden with anguish. Is there a more excruciating scene in life? Shen Wanqing's sense of shame prevented her from even lifting her eyelids, her head bowed so low it almost resembled a bow. Is your family opposed? He continued. And you dare to speak of it? Does a lady not value her dignity? Shen Wanqing felt as though she might suffocate. Her mind buzzing like water boiling, her cheeks ablaze. Xie Wuyan persisted, mutual affection yet unspoken? With overwhelming embarrassment, she could no longer stand, opting instead to crouch down. Burying her head in her knees in a bid for escape, muttering, I have fallen asleep. Observing Shen Wanqing curled up like a hamster before him, Xie Wuyan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He gently pushed aside the Xian bird, which was sobbing into his shoulder, and approached her, squatting down. Sensing his presence before her, Shen Wanqing tensed up, curling into an even tighter ball. Miss Shen, he called. Xie Wuyan chuckled softly, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger in a playful manner, and lightly inquired. Do you know what became of the last person who orchestrated such a scheme against me? Shen Wanqing was not particularly eager to learn the answer. Moreover, this was clearly a question veiled in menace, appearing to seek information while, in truth, serving as a threat. The supporting character did not wish to see the protagonist suffer a separation. Thus, she resolved to resist. I am different, this is not a scheme against you. Then what is it? Shen Wanqing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Xie Wuyan, feigning sincerity as she choked out, Brother Xie. You do not understand, this is all for your sake. Xie Wuyan regarded her for a moment, is that so? Of course, I know you dislike being entangled. Which is precisely why I said so. Shen Wanqing defended herself vehemently, her voice trembling with emotion, I am merely acting as your shield, willingly sacrificing my own reputation. Xie Wuyan smiled slightly, so, should I be thanking you then? Shen Wanqing readily accepted, no need for thanks. She had underestimated the extent of her audacity. The evening was drawing to a close. Xie Wuyan rose, casting a glance at the nearby Suanio. Taking advantage of their conversation, Suanio had stealthily finished the lotus seed soup and was now sprawled on the table, patting its belly and burping contentedly. Shen Wanqing discreetly observed Xie Wuyan's expression before softly reminding him, Brother Xie, it is quite late now. Xie Wuyan looked at her, and so? And so? Shen Wanqing took a deep breath and offered a smile, saying, so you should rest now. Subsequently, she sat down by the edge of the bed and naturally reclined upon it, casually reminding him, remember to turn off the light. Shen Wanqing's pupils widened in shock. I didn't mean for you to rest here. She hurriedly approached Xie Wuyan, taking 3 steps in 2, inhaling deeply as she attempted to pull him up. May I inquire, sir, do you not possess a bed of your own? Xie Wuyan lay sideways, propping his chin on one hand, languidly observing her as she struggled to tug at his arm, perhaps finding his position too cumbersome for exertion. Shen Wanqing decided to kick off her shoes and knelt at the bedside, resolutely continuing her efforts to haul Xie Wuyan up. After a prolonged struggle, he remained utterly unmoved. While Shen Wanqing grew increasingly fatigued, not only did she fail to lift him, but he unexpectedly pulled her back, causing her to lose her balance and tumble onto him, her head colliding heavily against his chest. Shen Wanqing covered her nose, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Feeling wronged as she curled up at the edge of the bed, Xie Wuyan furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the severity of her fall. He rose gently, cradling the back of her head, instructing softly, lift your head. Shen Wanqing, still fuming, raised her head, a hint of grievance in her voice, look, it's swollen. A slight redness adorned her nose. Xie Wuyan reached out, lightly pressing on the area, his fingertips radiating warmth that swiftly alleviated her discomfort. Miss Shen, allow me to assist you. Just then, the door swung open once more. Jiang Shujun stood at the threshold, witnessing the scene of the 2-1 reclining, the other kneeling upon the bed. In her eyes, the scene unfolded as follows. Xie Wuyan tenderly cradled Shen Wanqing's nape, their gazes intertwined with affection, suffused with gentleness and restraint. He gazed into her eyes, unable to suppress the urge to lean down and kiss her. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, visibly moved, which rendered her susceptible to such emotions. A breathtaking romance. Jiang Shujun immediately fell silent, revealing an expression of understanding, then nodded and bowed, retreating from the room. Shen Wanqing interjected, "Wait, what do you understand?" A sense of foreboding washed over her. She felt the need to clarify her stance. Thus, she swiftly leaped from the bed and hurried after Jiang Shujun. However, before she could utter a word, Jiang Shujun preemptively interrupted her. "You needn't say a word. I comprehend everything. I shall keep your secret." Shen Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. "What is it that you understand?" "I understand," Jiang Shujun reassured her. Patting her shoulder, "This is the essence of being unable to contain one's feelings." "What does that even mean?" Jiang Shujun, visibly moved, gazed at her. "It appears that Miss Shen and young Master Xie have grown rather intimate." At last, Shen Wanqing grasped the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. She wished to argue, but the words lodged in her throat, leaving her with no choice but to weakly nod. "Well, that's indeed quite intimate." The following morning, Shen Wanqing was ushered into the full moon pavilion early, where she began her preparations for adornment, to ensure that their plan remained undisclosed. This time they refrained from mentioning it to anyone else. Even the matron in charge was unaware of Shen Wanqing's origins, knowing only that she was a girl personally chosen by the master of the house. However, since she was entrusted by the master himself, the matrons naturally devoted themselves wholeheartedly. Thus, in the span of merely half a day, Shen Wanqing found herself confined to a room, compelled to learn an entire compendium of chamber secrets. From her initial shyness and bashfulness, she soon grew weary and exhausted, even beginning to answer questions out of impatience. It was at this moment that she realized how astute Xie Wuyan's decision to masquerade as a patron was. Had he assumed the role of a male attendant, he would have surely dismantled the establishment before even delving into the secrets of the chamber. That evening, she was advised to join the procession. If she lacked any skills, she could simply sit aside and trace a few characters. The person in charge reassured her, "Rest assured, with your beauty, even if you cannot sing or dance, you will still fetch a handsome price." Yet, despite such reassurances, the matron remained concerned for this naive girl who knew nothing of such matters. After some deliberation, she presented a fragrant pouch and fastened it to Shen Wanqing's attire. "Wear this." Shen Wanqing inquired casually, "What is this?" "It's a pouch for certain activities, containing substances that can incite passion," the matron replied, her demeanor surprisingly nonchalant, as if discussing the most commonplace of matters. "You must keep it close at all times. It will surely delight those young masters." "Incite passion?" Shen Wanqing gasped, her knees nearly buckling. "That is entirely unnecessary. If Xie Wuyan were to discover this, I might very well face a fate worse than death." She furtively extracted the fragrant sachet and discreetly concealed it beneath her pillow, ensuring it would remain undetected. Evening soon descended, and the full moon pavilion was alive with song and dance. Beneath the peony blooms, even in death, the spirit remains lively. Despite the recent incident, the influx of patrons to the full moon pavilion continued unabated as night fell. Following the plan, she descended from the second floor alongside the crowd and made her way to the stage. The leading young ladies unfurled their flowing sleeves, commencing their performances, occasionally revealing a delicate shoulder or casting flirtatious glances, eliciting gasps and applause from the audience. These young women had grown up in this environment, and even their mere steps exuded a captivating charm. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing leaned her chin on her hand, lazily hiding in the back while indulging in the food laid out on the table. She glanced around, noticing that Xie Wuyan had yet to arrive. His presence was nowhere to be seen. As she waited, fatigue began to envelop her. After a restless night and a day filled with the matron's incessant chatter, drowsiness crept upon her. Eventually, she could no longer resist the urge to rest her head upon the table. She reasoned that the performance would likely continue for some time, and a brief nap would pose no issue. Thus, Shen Wanqing peacefully succumbed to slumber. This unexpected repose captured the attention of a certain wealthy young master. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed her distinctive and indifferent to her surroundings, audaciously asleep. "Very well, it seems you have successfully piqued my interest." The enigmatic young scion of a wealthy family displayed a mischievous smile, then raised his hand to interrupt the performance. "Enough, 500 taels of silver, tonight. I desire that lady to accompany me." The crowd turned their gaze in the direction he indicated, catching sight of Shen Wanqing, who was lazily napping, stretching, and turning over. Awakened by the commotion, Shen Wanqing yawned and looked up, only to find the onlookers staring intently at her. Particularly, the courtesan dancing in front shot her a fierce glare, as if she had pilfered from her own larder. Shen Wanqing thought to herself, "What is happening? Is it such a grave offense to doze off in a brothel? You foolish girl, why are you so oblivious?" Ultimately, the madam approached with a smile, taking Shen Wanqing's hand and guiding her forward. "That gentleman has paid a handsome sum for your company. This is a tremendous fortune, so why sit here foolishly?" Shen Wanqing understood. "Ah, it must be Xiao Wuyan. Look, he is over there, go quickly." After leading her to the designated spot, the madam gently nudged Shen Wanqing's back. She looked up, but saw no sign of Xiao Wuyan. Instead, a disheveled man, ostentatiously loosening his collar to project an air of a flamboyant young master, exuded a palpable aura of wealth. The female supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to break up. In this scene, the audacious young master lounged on a soft couch, holding a cup of wine, and, believing himself to be quite charming, raised an eyebrow. In a deliberately husky voice, he commanded, "Woman, come to me." What an extraordinary tone! Shen Wanqing felt as though she were in a dream. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and bowed, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion." Shen Wanqing clung to the table, unwilling to budge. Attempting to resist, perhaps he should reconsider. Shopping must be approached with caution, avoiding impulsive purchases. 600 taels. The domineering young master raised his bid. Glancing up as he spoke, "Woman, are you satisfied now?" Shen Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine, experiencing a strong post-traumatic reaction to the term woman. Which arrogant young master from which novel had she crossed paths with? She scanned her surroundings and noticed He Fengshi had arrived unannounced. Seemingly unhelpful, as he sat among the women, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the spectacle unfold. Shen Wanqing felt utterly despondent and attempted to negotiate. "Perhaps you could reconsider?" 700 taels. The young master, appearing unconcerned about money, swirled the half-full cup of wine in his hand, leisurely declaring that a game of restraint and seduction was sufficient after one round. What an absurd notion of restraint! At that moment, a commotion erupted at the doorway, accompanied by several soft exclamations from women. He Fengshi glanced over, immediately setting down his seeds and moving towards the entrance. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Shen Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. It was him! Xiao Wuyan! The radiant light of the righteous path, Xiao Wuyan! At that moment, the illustrious Xiao Wuyan entered with a sullen expression, clad in an extravagant outfit adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, his brocade robe embellished with ostentatious patterns. In the spirit of professionalism, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing had taken Xiao Wuyan early in the morning to select new attire, meticulously choosing a garish ensemble that perfectly fit the persona of a lavish young master, while such clothing would appear utterly gauche on anyone else. Evoking the image of a tasteless merchant flaunting wealth, it exuded an air of opulence when worn by Xiao Wuyan. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was far from pleased with this audacious affront to aesthetic sensibilities, his demeanor tinged with impatience. He whispered a few words to He Fengshi, seemingly discussing the current circumstances. Xiao Wuyan furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze in her direction. Shen Wanqing nearly wept at the sight. Casting a pleading look towards Xiao Wuyan, their eyes locked in a moment of profound connection. Thus, under her watchful gaze, Xiao Wuyan turned to seek a place to sit and began to sip his tea. "Is this truly all? Will you not spend lavishly and act with fervor for the sake of beauty? Or perhaps your funds are insufficient? Stop hesitating and attend to this gentleman." The matron yanked her from her seat, cautioning her to be wary of offending him, lest she lose her head. Shen Wanqing turned to glance at Xiao Wuyan once more. As soon as he settled, he was surrounded by a throng of charming courtesans. After all, with his striking visage, even if he were a beggar, there would be maidens eager to approach him, let alone when he is adorned like a scion of a wealthy family. Xiao Wuyan did not raise his gaze, his fingertips caressing the teacup, his eyes betraying no emotion. Shen Wanqing, however, possessed a temper. Was it merely a performance of seduction? Who was afraid of whom? Moreover, she stood to gain 700 taels for just one evening. Should this domineering young master lay hands upon her, she could easily incapacitate him with a swift strike. relying on malevolence offered no promising future, men were all boorish oafs. Thus, in a fit of indignation, she inserted her waist, rose to her feet, brushed off her dress, tidied her hair, and donned a smile characteristic of a charming young lady, striding towards the arrogant young master. He displayed an expression of expectation, setting down his wine cup and raising his hand, ready to grasp Shen Wanqing's waist. However, midway through his advance, he was interrupted by a voice laced with cold authority. 800 taels. Xie Wuyan's eyes radiated an air of dominance as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Wanqing and commanded, "Come here." Although the reason remained unclear, it appeared that this formidable figure was no longer inclined to remain a mere spectator. Shen Wanqing felt a surge of relief and was about to take a step in his direction when she heard the arrogant young master beside her defiantly raise the stakes, 900 taels. Not only did he increase his offer, but he also proclaimed with audacity, "I advise you all not to attempt to snatch anything from me. There is no one in this city that I cannot confront." It is evident that this young master possesses some influence, and upon his utterance, those beside him immediately echoed in applause. This is disastrous. Shen Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety. What if Xie Wuyan had not brought enough money? Xie Wuyan declared, 1,000 taels. You! The domineering young master slammed his palm on the table, rising with indignation. He scoffed, then proclaimed, "How audacious! Since that is the case, I shall." With a resounding crash, Xie Wuyan crushed his teacup in his hand. A shard flew forth, grazing the cheek of the young master, leaving a trail of crimson. Most of the fragments embedded themselves into the surrounding pillars, half submerged. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. Xie Wuyan stood up and strode toward the young master, his robes brushing against the tableware, creating a cacophony of clinks and clatters. He wore no smile, his face devoid of expression, and uttered not a single word, as if even a mere exchange of pleasantries were an exhausting endeavor. He halted before the arrogant young master, pulling Shen Wanqing behind him, then raised his hand to clasp the young master's neck, decisively pinning him against the table. Everything atop the table was sent crashing to the floor. "You! How brazen! Do you have any idea who my father is?" The domineering young master struggled like a fish out of water. Xie Wuyan lifted his hand. The air coalesced at his fingertips into vapor, then solidified into a sharp ice spike. In the next moment, the ice spike almost brushed against the young master's eyelashes before being driven forcefully into the table. "Are you still bidding?" Xie Wuyan inquired. The domineering young master whimpered, "No more bids." Xie Wuyan released his grip and cast a glance at Shen Wanqing before turning to depart. "Follow me," Shen Wanqing remarked. "Your approach to competition is rather blunt and direct." He Fengshi, taken aback, lost his appetite for the sunflower seeds he had been enjoying. After a moment of contemplation, he tactfully suggested, "I believe your performance lacks a certain dedication." Shen Wanqing concurred, and thus she whispered a suggestion to Xie Wuyan, "Indeed, a professional patron would not strike with such straightforwardness. A skilled sorcerer would adeptly wield threats. If a monster were to glimpse your visage, it would surely flee, rather than wait idly to enact its deadly intentions." Xie Wuyan regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, a true courtesan would never dawdle or doze off while on stage." Shen Wanqing acknowledged. "Very well, this matter is settled, you are indeed a consummate patron." Xie Wuyan humbly replied, "You flatter me." "Miss Shen is also a distinguished courtesan," he Fengshi interjected. "You both exemplify professionalism." With that, he revealed a smile that concealed both prowess and reputation, and turned to leave. Shen Wanqing gazed at the inappropriate ointment, feeling as though it were a hot potato. After a moment of silence, just as she was preparing to find a discreet spot to dispose of the item, she suddenly heard Xie Wuyan's voice from behind, "What are you holding?" Startled, she nearly dropped the object in her hand. In a flurry of motion, she hastily concealed the object behind her back and discreetly slipped it into her pouch, attempting to maintain an air of composure. "It's a moisturizing cream, to keep the skin supple and youthful," she declared. Xie Wuyan cast her a sidelong glance, tinged with skepticism, yet refrained from pressing further. "Aren't you coming in?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Shen Wanqing slipped inside. The room was adorned with an atmosphere of intimacy, draped in sheer fabrics and hues of crimson, suffused with the fragrance of incense. Delicate wind chimes tinkled softly around the space. It was unclear whether it was the ambience or the poor sound insulation, but faint laughter and playful teasing could be heard from the adjacent room, rendering the situation more awkward than anticipated. Yet, Xie Wuyan appeared oblivious, leaning against the bed, his arm propped behind his head, not fully reclining. He patted a nearby pillow and glanced at her, inviting, "Please?" Shen Wanqing hesitated, replying, "Thank you, but I'm not tired." However, with that simple gesture, a sachet tumbled out from beneath the pillow. Xie Wuyan paused, picking it up to examine it closely. The scent was somewhat overwhelming. Shen Wanqing's eyes widened in alarm as she sprinted towards him, reaching out to snatch it away. Wait! You can't take that!" Xie Wuyan raised his hand, and she found herself grasping at air, her entire body colliding with his. The sachet had been nestled beneath the pillow all day, saturating the bedding with its fragrance, making her senses tingle. Xie Wuyan tossed the sachet lightly in his hand, his arm resting casually on his knee, and with a teasing tone, he asked, "Why can't I take it?" After a moment of silence, Shen Wanqing straightened up and cast a profound glance at Xie Wuyan. She then receded a couple of steps and poured him a cup of tea, suggesting, "Please, have some tea while I go for a stroll to clear my head." Shen Wanqing felt the heat emanating from her back where it met his chest. "Why the evasion?" Xie Wuyan chuckled, his voice a deep, resonant murmur. "Tell me, what sort of concoction have we here?" Shen Wanqing feigned composure. "Sleeping pills, perhaps." "Sleeping pills?" Xie Wuyan echoed, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Shen Wanqing, with wide-eyed innocence, affirmed, "Indeed." "I comprehend," Xie Wuyan responded, tightening his grip around Shen Wanqing's waist. He embraced her as if she were a comforting cushion, resting his head in the hollow of her shoulder and closing his eyes. "Then let us slumber." A wave of alarm washed over Shen Wanqing. Given the current atmosphere, the phrase echoed in her mind like the thunderous roar of a train, conjuring images reminiscent of certain modern, risque films. Her entire being bristled with resistance. This scene was certainly not part of the script, and she considered herself a serious actress, not one to partake in such tawdry productions. However, Xie Wuyan's superior height and stature allowed him to enfold her completely. Shen Wanqing found herself curled into his embrace like a mere kitten, her waist firmly held by his hand, rendering her immobile. Her feeble attempts to struggle were akin to the gentle scratching of a kitten. Xie Wuyan's brow furrowed slightly, and he gently pinched the soft flesh of her waist. Shen Wanqing instantly stiffened, ceasing all movement. She choked back a sob, attempting to reason with him. "I believe in the principle that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Is it so?" Xie Wuyan rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice resonating so close that it sent tremors through her eardrums. "We are all people of the world, there is no need for such restraint." Shen Wanqing felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if she had heard these words from someone before. "You said it," Xie Wuyan replied. Caught off guard by the revelation of her innermost thoughts, Shen Wanqing was nearly moved to tears. She had not anticipated that this ancestor, aside from holding grudges, possessed such an exceptional memory. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that despite the embarrassment, honesty was imperative in this situation to prevent any potential repercussions should he choose to silence her. Thus, Shen Wanqing shifted slightly, attempting to create some distance between herself and Xie Wuyan. However, the back of her dress was already quite bare, and with this movement, she inadvertently pressed even closer against his chest, igniting a tingling sensation. Xie Wuyan frowned, lowering his head to gently bite the nape of Shen Wanqing's neck, his tone laced with impatience. "Do not move." Instantly, she felt paralyzed, her mind racing through a cascade of scenarios, from the throes of passion to the stark reality of consequences. As despair enveloped her, her thoughts began to spiral. Oddly enough, if it were anyone else engaging in such torment, she would have surely retaliated fiercely. Yet, when Xie Wuyan enveloped her in his embrace like a cat, she found herself uncharacteristically compliant. This reaction startled her. Could it be that she had grown accustomed to waking each morning beside Xie Wuyan, gradually accepting his presence? Could it be that she, like the protagonists in tormenting tales, has succumbed to Stockholm Syndrome? Shen Wanqing found this notion unbearable. After much contemplation, she arrived at a singularly fitting conclusion. If it were anyone else, she might have had the strength to struggle, perhaps even triumph or perish in the attempt. But against Xiao Wuyan, she stood no chance and might very well meet her end on the spot. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise it would be utterly incomprehensible why she felt so at ease with Xiao Wuyan reclining beside her. Shen Wanqing mused that if she were the type to exude captivating allure, there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps she could win over Xiao Wuyan's heart, becoming his cherished little wife, and maybe even sway him to her side. Yet she was not. Moreover, despite her flippant banter, her mind was a blank canvas. Her knowledge on such matters limited to mere idle chatter. She had even forgotten the physiology lesson that the matron had insisted upon that very morning. Thus, she lay there, a picture of desolation, her expression conveying a sense of hopeless resignation, as if to say, come what may, I have resigned myself to despair. Xiao Wuyan furrowed his brow, inquiring, what are you doing? Shen Wanqing replied, regretting not paying attention in class. Unbeknownst to her, her words struck a chord with Xiao Wuyan, eliciting a laugh so hearty that he rested his forehead against her neck, his hand around her waist trembling slightly. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his head, his tone laced with teasing mockery. Enough, such trifling charms hold no sway over me. At this, Shen Wanqing's dim eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and she eagerly turned to face Xiao Wuyan, locking gazes with him. Really? What else could it be? Xiao Wuyan scoffed. Dismissing the notion that any trivial matter could affect him, he had long since faced death countless times. Shen Wanqing felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. The resilience born from surviving great adversity enveloped her, allowing her to relax completely. Thus, she comfortably nestled in bed, feeling a slight chill at her waist. And with a huff, she tugged half of the blanket from Xiao Wuyan to cover herself. She then turned her body, curling up into a snug ball. Xiao Wuyan observed Shen Wanqing, who lay beside him, comfortably cocooned in a bundle, and fell into a contemplative state. Perhaps her calm demeanor was the very thing that unsettled him. She resembled a delightful, plush mochi, appearing to be an inviting cushion. After gazing at her for some time, he reached out and drew the cushion into his embrace. Discovering that it felt quite pleasant, he was reluctant to release it. Shen Wanqing jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open. Upon realizing that Xiao Wuyan was likely restless due to the pain from the sealing spell, she chose not to speak and simply shifted her position, closing her eyes once more. After a brief moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. A fog enveloped her mind, accompanied by a vague heat that began subtly but soon surged in waves, invading her consciousness. Wait a moment. The sachet was ineffective for Xiao Wuyan, but it certainly had an effect on her. She was not a formidable being. Shen Wanqing attempted to open her eyes, but found her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. This was not due to weariness or sleepiness, but rather a sensation akin to being pinned down by a malevolent force. Where her awareness was clear yet her body remained immobile. She gradually recognized that something was indeed wrong. If it were merely the aphrodisiac within the sachet, such a reaction would not be expected. Initially, darkness enveloped her, yet, akin to a shifting fog, other images gradually emerged, reminiscent of a dream. However, Shen Wanqing was acutely aware that this was not a dream. The heat lingered, not in her body, but rather in her mind, persistently dwelling within. Shen Wanqing was certain of one thing: this was not induced by the sachet, but rather by sorcery. Therefore, did the malevolent creatures within the full moon tower engage in murder, all connected to the shared dream? The scene before her sharpened into focus a bathing pool, moonlight, crimson curtains. And there stood Xiao Wuyan, clad in nothing but a simple garment, exuding an aura that evoked an irresistible I-can sentiment. Shen Wanqing cursed under her breath. A spring dream. But why was the object of such a dream this particular being? This creature was utterly oblivious to a girl's heart. Placing such an ancestor within her dream, was this not a nightmare? Shen Wanqing instinctively wished to flee, yet her body seemed to defy her, drawing her towards Xiao Wuyan. She choked back a sob, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. After all, in a dream, no one would know. She doubted that Xiao Wuyan, such a formidable ancestor, would notice the charming courtesan ensnared by sorcery beside him. Once he dispelled the enchantment, no one in the world would ever learn of the shameful dream she had experienced. With this thought, Shen Wanqing found herself less troubled, taking a moment to scrutinize Xiao Wuyan before her. Indeed, it was a dream. The Xiao Wuyan within it bore none of the usual hostility, perhaps influenced by the sorcery, his entire being tinged with desire. especially paired with his remarkably striking features. Shen Wanqing felt a pang of inadequacy. He felt unworthy of the courtesan. It was he who ought to embody that role. Then, Xiao Yuan spoke, "My lady. You have summoned me. What is it that you wish to do?" "What is this? A script for a beguiling little courtesan?" Shen Wanqing believed that this enchantress could afford to linger a little longer. Dreaming truly brought her joy. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she felt the searing heat that occupied her mind was of little consequence. She was entirely immersed in the bliss of the peasant's song. Thus, she joyfully proposed, "How about you perform a dance for me first?" Xiao Yuan quickly discerned something was amiss with Shen Wanqing. The figure in his arms was unnaturally warm. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brow, realizing her complexion was flushed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her breathing becoming labored. It should not have been the fragrance pouch. Upon obtaining it, Xiao Yuan had anticipated that the scent might affect her, hence he deliberately released its essence to protect her. Could it be the Dream Eater? But that seemed implausible. Even though the sealing spell upon him significantly weakened his powers during the night, he should have sensed something amiss. Yet, at this moment, he could not allow Shen Wanqing to remain trapped in her dream. He lifted his hand, grasped the nape of her neck, compelling her to raise her gaze. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers, closed his eyes, and entered her spiritual realm. Xiao Yuan rarely ventured into the spiritual realms of others, for they house the darkest sins of the human heart, reeking of unpleasant odors, utterly filthy. However, as he entered Shen Wanqing's spiritual realm, he paused. The surroundings were suffused with an excessively sweet aroma, overwhelmingly cloying. He endeavored to comprehend the thoughts that occupied Shen Wanqing's mind, only to discover an array of delicacies: almond cakes, osmanthus pastries, salted egg yolk mooncakes, snow pears, and locust flower cakes. How could anyone's mind be filled solely with such trivialities? Xiao Yuan felt a sense of embarrassment for the prestigious Ji family, on her behalf. At last, amidst a plethora of dish names and desserts, Xiao Yuan glimpsed Shen Wanqing's dreamscape, a realm embodying the very essence of all fervor. Akin to a gradually igniting furnace. The dream woven by the Dream Eater demon would retaliate against any intruder, yet Xiao Yuan traversed through the inferno as if it were inconsequential. It was not his body that burned, but rather his soul. Ultimately, he beheld Shen Wanqing, along with another, himself. Shen Wanqing reclined on the bed, reminiscent of a lord enjoying sunflower seeds, appearing rather content, while simultaneously directing the counterfeit Xiao Yuan to dance. The real Xiao Yuan was left speechless, silently observing this peculiar creature relishing its comfort within a trap laid by a demon. If the Dream Eater demon were to witness this, it would undoubtedly feel thwarted. Its sorcery was to fabricate a dream, ensnaring the dreamer in their desires, siphoning the essence of the dream's master during moments of intimacy and fervor. That oppressive heat, reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine, served as a dual safeguard, exerting mental control through illusions, compelling one to indulge in such actions to ensure absolute certainty. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Wanqing's resolve proved remarkably unwavering. The reason for her steadfastness was equally surprising. She desired to witness Xiao Yuan's dance, a spectacle that occurred but once in a century, regardless of her discomfort. Thus, Shen Wanqing declared, "Perform a ballet." The counterfeit Xiao Yuan found himself in a predicament. Though it was but a dream, the realm woven by the dream-eating demon was still crafted by a creature of the night. Unlike the spontaneous illusions conjured by the celestial palace's enchanting fairy, which could automatically manifest from one's own thoughts, it was evident that this demon was unfamiliar with the art of ballet, leaving it somewhat disconcerted. This might well be the most troublesome affair of its demonic existence. After all, it had previously performed the flowing sleeve dance, conducted a gymnastic routine, and even sung a folk song. Thus, the counterfeit Xiao Yuan resolved to muddle through, merely lifting an arm and kicking a leg to feign compliance. However, just as it raised its hand halfway, a hand pierced through its chest, brutally tearing a substantial hole. "Hey!" Xiao Yuan exclaimed, his tone laden with impatience, "do not mimic my form to execute such unsightly movements." Upon finishing his words, he clenched his fist, and instantly, the counterfeit contorted into a grimace of agony. It then collapsed into a shapeless mass, flowing helplessly to the ground, struggling feebly before becoming utterly still, dissipating before her eyes. Shen Wanqing felt as if she had been struck dumb. The new Xiao Yuan before her appeared as if branded with an authentic label from head to toe. particularly the fierce demeanor in his eyes that seemed to proclaim, "You shall not survive the night," instilling a sense of dread even within the dream. A chill ran through her. Logically, Xiao Yuan was supposed to be her savior, and thus she ought to feel gratitude. Yet, rather than gratitude, she was engulfed by a singular perplexity. Why was it that any mischief committed within the dream would invariably be uncovered by Xiao Yuan himself? Shen Wanqing felt suffocated. Before Xiao Yuan could bring up the earlier incident, she resolved to divert the conversation, immediately clutching her chest and feigning weakness. "I feel so unwell." This was not entirely an act. The previous enchantment cast by the dream devourer had left her feeling as if she were engulfed in flames. An unbearable heat that she had endured solely driven by the desire to toy with Xiao Yuan. Now that her resolve to tease him had been shattered, that tormenting sensation became even more pronounced. Xiao Yuan frowned slightly. Although the dream devourer had been expelled from her body, the illusion remained difficult to dispel. He crouched down and grasped the nape of her neck, compelling her to meet his gaze. Presently, Xiao Yuan found himself within Shen Wanqing's spiritual abode, where even the slightest contact amplified sensations to an extraordinary degree. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Shen Wanqing could distinctly feel the tremor coursing through her as Xiao Yuan touched her. A rather inappropriate sensation flooded her senses. "You must break this illusion," Xiao Yuan urged, "or your soul will remain trapped here." "Indeed," she conceded, "but the question arises, how does one break it?" Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment before beginning his instruction. "First, envision the illusion wrought by the demon's magic as something tangible." "That seems simple enough," Shen Wanqing replied. "And then?" "Shatter it, and then simply open your eyes." Shen Wanqing found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend why she felt compelled to seek out Xiao Yuan. It was akin to a teacher explaining that a particular problem could be solved merely by applying a formula, an ostensibly simple task, only for her to realize that she couldn't even grasp the meaning of the symbols involved. The mere thought of her advanced mathematics class intensified her discomfort. She curled into herself, drenched in sweat, biting her lip with such fervor that it felt as though she were wearing down her very soul. Shen Wanqing's consciousness began to blur. Xiao Yuan observed her state, his gaze heavy with concern, before extending his hand towards her. "Come here, I'll take you out." Though she did not fully grasp his intention, she instinctively placed her hand in his. In the next moment, she felt enveloped by his presence, as if drawn by an unseen force towards a certain direction. It was as if she had transformed into a wisp of cloud, drifting aimlessly yet liberated from the oppressive heat of her discomfort. She could distinctly sense Xiao Yuan's presence and indescribable clarity that allowed her to perceive even the slightest of his movements. Akin to a raindrop falling upon the surface of a lake, sending ripples across its stillness. His abundant spiritual energy enveloped her fragmented soul, gradually alleviating the unbearable pain. The experience was far more soothing than she had anticipated. Each time Shen Wanqing inadvertently brushed against Xiao Yuan, she felt a slight tremor within her soul, resulting in a threefold reduction of her suffering. Moreover, there exists an indescribable sensation of delight that, following a brief tremor, renders one's body utterly relaxed and pliable. Upon realizing this, Shen Wanqing began to employ subtle tactics. She divided her spiritual consciousness into numerous fragments and began to affix them to Xiao Yuan. Each application felt akin to resting upon a block of ice. After a slight stimulation, the warmth dissipated, enveloping her in a blissful sensation that eased her mind. Exquisitely comfortable. Shen Wanqing joyfully pressed her entire spirit against Xiao Yuan. She felt as if she had dissolved into a puddle of water, then emerged as a fish, merrily blowing bubbles. Xiao Yuan paused momentarily. His previously steadfast spiritual consciousness seemed to waver slightly, imperceptibly trembling before quickly reconstituting itself. At last, amidst the void, Shen Wanqing discerned a glimmer of light. Following that flicker, she discovered an exit and opened her eyes. Strangely, there was none of the oppressive heat or discomfort she had anticipated. Aside from a slight perspiration, she felt refreshingly invigorated. Truly, the master is deserving of his status. Shen Wanqing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. However, as she turned her head, she found Xiao Yuan's brow furrowed, the veins on the back of his hand protruding, and his thin lips pressed tightly together, as if he had yet to awaken. Alarmed, she wondered if entering her spiritual realm had adversely affected him. With a tinge of concern, Shen Wanqing leaned down, intending to place the back of her hand against his forehead to assess his condition. Just then, her arm was suddenly seized. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, and the malice within seemed heightened, with traces of bloodshot veining suggesting he was suppressing some profound anguish. Shen Wanqing began to speak, but before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yuan seized her by the neck, restraining her movements. In the next moment, he sat up, pinning Shen Wanqing against the headboard. His voice laced with an inexplicable fury. "Do not touch me." Wait, why had he suddenly turned hostile upon waking? Without uttering another word, Xiao Yuan released his grip and rolled out of bed. Each private room in the full moon pavilion was accompanied by a bathing chamber, designed, it was said, to enhance the guests' emotions. The water was at an ideal temperature, adorned with floating red petals. Xiao Yuan entered the water without even shedding his clothes, closing his eyes tightly. His brow furrowed, as a curse mark surged forth, escalating at an alarming rate. In truth, taking Shen Wanqing away was not inherently complicated. It merely required sacrificing a fragment of his soul to allow her to slightly detach her senses from the illusions wrought by the enchantment, and then leading her out. However, the intertwining of souls is a delicate matter. The five senses become infinitely magnified, devoid of concrete awareness. The weaker entity is either easily engulfed by the stronger or, conversely, sparks a catastrophic misfire. Evidently, Shen Wanqing was utterly oblivious to these complexities, thus brazenly pressing herself against Xiao Yuan's soul. Yet, her approach was utterly clumsy, with each point of contact misplaced. To put it plainly, she embodied the archetype of a self-indulgent woman, focused solely on her own pleasure. To maintain his nearly chaotic soul, Xiao Yuan exerted considerable demonic power to suppress it, thereby compelling the seal spell to emerge once more. After a considerable time, he once again opened his eyes, resting his arm upon his forehead, silent and contemplative. Hearing the sound, Shen Wanqing reached out to touch the water's surface, only to discover that the warmth it once held had dissipated, leaving it chillingly cold, even painfully so. She furrowed her brow, rose to her feet, and retrieved a bath towel from the side, then approached Xiao Yuan, patiently squatting beside him as she awaited his emergence. "Do not concern yourself with me," Xiao Yuan remarked, his gaze averted, his voice raspy. "Very well," Shen Wanqing replied, remaining motionless at his side. "I shall not repeat myself," he warned. "I understand," she said, continuing to stay put. At last, Xiao Yuan lowered his arm, propping himself up to regard her. "Why are you still here? This is something I cannot articulate." "Perhaps because I am a lazy creature of mere words," she confessed. The two exchanged glances, each holding the other's gaze. The once timid girl now exhibited a clarity in her eyes, devoid of any retreat. She often displayed an astonishing stubbornness in matters that seemed inconsequential. Xiao Yuan remained silent, using his arm to support himself as he sat at the edge of the pool. Water trickled down his muscular arm, the formerly loose robe now clinging to his form, the collar sagging significantly, yet his expression remained chillingly aloof and indifferent. Shen Wanqing draped the towel over him, but it slipped from her grasp with a soft thud. She attempted again, only for the towel to fall once more. Finally, in a fit of determination, she wrapped the towel around Xiao Yuan, encircling him like a clumsy yet endearing figure, resembling a roly-poly toy. Xiao Yuan could only ponder how he had restrained himself from throttling her. From now on, Xiao Yuan allowed her to create a ruckus, his voice deep and resonant, cautioning against allowing anyone to casually enter one's spiritual abode. Such a sanctuary cannot be treated as casually as a stroll down the street. Even if Shen Wanqing possessed little understanding, she likely recognized that the spiritual abode is an exceptionally sacred place. Even individuals with vastly different cultivation levels could suffer severe repercussions if they recklessly intruded upon another's sanctum. Aside from someone like Xiao Yuan, who was powerful enough to regard other spiritual abodes as his own garden, very few would dare to enter another's sanctuary without invitation. However, under the tutelage of her mentor, Shen Wanqing naturally refrained from retorting, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yuan rose, shaking off his bath towel with an air of disdain. Yet he did not discard it. In mere moments, the garments upon his body were swiftly dried, the droplets of water evaporating into mist before they could even touch the ground. Shen Wanqing felt it essential to exhibit sufficient sincerity and patience towards her lifesaver. Thus, like a devoted shadow, she followed closely behind him, pouring another cup of tea, and in a most courteous manner, inquired, "Do you have any further instructions?" Shall we play a game of flying chess or retire for the night? I am at your service. Xie Wuyan took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and remarked, very well, let us perform a ballet. Shen Wanqing's smile froze. How could she have forgotten that? The author wishes to convey, Xie Wuyan, a male lead who has been wronged by the female protagonist yet feels too embarrassed to voice it. Chapter 34, Cultivation. Shen Wanqing pondered for a moment, then calmly analyzed the situation. This matter transcends mere ballet, it pertains to the dignity and honor of this ancestor. His attitude clearly conveys a message: do not presume that your dreams will shield you from retribution. In light of the current predicament, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Confronted with such a scenario, Shen Wanqing resolved to adopt a defensive strategy. Thus, she exaggeratedly yawned and began to perform, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Then, trembling slightly, she climbed into bed, attempting to obscure her face with the covers, hoping to evade the gaze of the individual before her. As long as she refrained from engaging, the danger would not pursue her. However, no sooner had she settled into bed than Xie Wuyan seized her ankle. Before she could react, he leaned down, his hands bracing on either side of Shen Wanqing, casting a shadow over her. Although the gesture was undeniably intimate, Xie Wuyan's tone remained frigid, devoid of any warmth. Didn't you say to follow my orders? I have changed my mind. Shen Wanqing, with remarkable fluidity, chastised herself, acknowledging her own ungratefulness. Xie Wuyan chuckled softly, are you denying it? Shen Wanqing responded earnestly, yes, indeed, how despicable of me. Her unabashed demeanor only served to leave Xie Wuyan in a state of existential doubt. He had thought he had grown accustomed to Shen Wanqing's unconventional manner of speaking. Yet he was astonished to discover that there existed someone capable of self-reproach with such righteous fervor. She was entirely unashamed, leaving Xie Wuyan with the unsettling impression that he had somehow wronged her. Xie Wuyan felt a touch of irritation. Those who had previously vexed him in such a manner typically met an early demise, either reduced to ashes with their souls consumed or having their skulls crushed and necks twisted. Yet, the individual before him appeared to thrive, chattering away with an audacious exuberance. Despite his annoyance, he found himself reluctant to wish her harm. Instead, her incessant prattling evoked an unexpected softness within him, leading him to contemplate indulging her whims and allowing her to evade consequence. Xie Wuyan was perplexed by this unfamiliar sentiment. In the past, he had deemed others as mentally unhinged. Yet now he began to question whether centuries of confinement had warped his own mind or if the sealing spell bore unforeseen side effects. Shen Wanqing was oblivious to Xie Wuyan's inner turmoil. She simply felt a peculiar embarrassment in their current position. After all, they were in a rather intimate embrace, and as a young woman, she was prone to shyness. Moreover, Xie Wuyan's slightly damp hair, furrowed brow, and the way his collar fell away to reveal his fair chest only heightened her discomfort. From her vantage point, the angle was strikingly exquisite, bordering on suggestive, as if one could almost glimpse the definition of his abdomen. Overcome by a dizzying confusion, she was startled to realize her heart raced unexpectedly. Attempting to turn away and shut her eyes, her mind instead replayed vivid, dreamlike images of a tantalizingly alluring Xie Wuyan. Alarmed, she opened her eyes wide. It must be the consequence of her prolonged singleness, she reasoned. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she ventured, I find this position rather tiring. Perhaps you could change it? Shen Wanqing added, not in that manner. However, she found herself gradually accustomed to the role of a pillow, as circumstances dictated that she could not simply cast others aside to sleep on the floor. Moreover, the individual had saved her life, so it was not too much to endure a little discomfort as a cushion for him. Yet, halfway through her repose, Shen Wanqing suddenly sensed something amiss. Excuse me for my boldness, but what about the dream-eating demon? Oh, it is already dead, Xie Wuyan replied. Shen Wanqing felt that something was off. After pondering for a moment, she threw off the covers. Goodness, if the demon had perished long ago, what was she doing pretending to be an innocent courtesan here? The nature of the demon, whether alive or dead, was left for the others to speculate upon. The host leisurely rubbed the lid of his teacup, taking a sip, wondering if you all were spinning tall tales to deceive him. Ji Feichen remarked. Young Master Xie is forthright. Furthermore, given the gravity of the situation, we would never resort to deception. The candid Xie Wuyan was toying with Shen Wanqing's hair. For some reason, she felt that since that night, this ancestor had become rather clingy. Whether to deceive or not was not up to them to decide. The host set down his teacup, indicating that they must remain in the city a while longer until it was assured that no such incidents would occur again. Only then could he hand over Jiang Shujun's contract to them. I understand, Ji Feichen lifted his gaze, scanning the surrounding individuals. In that case, we shall linger for a few more days to ensure no further demons wreak havoc before we depart. In truth, the decision for the group to temporarily stay in the city had been agreed upon long ago. Although the demon had been vanquished, many suspicious signs remained. For instance, how is it that this dream-eating demon managed to infiltrate Shen Wanqing's dreams right under Xiao Wuyan's nose? The female supporting character does not wish for the protagonist to part ways. Moreover, this creature is not particularly formidable. It ought not to possess such capabilities unless there is someone aiding it. After a brief discussion among the small team, Ji Feichen resolved to withhold this information from the host, for no one could ascertain the identity of this accomplice, not even the host of the Full Moon Pavilion, who is hardly trustworthy. Thank you, esteemed practitioners, the host of the Full Moon Pavilion gestured, whispering a few words to the maid beside her. I appreciate your recent efforts. This small token of gratitude is but a trifle. Shen Wanqing leaned forward and saw two maids presenting two crimson silk plates, each piled high with gold coins. Instantly, her spirits lifted. It seemed that this time, playing the role of bait was not such a loss after all. She felt a surge of gratitude, vowing to commit herself diligently to her role as bait from now on, without further complaints. Shen Wanqing pondered, what do you mean by mere trifles? Ultimately, Ji Mama emerged victorious. The host was deeply moved. Indeed, I was presumptuous. Mr. Ji is as honorable as the rumors suggest, living up to his reputation. With that, she signaled for the gold to be removed. Feng Yaoqing was equally touched, exchanging a knowing glance with Ji Feichen. Their eyes met, brimming with unspoken admiration. As if they were on the verge of an epiphany, Shen Wanqing gazed at the gold, which had been whisked away before she could even touch it. Slowly forming a question mark above her head, why not ask her? She is far from honorable. After losing the gold, Shen Wanqing felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. She rested her chin on the table, lost in a despondent reverie, resolutely deciding to resign from her role as bait in protest. Xiao Wuyan glanced at her, releasing the strands of hair he had been toying with, appearing contemplative. Indeed, since there was no urgency to depart, I find myself in need of assistance with a rather delicate matter. Ji Feichen took the letter, gave it a cursory glance, furrowed his brow slightly, and then handed the paper to Feng Yaoqing. Upon reading it, Feng Yaoqing displayed a similar expression of seriousness and nodded in agreement. That very night, the two of them made their way to the governor's residence, where they deliberated in secrecy until dawn. The following day, a message was relayed, instructing Shen Wanqing to pack her belongings and lead everyone to temporarily reside at the governor's house. It was evident that the governor held great regard for their party. The carriage sent to fetch them was extravagantly adorned, exuding an air of opulence and refinement. Since that day, Xiao Wuyan's propensity for attachment had surged dramatically, rivaling the frequency with which Xian Yao visited his quarters for food and drink, even making it a routine to come in the dead of night and use him as a pillow. Meanwhile, Jiang Shujun, akin to a modern-day professional shipper of couple dom, diligently produced fan works. For days on end at the inn, she embroidered and painted, creating fan art of the two, and even crafted a pair of embroidered handkerchiefs featuring mandarin ducks to present to them. Shen Wanqing harbored concerns that Xiao Wuyan might, in a fit of impatience, strangle Jiang Shujun as he had previously. In the carriage, Shen Wanqing sat on one end, while Xiao Wuyan occupied the other, with Jiang Shujun positioned at the opposite end. Throughout the entire scene, she watched the two individuals with keen intensity, her eyes widening with awe at the slightest movement. Shen Wanqing felt an overwhelming fatigue, far more exhausting than dealing with Xing Ziyun. It was imperative to resolve the matter concerning this supporting character swiftly. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Esteemed immortals, please bear with me for a moment, I shall inform the governor at once. Unable to remain still, Shen Wanqing decided to leap from the palanquin, intending to stroll about and stretch her limbs, while also evading Jiang Shujun's gaze. Just as she steadied herself, she heard a commotion beyond a wall, and soon, voices from above became distinct. Young master, you absolutely mustn't. Please, do not be so willful. If the master finds out, he shall be furious. A youthful male voice, tinged with impatience, replied, I care not for his temper. Such a trivial matter should not confine me within the estate. Sooner or later, I shall be driven to illness by this confinement. With that, he vaulted over the wall with remarkable flair, yet it appeared devoid of technique, suggesting an imminent fall. True to her expectations, the young master's initially confident demeanor shifted to one of horror in an instant, followed by a prolonged scream, "Ah!" Shen Wanqing sidestepped just in time as the rebellious young master landed abruptly at her feet with a loud thud. She felt a sense of familiarity regarding this individual. You! The young master struggled to rise, and upon lifting his gaze, he began to berate her. Why did you dodge? A rather unreasonable individual, whose voice seemed strikingly familiar, as if recently heard. The two exchanged glances. Shen Wanqing paused in silence. Wasn't this the extravagant young master from the other day? The arrogant young man recognized her as well. He hesitated momentarily, cleared his throat, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and then adopted a new demeanor. What brings you here? Shen Wanqing replied, It's like this, no need to elaborate, the young master interjected, running his hand through his hair in a manner he deemed suave, and lowered his voice. It's too late for regrets now. Shen Wanqing, at a loss for words, decided against further explanation and crossed her arms, waiting for him to concoct an entire narrative in his mind. If you beg me now, I might, out of courtesy for our brief encounter, allow you to serve as my maid. By the way, what of that presumptuous man from the other day? Finally, upon the young master mentioning Xia Wuyan, Shen Wanqing lowered her arms, attempting to interject. After all, this man appeared to be the son of a high official, and she preferred to avoid any fatal altercations. Yet, he was quick with his tongue. I knew it. I only spared him out of pity that day, otherwise, with a mere command, I could have had his head taken long ago, and he wouldn't be able to flaunt his power. Is that so? Indeed. It was only after the arrogant young master casually finished his statement that he sensed something amiss. His gaze shifted, inadvertently locking with Xia Wuyan's indifferent eyes from within the carriage. The young master felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon reflection, he realized that this was the governor's office, and with his father's backing, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. With this assurance, he became recklessly self-assured, even contemplating a chance to redeem himself. Thus, he boldly seized Shen Wanqing and proclaimed with his head held high, What transpired before is irrelevant, now I shall demonstrate who truly deserves this woman. Shen Wanqing was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of her situation, having merely disembarked from the carriage to stretch her limbs. She found herself thrust into an unexpected narrative. The imperious young master declared war. If you wish to possess her, then prove your worth. Xia Wuyan, evidently unimpressed, cast a disdainful glance at the domineering young master before shifting his gaze to Shen Wanqing. Leaning back casually, with his arm draped over the window, he remarked nonchalantly, You seem rather endearing. Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of grievance. However, after a moment's contemplation, she realized that she could not adequately explain her predicament. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a fatal charm. This thought suddenly stirred a sense of vexation within her. Was this the burden that beautiful individuals were destined to bear? The very notion seemed rather troublesome. For reasons unknown, Xia Wuyan appeared to discern a hint of prideful distress in Shen Wanqing's eyes. After a brief silence, he elongated his tone, saying, You shall resolve this yourself. Pausing, he added, Before I resort to anger. Shen Wanqing had now become adept at interpreting Xia Wuyan's subtext. She understood it to be a death warrant. If she did not silence the individual soon, he would take matters into his own hands. Harmony is of utmost importance. Although this young master may be somewhat immature due to his youth, it is undeniably unsightly to engage in a brawl at someone else's doorstep. Moreover, given the disparity in their standings, it would inevitably devolve into a one-sided display of violence from Xia Wuyan. Shen Wanqing sighed and resolved to intervene. She swiftly extricated her arm from the grasp of this domineering young master, creating distance between them, and prepared to introduce herself. Sir, to hide behind a woman and let a mere lady stand up for you, is that truly the mark of a man? The arrogant young master, emboldened and defiant, stood with his hands on his hips, his finger almost touching the heavens. Each word he uttered was imbued with vigor, punctuated by a disdainful scoff. If you have the guts, come down and face me, I shall grant you 3 moves. Come at me. Shen Wanqing responded. Surely this valiant warrior does not mean to escalate matters? Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes. Shen Wanqing fell silent, covering her face helplessly with her hand. Trembling as she retreated to the sidelines to take a seat, turning her head away to avoid witnessing this impending tragedy. In attendance were only 2 of their most loyal fans, Jiang Shujun, who recorded this harrowing scene, later chronicling it in her memoir, Tales of My Rescuers. The account unfolds as follows. In an instant, the wind seemed to freeze. The previously boisterous voice of young Master Su was abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in terror. But all he could manage was a muffled sound. In a flash, Xie Fengshi merely lifted his fingertip, and young Master Su was forcefully slammed against the wall. Young Master Su sprang to his feet, and the servants who hurried over upon hearing the commotion quickly came to his aid. He darted into the mansion as if he had seen a ghost, only to pop his head back through the door, exclaiming, I surmise he was indicating. Just wait, I shall inform my father. At last, having dispelled such a discordant presence, Xie Fengshi was able to temper his icy demeanor and turned his gaze toward Miss Shen. He dismounted from the carriage and, with a mixture of trepidation and longing, enveloped her in his embrace, whispering sweet nothings. Yet, Miss Shen wriggled free from his grasp and turned to stride into the mansion. Xie Fengshi watched her retreating figure. His eyes filled with a profound sense of desolation. Perhaps this was what one might call an ineffable love. However, the reality unfolded differently as Xiao Yuan approached Shen Wanqing. Encircling her waist and drawing her away from the audience, in a subdued tone, he remarked, You certainly know how to stir up trouble. His deep voice resonated in her ears, coupled with a slightly chilling undertone, which set off alarm bells within Shen Wanqing. She hastily covered her waist and withdrew to a safer distance, her tone tinged with indignation. Your competitions among men should not be taken out on me. Just then, a servant called out from the entrance, providing Shen Wanqing with the perfect excuse to slip away into the mansion. Thus concludes the scene originally crafted in Jiang Shujun's fanciful narrative. Esteemed guests, we have arrived, announced the servant, leading them to the entrance of the grand hall and bowing respectfully. The master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Shen Wanqing expressed her gratitude and stepped inside. Indeed, the reputation of this governor has always been commendable. It is said that he is principled and never assumes an air of superiority. Over the years, he has taken only one legitimate wife, without any concubines. And their marital relationship is characterized by mutual affection and harmony. Consequently, numerous tales have emerged among the people regarding him, though the veracity of these stories remains unclear. Logically, one would envision him as a dignified and upright gentleman. However, before even reaching the entrance, a thunderous roar was heard. What sort of conduct is this? You wretched child! How dare you treat these esteemed elders in such a manner, uttering such shameless words? You! Stand still, do not run away. Someone, seize this wretched child. Then, one could see the arrogant young master darting out of the room, clutching his head and beginning to circle around the artificial hill. Although the governor's hair had turned gray in part, his physique still appeared robust. He brandished a stick, pursuing the boy closely. The two circled the hill twice, even their pauses for breath occurring in remarkable synchrony. A throng of maids and servants followed behind, urging, Master, please do not overexert yourself. Meanwhile, the young master, now free from his constraints, shouted as he ran, Yes, father, do not tire yourself. If you stop, I shall cease my running. But you must promise me first. You shall not strike me. I will strike, came the reply. Then I shall not stop. Both Shen Wanqing and Xiao Yuan wore expressions of exasperation, as they began to comprehend how the temperament of this young master had been cultivated, until the sound of Ji Feichen's cough interrupted. The father and son had been engaged in their playful antics, both panting heavily and supporting their waists. They looked up to see Shen Wanqing and her companions standing before them. The young master, feeling somewhat sheepish, lost his earlier bravado and took a few discreet steps back, seemingly preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, he was promptly struck on the backside by the local governor, causing him to bounce slightly and stand at attention. Apologize quickly to the two esteemed immortals, the governor huffed, his face flushed with indignation. The young master immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully and apologizing earnestly. His demeanor thoroughly deflated. I acted presumptuously just now, I hope the esteemed immortals can forgive me. This young master was named Su Xin, the only child of the governor, who was known for his leniency and open-mindedness, thus raising a son whose character was difficult to describe, yet whose intentions were not entirely malign. The governor himself felt quite vexed by the situation, leading to daily scenes of him chasing after his son, accompanied by a throng of maids and servants attempting to mediate. Despite his son having received a sound thrashing, the governor appeared to possess an amiable temperament, showing no signs of reproach towards Xie Wuyan. Instead, he regarded him with a fatherly affection, discreetly pulling him aside to inquire, "Esteemed immortal, do you believe that we mere mortals could ever learn that ineffable celestial art of yours?" Xie Wuyan. It was evident that the governor was indeed quite exasperated by his son's tendency to engage in conversation. Shen Wanqing approached Ji Feichen and quietly inquired, "What peculiar events have transpired within this governor's residence?" She recalled the grave expressions on Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing's faces upon reading the contents of the letter, prompting their immediate journey to this place that very night. Clearly, the matter at hand was of considerable significance. Ji Feichen furrowed his brow and shook his head, replying, "You shall soon find out." It was evident that the relationships among the residents of the manor, whether servants or masters, were quite amicable, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Although the young master often found himself in trouble, he was fundamentally a good-natured individual, and one would discover that he was rather easy to get along with over time. The only individual who seemed somewhat difficult to engage with was the governor's wife. Moreover, the recent disturbances in the governor's residence were indeed linked to her. Rumor had it that this lady was the daughter of affluent merchants, possessing wealth that could rival a nation. Being a cherished daughter born to elderly parents, she was doted upon and nurtured, resulting in her temperamental and capricious disposition, intolerant of any imperfection. Regrettably, a few years prior, both of her parents passed away, and her inheritance was swiftly claimed by her brothers, leaving her with a lingering sense of loss and an increasingly volatile temperament. In recent months, the lady frequently awakened from her dreams in fright, claiming to see a pale yellow figure outside her window. Numerous Taoist priests had been summoned to investigate, yet none could discern any ailment. The maidservants and young attendants serving her observed no unusual occurrences. The governor merely assumed her emotional turmoil had intensified and sought various physicians to attend to her condition. However, the lady's condition showed no signs of improvement. A fortnight prior, she had even begun to exhibit signs of madness, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. She relentlessly accused the young master, exclaiming, "It is you. You intend to kill me, do you not?" It was only when the servants intervened that they discovered her fingers had left bloodied marks on the young master's arm. Subsequently, a physician made several visits, prescribing soothing remedies and affixing calming talismans provided by a Taoist priest, which significantly alleviated her condition. Yet, 3 days ago, her state deteriorated once more, and this time it was unlike any previous episode. A group gathered before the governor's wife's chamber. Shen Wanqing glanced upward, noting that the windows were entirely sealed, and talisman papers adorned the door and walls, while incense burned in the courtyard. Nevertheless, she sensed no trace of malevolence. A young servant approached the door but hesitated to push it open. Ji Feichen, perceiving the servant's trepidation, stepped forward, assuring him, "Fear not, I shall handle this." With a creak, the door swung open. Inside, darkness enveloped the room, with not a glimmer of light penetrating the gloom. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed, a noise reminiscent of a mouse, yet it lacked the high-pitched quality typical of rodents, instead resembling a woman's voice mimicking such a sound. This unnerving imitation sent chills down their spines. Xie Wuyan conjured a flame from a distance as they turned their gaze towards the bed. There, a disheveled woman huddled at the head of the bed, her posture oddly contorted, wrists bent inward as she lay sprawled like a rodent. She emitted incessant, unsettling squeaks while rubbing her face against her hand. Upon hearing the door open, she jolted abruptly and awkwardly crawled deeper into the bed. It appears that this individual must be the governor's wife. She seems to be bound by chains around her feet, producing a clattering sound with every movement. As if in fear of her departure, she lifts her head, gazing at the newcomer with terror. The governor's wife seems to have transformed, resembling a living mouse rather than a human. This, Shen Wanqing furrows her brow, pondering whether she has been possessed by a mouse demon. No. Feng Yaoqing states with a grave expression. We conducted an examination last night, and she is not possessed by a demon. Then what is it? Her soul has been forcibly extracted from this body, Feng Yaoqing explains, and subsequently, it has been replaced with the soul of a mouse. Transmigration of souls. Xiao Yuan interjects abruptly. Such an art is only meticulously documented in the archives of the Tiandao Palace. The spells in the realm of cultivation are largely inherited from predecessors. Apart from a few widely known foundational techniques, many remain undisclosed secrets. The Tiandao Palace has risen to prominence among the various sects partly due to its collection of numerous rare and obscure spells. Furthermore, to maintain their dominance, these spells are exclusively taught to the palace's inner disciples. The transmigration of souls is one such technique. At last, Shen Wanqing comprehends why Feng Yaoqing and the others reacted so intensely upon reading the letter. They likely suspected that this matter might be connected to the Tiandao Palace. Strangely, although the Heavenly Dao Palace has engaged in numerous covert maneuvers over the years, on the surface it continues to perform benevolent deeds of exorcising demons and benefiting humanity. How could it possibly allow a closed-door disciple to take such measures against a lady of the governor? Shen Wanqing suspected that this was likely a personal vendetta. Though she was unaware of the disciples' intentions, she understood that with their presence, she must exercise greater caution. Ji Feichen lowered his voice to caution her against employing that blood-burning technique, lest it arouse suspicion. Shen Wanqing grasped the gravity of his words. She cast a glance at the figure on the nearby bed, the governor's wife, who appeared neither fully alive nor dead, and fell into contemplation. If this vessel contained the soul of a rat, then the lady's soul must be within the rat. Feng Yaoqing seemed to ponder this, indicating that the one who cast this spell harbored a deep animosity towards the governor's wife. Animosity. Shen Wanqing recalled hearing that during her recent bout of madness, the governor's wife had clutched the arm of the young master Su Xin, adamantly accusing him of attempting to take her life. Given that such a significant incident had occurred in her own household, it was indeed peculiar that this young master could carry on as if nothing had happened, freely pursuing romantic entanglements. Thus, during the routine visits from Jiang Shujun bringing her refreshing mung bean soup, Shen Wanqing casually inquired, having spent considerable time here. Have you heard any rumors regarding discord between the governor's eldest son and his wife? Jiang Shujun, to speak candidly, there are no rumors of harmony between these two individuals circulating in the small publications of the martial world. It turns out that Su Xin is not the biological son of the esteemed lady, but rather an adopted child under her name. The governor was originally a mere impoverished scholar, who, after marrying the daughter of a hunter from a village 10 miles away, fathered a son and then traveled to the capital to take the imperial examinations. Shortly after his arrival in the capital, this destitute scholar caught the eye of the extraordinarily wealthy Jing family, who recognized his exceptional talent and invested in his education, aiding him in attaining scholarly honors. Indeed, the scholar achieved great success and quickly garnered the favor of the emperor. Consequently, the Jing family sought to marry their daughter to him. The governor, however, declined their generous offer, stating that he was already bound to his wife and children, and marrying their daughter would be inappropriate. Though he would express his gratitude in another manner, it need not necessarily involve taking another wife. The Jing family, upon hearing this, responded with open-mindedness, suggesting that he could take his original spouse as a concubine, which they would not mind. They thought to themselves, it is fine, once our daughter bears a son, we shall discard this child to fend for himself. Unexpectedly, the governor's wife, who was in frail health, was unable to bear children. Thus, they had no choice but to raise Su Xin as their own son. However, as time went on, their frustrations grew, leading to frequent quarrels within the household. The governor's wife, known for her fiery temper, was particularly harsh with her words. Su Xin, being the sole heir, grew arrogant due to his favored status, often exhibiting a volatile temperament and resorting to foul language. Only the governor suffered silently, as he was the only one who remained shy and reluctant to raise his voice in anger, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, he was always the first to arrive at court each day and the last to leave after the session concluded, whether there was a matter at hand or not. He would often drag the emperor to the study for idle chatter, which left the emperor quite exasperated. The emperor felt that it was precisely due to your family discord that he was forced to rise earlier than the roosters and linger longer in court. I bestow upon you a generous salary and provide you with a grand residence. Why must I endure such grievances? Consequently, the family began to quarrel from the capital, pulling each other's hair all the way to Rongcheng. However, the neighbors speculated that the governor had not taken a concubine under such circumstances, which must indicate his genuine affection for his wife. They concocted countless beautiful tales to extol their love. In truth, the governor was daily mediating disputes and was already balding. The mere thought of introducing a concubine, which would escalate the bickering from a duet to a trio, gave him a headache. Thus, he refrained from taking a second wife. After hearing about this chaotic family dynamic, Shen Wanqing felt a slight ache in her head. She succinctly summarized the information and penned a confidential letter to Ji Feichen, instructing him to address the matter. As a mere bystander, her only responsibility was to languish in her chamber, indulging in mung bean cakes, as long as it did not interfere with the main plot. However, that very afternoon, Shen Wanqing discovered that her leisurely existence had been shattered. Before darkness enveloped the sky, she heard a series of knocks at the door. As she pondered why Xia Wuyan had come seeking a cushion so early, she approached the door to open it. To her surprise, she found Su Xin striking an ostentatious pose at the threshold, one hand propping up his head, his left foot casually crossed over his right. He resembled a modern man trying to look suave, a rose delicately held in his mouth, exuding an aura of excessive flamboyance. Shen Wanqing felt a moment of breathlessness. "Young Master Su, what brings you here?" "Miss Shen, I must apologize for my previous transgressions." Su Xin coughed lightly, gazing at the moon at a sharp angle of 45 degrees, adopting the demeanor of a romantic gentleman. "Although your status has changed, in my eyes, you remain as enchanting as the first encounter." Shen Wanqing banged before she could fully comprehend the situation. Su Xin extended his hand to brace against the door beside her, lifting his gaze with an air of a great lover. Deliberately lowering his voice to a melodious tone, "Would you grant me an opportunity to draw closer to you?" Shen Wanqing, "I think not." Su Xin, "No matter. With a gaze brimming with affection, I am willing to wait and to demonstrate my earnestness to you." Saying this, he clapped his hands. Instantly, 2 rows of servants emerged, presenting trays adorned with gold and silver jewels, dazzling in their brilliance. "If you would grant me a chance, all of this could be yours." Upon witnessing such a plethora of treasures, Shen Wanqing felt a flutter of desire. Consequently, she impulsively pushed Su Xin away. He steadfastly believed that the reason for her rejection lay in the inadequacy of his gifts. After persistently brandishing jewelry, cosmetics, garments, and other offerings while loudly proclaiming his intentions at the door, Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, resolved to cast a silence and slumber spell upon Su Xin. However, in a final attempt, Su Xin launched a culinary assault. "Miss Shen, evening approaches, and I have instructed the kitchen to prepare some delightful rabbit dumplings and sour plum soup to refresh us." Shen Wanqing, rare in her willingness, rose to open the door. "Very well, you may enter." Upon hearing those words, Su Xin immediately cheerfully made her way inside, only to be pushed back out by Shen Wanqing, who firmly pressed against her shoulder. "Wait, what I meant was, the rabbit dumplings and sour plum soup are allowed in." After Shen Wanqing finished speaking, she unceremoniously shut the door. There was nothing wrong with the food. Upon entering the room, Shen Wanqing respectfully picked up a rabbit dumpling, preparing to take a delightful bite, but before she could, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Frustrated by her own temper, Shen Wanqing stood up angrily, exclaiming, "Sir, I shall say this one last time. What irks me the most is a grown man repeatedly barging into a young lady's room." So if there is another instance. Upon opening the door, she found Xia Wuyan standing there, his expression a blend of amusement and restraint, eyebrows raised as if waiting for her to continue. In an instant, Shen Wanqing's words turned into a heated embarrassment. She trembled slightly, deftly altering her approach, and began to playfully plead. "If there is another time, you needn't knock, just come right in. After all, what is the harm in a little hospitality amongst fellow travelers? I truly adore brothers who visit others' rooms. By the way, Xie, would you care for a rabbit dumpling? I saved some just for you." Xie Wuyan regarded her with an impassive gaze, saying nothing, as he brushed past her into Shen Wanqing's room, casting a glance at the rabbit dumplings, and disdainfully pinching one. Shen Wanqing continued her soft, coaxing demeanor. Do try it, it's quite delicious. Xie Weiyan took a bite. The red bean paste filling was rather cloying, causing him to frown. It's not palatable, he remarked. Shen Wanqing, unconvinced, replied, let me have a taste. Unpalatable. The words Xie Weiyan seemed to linger. Why? If you find it distasteful, should others be deprived of the experience? Shen Wanqing perceived Xie Weiyan as increasingly tyrannical and unreasonable. At that moment, a knock resounded once more. Shen Wanqing felt an overwhelming fatigue. Gritting her teeth, she mustered the strength to rise and approach the door, opening it for what felt like the umpteenth time. It was still Su Xin. His complexion bore a faint blush, tinged with an unusual shyness. Miss Shen, under the guidance of an esteemed mentor, I have finally comprehended what you truly desire. Shen Wanqing inquired. What is it that I need? Su Xin cupped his hand over his heart, a sincere heart. To this end, I have composed a poem, he continued. Shen Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine. It's unnecessary, really. I am curious to hear how sincere it is, Xie Weiyan interjected, stepping forward, placing a hand on Shen Wanqing's shoulder and pulling her toward him. Recite it? Su Xin hesitated. Perhaps it's best to forego it. I suddenly feel as though I lack a heart. The author wishes to express, Su Xin lamented, why am I not like the male supporting characters of others? It infuriates me. I too wish to become a cool guy. Thus, under the oppressive influence of Xie Weiyan, Su Xin passionately recited his work. We met just yesterday. And today we find love. Women are truly perplexing, always guessing at thoughts. Through wind and rain, I await the opening of your heart. If you too feel a stir, allow me to enter. Shen Wanqing was deeply moved, contemplating that if Su Xin were to traverse into the world of my fair princess, this very poem would surely compel Xiao Yanzi to joyfully forge a bond of brotherhood with him. Particularly, Su Xin felt quite content with himself, assertively claiming that he was expressing the most genuine emotions using the simplest vocabulary. Shen Wanqing found his statement to be quite accurate. She then closed the door. Yet through it, she could still hear Su Xin's resolute voice. I understand now, I will certainly compose the finest poem as a gift for you. Shen Wanqing contemplated fleeing that very night. Turning around, she discovered Xie Weiyan sitting in a chair, his forehead supported by his hand, shoulders subtly shaking with laughter, appearing unusually cheerful. However, she was engulfed in distress. The secondary character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. She suspected that Su Xin's feelings were not of affection but rather a sinister intent to humiliate her, instilling in her a profound psychological shadow that would foster a disdain for life. Before she could fully succumb to her sorrow, she heard a knock at the door from a maidservant, announcing that the magistrate had arranged a banquet to invite the celestial beings for a gathering. Consequently, both the heartbroken Shen Wanqing and the merrily laughing Xie Weiyan were ushered into the main hall. Upon entering, she noticed Su Xin was also present. It appeared he had discovered that Jiang Shujun was a writer of fan fiction, and thus he patiently sought her guidance on poetry and literary composition, even presenting his own poems for her critique. Jiang Shujun was soon laughing as joyfully as Xie Weiyan. In that moment, Shen Wanqing suddenly comprehended Xie Weiyan's frequent urges to throttle someone. She composed herself, chose a seat distant from Su Xin, only to realize that He Fengshe had also been invited to this gathering. He evidently had just been summoned from the full moon pavilion, reeking of alcohol, appearing somewhat tipsy, propping his head up with one hand, and on the verge of slumber. Shen Wanqing had inquired with Jiang Shujun, revealing that this diviner had lingered in Anqing for quite some time, possessing a modicum of skill. Over the years, he had frequently assisted individuals in exorcising demons and examining feng shui, and his fees were quite modest, often merely requiring a meal in return. Thus, despite his tendency to indulge excessively and seek merriment at the full moon pavilion, his reputation remained relatively unblemished. Moreover, he harbored a hint of narcissism. Not long ago, he had self-published a volume entitled A Brief Biography of the Diviner. Out of curiosity, Shen Wanqing purchased a copy, only to find the first page inscribed with, as the years have passed, public perception of He Xiangsheng, this illustrious figure, has remained regrettably one-dimensional. He is often simplistically encapsulated by the phrases dashing and elegant and noble character. This book aims to enlighten the world, revealing the profoundly admirable qualities that extend beyond these two pedestrian descriptors. After absorbing this page, Shen Wanqing fell into contemplation, finally grasping why this biography was employed by the bookstore owner as a prop to stabilize the table. Feng Yaoqing inquired, "Diviner, having spent considerable time in Rongcheng, could you enlighten us regarding the recent victims at the Full Moon Pavilion? I can't possibly remember all those individuals. And wasn't it said that the dream-eating demon had been vanquished? Why then, should we even revisit this matter?" The Taoist priest crunched on a peanut, glancing at the two individuals before him, and remarked, "Do you celestial beings believe that the matter concerning the governor's wife is somehow related to the Full Moon Pavilion?" Shen Wanqing could somewhat grasp their thoughts. Setting aside the coincidental timing, although the dream-eating demon had been vanquished, the identity of the individual who had aided this malevolent creature remained elusive. Moreover, both incidents employed methods aimed at seizing souls, which naturally invited speculation. "Very well. I shall refrain from further inquiries." The Taoist priest set down his chopsticks, patted his belly, and reclined in his chair. "However, there is indeed some connection between the Full Moon Pavilion and the governor's wife." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Su Xin, grinning, "Young Master Su, would you not agree?" His words drew all attention towards Su Xin. The young man, who had been engrossed in studying a piece of poetry on paper, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden focus on him. He awkwardly set down his pen and replied, "I believe there is indeed a slight connection, though it pertains to events from years past. It turned out that the Full Moon Pavilion had once been under the auspices of the governor's wife's family. However, after the governor's reassignment, perhaps considering the negative connotations of being associated with a brothel and the meager profits it yielded, he had transferred ownership to the current proprietor. Yet, those events transpired over a decade ago, and upon deeper reflection, they hardly constituted a significant connection." "Is that so?" Feng Yaoqing lowered her gaze, lost in thought. At long last, as the conversation among a few was nearing its conclusion, the governor finally made his delayed entrance. He shook out his robe, settled into his seat, and then lifted his wine cup, uttering a few polite words of gratitude, before downing the drink in one go. "Come, everyone, there is no need for formality. Let us begin our meal." Turning his head, he noticed his son, Su Xin, deep in contemplation while holding a piece of paper. The governor casually inquired, "What is it that you have there?" "I have written a poem," replied Su Xin. The governor was taken aback for a moment, then his expression brightened with delight. "My son can compose poetry? Pray, recite it for us." Shen Wanqing tightened her grip on her chopsticks, nearly breaking them in her distress. However, the pivotal point was that Su Xin remained oblivious to the situation's gravity, perhaps even feeling a sense of pride in expressing his affection. He stood up, holding the paper, and began to recite, "A fortune squandered is of no consequence, when shall I reside in her heart?" His enunciation was clear, imbued with emotion, his voice resonant. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Those in the know, such as He Fangshi and Jiang Shujun, could not help but steal glances at Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing's thoughts turned dark. She swore that if anyone dared to tease her at this moment, she would exact her vengeance that very night. Then, Xie Wuyan broke the silence with a cheeky grin, resting his chin on his hand. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Shen Wanqing resolved to let him be. Recognizing the governor likely had no awareness of his son's literary shortcomings so egregious that it was becoming increasingly intolerable. In a fit of anger, he took a deep breath and, with a swift motion, delivered a slap to the back of his head, declaring, "If you write poetry again, I shall break your legs." Jiang Shujun, seated nearby, could not contain herself and let out a soft laugh. Su Xin immediately shot her a resentful glance, making a threatening gesture across his throat. However, before he could finish, the governor's hand came down once more, threatening a young lady. "How disgraceful! Do you think I am blind?" "Apologize," Su Xin replied. "I am sorry." Jiang Shujun reassured him, "It's all right, young Master Su, please continue your efforts, you are indeed quite talented." Su Xin felt an unsettling sense of sarcasm in her words. Feng Yaoqing chuckled in agreement, and then, suddenly recalling something, she casually inquired, "By the way, may I ask how the governor came to invite Brother Ji?" The governor smiled, raising his cup. We owe our gratitude to He Fangshi. If he hadn't informed us the other day about the arrival of several profound immortals in Rongcheng, we would likely still be at a loss." He lifted his glass. "This toast is for He Fangshi. Thank you for your vigilance on behalf of our governor's residents. The only one who felt out of place was Shen Wanqing. She merely wished to eliminate Su Ziyin before he could produce another work. This meal was a struggle for her, even contemplating whether to break Su Ziyin's hand to end his poetic career once and for all. It is rather remarkable, she thought, that since the lady's incident, our household has been more comfortable than ever. Though this matter is rather frightening, it appears to be advantageous for the lady, allowing us, the servants, a moment to breathe. Ah, do you think this incident could truly be the doing of the young master? There were rumors suggesting that the young master's biological mother was SHH. Such words should not be uttered carelessly, one must be cautious to avoid punishment. Although it began as mere gossip among a few maidens, Shen Wanqing still deemed it necessary to share this affair with Feng Yaoqing and the others. Regardless of whether the perpetrator is from Tiandao Palace, if there is a genuine intent to kill or extract souls, there are countless straightforward methods available. The art of soul transference, if not employed out of necessity, is most likely utilized for the purpose of torment. The likelihood of personal vendettas far outweighs other motivations. As Shen Wanqing lay in bed, she delicately pinched her brow. Since her arrival in Rongcheng, many occurrences have defied logic. Take, for instance, the initial baiting plan. It seems quite implausible, considering that waiting for a hare to stumble into a trap relies heavily on fortune. And no one can predict who the dream devourer will target next. Yet, on the very first night, she found herself sought out by the dream devourer. An extraordinary stroke of luck that borders on the unbelievable. Furthermore, Xie Wuyan created such a commotion before numerous witnesses, logically. A creature that has consumed so many souls would possess a degree of caution. Thus, rather than attributing this to sheer luck, it feels as though it had been meticulously orchestrated. Shen Wanqing felt a throbbing headache. The clues were too entangled, rendering it impossible to form a coherent narrative. In situations that require considerable contemplation, she often opts to indulge in a brief slumber to alleviate her emotions. Thus, she succumbed to sleep. However, the moment her eyes closed, a cacophony erupted outside, voices clamoring, a throng surging towards a singular direction. Hurry, everyone! The lady is missing! The lady has transformed into a monster! In an instant, the outside world was illuminated by flames, a sea of heads bustling about, as nearly all the servants brandished lanterns in frantic search. Amidst the clatter and the sound of swords slicing through the air, it was evident that Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing must have hastened over to ascertain the situation. Interestingly, during the banquet earlier that day, Ji Feichen had mentioned that if the soul of a rat had resided within the lady's vessel for an extended period, a rejection effect would inevitably ensue. Yet, it had only been a mere 3 days since the lady had undergone this transformation, and with Ji Feichen's talisman suppressing her, it seemed improbable that such chaos would arise so swiftly. Moreover, she had escaped her restraints, vanishing inexplicably. This was exceedingly peculiar. Resigned to her fate, Shen Wanqing propped herself up, donned a coat, and prepared to investigate the commotion. However, just as her hand touched the door, a chilling sound echoed behind her, a sound reminiscent of the eerie noises she had heard during the day. Wait, could it be? A sudden chill enveloped the room, instilling a sense of dread within her. Shen Wanqing turned around, yet the lady was nowhere to be seen. An ominous premonition stirred within her, prompting her to massage her throbbing temples as her gaze slowly ascended. Finally, she discerned a shadow lurking against the wall, obscured in darkness, rendering its true form indistinguishable. The female antagonist harbors no desire for the protagonist to part ways. In the dim light, a shadow slithered downwards like a creeping creature, gradually revealing itself. The Countess, in her current state, could hardly be described as human. With sharp teeth and a gaping maw, her sunken eyes seemed barely able to contain their orbs, while her limbs contorted into grotesque shapes as she crawled ever closer. Shen Wanqing held the Countess's gaze for an extended moment. It must be said, though it may be harsh, that the Countess's appearance was undeniably unsettling, bordering on terrifying. Perhaps sensing the unspoken criticism, the Countess suddenly arched her back, her shoulder blades jutting out alarmingly. The squeaks emanating from her mouth grew increasingly shrill, brimming with a sense of confrontation. Shen Wanqing's emotions were in disarray. With her current abilities, she could indeed subdue the Countess, yet she pondered the appropriate stance to adopt. After all, she was residing in the domain of the Count. and any misjudgment could lead to an unfortunate incident involving his wife, which would be rather embarrassing. However, logic was lost on the rodent-like countess. In the next instant, she let out a blood-curdling scream, launching herself from the ground, claws bared as she lunged at Shen Wanqing. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Wanqing prepared to incapacitate her by breaking her legs. Yet, just as she was airborne, the countess's body suddenly froze, rigid and still, her scream abruptly silenced. The fearsome expression remained etched on her face, rendering her all the more terrifying. "You truly are a captivating sight," came the voice of Xiao Wuyan, echoing in her ears. Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, that is the case. She was perplexed by the sudden appearance of Xiao Wuyan, who scrutinized the mouse lady. Suspended in midair by her spell, with evident disdain. He then turned his gaze toward Shen Wanqing, his expression reflecting even greater contempt. "A new guest?" Shen Wanqing explained. "This is the lady of the governor. She appears somewhat disfigured, which may explain your failure to recognize her. Perhaps she was desperate to escape and stumbled into my abode." Xiao Wuyan, uninterested in her elaboration, advanced and, upon releasing the binding spell, the mouse lady fell to the ground with a thud. "You need to dispose of her," he instructed. Shen Wanqing attempted to comply but struggled to find a suitable angle. "She keeps squirming about, it may prove quite difficult to move her." Xiao Wuyan's expression conveyed his irritation at the inconvenience, and with decisive action, he employed magic to fracture several of the mouse lady's bones. Observing her incapacitated form, he finally expressed satisfaction. "All right, now remove her." Shen Wanqing remarked. "Your methods of problem-solving are rather blunt." Yet, the lady of the governor, now possessed by the spirit of a mouse, remained obstinate, unleashing a hoarse cry despite her injuries. However, Xiao Wuyan was even less inclined to reason. Preparing to sever her tongue, Shen Wanqing hastily intervened, dragging the lady of the governor outside, and suggested, "In light of this, shouldn't we inform Sister Feng and the others, so they may assist?" Xiao Wuyan cast her a glance. "Enough, let us retire for the night." Shen Wanqing, however, the lady of the governor. "Xiao Wuyan, does she not possess the ability to crawl on her own?" Shen Wanqing. "Pray, consider whether your words bear any semblance of humanity." That evening's banquet remains etched in memory. Young Master Su boldly professed his affection for Miss Shen in the presence of all. He even proclaimed, with grandiloquence, that she would be his sole legitimate wife, born in a grand sedan chair, and knelt before his father to beseech approval for the union. Yet, their tender bond was mercilessly shattered, and he was forbidden from penning poetry to Miss Shen again. Young Master Shen, however, refused to submit to fate, defiantly disobeying his father and suffering the repercussions. Meanwhile, young Master Xia forced a smile as he gazed at Miss Shen's profile, his countenance imbued with melancholy, as if silently conveying, "Regardless of whether you belong to me, as long as you find happiness, I harbor no regrets." Miss Shen remained composed. Her heart had long since turned to ash. Neither young Master Su nor young Master Xia could stir her emotions, for she had forgotten how to love. Despite her sentiments, the governor's wife continued her relentless scratching at the door. Xiao Wuyan, exasperated, flung open the door and, as if discarding refuse, unceremoniously tossed the governor's wife outside, only to be met with a piercing shriek that rent the night air. Shen Wanqing sensed that the governor's wife was in grave peril. Having completed this deed, Xiao Wuyan casually shut the door and assumed a comfortable position, reclining upon her bed. "Shen Wanqing, I believe that under these circumstances, we must adhere to certain formalities and seek out Brother Ji and his companions." It is unclear which word in this statement displeased Xiao Wuyan, as his demeanor visibly shifted to one of irritation, his tone growing icy, tired. "Shen Wanqing, all right, whatever you say goes. However, it must be said that perhaps due to the involvement of Tiandao Palace, even Shen Wanqing felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the truth of the matter. In stark contrast, Xiao Wuyan exhibited no curiosity whatsoever, his indifference so profound that he could barely muster the energy for even a perfunctory response. He had always been a person disinterested in superfluous affairs. Apart from his nightly visits to disturb others, he seemed to lack any enthusiasm for anything else. Upon reflection, it was indeed miraculous that he had previously agreed to assist in vanquishing the skin-wearing demon and even indulged her in the charade of a courtesan. However, Shen Wanqing was equally disinclined to toil for Ji Feichen and his associates, especially considering the unwavering righteousness of the protagonist, who resolutely refused to accept any remuneration, rendering her unable to earn any side income. Xiao Wuyan, is that so? There are even more intriguing matters at hand. What could be more intriguing? In truth, the dream-eating demon possessed relatively low cultivation, inferior even to that of the skin-wearing demon encountered days prior. This unprompted statement caused Shen Wanqing to momentarily pause in disbelief. How could that be? The owner of Full Moon Tower stated that this demon had insidiously claimed the lives of over 10 individuals without anyone noticing. On that day, Xiao Wuyan had incapacitated the skin-wearing demon with a single strike, so effortlessly that even the sealing incantation had encountered no resistance. Moreover, the skinning demon is merely a minor boss for the protagonists, not even comparable to the Dream Devourer, which is a mere fraction of its power. How could it possess such audacity? Setting aside other considerations, the fact that it has absorbed the essence and souls of more than a dozen humans in such a brief span of time contradicts its seemingly low cultivation level. Could it be possible that the Dream Devourer did not consume those souls but rather transferred them to the individual manipulating it from behind? Perhaps. Xiao Wuyan rested his chin on his hand, his tone suggesting he was not particularly surprised by this conjecture, merely glancing down at Shen Wanqing, who lay beside him. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over his hand, cool to the touch. Sensing his demeanor, Shen Wanqing realized he had likely deduced the truth long ago. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She propped herself up and faced Xiao Wuyan. If that is the case, the Dream Devourer is not randomly selecting victims for slaughter, but is likely being directed by that unseen figure. Xiao Wuyan remained non-committal, and? This indicates that their objective is quite clear, Shen Wanqing replied. Even knowing that you are difficult to deal with, they still risked action that night to attempt to eliminate me, correct? At last, Xiao Wuyan chuckled, propping his head back lazily. You're not entirely foolish. Furthermore, Shen Wanqing even speculated that the sudden uprising of the Lady of the Governor today was likely orchestrated by that hidden mastermind, intending to divert Ji Feichen and his companions, thus creating an opportunity to strike at him. But why? Shen Wanqing contemplated that although the matter was related to Tiandao Palace, the mastermind behind it was not motivated by the blood-burning technique. The string of murders at the Full Moon Tower had persisted for quite some time. It was unlikely that this individual could foresee their arrival in Rongcheng and orchestrate such a lengthy scheme. Thus, it was more probable that the act was impulsive. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Wanqing. She raised her hand in a playful gesture, tilting her smiling face to meet Xiao Wuyuan's gaze, teasingly remarking, "You've been visiting me every day lately. Could it be that you're worried I might encounter some misfortune and have come to keep watch over me?" This statement caused Xiao Wuyuan, who had just been wearing a faint smile, to instantly withdraw his expression. He fell silent, and his eyes darkened gradually. After a prolonged moment, he shifted his gaze to Shen Wanqing, his look sharp as a blade, slicing through her countenance, leaving her with an inexplicable chill. What was happening? Was he unable to take a joke? Shen Wanqing quickly clutched her pillow and retreated a few steps, then tumbled off the bed and settled into a chair, staring at him wide-eyed, feeling aggrieved. "Why do you have to be so fierce over a mere jest?" Xiao Wuyuan replied. "Do you understand why so many demons and spirits wish to eliminate you? Why? Your constitution leans towards the yin, and coupled with the blood-burning technique, every fragment of your flesh is considered a rare treasure by demons and even cultivators." As Xiao Wuyuan articulated this, his voice remained devoid of any tremor. Yet it instilled a deep sense of dread. "Thus, everyone desires your demise. By that time, your soul shall become a sacrificial offering for another. With every drop of blood and morsel of flesh cast into the forge, your bones transformed into artifacts and adornments. Nothing shall remain save for a handful of ash." Is that so? Initially, I assumed that Shen Wanqing would be alarmed by such words. However, to my surprise, she merely nodded like a chick pecking at grains, a hint of disappointment gracing her countenance. "What a letdown, I thought it was because of my good looks." Xiao Wuyuan cast her a glance before turning away with an impassive expression. "What was the purpose of that?" Xiao Wuyuan replied, "To guard against others seizing the opportunity first." Shen Wanqing responded, "That truly sounds taxing for you." For reasons unknown, she perceived Xiao Wuyuan as someone who clung to a jest, harboring grievances, and then delving into theoretical analysis and logical arguments, intent on winning a quarrel like a petulant child. Female supporting character system, alert. Danger detected for the protagonist. An unexpected attack may trigger life-threatening scenarios. Host, please remain vigilant. It was only at this moment that Shen Wanqing realized this system was not devoid of a golden finger, nor was it utterly useless. Rather, its entire utility was annoyingly dedicated to Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing. In the past, when she requested assistance, it feigned ignorance, yet now, as Feng Yaoqing faced peril, it demonstrated a guiding function, with a bright yellow arrow dutifully directing her towards Feng Yaoqing's location. The female supporting character is reluctant for the protagonist to break up. Transmigration, Chapter 50. Shen Wanqing felt as though she were engaged in a subpar web-based cultivation game. Before departing, she extended an invitation to form a team to Xiao Wuyan. Only to be met with a heartless refusal. Is that so? If one is dead, what concern is it of mine? Shen Wanqing couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Wuyan was still sulking over that earlier jest. Do all men possess such tempers? She found herself at a loss for words. From the system, she gleaned some insights into the situation. It appeared that Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen had split up to search for the governor's wife, leaving both of them isolated. However, Feng Yaoqing was fortunate enough to encounter the governor's wife halfway, only to discover that the latter had been imbued with a frenzied buff, rendering her ferocious and relentless, intent on taking lives. Yet, Feng Yaoqing hesitated, unwilling to slay the governor's wife who was under the control of a malevolent entity. Thus, she refrained from striking back, opting instead to defend herself while attempting to subdue the governor's wife's violent emotions with a suppression spell. Upon Shen Wanqing's arrival, she found Feng Yaoqing knocked to the ground, struggling to rise while clutching her abdomen, blood seeping through her fingers. Her nails had elongated and sharpened, stained with crimson, unmistakably her own. It seemed that some dark sorcery had transformed her into this state. Feng Yaoqing coughed, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips. Sister Feng. Shen Wanqing prepared to assist her. Stay back. Upon seeing Shen Wanqing, Feng Yaoqing shouted hoarsely, urging her to keep her distance. Go find Ji Feichen, do not approach. Being too close could harm you. Rest assured, I can manage. Shen Wanqing glanced at Feng Yaoqing's ashen complexion, discerning the falsehood in her words. With a faint chime, could not discern whether it was merely an illusion, but it seemed she heard the distant sound of bells. In the next moment, the eyes of the governor's wife transformed into a blood-red hue, her scare vanishing entirely. With a sudden surge of energy, she lunged forward, extending her claw-like hand towards throat. In a decisive maneuver, rolled away, reciting a sword incantation, using the back of her sword to deflect the blow. The two remained locked in a stalemate before a blinding flash of white light erupted between them. Blood seeped from the corners of mouth. Yet she refrained from uttering any offensive spells, instead repeatedly chanting a suppression incantation. The yellow talismans affixed to the governor's wife quivered violently, accompanied by her anguished screams, as though they were desperately repelling the malevolent force within her. The bell chimes persisted. Clearly, as cultivation was inferior, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. And even her sword quivered slightly, on the brink of succumbing. Furrowed her brow. She shook her robe, and two yellow talismans arced through the air, landing upon the governor's wife. Closing her eyes, she recited an incantation, her wrist trembling lightly, and instantly, the talismans ignited in flames. This was a simple attack spell she had learned from at the Xiantian Pavilion, easy to master and perfectly aligned with her affinity for fire. Wait, no! Don T-Chant felt a surge of frustration. Given's character, she would rather sacrifice herself than allow an innocent life to be lost. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the governor's wife unleashed another powerful strike, forcefully propelling away. Following that, she gathered her strength and lunged fiercely towards her heart. The female supporting character system, alert. A plot involving life-threatening danger has been triggered. Please remain vigilant, host. Crimson droplets of blood trickled down from the sharp tips of her nails, splattering onto the ground. Feng Yaoqing's pupils constricted. Wanqing. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow, pain rendering her nearly speechless. The pointed nails pierced her shoulder, not particularly deep, yet a chilling sensation coursed through the crevices of her bones, exuding an eerie coldness. The lady of the governor emitted strange, high-pitched sounds, intensifying her grip. The claws seemed to burrow in further. To an onlooker, the change appeared minimal. But Shen Wanqing acutely felt the sudden surge of agony. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Feng Yaoqing shut her eyes, instantly reciting an incantation. Yet, inexplicably, the power emanating from the governor's wife surged, seemingly breaking through a threshold. In an instant, her eyes turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if poised to rend Shen Wanqing's entire being asunder. However, at that moment, a fierce wind abruptly swept through, carrying swirling sands. Before Shen Wanqing could comprehend the situation, a dark shadow descended with ferocity, accompanied by a chilling gust. Almost the instant it touched the ground, a crimson glare filled the air. The governor's wife's right arm was violently shattered by this overwhelming force, blood spraying in an instant, reeking of iron. It was a scene that could haunt one's nightmares with just a single glance. There was no time for anyone to react, as the entire arm was reduced to fragments, leaving not a single intact bone behind. Without the support of this force, Shen Wanqing's entire body fell backward, only to be caught by Xie Wuyan, who held her firmly in his embrace. "Does it hurt?" Xie Wuyan inquired. "It does," came the response. "Serves you right," he retorted, his tone laced with irritation as he glanced at the lady governor, who lay on the ground, rolling in distress, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Wait, young Master Xie." Feng Yaoqing propped herself up, pleading for mercy for the woman. "Otherwise, Miss Feng," Xie Wuyan interrupted, "you ought to be grateful that today no one lost their life due to your misguided kindness." Upon hearing this, Feng Yaoqing's gaze flickered, her eyes lowering, filled with remorse. "I am sorry. I did not foresee that things would escalate to this extent." She pressed her hand against her wounded abdomen, struggling to rise, seemingly intent on checking Shen Wanqing's injuries. At that moment, Ji Feichen and the others finally arrived. A group of them, bearing lanterns and creating a commotion, surrounded the gruesome scene. Many recoiled in horror, some retching at the sight. "Yao!" Ji Feichen hurriedly sheathed his sword and rushed over, grasping Feng Yaoqing's arm to pull her closer. "I apologize for my tardiness, let me see your wound." Feng Yaoqing turned slightly, shaking her head. "Go check on Wanqing. Her injuries are far more severe than mine." The coldness in Xie Wuyan's eyes was unmistakable. As Feng Yaoqing gazed at the crowd before her, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet she turned away, remaining silent. Female supporting character system, Shen Wanqing, on the verge of unconsciousness from pain, nearly raised her middle finger in frustration. It became clear to her that this system possessed no semblance of compassion. Perhaps realizing the true extent of Shen Wanqing's suffering, Xie Wuyan decisively cast a sleep spell, allowing her to succumb to slumber. "Madam, how has she come to be in such a state?" At last, a bold servant dared to approach, yet hesitated to lend a hand. "Allow me," Ji Feichen offered, his superior cultivation making his suppression spell notably more effective, though a faint sense of resistance still lingered. The sorcerer hurried over to assist in calming the agitated lady governor, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What could this possibly be? Suddenly, Xie Wuyan interjected, lifting his gaze to leisurely traverse the faces of those present. "Young Master Ji, what do you suppose is the motive behind a living soul being collected?" Ji Feichen paused, taken aback. "Indeed, there exists a nefarious art that involves absorbing and refining the souls of others to enhance one's own power, though such practices often recoil upon the practitioner. Beyond this purpose, it can also revival," Feng Yaoqing and he spoke almost in unison. This revelation instantly awakened the attendees to the gravity of the situation. "Brother Xie, you imply that?" "My implication is that this matter is rather trivial, and I had no intention of intervening," Xie Wuyan replied, casting a gentle glance at the slumbering Shen Wanqing. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he elongated his voice. "Yet, to my surprise, someone has compelled my involvement." Xie Fengshi's demeanor darkened, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes reddened with fury, emanating an aura as fierce as a demon. He lowered his voice, sending chills down the spines of those around him. "Fear not, I shall ensure that those who have harmed you will pay with their lives." Having said that, she rose, declaring, "I must uncover the mastermind behind this and flay him alive. Enough already." Shen Wanqing had lost all desire to sip her white fungus soup, placing the bowl aside as she interrupted Jiang Shujun's impassioned recitation. What had begun as a mere inquiry about what transpired after she fainted that evening had unexpectedly turned into a romantic soliloquy delivered by Jiang Shujun. She even began to suspect that the novel Enigmatic Valley of Love and Heartbreak she had read was penned by Jiang Shujun under a pseudonym. With a beaming smile, Jiang Shujun remarked, though it may be somewhat exaggerated, it truly seems that young Master Xie is quite fond of you. Shen Wanqing choked on her soup, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity. Xie Wian liked her? The same person who could sulk for an entire evening over a light jest? Yet, she had to concede the lie she had spun, even if it brought her to tears. Thus, with great difficulty, Shen Wanqing nodded. That is indeed the case. I have heard that Brother Ji is your sibling. Jiang Shujun pondered aloud. So, could it be that he disapproves of your union? Shen Wanqing found herself bewildered by this peculiar logic. As Jiang Shujun continued, her indignation mounting, I cannot believe that young Master Ji is such a narrow-minded individual, attempting to control even his sister's marital affairs. Shen Wanqing attempted to clarify the situation, but realized she could not restrain the expansive thoughts of a creator. Consequently, she succumbed to despair, collapsing onto her bed in a surrender of all struggle. She could no longer bring herself to drink the tremella soup, setting the bowl down with a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, by the way, aside from the recent incident, has the Full Moon Pavilion had any previous disputes? Thinking back, Jiang Shujun replied, well, ever since the Full Moon Pavilion ceased to be under the auspices of the governor's wife, there haven't been any significant events. It is said that the new proprietress is a rather beautiful woman, adept in business and well-connected, managing to avoid conflicts with most people. So, prior to the arrival of the new proprietress, there must have been quite a few incidents? Indeed, Jiang Shujun confirmed. Previously, the Full Moon Pavilion was not as renowned. It was merely an ordinary brothel, and the governor's family did not pay much attention to this area. Back then, the conditions for the girls in the pavilion were quite poor, as many were sold here by their parents or traffickers. She paused momentarily, her gaze reflecting a fleeting sense of melancholy. Jiang Shujun, too, had been sold to a brothel by her parents, making her empathize with their plight. Shen Wanqing remained silent, gently patting her hand in support. Jiang Shujun forced a smile, shaking her head before continuing, aside from these, most were orphans or similar cases. They were often subjected to beatings or scoldings, with customers treating them as they pleased. I have heard that many girls suffered terribly at the hands of those customers, some even meeting their demise. Met their demise? Shen Wanqing was taken aback. How many? Too many. Throughout the year, such tragedies occurred numerous times. Jiang Shujun sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fates of those young women, most of whom were merely wrapped in straw mats and discarded in desolate wilderness, as they had no one to rely on. Their deaths would go unnoticed. I understood. Shen Wanqing appeared contemplative. Jiang Shujun remarked, well, I shall not disturb you further. For these days, just follow Sister Feng's instructions and rest well. With that, she brushed off her skirt, preparing to depart. However, upon opening the door, a sudden sound startled her. Su Gongzi! Jiang Shujun exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Caught eavesdropping at the entrance, Su Xin stretched his neck to peer inside, saying, I came to visit. Miss Shen is asleep. But I just heard her voice. That was merely her talking in her sleep. You are deceiving me. Thus, the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war as they exited. After discovering Jiang Shujun's talent for writing, Su Xin became incessantly attached to her, pleading for lessons in composing love poems, despite his evident lack of aptitude in this art. The prefect, having reviewed several of his attempts, promptly dispatched someone to confiscate all of Su Xin's writing materials from his room, sincerely advising him to abandon his creative pursuits and remain at home, relying on his family. Nevertheless, this did little to quell Su Xin's fervor for writing, prompting him to sneak into Jiang Shujun's room each day, where they would discreetly close the door and windows to study poetry together. Upon learning of her tribulations, he decisively resolved to have her remain in his household as his mentor. Shen Wanqing suspected that Jiang Shujun harbored a hidden affection for Su Xin. After all, not only was he somewhat handsome, but he also enthusiastically praised her work daily, even neglecting his role as a male antagonist within the narrative. However, Jiang Shujun not only denied this but also, in a fit of anger, ceased to deliver pastries to Shen Wanqing. Furthermore, she dramatically eliminated a significant portion of Shen Wanqing's scenes from the book My Savior. Shen Wanqing reasonably speculated that Jiang Shujun might be embarrassed Nevertheless, she remained grateful for the reduction of her own appearances. Few recall the true name of the governor's original wife, as she is predominantly referred to as the embroideress. It is said that the embroideress possessed great beauty and skill in her craft, which led to her being affectionately called by this name. She lived a humble existence with her father, a hunter, until she married the impoverished scholar who eventually became the governor. Without demanding a dowry, she sacrificed her eyesight through tireless embroidery to save money for her husband's examinations. One snowy night, in an effort to restore his daughter's health after childbirth, the embroideress's father, despite his frail condition, ventured into the mountains to hunt. Tragically, he lost his footing and fell from a slope, meeting his demise on the spot. Shortly thereafter, a Taoist priest was discovered, barely clinging to life on the mountainside. If left unattended, he too would perish. No one had ever seen this priest, and it was rumored that once his illness was cured, he would simply depart. The villagers, with their incessant gossip, scolded the embroideress for her foolishness in prioritizing a stranger's life over her father's remains, gaining nothing in return. The embroideress merely smiled. No one knew her whereabouts afterward. Some claimed she ran away with a man to enjoy a life of luxury, while others speculated she may have met her own end by falling into a lake. These are the tidings that Ji Fei-chen and his companions gathered after arriving at the village of the governor's original wife. Feng Yao pondered over this tale, furrowing her brow. Do you think the embroideress saved that Taoist could be He Fengshe? But if it were indeed him, why would he recommend us to the governor? Perhaps it is because among us, there are individuals that pique his interest. With the elimination of the Dream-Eater demon, we shall soon depart from this place. Thus he must create some commotion to find a reason to keep us here. Ji Fei-chen remarked, perhaps it is to salvage feelings. Meanwhile, far away in the governor's mansion, Shen Wanqing sat on her bed, nibbling on a peach crisp, and sneezed. A vague sense of the presence of a tool lingered in the air. As night fell, the wind howled fiercely. The thatched hut, already dilapidated, had its roof straw swept aside by the gusts. The room was suffused with a dense aura of death, faintly illuminated by flickering flames. Candles were meticulously arranged in a formation, with a jade pendant radiating a translucent glow at the center, subtly exuding a sense of spiritual energy. He Fengshe sat there, reeking of wine, his head resting against the back of the chair, deep in slumber, appearing utterly carefree and oblivious to the situation. A gust of wind slipped through the window cracks, causing the candle flames to waver. He Fengshe opened his eyes. I have not used the blood crane for quite some time, but I anticipated your arrival tonight, hence I made certain preparations. Should I perish, the blood crane will take flight, and then the heavenly Tao Palace and the world, including those cultivators beside you, will become aware of your presence here. Xiao Yuan sat on the windowsill, his hand idly tossing a pebble, his tone nonchalant yet tinged with self-deprecation. Is that so? And then? The practitioners of Tiandao Palace possess their own scholarly traditions, while others might overlook the nuances. Xiao Yuan could distinctly discern the differences in the spellcasting of Tiandao Palace's disciples compared to those from other sects. Last night's remark, I realized, was a warning from young Master Xia. He chuckled, sitting up straight. Although I have yet to meet you, I am familiar with the nature of sealing spells. The heart-locking spell and the sealing spell may appear similar, yet their patterns diverge significantly. Xiao Yuan lifted his gaze. You were overly hasty when you rescued that young girl last night, thus, I immediately recognized the sealing spell upon you. He who approached him, ruffling his tousled hair. Young Master Xia, you needn't have come here. I've heard that couple has already gone to Zhongjie village. It won't be long before they can deduce an Iduan. Yet they lack evidence, so it is highly likely they will use Miss Shen to draw me out, He Hu said with a narrowed-eyed smile. Wouldn't you agree? Young Master Xia? Xiao Yuan appeared unimpressed, politely listening as He Hu expounded his thoughts and sentiments, nodding perfunctorily before decisively grasping the nape of his neck. Indeed, under normal logic, Ji Feichen and his companions might resort to such tactics. However, Xiao Yuan was not inclined to use Shen Wanqing as bait. Fully aware that she would not perish, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications in matters that could be resolved with decisive action. The figure, suspended above the ground, bore a flushed visage. He was acutely aware that, in terms of strength, he stood no chance against Xiao Yuan. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and uttered each word with deliberation. I know how to locate the Guguang sword. The Guguang sword. The very weapon that had once sealed Xia Wuyan's fate. It was only on that fateful day that I comprehended the unspoken reasons behind the profound love shared between Miss Shen and young Master Xia. It turned out that Miss Shen's elder brother, Master Ji, had been a long-standing rival of the Xia family. The enmity between their families had been steeped in generations of conflict, a bitter feud that had seen them clashing time and again. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Miss Shen encountered the chivalrous young Master Xia amidst the wanderings of the martial world. They fell deeply in love and pledged their hearts to each other in secrecy. Yet, when Master Ji learned of their affair, he coldly confronted Miss Shen, exclaiming, "How could you associate with him? Have you forgotten the enmity that has spanned 3 generations? If you insist on loving him, you dishonor our ancestors." Thus, love proved powerless against the harsh realities of their circumstances. Miss Shen severed ties with young Master Xia, but destiny had other plans, and years later, they crossed paths once more in their journeys. Despite their enduring affection, they were bound by the constraints imposed by her brother, forced to masquerade as mere acquaintances. Each polite smile and moment of distance cut deeply, like a blade to the heart. It was not until that day, when Miss Shen lay grievously injured, that young Master Xia could no longer contain his emotions. His eyes darkened with despair, hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears threatened to spill forth. As he emanated an aura of fury akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Young Master Ji yearned to draw closer, yet was forcefully repelled. Young Master Xia grasped his collar, declaring, "If she perishes, I demand that all of you accompany her in death." To be continued. The forehead of Yifangshi throbbed with veins, his breath faint, yet he struggled to articulate. The Celestial Path Palace has sought the lone light sword for centuries, dispatching countless disciples to uncover its whereabouts. You are aware that if they find it first, you shall return to that realm, condemned to an eternity without rebirth. Indeed, this was a proposition worthy of contemplation. Xia Wuyuan appeared to ponder this momentarily. But in the next breath, his grip around Yifangshi's neck tightened abruptly. So what? The near-suffocating pressure rendered Yifangshi voiceless. He raised his hand to claw at Xia Wuyuan's, summoning all his strength to utter a few syllables. By that time, Shen Wanqing will also perish. With a thud, Xia Wuyuan released his hold. Yifangshi collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Xia Wuyuan's eyes. His voice hoarse, "You know better than I do, the Celestial Path Palace will never let a girl with such a unique constitution like Shen slip away. Should they acquire the Lone Light Sword, no one in this world will impede their desires. Master He, upon my demise, the Blood Crane will return to the Celestial Hall. And surely they will be eager to meet Miss Shen. Would you not agree?" Xia Wuyuan crouched down, grasping Yifangshi's hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. "Are you threatening me?" "Yes," Yifangshi replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "I am wielding her as leverage against you." It was a statement devoid of reason yet surprisingly assertive. This was not the first time Xia Wuyuan had felt such vexation. In his previous demeanor, he would have dismissed such lengthy and nonsensical discourse. He cared little for his own fate, how could he be perturbed by another's intimidation? Yet, in that moment, he scrutinized Yifangshi for an extended period before releasing his grip and rising to his full height, his voice frigidly calm. "What is it that you desire?" "I require a formidable power, a suitable soul for the sacrificial rite, and a body with the right constitution to accommodate the soul of the embroiderer." Yifangshi inhaled deeply. "Indeed, Miss Shen is the most fitting candidate. However, Master Xia, you must be aware that among our companions, there are others with equally suitable constitutions." From the moment the Dream Eater demon was vanquished by Xia Wuyuan, Yifangshi had relinquished any hope for Shen Wanqing. He intentionally led others to believe that he sought Shen Wanqing, diverting the attention of Ji Feichen and his cohorts. Yet, what he truly desired was the equally suitable Feng Yaoqing. From the very beginning, Yifangshi had known that his true intentions would eventually be uncovered. Yet he remained indifferent to these matters. His intentions were unambiguous. He was willing to exchange anything for that which he desired. Then, a smile graced Yifangshi's lips as he propped himself against the wall, his gaze directed towards the formation cast by the flickering candlelight. He spoke softly, "I wish for a deceased person to return to life as a normal human would." The day He Xiangshen was discovered by the embroideress was a snowy night. He had not anticipated survival. envisioning instead that he would close his eyes and meet the king of hell, awaiting the next life. However, to his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, he found himself still alive. Beside him sat a woman, illuminating the room with a lamp, her eyes rimmed with red as she stitched a handkerchief. Each needle prick drew blood, yet she uttered not a sound. This was the first glimpse He Xiangsheng had of the embroideress, a woman whose essence was imbued with tenderness. Much like his final glance at her. The neighbors often gossiped, yet the embroideress seemed unfazed. He Xiangsheng once asked, on that day, "When you chose to take me with you, do you now regret it?" At that moment, the embroideress was seated at her son's bedside, playfully enticing him with a rattle. Her long, dark hair was casually styled into a bun, cascading gently over her shoulder, her features radiating warmth and purity. Without lifting her gaze, she replied in a soft tone, "My father once said, when one undertakes an action, one should not dwell on whether it is regrettable or worthwhile." As she turned to look at He Xiangsheng, a smile blossomed on her face. "Instead, consider what you have gained." He Xiangsheng paused, reflecting. "At the very least, I saved a life. He is still alive," the embroideress murmured, "and that brings me joy." The room was poorly soundproofed. Every evening, He Xiangsheng would hear the seamstress softly humming lullabies to soothe the children to sleep. This melody would evoke memories of the mountain spring he often visited during his time at Tiandao Palace. The gentle sound of flowing water mingled with the distant calls of birds taking flight and the soft cooing of cuckoos. In those moments, devoid of conspiracies and suspicions, life seemed blissfully simple. The seamstress would frequently mention her husband, pondering the possibility that he might truly be with the daughter of the Zheng family. "I would certainly hold him accountable," she mused. With her gaze lowered, she embroidered a handkerchief, pausing for a significant while before shaking her head and smiling. When she lifted her eyes to look ahead, she suddenly exclaimed, "But I truly adore him. The mere thought of perhaps seeing him soon makes all of this seem insignificant." At this point, she turned to face He Xiangsheng. Despite her smile, there was an undeniable sorrow reflected in her eyes. He Xiangsheng remarked, "This is unjust." "Indeed," she replied. "Sometimes, when one falls in love, they willingly endure the unfairness of it all, and that thought can be quite disheartening." The seamstress continued, "Yet, I still long to see him." Eventually, He Xiangsheng departed. The seamstress bore a heavy burden, while he found himself without a penny to his name. He could not bear to watch her toil away, risking the deterioration of her already troubled eyesight. However, after his departure, the seamstress would always kindly leave a lantern lit, hoping that one day he might pass by and wish to enter for a warm cup of tea. In due time, He Xiangsheng regained much of his strength, capturing a few demons and earning some money. Her husband, adorned in splendid garments, had declined the marriage proposal from the Jing family and scoured the entirety of Rongcheng. Yet he could not find her. But He Xiangsheng would. He employed some incantations and discovered the seamstress, who had long since succumbed to death. The maidens cast out from the full moon tower invariably ended up here. She appeared no different from the others. Yet this once immaculate individual lay ensconced in a roll of straw mat, carelessly discarded upon the wilderness, her body ravaged by beasts, surrounded by foul insects. He placed the seamstress into the soul-locking jade and began his search for the arcane art capable of resurrecting the deceased. Later, he learned from a nefarious source that to bring a soul back to life, countless living souls must be sacrificed to nourish this one departed spirit, awaiting a suitable vessel capable of harboring it. Kneeling before the gates of the heavenly Tao Palace, the vows he once made upon entering the esteemed sect of Jingqing now felt hollow. He would willingly commit unjust acts for those deemed insignificant. At last, he shared the same sentiment. On her way to the residence of Yifangshi, Shen Wanqing felt a persistent twitch in her right eyelid. Prior to the deployment of their small squad, Ji Feichen was unable to locate Xiao Wuyan and could only leave a message for him. In truth, Feng Yaoqing and the others had not insisted on her becoming the undercover agent. Human hearts are tender, and considering that Shen Wanqing had recently sustained an injury, they were naturally reluctant to place her in further peril. Feng Yaoqing contemplated using her disguise technique to assume Shen Wanqing's appearance and engage Yifangshi in conversation, drawing him out. Shen Wanqing was initially agreeable to this plan, however, the system did not permit it. Shen Wanqing felt compelled to reason with it, stating, "Such treatment is unacceptable. Even in modern society, there exists the provision for work-related injury leave. I have yet to tally the bonuses owed to me. And now you expect me to work while injured? Female supporting character system, this is inconsequential. Shen Wanqing gradually comprehended the truth. This system was not a golden finger designed for the supporting character traversing the narrative, rather, it existed solely to serve the protagonist. Should she perish, the system would simply select the next individual to assume the role and complete the task. Their singular objective was to achieve the ultimate conclusion. Indifferent to the sacrifices made along the way. Despite her grievances, Shen Wanqing had no choice but to dutifully return to work. She rose from her bed, sincerely grasping Feng Yaoqing's hand, and with a tone she herself found distasteful, declared, "No, allow me to take on this responsibility, only thus can we ensure absolute certainty. I wish to contribute to the justice for those who have unjustly perished. Moreover, I have faith that Sister Feng and Brother Ji will safeguard me." Portraying the role of a White Lotus was undoubtedly one of the most arduous tasks in existence. Feng Yaoqing gazed into Shen Wanqing's eyes, seemingly moved by her sincerity. "I understand," she affirmed, each word laden with conviction. "Rest assured, this time, I shall not allow you to suffer any harm." Thus, the tool, Shen Wanqing, was reluctantly thrust into action. As per their plan, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing affixed communication and transfer talismans onto her, while Feng Yaoqing entrusted her life-saving golden lock to Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing cast a glance at the dilapidated thatched cottage before her, unable to suppress a sigh at the lamentable state of income for modern-day demon hunters. With a resigned gesture, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Inside, the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness. Although a flickering arrangement of candles was placed on the ground, their feeble light barely illuminated a corner. Shen Wanqing stepped inside. It was bitterly cold. A pervasive, deep aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings, sending shivers down her spine. Despite the obscurity, she could vaguely discern a shadowy figure. In the next instant, the figure lunged forward, gripping her neck with a fierce intensity. She was thrust backward by an overwhelming force. Her body momentarily suspended as she hurtled towards the wall. Shen Wanqing thought, what sorcerer is this? When did that incompetent Taoist become so formidable? And have the villains of today reached such heights? Not even a token acceptance speech before attacking? This is hardly the conduct of a proper antagonist. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Just as she was about to collide with the wall, a large hand caught her back, pulling her forward and into the embrace of her assailant. The world spun around her, as if her very orientation had been inverted. The man's back slammed against the wall with a heavy thud. Even the hand that had gripped her neck exerted no pressure, instead shifting to cradle the back of her head. Through a sliver of pale moonlight, she lifted her gaze. "Xiao Yuan?" she murmured. "Why are you?" "Don't linger here," he replied, "it is unsafe for you." In the next moment, the candlelight within the room ignited with a sudden azure glow, causing the jade pendant at its center to tremble. Instantly, a dense black mist surged forth, aggressively advancing in a singular direction towards where Feng Yaoqing and her companions were situated. The noxious vapors, fierce in their approach, tore apart into countless claw-like projections, ensnaring Feng Yaoqing tightly. Ji Feichen, wielding his flying spirit sword, sprang into action, positioning himself protectively in front of her. The sword's aura coalesced into a brilliant golden light, forcefully cleaving through the oppressive black fog. Yet, this force resembled unbreakable tendrils, rapidly extending towards Feng Yaoqing with unwavering intent. Yao! Ji Feichen furrowed his brow, turning to shield Feng Yaoqing closely as the noxious tendrils passed through his form, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. He planted his sword firmly, erecting a protective barrier. With the sound of ringing bells, the noxious vapor gradually coalesced into humanoid shapes. Were these wandering souls? Feng Yaoqing was taken aback. The spirits of those who had perished in the moonlit pavilion were drawn forth and gathered here. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that each spirit was tethered by a crimson thread, all converging into one point, extending to the heart of the black mist. As the mist dispersed, He Feng Shui emerged at its core, holding a string of bells that, upon the slightest sound, elicited a chorus of anguished wails from the spirits. The midpoint of the red threads converged upon the jade pendant at his waist, the soul-locking jade. Ji Feichen struggled to rise, recognizing the name of the jade pendant. "So, have you been imprisoning these souls within the soul-locking jade all along? There's still one missing." He Feng Shui appeared in his usual disheveled attire. Yet there was no trace of the previous roguish demeanor. He fixed his gaze upon Feng Yaoqing, stepping forward as he shook the bell in his hand. In an instant, those souls contorted into a chaotic mass. He Fengshe addressed her, "My apologies, Miss Feng Yaoqing." In that fleeting moment, the souls erupted into frenzied screams, their visages transforming into grotesque forms as they wove their bodies into a vast net, surging towards Feng Yaoqing. Just then, several talismans soared from afar, ignited in flames as they flew towards the souls, conjuring a barrier that repelled them momentarily. "Brother Ji, Sister Feng." Shen Wanqing descended beside Feng Yaoqing, wincing as her torn wound throbbed, nearly losing her balance. Xiao Yuan caught her, steadying her arm. He is coming from me," Feng Yaoqing stated calmly, glancing at Shen Wanqing and softly inquiring, "You're not injured, are you?" Shen Wanqing shook her head. She then cast a glance at He Fengshe in the distance, weighing the effectiveness of her earlier burning talisman, arriving at a conclusion. He seemed somewhat at a disadvantage. Although numerous, these souls could not shatter the jade. Feng Yaoqing declared, "It cannot be broken." He Fengshe chuckled softly, replying, "Miss Feng, it is not impossible to shatter it. However, by doing so, these souls would be eternally deprived of the chance for reincarnation, utterly shattered and lost." Would the daughter of the master of the Xiantian pavilion truly act in such a manner? Feng Yaoqing pressed her hand against her abdomen, her gaze fixed intently upon He Fengshe. Ji Feichen indeed possessed the ability to shatter that jade, yet he hesitated to strike, instead opting for defense and retreat. He stepped back a few paces and said to Xiao Wuyan, "Brother Xia, take the two of them away." "Thinking of leaving?" He Fengshe chuckled softly, striking his chest with a palm, coughing up blood that sprayed onto the jade pendant. The blood seemed to seep into the jade, gradually turning it a deep crimson. In an instant, the souls became even more unruly, their power surging violently. He linked his life to the soul-locking jade, intertwining their fates. Ji Feichen furrowed his brow. If He Fengshe perished, the living souls within the jade would vanish as well. "There is another way," Feng Yaoqing spoke, her tone icy and devoid of emotion. Without granting anyone the opportunity to react, she brandished her sword and severed the barrier he had conjured. The dark mist surged forward with a singular intent, enveloping Feng Yaoqing like silk, binding her tightly. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to cough up blood through her internal energy, which she sprayed onto the inky mist. The blood immediately spread along the dark fog, converging towards the jade pendant like veins. "Yao! What are you doing?" Ji Feichen exclaimed upon witnessing this, hastily sheathing his sword to strike at the dark mist, only to be violently repelled. "Female supporting system, warning! Warning! Danger alert!" Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly extended her hand to grasp Feng Yaoqing's arm, attempting to pull her back. "Retreat, Wanqing," Feng Yaoqing urged. "Since He Fengshe desires my soul as bait, let me enter the soul-locking jade to sever the causal ties within. Feichen, take the opportunity to eliminate him." "No!" Ji Feichen interjected. "Do you think one can simply enter and exit the soul-locking jade at will?" "We must at least try," Feng Yaoqing replied. "After all, I came here to save lives, not to take them." Shen Wanqing gazed at her. Indeed, this was the narrative bestowed upon the protagonists by the ephemeral dreams of grandeur. Regardless of the individual or circumstance, whether dealing with the most heinous villain or a departed soul, the essence of goodness lay in the willingness to sacrifice oneself for salvation and unwavering altruism. Thus, they would spare the villagers beneath Shantian Mountain, refuse to accept the favors owed to them, and willingly face death to grant those souls a chance at rebirth. This was the archetype reserved for characters in the narrative, who, as catalysts for the story, were devoid of any selfish desires that even a normal person might possess. Shen Wanqing pondered suddenly. Was the tragic fate of the two within the original narrative rooted in the entanglements of those perpetual antagonists? Or was it simply the case that the male and female leads were crafted from the onset as sacrificial figures? She found herself unable to comprehend. She did not release her hold on Feng Yaoqing's hand. Feng Yaoqing turned to her, softly calling out, "Wanqing! Sister Wind! I do not urge you to refrain from any actions, but I wish to counsel you." Shen Wanqing gazed into her eyes, each word articulated with serene composure, suggesting that it might be worthwhile to contemplate how to live for oneself. Feng Yaoqing paused momentarily. Shen Wanqing released her grip and inhaled deeply. Though it was a sermon, She could not permit Feng Yaoqing to perish. A small cluster of sparks gathered at her fingertips, gently pressing against her arm, seemingly on the verge of igniting. Just then, a sudden slap struck her back, rendering her immobile. A binding talisman. Have I not cautioned you against employing blood-burning techniques? Feng Yaoqing looked at her, then smiled gently. Her eyes crescent-shaped. One cannot always allow you to lead the charge. I have made a promise to you. Yet, it suddenly became clear why Fei Chen cherished you so deeply. Subsequently, she raised her gaze towards Xia Wuyan. Young Master Xia, I entrust her care to you. After speaking, Feng Yaoqing turned her head, lowering her eyelids, seemingly whispering, perhaps consider it again next time. Immediately, a tremendous force began to tug at her, as if it intended to gradually extract her soul from her body. Ji Feichen wore a grim expression, his hand that gripped the sword trembled. He lifted his gaze, his eyes colder than ever, fixed on the direction of Yifangshi, gritting his teeth as he brandished his sword and advanced. The system's alarm echoed repeatedly in Shen Wanqing's mind, sharp and piercing. Shen Wanqing found herself paralyzed, with only her fingertips able to move slightly. Clenching her fists, her internal energy surged through her organs and meridians, while her eyes remained tightly shut, her eyelashes fluttering as if attempting to break free from the bindings of the immobilization spell. Yet, she could sense an unyielding barrier. Any forceful attempt to breach it resulted in a searing pain that felt as though it could rend her apart. The agony compelled her to instinctively retreat, retracting her spiritual power. So eager to save her? Came Xia Wuyan's voice. However, Shen Wanqing was too preoccupied to respond. A cough escaped her lips, tinged with blood. I understand, Xia Wuyan remarked. Suddenly, Shen Wanqing felt a shift in the atmospheric pressure around her. Wait! She opened her eyes to see the seal on Xia Wuyan beginning to spread slightly. If Xia Wuyan were to be exposed before Feng Yaoqing or the disciples of Tiandao Palace, they would undoubtedly devise ways to slay him before he could fully recover. This cannot happen. Shen Wanqing yearned to intervene, but her body remained immobile. The spiritual energy within her surged chaotically. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to disregard the pain and shattered the barrier completely. The pain was excruciating, as though her entire being were being torn apart. The immobilization spell was broken. Falling to the ground, without time to cry out in anguish, Shen Wanqing reached out and grasped Xia Wuyan's arm, her voice trembling. Don't! Xia Wuyan turned. Astonishment etched on his face. You! In the next moment, Shen Wanqing's body weakened, and she toppled forward. Xia Wuyan swiftly caught her, drawing her into his embrace. Shen Wanqing rested her head upon his shoulder, her voice tinged with a faint tremor. Why are you so foolish, always resorting to such self-destructive methods? Xia Wuyan tightened his embrace around her back, his gaze darkening. What are you doing? I must clarify, she continued. Although you often invade my space despite having a bed of your own, and your temper is rather volatile, often resorting to threats, while you scold me for indulging in my cherished collection of tales, making me feel embarrassed to continue reading, and even dismissing my little rabbit buns as unpalatable. If you find them distasteful, at least allow me to enjoy them. Shen Wanqing took a breath, then lifted her head to commence her lecture for the day. Aside from all that, you are not a bad person, which is why I am somewhat reluctant to see you captured. So could you perhaps take better care of yourself? You are likely to expose yourself. This is quite unprofessional. Even I, a member of the Ji family, possess more stealth than you. She then made a pained remark. Ah, it hurts. Xia Wuyan's expression shifted, momentarily rendered speechless. He had but one question: why did Shen Wanqing possess the gift of speech? Yet, she did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Feng Yaoqing's spirit was on the brink of departing, while Ji Feichen was entangled in a struggle with Yifangshi, and Xia Wuyan was cradling her as one would a cat, stroking its fur. To destroy the jade pendant would scatter those wandering souls. To preserve it would mean certain death for Feng Yaoqing. Indeed, it was a formidable dilemma. Shen Wanqing pondered for a brief moment, then resolutely made her choice. She would shatter the jade pendant. With her current cultivation, she could summon the air around her to form a sharp current, even without the need for a blade. In but a fleeting moment, she inflicted a wound upon her own arm. Xiao Yuan's gaze turned icy as he called out her name. Shen Wanqing. It's nothing, she replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, her eyes closing in concentration. I know how to control it. Her capacity for comprehension had always been commendable. Particularly, on that fateful night at Xiantian Pavilion when Xiao Yuan had instructed her on how to harness that particular force. One must learn to wield it rather than be subjugated by it. She envisioned the power as an ever-extending vine, with all its branches and directions. Even the crimson flowers blooming upon it, entirely within her command. It should not be an ability that dominated her, but rather an integral part of her own being. Shen Wanqing discovered the key to this mastery. Indeed, this time she did not succumb to the chaos that had characterized her previous attempts. Yet, the pain remained. Oh, the pain! Xiao Yuan seemed to perceive her suffering. Lowering his gaze, he placed a hand upon her arm, subtly channeling a portion of his own spiritual energy to guide her force along her veins. Blood splattered, tearing through the air like a crimson flash. Hurtling directly towards the jade pendant adorning Hifeng's waist, almost instantaneously, leaving no time for anyone to react. Hifeng's pupils contracted. Is this the blood burn technique? He swiftly retreated, but it was too late to evade. No, no. Bang! Just as that lethal strike was poised to claim Hifeng's life, the jade pendant suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, trembling twice before, in an instant, it released a cerulean figure that resolutely intercepted the blow. The soul-locking jade radiated a pure white luminescence, shimmering as it hovered in the air. The azure phantom gradually became distinct, her long ebony tresses swirling gracefully with her flowing robe. She was a woman, bearing a resemblance to Su Xing. Softness adorned her visage, and even in such a setting, she quietly gazed in the direction of Shen Wanqing, her gaze steady yet imbued with strength. The mass of dark mist suddenly dispersed into individual souls, the crimson threads beneath her feet flickering intermittently. Shen Wanqing opened her eyes, abruptly halting her actions, as the sanguine glow gradually faded into tranquility. The jade pendant remained intact, and the sorcerer was unharmed. Embroideress! The sorcerer exclaimed in disbelief, his voice somewhat hoarse. Since the embroideress's spirit entered the soul-locking jade, this was the first time she had manifested before him in the flesh. The embroideress remained silent, bowing her head and raising her hand. In her grasp, she held a bundle of crimson causal threads. Feng Yaoqing supported herself, and Ji Feichen hurried to assist her, enveloping her in his embrace. Wait, the sorcerer, his eyes reddening, struggled to grasp those threads. No! Do not let go. The embroideress smiled at Shen Wanqing, then released her grip, causing the threads to scatter immediately, falling from her hand and dissipating into the air like ash. Shen Wanqing stood tall, locking eyes with the embroideress. The embroideress parted her lips, seemingly attempting to speak. Yet no sound reached the ears of those present. In the next moment, she respectfully bowed to Shen Wanqing, her form gradually becoming indistinct. She turned to gaze at the sorcerer, her eyes curving in a smile, reminiscent of that gentle expression from many years ago when they first met. Then, she completely disintegrated. The enigmatic figure held the soul-locking jade, their 7-foot frame trembling with despair. It was her choice, Shen Wanqing murmured, when my blood met the soul-locking jade. I heard her voice. The secondary character was unwilling to permit the protagonist's separation. With a gaze heavy with bloodshot intensity, the figure awaited Shen Wanqing's next words. Let me go, she implored. She is willing to sever the threads of fate, granting the departed soul an opportunity for reincarnation. You deceive me, the figure retorted. I have yet to finish. Shen Wanqing cast a fleeting glance at him, her tone nonchalant. Moreover, I shall offer you a chance to survive. These words seemed to pierce the very core of the figure's vulnerability. He remained frozen for a moment before collapsing to his knees, his forehead striking the ground as he wept uncontrollably. Shen Wanqing paused briefly but continued, He Xiangsheng, you desire her survival. Yet you have not inquired whether she wishes to live this way. The figure stirred, laboriously lifting his head to meet her gaze. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively pulled Shen Wanqing behind him. Ji Feichen swiftly rose, drawing his flying spirit sword and placing it against the figure's throat. What do you intend to do? Unfazed, the figure retrieved a blood crane from his pouch, only to reduce it to ashes in an instant. Rest assured, I am no longer a member of Tiandao Palace. I merely did not anticipate that you would be the elusive fish they sought to capture back then. Shen Wanqing was taken aback. Elusive fish? Indeed, this is the reason I found myself, half alive, on that mountain during that snowy night over a decade ago. He Fengshi gazed at Shen Wanqing and spoke slowly, "Miss Shen, it is because of your mother." This statement caused a collective pause among all present. Ji Feichen exclaimed. "What do you mean? Wanqing's mother? But she is dead." Xie Wuyan remarked there was no opportunity for sentiment. When He Xiangxing entered the gates of Tiandao Palace, he once posed a question to his master. "I have heard that a century ago, this land was rife with turmoil, with prominent families and sects in fierce competition, and the rivers and lakes awash with blood and strife. Yet now, there exists a serene harmony, largely due to the efforts of Tiandao Palace. How has this transformation come to pass?" His master replied, "The world must unite. It is not about dominance, but about unity. All formidable forces and clandestine arts are consolidated within Tiandao Palace, regulating the development of other sects and factions. Without hope, there can be no desire. Likewise, there will be no conflict. Someone must bear the infamy of villainy." His master continued, "Xiangxing, do you know what the human realm looked like thousands of years ago? It was a chaotic era of demonic upheaval, where practitioners fought tooth and nail for trifles, leaving the common folk utterly innocent. And then? The ancestors of Tiandao Palace forged swords with their very beings and kindled flames with their souls, thus giving rise to the solitary light sword and the present-day Tiandao Palace. My disciple, tell me, how should one decide between the lives of countless innocents and the sacrifices of a few dozen or even hundreds?" The disciple is unaware. It is not a matter of ignorance, but rather the reluctance of individuals to make a choice, thus the Celestial Path Palace intervenes. This is the reason they both nurtured and subsequently obliterated Xie Wuyan. Similarly, it explains why they confine those capable of igniting the Bloodfire clan within the Celestial Path Palace. These are forces beyond the control of the Celestial Path Palace, and indeed all sects across the realm. The Celestial Path Palace is indifferent to whether those possessing such powers harbor ambitions to stir turmoil. Their sole concern lies in whether anyone possesses the capability to do so. They refuse to allow any forces that could disrupt the mortal realm to exist. Only a united world can contain all ambitions and strife. He Xiangxing has cultivated within the Celestial Path Palace for an extensive period. He observes numerous adept practitioners of the blood burn technique being reduced to mere instruments for expelling the nether demons, gradually drained of their very last drop of blood. Ultimately, they are interred on the rear mountain, marked by a grave adorned with a tombstone inscribed with accolades. The already scarce members of the clan are vanishing at an alarming rate, with only a small remnant kept in dungeons as heirs to the bloodline. Yet, no one desires to live in such a manner, existing in a place shrouded in darkness, shackled by chains around their limbs. They helplessly witness their beloved friends and family departing one by one, each piece of flesh consumed as if it were mere coal, burning away its final vestige of worth. The deceased did not truly live, and those who remain will inevitably become mere vessels for the continuation of the bloodline. After securing a lineage that can endure, they will repeat the very actions of their departed kin. Living in such a manner for too long can transform existence into a tormenting ordeal. When endurance reaches its zenith, an eruption is inevitable. One fateful day, the survivors yearn for liberation, breaking free from their shackles to instigate a rebellion. Flames danced above the Heavenly Path Palace for 3 consecutive days, resulting in countless casualties and a scene of utter devastation. Shen Wanqing's mother managed to escape, becoming the sole survivor of that harrowing conflict. Yet, in this world, there is no individual beyond the reach of the Heavenly Path Palace. Years ago, He Xiangxing was among those tasked with capturing Shen Wanqing's mother and her companions. To this day, he vividly recalls that day's events. Within the Valley of Desolation, the seemingly frail and quiet woman approached the elders with unwavering dignity, her body drenched in blood, yet her spine remained unyieldingly straight. She proclaimed that their efforts would inevitably be in vain. The elders retorted, stating that both the Heavenly Path Palace and her ancestors had been willing to forsake personal gain for the greater good, choosing self-sacrifice for the sake of peace. Should the younger generation allow their legacy to be sullied? The woman suddenly laughed, her smile belied by an expression of profound sorrow. The elders asserted that her life or death was of little consequence. Those with ulterior motives would no longer be tolerated by the Heavenly Path Palace. What they sought to retain was her daughter, the child who, from birth, had been imbued with immense expectations, potentially capable of contending with the malevolent forces that had ravaged the human realm a century prior. She declared, "You shall take no one from here." The elder replied, In this world, there is no one that the Heavenly Path Palace cannot seize. She gazed at the throng of people, her eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. After a prolonged silence, she managed a faint smile, her tone calm and composed. Is that so? In the next instant, she raised a massive sword forged from her own spiritual essence and, without the slightest hesitation, pierced it through her heart. Her amber eyes displayed no sign of evasion. She had never feared death, rather, she feared that her child would have to endure a life akin to hers, living for the sake of dying. That was the most formidable blood-burning technique I had ever witnessed. He Xiangsheng, fixated on Shen Wanqing, declared, that was your mother, who exchanged her life and the complete annihilation of her soul for a pyrrhic escape from reincarnation. Apart from myself, only 3 others survived. Later, reinforcements from the Heavenly Dao Palace arrived. They searched for days and nights but found no trace of the others, thus concluding that you too had perished in that blood-burning ritual. Ji Feichen remained silent, simply resting his hand gently on Shen Wanqing's shoulder, silently positioning himself as her shield. Do not worry, brother is here. Indeed, Shen Wanqing had always harbored curiosity about the origins of her current body. Yet, upon suddenly uncovering the truth, she felt at a loss for how to respond. She was merely an individual who had crossed into this body, logically. The past should have no bearing on her. However, perhaps due to her prior visions of those bygone events, she found herself unable to detach as she had envisioned. A heaviness settling in her chest. After a prolonged silence, she posed a question that even she found perplexing. What was my mother's name? I have never heard anyone mention her name. He Xiangsheng paused momentarily, yet her kin referred to her as a Zhao. Zhao, which signifies brightness. For reasons unknown, Shen Wanqing felt an overwhelming sadness, deeper than she had anticipated. Feng Yaoqing cast a worried glance at Shen Wanqing, seemingly concerned for her emotional state, and reached out to hold her hand before turning to He Xiangsheng. So, Master He, are you intending to convey this news to the Heavenly Dao Palace? No. He Xiangsheng replied, his voice steady. I am no longer a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Sharing this with Miss Shen is merely a request. What request? In an instant, He Xiangsheng's demeanor shifted to one of humility. With a pleading tone, his voice hoarse, he said, I understand that the blood-burning technique can resonate with souls, revealing truths that others cannot perceive. Therefore, I wish to know, does the embroideress have any words left for me? Words? As he reached out to touch the embroideress's soul, images flooded his mind like a revolving lantern, chaotic and jumbled, making it difficult to discern any coherent message. Yet, one voice gradually emerged with clarity, slowly disentangling itself from the murky visuals and clamor. I have something to tell him. The voice of the embroideress was gentle, akin to a stream in a mountain gorge, resounding with profound resonance. By the time the final word graced the air, He Xiangsheng was inconsolable, tears streaming down his face. He wept for what felt like an eternity, his hair clinging to his face, presenting a disheveled appearance, devoid of the clarity one would expect from a cultivator. The female supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. After a considerable time, he straightened up, closed his eyes, and leaned back slightly. Wait! What is he doing? He Xiangsheng's soul seemed to gradually detach from his body, with spiritual energy swirling within him, and his essence visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. The embroiderer's spirit had lingered too long within the soul-locking jade, forsaking any nourishment from living souls. With one of her 7 souls missing, reincarnation became exceedingly difficult. Ji Feichen frowned, realizing that he was sacrificing his own soul to compensate for the missing essence of the embroiderer. As his spirit was about to completely depart from his body, He Xiangsheng opened his eyes, gazing over the crowd directly at Xiao Wuyan, who also met his gaze. He Xiangsheng smiled softly, and a bamboo tube tumbled from him, sliding down to rest at Ji Feichen's feet. This was the fall of the solitary light sword. He Xiangsheng closed his eyes again, remaining silent for a long while, before suddenly speaking. However, the ancestors of the Heavenly Way Palace had once stated that only one force could eliminate that esteemed individual. What force? He Xiangsheng opened his eyes, looking at Shen Wanqing, remaining quiet for an extended period. Although he uttered not a single word, those around him comprehended his meaning. Moments later, his soul completely dispersed, transforming into scattered points of light that were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. Wanqing. Ji Feichen turned away, bending down before Shen Wanqing, resting his hand upon her shoulder, and solemnly declared, Do not worry, I shall never surrender you to the Heavenly Way Palace. Shen Wanqing felt a surge of emotion. Yet, before she could express her gratitude, the subsequent words struck her with such intensity that she nearly lost her very soul. We shall swiftly locate the solitary light sword and subsequently eradicate that fiend, dissuading the Heavenly Path Palace from entertaining any notions of using you as a sacrificial offering. With bold audacity, Ji Feichen raised his head and engaged with Xie Wuyan. What say you, brother Xie? Xie Wuyan replied, I am amenable to anything. You may choose at your discretion. Ji Feichen found this reasoning agreeable. Considering his own injuries, he resolved to form pairs, taking Feng Yaoqing with him while Xie Wuyan accompanied Shen Wanqing. After witnessing this celestial couple embrace and soar away from his sight, Shen Wanqing turned to Xie Wuyan, exchanging a lengthy gaze filled with unspoken feelings. She felt a pang of guilt. After all, Xie Wuyan had just come to her aid, only for He Xiangsheng to immediately point at her, proclaiming, Look, Xie Wuyan, this is the one who may very well be your demise in the future. She harbored a suspicion that He Xiangsheng wished for her to perish. Wait! Could it be that the system chose this body because it was aware she possessed the capability to kill Xie Wuyan? A wave of complex emotions washed over Shen Wanqing. She did not feel elated by this formidable skill. She had no desire to end Xie Wuyan's life, not in the slightest. Xie Wuyan, with an air of nonchalance, began to speak. I did not. Interrupted the jumpy Shen Wanqing, raising her hand in protest before he could finish. Rest assured, I am of a timid nature and never take life. Moreover, I have forsaken the blood-burning technique, for it is detrimental to one's health. Only a fool would employ it. Xie Wuyan regarded her with a sidelong glance, crossing his arms in silence, his expression conveying, Have you perhaps singed your brain? Not taking life? That is of little consequence. Shen Wanqing stood resolutely, her demeanor unapologetically assertive. It was evident that she possessed a remarkable talent for sophistry. Xie Wuyan let out a light chuckle, turning away without uttering a single incantation. Suddenly, the sword at his waist unsheathed itself, hovering ominously in midair. Shen Wanqing instinctively leaped back, clutching her throat. Wait! Was he truly so decisive as to consider eliminating her to avert future troubles? She resolved to make one last attempt. I believe I still hold some value, actually. Xie Wuyan glanced at her, inquiring, What value? Shen Wanqing racked her brain, realizing she seemed to possess no significant utility. Thus, she began to ramble nonsensically. For instance, I could serve as a pillow. Besides, I've recently gained a bit of weight, so my softness should be quite appealing. Perhaps you might reconsider? When the moment called for humility, she could only cower like a timid hamster, desperately seeking to conceal herself and feigning death. Xie Wuyan observed her for an extended period before abruptly speaking in a chilling tone, Come here. Shen Wanqing inhaled deeply, mustering her courage as she sluggishly approached him, her head drooping in a tragic display of resignation, as if to say, Go ahead, I'm prepared for whatever you choose. Xie Wuyan pressed his lips together tightly, maintaining a stoic expression as he extended his hand. With a gentle flick of his finger, he tapped her forehead. Are you foolish? Shen Wanqing covered her head, looking up with her shimmering eyes fixed on his. Oh? You believe everything he says? Is it really that easy to deceive you? Xie Wuyan chuckled softly, then turned away, pausing momentarily to remark indifferently, Your desire to kill me is your concern, it has nothing to do with me. There exists a peculiar logic that feels somewhat amiss yet strikingly accurate. Just a moment, allow me to elaborate. She then positioned herself upon his arm, nestling against him in a princess embrace, comfortably resting her head against his chest. Very well, let us proceed, she declared. Xie Wuyan fell into silence. As he lowered his gaze, he met Shen Wanqing's innocent eyes, which blinked at him with a semblance of confusion, as if pondering, Why hasn't my master made a move yet? Who? Indeed, is at fault? Xie Wuyan's voice carried a hint of restraint. Get down. Shen Wanqing choked back her emotions, clinging tightly to his shoulder, unwilling to budge. You cannot be unreasonable. Did we not agree to count to 3? Do you see that sword? I do, I understand. It is meant to serve as a reminder, yes? It is meant for you to ascend and ride the sword through the skies. Xie Wuyan gritted his teeth. Shen Wanqing, I was not prepared to hold you. Shen Wanqing replied. This is rather awkward. The author wishes to convey, Shen Wanqing, what's wrong with a little embrace, you stingy soul? following the humiliating events of that fateful night, Shen Wanqing resolved to master sword flight. Initially, she intended to seek lessons from Ji Feichen. However, the protagonists were currently preoccupied, one injured and the other in distress, entwined in tender moments and medication play. Thus, she felt it inappropriate to intrude upon their intimacy. Consequently, she boldly began to pester Xiao Wuyan. Harassment tactics proved to be quite effective. The following evening, Xiao Wuyan, with evident impatience, seized her by the collar and dragged her into the yard for instruction. Shen Wanqing, eager for knowledge, was brimming with a desire to learn. Xia, the instructor, began his teachings by asserting, "First, you take a sword. Then, you stand upon it. After that, you shall be able to fly." Shen Wanqing was left speechless, a veritable novice in the art. Nevertheless, her aptitude for learning was commendable, and due to her unique constitution, her cultivation progressed at a swifter pace than that of ordinary individuals. Under Xiao Wuyuan's impatient demeanor and his rather unprofessional method of instruction, she gradually grasped the fundamentals of sword flight. Remarkably, on the same day, she managed to ascend the sword and take flight, albeit only to the height of a stool, which earned her merciless mockery from Xiao Wuyuan. Recovering from an ailment was an activity Shen Wanqing, a devoted enthusiast of leisure, cherished most. Although Feng Yaoqing was the one who had sustained severe injuries this time, her own minor wounds had long since healed. However, this did not deter her from seizing the opportunity to feign illness, lounging in bed for several days. During such times, all she needed to do was lie there, feigning agony, to relish the blissful existence of being catered to, while simultaneously garnering goodwill from the main cast. Of course, her charade would be infinitely more enjoyable if a certain individual surnamed Xie refrained from maliciously forcing her to consume a large bowl of bitter herbal medicine without the consolation of sweet delicacies during her pretense of illness. On a certain night, in the stillness of the early hours, he solemnly entered Shen Wanqing's chamber, gazing intently into her eyes before speaking. "I apologize, Miss Shen, for the words I am about to utter may wound deeply." Shen Wanqing, finding a soft cushion to lean against, patiently endured his ramblings. I have already given my heart to another, and thus cannot fulfill the vows I once made to you in verse." As he spoke, Su Xin eagerly added, "But this does not imply that you are lacking in any way, therefore, do not be disheartened, dear Miss Shen." To which Shen Wanqing replied, "I am truly happy." This was the truth, yet Su Xin suspected her joy was but a facade. Consequently, a debate ensued between them regarding whether she was indeed feigning happiness, escalating to the point where they nearly resorted to hair-pulling. As they tussled, their antics continued until Xiao Wuyan strolled into Shen Wanqing's room. His expression impassive as he grasped Su Xin by the collar and unceremoniously ejected him from the room. It is worth mentioning that prior to his demise, He Feng sure had divulged nothing regarding the whereabouts of the lady of the prefect. Thus, on that fateful day, Ji Feichen had initially planned to ensure Feng Yaoqing's safety before resuming his quest to locate the soul of the lady of the prefect. After their departure, it was reported that the lady had inexplicably descended into madness once more. Although devoid of He Fengshi's manipulation or any arcane sorcery, she wreaked havoc, injuring several in her rampage. In the ensuing chaos, someone inadvertently pierced her heart. Thus, even if one were to locate the soul, it could not be returned to this corporeal form. Upon hearing the account from Ji Feichen and others, the governor offered no remarks. He merely instructed his subordinates to treat these celestial beings with utmost hospitality, before turning away, clenching his fists, and silently retreating to his study. Whether it was merely Shen Wanqing's illusion, she felt that the governor was genuinely heartbroken. Yet, when the incident involving the governor's wife had transpired a few days prior, he appeared far less affected. Shen Wanqing found this peculiar, sensing that there might be some hidden truths behind the matter. However, her lack of interest in detective work deterred her from delving deeper. One night, unable to sleep in the dead of night and feeling a sense of urgency to cease squandering her life, she resolved to practice the sword techniques she had learned from Xiao Wuyan. As one tends to do with progress, she soon became overconfident. When Shen Wanqing found herself soaring to the height of a tree after merely half an hour of practice, her ego naturally inflated. Consequently, she transformed her flying sword into a roller coaster, audaciously drifting between two trees. Inevitably, she lost her footing and fell. The clumsy young lady Shen Wanqing promptly enveloped herself in a protective spell, bracing herself for the impending impact. Just as she was mere meters from the ground, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly and securing her safely into Xiao Wuyan's embrace. The atmosphere was charged with an unspoken tension. Under the moonlit night, a gentle breeze caressed their surroundings, stirring her hair at the side of her face. They locked eyes, and in that moment of profound silence, it felt as though only the two of them existed in the universe. The moment took a turn for the worse when Xiao Wuyan opened his mouth to speak. He did not bestow even a moment of tenderness and mockingly asked, "Is it enjoyable?" Shen Wanqing replied, "I understand now. This is the reason you are a villain." She felt a touch of embarrassment, akin to a struggling student who, having achieved a rare score of 59, parades their paper only for the wind to blow it into the face of the top scholar who scored 150. Determined to shift the topic, Shen Wanqing remarked, "Impressive. You can fly without stepping on your sword." Xiao Wuyan chuckled softly, "Ah, this must be what they call self-inflicted humiliation." Yet, Shen Wanqing noticed that Xiao Wuyan did not descend. The flying sword continued to ascend, as if one could reach out and touch the clouds. From this vantage point, the world below appeared diminutive. The bustling streets of Rongqing, even in the dead of night, flickered with faint lights. In her previous encounters at such heights, she had mostly been in haste and, unfamiliar with this realm, often closed her eyes in fear, too terrified to look. Thus, this tranquil experience of gazing downward from such an altitude was indeed her first. Shen Wanqing's expression mirrored that of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, filled with joy. Xiao Wuyan released his grip on Shen Wanqing's arm, perhaps weary from standing, and lazily seated himself, resting his hand on his knee, seemingly idly manipulating the sword technique. The flying sword was steady, and the speed was moderate, with the surrounding spiritual energy swirling around, creating a safe space that alleviated any fear of the daunting height. Those who practiced cultivation possessed heightened senses compared to ordinary individuals. Shen Wanqing discovered that if she held her breath and focused her mind, she could clearly see distant objects by channeling her spiritual energy. Shen Wanqing, having discovered this matter, proudly boasted to Xiao Wuyan. Xiao Wuyan cast her a glance, his interest waning. He could not comprehend what was amusing about it. All the revelry and splendor felt utterly ephemeral to him. Such scenes were not even worthy of being called picturesque, for he had experienced countless similar nights over centuries. However, Shen Wanqing appeared oblivious to Xiao Wuyan's indifference. With great enthusiasm, she elaborated, "Look, look! In that shabby alleyway to the upper left, a drunkard has vomited into a beggar's bowl. The beggar is furious and is grappling with him by the collar. Over at the entrance of the full moon pavilion, there is a quarrel. A man, flanked by two beautiful women, emerges only to find his wife standing at the door with her hands on her hips." Shen Wanqing relished such scenes, ear-pulling, hair-tugging, and nails-scratching faces. Xiao Wuyan followed her pointed finger. The burly man was being dragged by his wife, who was pleading for mercy as he was led back home. What should have been an utterly mundane occurrence suddenly felt intriguing through her narration. "Oh, I see a thief attempting to scale a window." Shen Wanqing observed intently for a moment before sighing in disappointment. How can he possibly fall from just a single story? With such lack of skill, he ought not to pursue thievery. It's quite shameful. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Wuyan would have found their chatter tiresome and would have grown impatient, urging them to silence. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt no irritation at Shen Wanqing's incessant prattle. Instead, he suddenly realized that these monotonous nights, which had seemed so dreary for centuries, appeared to possess a newfound charm. Soon, Shen Wanqing discovered a new live-streaming location. She patted Xiao Wuyan and pointed in that direction. Exclaiming, "I possess the eyes of fire," I instantly spotted two figures lurking behind the rockery in the governor's garden. Xiao Wuyan lifted his gaze and glanced over. It was a pair of maids and a young servant. The two were huddled together, having crept behind the rockery, leaning against one another and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Xiao Wuyan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Wanqing, who appeared utterly engrossed, seemingly oblivious to any irregularity. The maid and the young servant began to whisper sweet nothings to each other. They drew closer, entwining themselves, and soon commenced shedding their garments. Xiao Yuan clicked his tongue, and almost simultaneously, he maneuvered his flying sword to descend rapidly. The intense sensation of weightlessness left Shen Wanqing no time to ponder. She scrambled to regain her balance and exclaimed through gritted teeth, "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing?" As her words fell, the sword had already landed. Xiao Yuan stood up, brushed off his robes, and replied nonchalantly, "I am feeling drowsy." Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if the esteemed figure was weary, an urgent descent was unavoidable. However, she had not quite discerned what the maid and young servant were up to, and her overwhelming curiosity compelled her to investigate the garden further. Thus, she resolved to slip away unnoticed. "You rest first, I shall take a stroll." Shen Wanqing stubbornly refused to leave, her entire being resembling a sandbag as Xiao Yuan dragged her forward. "Why must you? You're tired, but I am not." Xiao Yuan paused, casting a light glance her way. Shen Wanqing momentarily softened. "Very well, I am weary." Yet, after taking only a few steps, she caught sight of a woman dressed as a nurse stealthily emerging from a room, a spade in hand, burying something in a corner of the backyard. Although the distance was considerable, it was discernible that the object being interred was a garment of a pale yellow hue. Why would one choose to bury clothing in the dead of night? Shen Wanqing recalled that upon her arrival at the governor's residence, the governor had once mentioned that his wife had frequently spotted a yellow figure by the window months prior. At that time, it was generally accepted that this occurrence was the work of an individual practicing soul manipulation upon the governor's wife, hence it had not been further investigated. It appeared that the truth of this matter might not lie with any sorcerer. Shen Wanqing found the figure strangely familiar. Upon closer reflection, she recognized her as the personal maidservant attending to the governor. What prevented Shen Wanqing from feigning illness was not the pangs of conscience, but rather the bitter concoction prepared by Ji Feichen. Seemingly dismayed by her prolonged ailment, Ji Feichen had added several more herbs, rendering the brew increasingly bitter. Moreover, the benevolent Xia Wuyan diligently monitored her, thwarting her clandestine plans to dispose of the medicine. After consuming a bowl of the concoction, Shen Wanqing could no longer endure it and proclaimed her recovery that very afternoon. The first task following her newfound health was to be dispatched by Ji Feichen to the Full Moon Pavilion, to inform the proprietor of the events that had transpired and to retrieve Jiang Shijun's contract of servitude. This assignment was rather straightforward. Upon entering the Full Moon Pavilion, Shen Wanqing began to discreetly observe the young courtesans as they danced. After receiving countless alluring glances from various charming men, she felt her battered heart, ravaged by Xiao Yuan, beginning to heal. Overcome by desire, she observed that the patrons of the Full Moon Pavilion were predominantly middle-aged women with a bit of disposable income or those who had lost their spouses. These young men, upon encountering someone as youthful and handsome as her, performed with even greater fervor, occasionally teasingly tracing their thumbs along the corners of their mouths. Shen Wanqing was utterly delighted. The musician playing the piano was of a cool, serene demeanor, strikingly attractive. The singer, resembling an adorable young pup, was equally captivating. The dancer exuded a seductive charm that was simply mesmerizing. And not far off, approaching her, was a figure embodying a devilish allure, undeniably alluring. Wait! A devilish figure? The supporting character wished for the protagonist not to part ways. Shen Wanqing swiftly rose, preparing to flee, only to be firmly seated back down by Xiao Yuan, who spoke in a calm, icy tone. "Why run away? Why not continue watching?" Shen Wanqing replied, "No. I wasn't watching." Xiao Yuan retorted, "Then what were you doing?" With a tone dripping with sarcasm, she exclaimed, "I was merely expressing disdain." How could a man engage in such behavior? It is a reflection of the moral decay of our society. After her spirited proclamation, she graciously served tea. "Brother Xia, what brings you here?" "To find something," he answered. "Find something?" Shen Wanqing was perplexed. What could Xiao Yuan possibly seek within the Full Moon Pavilion? Xiao Yuan cast a glance around the Full Moon Pavilion, then turned to the inquisitive Shen Wanqing. He gently pushed her forehead and remarked, "I am here to retrieve something left by He Xiangsheng." Shen Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Please take your time. I am rather occupied with an audience with the master of the pavilion." "Oh dear, the master is calling for me. I must take my leave. Until tomorrow." Just as she attempted to make her exit, Xiao Yuan seized her once more. "Why the haste?" Xiao Yuan asked with a smile. "I see your refreshments have been served. Would you not finish them before departing?" Shen Wanqing smiled apologetically. Oh, I cannot possibly linger. I have little patience for these courtesans. To remain here is akin to a heart-wrenching ordeal. A person of my esteemed character cannot help but admonish them. Xie Wuyan nodded. Very well, then proceed with your admonitions. Under the pressure of Xie Wuyan's imposing presence, Shen Wanqing reluctantly took a seat, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she commenced her ramblings. Xie Wuyan thought to himself, that dancer, how improper to leave his collar unbuttoned, and his physique appears so frail. What a disgrace! Unlike brother Xie, who possesses a robust build and impressive chest muscles now that is worthy of admiration. Regret washed over Xie Wuyan for allowing Shen Wanqing to voice her thoughts. The musician's voice is so effeminate, how utterly unbecoming. Unlike brother Xie, whose voice is rich with magnetism, sensually husky and deep, evoking a flutter in the heart now that is truly commendable. Xie Wuyan massaged his temples and grit his teeth. You may take your leave now. Shen Wanqing brightened with glee. Farewell, brother Xie. The elusive Shen Wanqing could not help but marvel internally, pondering that this might indeed be the allure of language. After ascending the stairs and waiting briefly, the host arrived. She retained her graceful demeanor, assisted by another as she made her way to the main seat. Casting a glance at Shen Wanqing, her attitude and tone had noticeably turned colder compared to before. Even upon learning that Feng Shi was the mastermind behind recent events and had met his demise, the host's response remained remarkably composed. She nodded gently and then instructed someone to fetch the contract of servitude, which she promptly tore apart before Shen Wanqing, stating, "Thank you for your celestial assistance. I shall indeed honor my promise and restore Miss Zhang's freedom." The proceedings unfolded more smoothly than anyone had anticipated. Shen Wanqing and the host exchanged glances for a prolonged moment before she silently rose to depart. However, just as she reached the door, she paused and turned back to face her, suddenly smiling and saying, "Host, today you seem like a different person." How curious. The host, holding a cup of tea, bore a faint smile at the corners of her lips, yet the mirth was shallow. "You, my dear, have only known me for a few days. How could you discern such a difference?" Shen Wanqing replied lightly, as if engaging in casual conversation. "I recall during our last encounter when you dealt with the Dream Eater. You were quite cautious, insisting on confirming the demon's eradication before allowing us to leave. Yet today, with such significant matters at hand, your willingness to proceed without verification has taken me by surprise." The host remained silent, her smile gradually fading. She set down her teacup, her tone turning frosty. "Your words, esteemed one, are rather sardonic. I have merely found solace in the calmness of recent days and allowed my worries to subside. Moreover, it appears that this gentleman possesses a nostalgic disposition, seemingly capable of such actions." She arched an eyebrow, compelled to commend his cleverness. The host was momentarily taken aback, his movements frozen in place. However, Shen Wanqing refrained from uttering more, striding directly away. The previous night, upon witnessing the governor's personal maid incinerate that pale yellow dress in the rear courtyard, Shen Wanqing surmised that the governor likely had a hand in this affair. Although, from the gentleman's demeanor, it seemed he believed himself to be the sole mastermind, a closer examination revealed that ever since her arrival at the Full Moon Pavilion, everything appeared to be guided by an invisible force. Shen Wanqing had acted as bait to lure the Dream Eater for exorcism. Yet circumstances had conspired to keep her at the governor's residence, where the governor's wife fell prey to malevolent influences assaulting Feng Yaoqing. Relying solely on this gentleman was far from sufficient. Both the host and the governor were indispensable for this scheme to unfold seamlessly. As Shen Wanqing departed from the Full Moon Pavilion, she did not encounter Xie Wuyan. It seemed that the host had communicated something to the governor. The governor stood with his hands clasped behind him, silent for an extended period, before finally turning to meet her gaze. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Miss Shen, may I ask you something?" "Please speak," Shen Wanqing replied. "Is it true that the embroiderer no longer has a chance for rebirth?" "No," she responded. "The embroiderer's soul has already been reincarnated." Shen Wanqing regarded him, remaining quiet for a while before continuing, "Governor, this was her own choice. You have shared years of mutual support with her, how could you not realize that she would refuse to resurrect by the sacrifice of innocent lives?" The governor closed his eyes, remaining silent for a long while. "I understand." He had known the identity of the wandering scholar for quite some time. for the pouch attached to his sword bore patterns unmistakably crafted by the embroideress. He had heard tales of how the embroideress once rescued a Taoist priest, and he recognized that this was indeed that very priest. The governor was uncertain of the scholar's intentions, yet he was resolute in his own purpose. This was the reason why, in recent days, the scholar had been able to operate undetected within the moonlit pavilion, leaving no trace of his actions. Although the proprietor had ostensibly invited the priest to exorcise the demon, he had, in fact, been secretly aiding the scholar's endeavors. It was also on that day that the dream-eating demon so effortlessly infiltrated Shen Wanqing's body, for it had been facilitated by the cup of tea infused with talismans during their meeting. The piercing of the governor's wife's heart was an unforeseen tragedy. The sorrow he felt that day stemmed from the loss of the embroideress, who could not be revived. Yet, with the death of the scholar, all became shrouded in uncertainty. Everyone cherished the memory of a person long gone, a tale that could evoke deep emotion, yet, within Shen Wanqing's heart, there was no stir of feeling. In this narrative, all were caught in their own self-pity, yearning for the departed to bow before them, unaware that the embroideress, trapped within the soul-locking jade, witnessed the demise of so many living souls because of her, torn between feelings of sorrow and empathy. She turned to leave, but just as she took a few steps, the governor called out to her, "Miss Shen, I implore you, please do not reveal this matter to her." Shen Wanqing understood that he referred to Su Xin. She remained silent, as this statement seemed to evoke a sudden realization within her. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly, "My lord, after spending time with young Master Su, I have come to believe that he is not one to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, spending his days in debauchery. Moreover, from the very beginning, I did not think he held any particular affection for me." Su Xin's admiration for me appeared so abrupt, lacking any substantial basis. Thus, I have felt a certain resistance from the outset. The governor was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth as if to say something, but soon seemed to grasp the meaning behind Shen Wanqing's words. "Initially, I could not fathom why young Master Su would behave in such a manner." Shen Wanqing turned away, now realizing that perhaps he had sensed something amiss long ago, merely feigning ignorance. In retrospect, Su Xin's incessant attachment to her might have stemmed from his awareness of certain signs, thus wishing to deny anyone the opportunity to act against him. Yet, these thoughts remained mere conjectures, unproven by anyone. Feng Yaoqing's injuries had largely healed. After resting for another 2 days, the group would embark on their journey. He Xiangsheng had given Ji Feichen a bamboo tube, which contained a fragment of a broken jade, likely a piece that had fallen from the tip of the Gulong sword. Therefore, by sensing this jade, their spiritual energy would guide them in a particular direction. However, this jade could only respond to the touch of those with an innate purity of power, rendering it unusable by anyone other than the protagonists. This also elucidates the reason behind Xia Wuyuan's persistent concealment of his presence while shadowing the protagonists, alongside his unwavering effort to safeguard them. At that moment, Shen Wanqing discreetly conducted a test, yet elicited no discernible response. Frustrated, she found herself in a dispute with the system, questioning why her power had become so impure. Ever since he had mysteriously appeared in the full moon pavilion, claiming to seek the remnants left by He Xiangsheng, he vanished without a trace. The young couple, Su Xin and Jiang Shujun, had visited a few times, both harboring a slight apprehension towards Xia Wuyuan. Upon hearing of his absence, they cheerfully frequented Shen Wanqing's room. He shooed the chattering pair away as if they were mere chicks, then tossed a thick tome towards Shen Wanqing, the cover smeared with blood, which inadvertently stained her attire. Perhaps having spent too much time with Xia Wuyuan, Shen Wanqing had almost forgotten just how brutal this ancestor could be. Thus, when she unexpectedly beheld him, drenched in blood, she was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. She glanced at the book in her hands. Its cover bore no title, yet upon turning a page, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, swirling across the pages. Immediately, characters began to materialize on the blank surface. This was the cultivation book. Xia Wuyuan approached the bedside, reclining effortlessly beside her, resting his arm behind his head, and closed his eyes, presenting her with the tome. Shen Wanqing soon discerned that this book was not composed of ordinary paper, for the characters on its pages were perpetually shifting and updating. Rather than a mere book, it resembles a contemporary form of arcane spells. The spirit cultivation book is crafted from the rare hide of an ethereal creature. typically preserved within the grand sects or among the secluded disciples of esteemed lineages. For outsiders, acquiring such a tome often necessitates exorbitant sums at auctions, rendering it exceedingly rare. This volume encapsulates numerous methodologies for spell cultivation and distills the experiences of predecessors, categorizing them according to various types. Most notably, those who possess the Spirit Cultivation book can contribute updates, accessible to all owners. Setting aside other considerations, it indeed serves as an exceptionally suitable tool for Shen Wanqing's cultivation. She closed the book and glanced at Xiao Wian beside her, remaining silent for an extended moment before reaching out to poke his arm. "Brother Xie?" Xiao Wian furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged pause, slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Is this the item you mentioned seeking yesterday?" Shen Wanqing inquired. "How did you come upon it?" Xiao Wian responded, "I obtained it by chance." "But if you persist with your inquiries," Xiao Wian's tone grew somewhat impatient, "I shall throw you into Jiang Shujun's chamber, where you will be subjected to her recitations." Instantly, Shen Wanqing fell silent. Xiao Wian delivered his words with a casual demeanor, yet the pervasive scent of blood about him suggested he had exerted considerable effort. In truth, he merely recalled that he Xiangsheng employed rather obscure incantations and had discovered methods of resurrection. Moreover, being the chief disciple of the Tiandao Palace, it was highly probable that he possessed a spirit cultivation book. After searching without success, Xiao Wian recalled that there was an auction house named Jindong to the east of Rongqing, where it was common to find 1 or 2 volumes of cultivation manuals. Thus, he decided to pay a visit. The cultivators there proved somewhat bothersome, and he casually dispatched a few of them, which was hardly a nuisance for him. Shen Wanqing glanced at the weary Xiao Wian beside her, uncertain whether he had fallen asleep. She gently reached for the quilt nearby and carefully draped it over him. After attending to this, she leaned against the headboard, quietly observing Xiao Wian. It was evident to Shen Wanqing that, for Xiao Wian, the spells recorded in the cultivation manual held no value, rather, they were far more suitable for her own study and practice. Upon realizing this, an inexplicable feeling surged within her, leaving her chest aching with a peculiar sensation. Shen Wanqing turned her gaze to the cultivation manual and reopened it. The spells were meticulously organized by difficulty level and divided into various sections according to the types of cultivation, such as swordsmanship and medical practices. There were also several major categories, including spell learning, cultivation techniques, Jianghu anecdotes, and so forth. As she perused the Jianghu anecdotes section, Shen Wanqing stole a glance at Xiao Wian, discreetly positioning the book so that the cover faced him. Then, using her spiritual energy, she selected the category of Jianghu anecdotes. Feeling a pang of embarrassment for treating a learning manual as a storybook, her innate curiosity about gossip, a trait common among women, compelled her to explore the category, which promised to contain many intriguing tales. The female physician inexplicably transformed into an elderly woman overnight, while a youthful maiden fell victim to this calamity. The underlying cause was revealed when Shen Wanqing clicked to investigate. "Apologies, I mistakenly confused the female physician with her grandmother." The sword cultivator, disheartened by unrequited love, resorted to weeping in his bed, only to be overheard by his master due to a sound-transmitting talisman affixed to his person. Shen Wanqing clicked to delve deeper. "Thank you all for your concern. The sword cultivator and his master are now together and quite content." Indeed, regardless of the realm, such sensationalist headlines perpetually endure, and their content invariably leaves one speechless. It wasn't until she discovered the tragic event at the Xiantian pavilion that her breath caught. An elder's daughter had lost her sight and had her tongue severed overnight, and the Rakshasa bird had audaciously descended to such depths. There was no doubt, this was the handiwork of Xiao Wian. Shen Wanqing found this cruelty appalling and discreetly posted a congratulatory remark beneath that comment. Soon after, she stumbled upon a trending post that required several pages to unfold. The title was irresistibly captivating, witnessing the turmoil of centuries past, a veteran's tale of love and hatred with the Demon Lord. Demon Lord? Shen Wanqing's keen senses latched onto that term. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wian beside her, she noted the furrowed brows and ashen complexion he wore in slumber. Yet, for reasons unknown, in this moment, it seemed as though all hostility had been reined in, lying quietly beside her, evoking an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. Shen Wanqing averted her gaze and discreetly clicked on the headline. The page gradually unfolded. She read with keen interest for a while. The content was quite ordinary, initially depicting the formidable and ruthless nature of the demon lord in a vivid and expressive manner, followed by a recounting of the tragic and heroic scenes that ensued. The prose flowed smoothly, immersing the reader deeply, until Shen Wanqing came across the lines stating that the demon lord was on the verge of slaughtering the human realm. I realized that I could no longer turn a blind eye to all of this, even though my heart was filled with reluctance. I must stand up for the greater good. I understood this was my mission, for the sake of everyone, even if it meant I had to personally slay my beloved. Whose beloved? It couldn't be as I feared, could it? Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed. She watched the subsequent content with bated breath and palpable tension. Amidst the bloodshed, I found myself before him. His eyes were as red as blood, his ink-black hair billowed, and he pointed his sword at my throat, yet I did not flinch. In that fleeting moment, I longed for our past together, when he was still a youth, and we lay freely on the grass. What were we watching? Xie Wuyan opened his eyes, propped himself up, and seized the spirit cultivation book from Shen Wanqing's hands. Before she could react, he deftly took it from her grasp. Xie Wuyan let out a soft scoff. I knew it. Shen Wanqing swallowed hard, lowering her head in silence, occasionally stealing glances at Xie Wuyan's expression. It appeared that he remained oblivious to the fact that she was engrossed in a romantic tale featuring him as the protagonist. Embraced under the moonlight, with only each other in our eyes? Xie Wuyan languidly began to recite the text above, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Shen Wanqing interjected, I believe it would be best if you refrained from continuing, Brother Xie, lest you find yourself regretting it. Xie Wuyan cast her a cool glance, causing her heart to skip a beat. It was over, he despised threats, and now he was incensed. With a shift to a more comfortable position, an enraged Xie Wuyan articulated each word with greater clarity. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and cradled my face. Yet now, we had become eternal adversaries. He was a heinous demon, a being that must be vanquished by my own hand. After gazing at me for a long moment, he lowered his sword and turned away, saying, You may leave. With tears in my eyes, I drew forth the solitary light sword. At last, the leisurely recitation of Xie Wuyan took a turn for the worse. He silently skimmed the subsequent lines. I sealed him with the solitary light sword he forged for me. From that moment forward, we would walk divergent paths. Shen Wanqing felt as though her heart had turned to ash, regretting deeply that she had not first perused the invisibility spell when she acquired the spiritual cultivation tome. She kept her gaze lowered, too fearful to meet Xie Wuyan's eyes. After a considerable period, she heard a low, chilling laugh. The supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. How do you perceive this? Xie Wuyan inquired leisurely. Shen Wanqing was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After much contemplation, she finally managed to utter, I believe it is all acceptable. Love is meant to be free. Xie Wuyan let out a soft chuckle, casually tossing aside the cultivation book. He then grasped the back of Shen Wanqing's head, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you truly believe that? Shen Wanqing quickly caught on. I do not. Who fabricates such nonsense and spreads rumors? It fills me with righteous indignation. Xie Wuyan was clearly unfazed by her outburst. He released her and gestured towards the cultivation book, causing the pages to flutter until they halted precisely at the sections on love and hatred. In an instant, the paper ignited with a blue flame, leaving those pages utterly consumed. When Shen Wanqing glanced back, the post had vanished without a trace. Is this what they call deleting a post? How is it accomplished? With bones as the hilt and flesh congealed as the blade, Xie Wuyan scoffed lightly, asserting that only those ensnared in the fabrications of the heavenly path would regard it as a sword capable of offering redemption. Shen Wanqing was astute. Though Xie Wuyan had not elucidated, she could deduce from his words who the sword of solitary light was forged from. She remained silent, dutifully tucking the blanket around Xie Wuyan once more, thoughtfully ensuring it was snugly secured. Xie Wuyan fell into silence for a moment, then looked at her. Do you not have any other questions for me? In truth, Shen Wanqing had nothing she wished to inquire about regarding Xie Wuyan. She was not the least bit interested in the origins of the Guguang sword. Her sole desire was to complete her mission diligently and, if circumstances permitted, to seek a way to release Xie Wuyan from his seal. If such conditions were not granted, She would consider herself a small traitor and assist Xiao Yuan in his escape. Beyond that, she felt little concern. However, Xiao Yuan's unexpected query made her feel as though her silence was somewhat regrettable. Hence, after careful contemplation, Shen Wanqing asked, "So, have you truly lived for hundreds of years without experiencing love?" She pondered for a moment, worried that the term love might be too obscure for Xiao Yuan to comprehend, and patiently elaborated, like brother Ji and sister Feng, engaging in romance. "I find it hard to believe that someone could remain solitary for centuries." Xiao Yuan retorted, "Get out." Thus, Shen Wanqing, having been expelled from the room, stood at the doorway, feeling the breeze while clutching a pillow, lost in thought. His words were not to be dismissed. It was he who prompted the inquiry, yet he ended up vexed and indignant. Female supporting character system, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the hidden task, Xiao Yuan's past. The sudden notification of the task reward left Shen Wanqing momentarily stunned. Then, unexpectedly, she began to feel a swell of emotion. She had not anticipated that this system would actually bestow a reward. How touching! However, after a moment of reflection, she realized that this meager token could only be activated in the face of life-threatening danger. Thus, after all this discussion, did the reward necessitate her to place herself in peril? Shen Wanqing found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of deception, akin to the intricate layers of a Russian nesting doll. This might very well be the embodiment of workplace psychological manipulation. After a period of contemplation, she ultimately resolved to proceed with the confirmation. The moment she did so, the surroundings were engulfed in a shroud of opaque darkness. This sensation was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the times she had utilized her blood-burning technique to touch another's soul, allowing her to glimpse their memories. After what felt like an eternity, the blackness gradually dissipated, revealing a desolate landscape, where the air was thick with swirling sands and dirt. At last, the cacophony of the wind ceased. Xiao Yuan lay not far away. Even for someone as resilient as Shen Wanqing, the sight of him momentarily rendered her speechless, almost unrecognizable. His condition was such that he resembled not a living being, but rather a mere skeleton adorned with remnants of flesh. His entire form was charred beyond recognition, evoking the image of a lifeless husk. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed around her as the sky darkened abruptly. Black tendrils of energy coalesced into swirling vortices that danced ominously around Xiao Yuan. From these whirlpools emerged several specters of despair, converging ominously by his side. However, they were not there to rescue him, they sought to feast upon his flesh and blood. The grotesque tableau was both gory and revolting. Even Shen Wanqing could not suppress the urge to clutch her chest, battling the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. What should have been a horrifying scene inexplicably filled her with a profound sorrow. No one had ever granted Xiao Yuan a choice. He had been brutally driven to this wretched state, coerced by the hands of others. Shen Wanqing was acutely aware that had her mother not fought tooth and nail to escape with her over a decade ago, she too might have faced a similarly grim fate. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan opened her eyes. In an instant, the blood pooling on the ground and the skeletal figure ignited a blinding blaze that surged forth. She recognized it for what it was, the blood-burning technique. This revelation was not unexpected, for Xiao Yuan possessed this power as well. However, since that time, she had refrained from wielding such strength. The scene gradually transformed, akin to the transitions of time in a film, intertwining and overlapping. Shen Wanqing lost track of how long it had been. Yet she bore witness to how Xiao Yuan navigated her century-long existence. With such profound cultivation, Xiao Yuan no longer needed sleep and felt no weariness, rendering her days interminably longer than those of ordinary mortals. She resided in an expansive palace, perpetually solitary within its confines. Often, she would languidly recline in her chair, carelessly allowing the lights to flicker in and out. From beginning to end, she was alone. Occasionally, during the night, she would stand atop the back of a mystical bird, aimlessly soaring through the skies. At times, she would throw a pebble at the shoulder of a passerby, only to relish in their irate outbursts. Finally, Shen Wanqing understood why. 2 days prior, when flying on a sword, she felt a surge of elation while Xiao Yuan appeared disinterested. It was because she had witnessed too many such nights, where even the most splendid landscapes were gradually dulled. Perhaps, a century ago, Xiao Yuan had not lacked the power to resist the seal, yet by that time, The distinction between living and dying had truly become a matter of indifference. As the black mist before her slowly dissipated, Shen Wanqing felt as if awakening from a profound dream, glancing at her hands in a daze. Xiao Yuan leaned languidly against the door, stifling a yawn. What? Are you still planning to stand there? Shen Wanqing regarded him with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yuan, puzzled, wondered why he perceived a semblance of maternal affection in her gaze. In the next moment, overwhelmed by this maternal instinct, Shen Wanqing reached out, embracing his arm with heartfelt sincerity. You have endured too much, she exclaimed. Xiao Yuan responded. Have you lost your mind? As Shen Wanqing prepared to depart, it was Jiang Shujun and Su Xin, the young couple, who felt the most reluctant to let her go. They grasped her hands, weeping profusely, their tears flowing freely. After their emotional outburst, they discreetly wiped their tears on her clothing before presenting her with a plump package, waving their handkerchiefs as they bid farewell to her carriage. Once Shen Wanqing settled into the carriage, she eagerly unwrapped the package, only to discover it contained nothing of practical use, merely the complete hand-copied works of Jiang Shujun and a collection of love poems by Su Xin, adorned with their meticulously designed signatures on the cover. Flipping through the 7th part of My Life-Saving Benefactor, she found that Jiang Shujun had already chronicled the beginning of her tumultuous romance with Xiao Yuan, detailing her daily torment between familial destiny and love, ultimately succumbing to depression. After perusing it, Shen Wanqing felt as if she were on the brink of despair herself. However, she rationalized that Jiang Shujun merely wrote for amusement, unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. However, Jiang Shujun's partner, Mr. Su Xin, as a scion of both officialdom and wealth, ardently supports his girlfriend's career and even utilizes his connections to actively assist her in publishing this remarkable work. The supporting character does not wish for the protagonist to part ways. On the 2nd day of their journey, Shen Wanqing stumbled upon a new post in the Jianghu Anecdotes forum dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual literature. It was profoundly moving. Did anyone else feel the same way about the tale between Miss Shen and that young Master Xie? Alas! She never anticipated that her brother would be such a pedantic person, leaving her utterly disappointed. Shen Wanqing felt speechless, her gaze toward Ji Feichen filled with remorse for many days. The book's popularity was evident, as a plethora of enthusiastic readers quickly emerged on the forum, fervently debating who among Miss Shen and young Master Xie was more unfortunate. It seems that, regardless of the world, romantic tales will always be bestsellers. Shen Wanqing fell silent. She attempted to emulate Xiao Yuan, hoping to incinerate those few pages, only to find that she could not even muster a flame. Ultimately, she understood that the cultivation book lacked a delete post feature, and it was merely Xiao Yuan's stubbornness that had created a bug. Yet, one must learn to adapt. That very day, she stealthily approached Xiao Yuan and presented the cultivation book to him, throwing a tantrum and beseeching him to assist her in deleting the post. Xiao Yuan responded with a resigned sigh, "Ah, the old tool once more." The direction indicated by the jade was merely a rough guide. After several days of relentless searching, no new clues had emerged. Ji Feichen once inquired about the origins of the Xiaoling book. Xiao Yuan responded with remarkable ease, stating that he had acquired it from a certain Taoist, who had once been a disciple at the Heavenly Tao Palace. Ji Feichen accepted this explanation without question. However, that very night, Shen Wanqing stumbled upon a post on the Bagua forum that was utterly alarming. The Jinan auction house had been ruthlessly raided, resulting in the loss of countless rare treasures. The identity of the perpetrator remained unknown, leaving one to ponder the audacity of such an act. Upon reading this, Shen Wanqing was profoundly moved and diligently served tea to Xiao Yuan, even insisting on sharing half of her pastries with him. Xiao Yuan, however, regarded her with a hint of suspicion. After scrutinizing her for an extended period, he extended his hand and inquired, "So, which pages shall we burn?" Shen Wanqing retorted, "Is it true that I am so unrefined in your eyes?" Yet, in reality, she spent 2/3 of her time clandestinely perusing the Bagua forum, engaging in fervent battles of words with those who insulted the Demon Lord and defended the Heavenly Tao Palace. This habit, however, did not go unnoticed by Xiao Yuan. Frowning, he scrolled through her passionate insults and an array of distasteful remarks, before finally raising his gaze to meet her eyes. "Boring," he declared, before incinerating all the posts in question. The The following day, a post emerged. Has anyone noticed that many book pages have inexplicably vanished recently? This post was swiftly deleted. On the 5th day, amidst torrential rain, a peculiar scent permeated the air. Shen Wanqing and her companions took refuge at an inn located halfway up the mountain. On a rainy day, the air is thick with humidity, and even indoors, one can detect a distinct earthy scent that renders the skin uncomfortably clammy. At this hillside inn, where travelers are few, only a couple of tables are occupied. Just then, a rhythmic sound of hooves approaches, growing nearer until it halts at the entrance. The door creaks open, revealing a man clad in an opulent robe, accompanied by his servants. His cloak, dampened by the rain, gives him an air of moisture. Perhaps exacerbated by the weather, yet, he possesses a chillier demeanor than most. He stands tall and straight, his expression inscrutable, exuding an extraordinary presence that betrays his elevated status. In terms of appearance, he can be deemed quite dashing, embodying a mature and composed charm. Perhaps due to her prolonged stay at the moonlit pavilion. Shen Wanqing has encountered numerous handsome gentlemen, and coupled with her daily gaze upon Xia Wuyan's exceptionally striking visage, her standards have inevitably risen. Consequently, this man, though undeniably appealing, fails to stir her heart as he might have once done. Nonetheless, this does not deter Shen Wanqing from discreetly observing this striking figure. For according to the principle of protagonism, characters that appear unexpectedly and seem out of place often turn out to be significant supporting roles. "My lord," murmured his attendant. "Given the slippery roads, would it be suitable to stay here for the night?" "Not a problem," he replied. The man spoke, slowing his pace, tilting his head and lowering his voice. "The items provided by Qing Su Daozhang are all secured, rest assured, Lord Ho." Female supporting system, reminder, the significant male character. Qing Ji Huan has emerged. Host, exercise caution to prevent any transgressions with the female lead. A woman's intuition is indeed precise. In this melodramatic fantasy, while the number of male supporting characters is fewer than their female counterparts, every few thousand words, one appears to create a crisis for the male lead, thereby showcasing the female protagonist's allure. Qing Ji Huan, the young Marquis of Nani, embodies the archetype of the aloof nobleman who falls in love with me in this narrative. Tonight, he will be ambushed by mountain bandits. Coincidentally, Ji Feichen and Xia Wuyan will depart to investigate any clues regarding the solitary light sword. The only one remaining, Feng Yaoqing, will struggle to save him with her injured body and ultimately cough up blood before him, yet still smile and say, "It's all right." In such a scenario, Qing Ji Huan is stirred, willingly ready to brave fire and water for Feng Yaoqing, even provoking Ji Feichen multiple times, thereby creating a rift in the feelings between the male and female leads. Shen Wanqing understands that she cannot allow Feng Yaoqing to rescue Qing Ji Huan. However, she is also reluctant to intervene herself, having discerned that all supporting characters in this tale are capricious. Whoever saves them, they will favor. She wishes to avoid entanglements. What, then, should she do? At the very least, this is a romance. The supporting characters cannot suddenly transform into a boys' love narrative. Thus, Shen Wanqing turned her head and called out, "Brother Xia." Xia Wuyan retorted, "Silence. The plan has faltered." Shen Wanqing is a person of meticulous nature. To thwart the heroine's attempts to save others, it is imperative to address the issue at its core. After careful contemplation, Shen Wanqing decided to lace the tea with a sedative, intending to incapacitate Feng Yaoqing. She entered the room with the tea, presenting the cup to Feng Yaoqing with utmost consideration, saying, "Sister Feng, you have been tirelessly busy these past few days. Do enjoy this warm tea." Feng Yaoqing, deeply touched, raised the cup to her lips. Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, Feng Yaoqing hesitated, placing the cup down as if struck by a sudden thought. With a sigh and a hint of emotion in her tone, she remarked, "Gazing at this cup of tea evokes a torrent of feelings. I once harbored many misunderstandings towards you and was rather aloof. Your willingness to show me kindness now truly moves me." Shen Wanqing replied, "You speak wisely, Sister Feng. Please do drink the tea. I am grateful for your concern." Feng Yaoqing, with a gentle smile, assured her, "From this evening onwards, I shall treat you like a beloved sister. Feel free to share anything with me. You may also inquire about any spells you do not comprehend." Shen Wanqing responded, "Well said, but regarding the tea, the mere thought that I nearly caused you harm due to my past mistakes renders me unable to forgive myself." Shen Wanqing, yes, indeed. As for the tea, it can be consumed. Feng Yaoqing's eyes brimmed with tears. She not only refrained from drinking the tea but also set down the cup, wiping her tears and choking back sobs. I'm sorry, Wanqing. Please. Never put yourself in danger for my sake. It would. Shen Wanqing felt a deep pang of sorrow. Is this what happens to anyone when night falls? Emotions swell uncontrollably? Yet, the unfolding drama waits for no one. While Feng Yaoqing continued to be emotional, a cacophony erupted outside, followed by screams and the sounds of destruction. It must be the bandits. The footsteps drew nearer, and countless torches illuminated the window, making the terrified cries and the unsheathing of blades resound with chilling clarity. However, just as she took a few steps forward, Shen Wanqing struck her on the nape with a swift hand, rendering her unconscious. After completing this act, Shen Wanqing stood up contentedly and pushed open the door, only to be unexpectedly confronted by a bandit leader who held Qin Jihuan captive. Their gazes locked in a moment of awkwardness. After a brief contemplation, Shen Wanqing uttered, I apologize for the disturbance. However, the bandit leader did not afford her that courtesy. Shen Wanqing attempted to reason with him. This isn't right, we've only just met, and what you are doing amounts to human trafficking. An utterly reprehensible act. Yet the bandit leader, unfazed by reason, chuckled, in this place, I am the law. Do I really need to explain myself to you? The group of his little followers surged forward, grinning widely as they reached out to tug at Shen Wanqing's arm, even preparing to pinch her cheeks. The leader of the bandits grew increasingly brazen, one hand holding Qin Jihuan while the other reached towards her chest. In response, Shen Wanqing retaliated. With a cry of anguish, the bandits were sent sprawling, crashing against the wall before they doubled over in pain, rolling on the ground. The bandit leader, indignant as a self-proclaimed villain, could not accept such a swift defeat and began to curse. Shen Wanqing, who harbored a vengeful spirit, would not tolerate such humiliation. She then lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qin Jihuan's profound orbs. Shen Wanqing fell into silence and offered an explanation, you see? I did not intend to save you, I was planning to run away. Qin Jihuan replied, thank you, miss. Shen Wanqing retorted, I speak the truth. Yes, I understand, Qin Jihuan said, lowering his eyes, filled with tenderness and gratitude. Thank you, miss, for upholding my dignity. Shen Wanqing sighed. Men are so troublesome. Meanwhile, Ji Feichen frowned, a sense of urgency gripping his heart as he quickened his pace. He feared that Wanqing and Yao were in danger. However, upon entering, he was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Shen Wanqing sat despondently with her chin resting on the table, while across from her, Qin Jihuan gazed at her with a tenderness that filled his eyes. Kneeling beside her was a group of guards, along with several attendants who nodded and bowed, offering water and wiping sweat, nearly bringing it to her lips. Behind her, a maid diligently massaged her shoulders. I can manage myself, she asserted. No, no, no. How could Miss Shen undertake such tasks? If the Marquis were to reprimand me, I could not bear the consequences. Well, I shall step away for a moment. I will assist you. No need. At a nearby table, Feng Yaoqing leisurely sipped tea and snacked on melon seeds, relishing her solitude. Upon spotting Ji Feichen, she waved for him to join her. I'm not quite sure, I took a nap, and upon waking, I heard that Wanqing saved the young Marquis's life. I suppose this is a gesture of gratitude, she mused. Feng Yaoqing pushed a cup of tea toward him. And where is young Master Xie? Before Ji Feichen could reply, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. I presume this young gentleman is Miss Shen's elder brother. Qin Jihuan bowed respectfully, then gracefully seated himself beside Ji Feichen. I am Qin Jihuan, and I wish to discuss a matter with young Master Ji. Ji Feichen replied, there is no need for such formality, please, speak freely. I would like to propose to Miss Shen. A profound silence enveloped the room. Ji Feichen remained quiet for a long moment, exchanging a glance with Feng Yaoqing before he stammered, what did you say? Qin Jihuan enunciated clearly, I wish to propose to Miss Shen. I can assure you, she will be my only wife. This seems rather inappropriate, Ji Feichen remarked. Ji Feichen felt a shiver run down his spine. He found it rather agreeable. This manner of speaking momentarily left Ji Feichen at a loss for words. My lord, please reconsider, Wanqing's temperament is not one to be constrained. The Duke's residence may prove too stifling. Rest assured, my dear Ji, I can guarantee that she will not be confined within the estate. As long as she is willing, I can allow her to roam freely across this vast world. Ji Feichen rubbed his temples. Ultimately, it hinges upon Wanqing's own desires. As her elder brother, I wish to entrust her to someone capable of safeguarding her well-being. You need not worry, my brother Ji. My shadow guards are all selected from the battleground, fully capable of ensuring Miss Shen's safety. With them by her side, no matter the predators that may lurk. Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, a cacophony of wails and screams erupted from outside. Moments later, 7 or 8 men clad in black were unceremoniously kicked in, collapsing to the ground, clutching their waists in agony, blood spilling from their mouths, their eyes swirling with stars. "Ah! My shadow guards! Are these your men?" Qin Jihuan exclaimed. Xie Wuyan's tone was languid as he leisurely entered, flexing his wrists. He cast a cool glance at the heap of bodies on the floor and then reclined languidly against a chair, resting his arm over the backrest. His voice was light and airy. "I apologize, these individuals were acting suspiciously, and I mistook them for miscreants, so I dealt with them accordingly." With a pause, he shifted the subject. "Now, what were we discussing? Please, continue." The atmosphere became momentarily tense, perhaps due to the perceptiveness inherent in men. Qin Jihuan also sensed the unabashed aggression emanating from Xie Wuyan. He straightened his posture, glanced at Ji Feichen, and inquired, "Brother Ji, may I ask who this is?" "This is young Master Xie Wuyan, a fellow demon slayer accompanying us on our journey." "I see," Qin Jihuan remarked with a smile, directing his gaze into the depths of Xie Wuyan's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he stepped forward and extended his hand. "I must apologize, young Master Xie, for any offense I may have caused. I was overly anxious earlier and mistakenly assumed you had a connection with Miss Shen." At the utterance of these words, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing simultaneously inhaled sharply, then sat down, feigning calmness as they sipped their tea. Even Ji Feichen, who was typically oblivious to matters of the heart, felt an unsettling tension. Their scalps tingled, and they had begun to discreetly prepare defensive incantations. Feng Yaoqing leaned closer to Ji Feichen and whispered, "If young Master Xie were to resort to violence, would you be able to intervene?" Ji Feichen replied candidly, "To be frank, it is highly unlikely." Xie Wuyan's expression remained inscrutable. He did not speak nor extend his hand. Instead, he rhythmically tapped his fingers against the back of the chair, lifting his gaze slightly, his narrow eyes narrowing momentarily. After a brief pause, a subtle smile graced his lips, a smile that was enigmatic in nature. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Jihuan, as a secondary character, maintained his poise, standing tall and confronting Xie Wuyan with unwavering confidence. Behind them, the protagonists watched with bated breath, grappling with a singular question: why had Shen Wanqing taken so long? Just as she emerged, they witnessed the momentous handshake between Xie Wuyan and Qin Jihuan. The protagonists were enveloped in gazes filled with hope and desperation. She fell into silence, for pairs of eyes fixed upon her, for reasons unknown. Although Xie Wuyan's eyes held a hint of mirth, they exuded an unsettling aura. Wait, why was there an automatic assumption of husband and wife? Shen Wanqing felt this was illogical. However, she sensed that the current situation was not conducive to lingering. Thus, she declared, "I need to use the restroom," and prepared to make her discreet exit. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body, as if an invisible hand had yanked her backward, causing her to fall into a remarkably familiar embrace. Shen Wanqing protested, "You're breaking the rules. You can't use ink hair in front of a muggle." Then Xie Wuyan spoke, his tone casual and laced with amusement, sounding rather provocative. "Quite unfortunate, but I do indeed have a connection with her." At this proclamation, Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing's pupils trembled in astonishment. Could it be a confession? Shen Wanqing, on the other hand, remained unfazed. In the battle of men, she merely needed to remain a silent vase. Moreover, she found herself perplexed about her true relationship with Xie Wuyan. Were they merely master and cushion? Qin Jihuan inquired. "What sort of relationship is that?" Xie Wuyan replied, "She admires me." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Shen Wanqing stood in a daze for a moment before struggling like an octopus, nearly inclined to tug at Xie Wuyan's hair. "Why do you keep bringing it up? And with such pride?" The female antagonist was unwilling to see the protagonists part ways. Why must you men toy with her dignity? Then, Xiao Wuyan pinched the soft flesh at her waist and warned, do you wish for me to eliminate him? Shen Wanqing immediately wilted, a lump forming in her throat as she resignedly deflated. Complying obediently, she nestled against Xiao Wuyan's chest, adopting a delicate, bird-like posture. Affirming his words with a nod, yes, I truly harbor affection for him. Very well then. If this could dispel a troublesome male antagonist, she could momentarily cast aside her dignity. Qin Jihuan, unconvinced, remarked, Miss Shen, there's no need to fabricate and demean yourself in order to reject me. Demean herself? Xiao Wuyan's gaze darkened slightly. Shen Wanqing, keenly perceptive, quickly pressed down on Xiao Wuyan. No, I genuinely admire him, albeit unrequited. I am tragically spurned, weeping endlessly. And each encounter with him pierces my heart. Yet I feign strength and wear a smile, unable to forget him, leaving no room for another. Thus, I sincerely apologize. But I cannot accept your affection. Xiao Wuyan fell silent for a moment, contemplating how to dislodge her from his embrace. However, the devotedly performing Shen Wanqing clung even tighter. Ji Feichen, as an elder brother, furrowed his brow at her words, standing up with the intention to lecture Shen Wanqing, only to be pressed back down by Feng Yaoqing. Shen Wanqing believed her words to be utterly heartless, convincing herself that Qin Jihuan should abandon all hope. Yet, she underestimated an SR-level male antagonist and his resolve. Qin Jihuan responded, it matters not. Shen Wanqing countered, no, it does matter. With that, she gracefully swept her robe aside and turned to leave with a flourish. Under the gentle onslaught, Shen Wanqing remained unmoved by her emotions. She could even sense the sudden drop in temperature emanating from Xiao Wuyan. Hastily, she patted his back in a soothing manner. The shadow guards, who had collapsed on the ground, quickly rose up, limping after their master. The once lively hall was now left in contemplative silence, with only Ji Feichen and his companions remaining behind. After Qin Jihuan's departure, Xiao Wuyan's smile faded, and his voice turned grave. Come down. Shen Wanqing, feeling a pang of grievance, obediently leaped off Xiao Wuyan's back. It was rare for her to witness such a somber expression on Xiao Wuyan's face in the presence of the protagonist duo. He stood up, cast a glance at Shen Wanqing, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and took a step forward. Wait! Shen Wanqing, filled with anxiety, tugged at the corner of his garment. Where are you going? What? Are you so apprehensive, fearing that I might kill him? Xiao Wuyan scoffed coldly. Indeed, Shen Wanqing was afraid. After all, Qin Jihuan was an important supporting character, essential for advancing the plot. Yet, despite not knowing why, she could discern Xiao Wuyan's murderous intent towards Qin Jihuan. Shen Wanqing found Xiao Wuyan's animosity quite understandable. After all, this unruly individual had provocatively appeared, seeking to seize his cherished cushion. How could the Dark Lord possibly tolerate such affront? I didn't mean it that way, Shen Wanqing protested. Then what did you mean? Xiao Wuyan inquired. Shen Wanqing glanced around and whispered in his ear, he is a marquis, killing him would attract a bounty. So what? Shen Wanqing believed in procrastination, and thus, mustering her courage, she proposed, I suggest you refrain from killing him. If you truly cannot resist, you may do so in a few days, and I cannot hinder you. However, I recommend that you let Xian Niao take the action, for Xian Niao can be pursued. Hidden within the ring, Xian Niao overheard the conversation and trembled with rage. Why can Xian Niao be pursued? Xian Niao cannot. Xiao Wuyan gazed into her eyes, remaining silent for a long while, before breaking into a low chuckle as he grasped her chin. Do you think I cannot discern your convoluted attempts to persuade me? Shen Wanqing replied. So astute. You do not wish for his demise? I understand now. Her voice was faint, yet for some inexplicable reason, it left Shen Wanqing feeling hollow within. He released her chin, turned, and strode away. This time, she did not attempt to stop him. She could see that although Xiao Wuyan's hostility had not diminished in the slightest, he truly seemed disinclined to take Qin Jihuan's life. Rubbing her slightly sore chin, Shen Wanqing felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. In that moment, she suddenly realized that Xiao Wuyan had always been able to perceive her clumsy schemes and accurately grasp her intentions through her convoluted words. Yet, he almost never exposed her. She could not fathom the reason behind this, but the thought took root, akin to a stone lodged in her throat, causing her discomfort. Ji Feichen cleared his throat, shattering the silence. Wanqing, could you elucidate why, after merely 1 hour outside, you have transformed into the object of his infatuation, the sole acceptable future countess? Shen Wanqing, with a candid demeanor, replied, this is quite difficult for me to elucidate. I also fail to comprehend men. Feng Yaoqing chuckled softly. In comparison to this, I believe it would be more prudent for you to pursue young Master Xie and indulge him a bit more. As she spoke, her eyes curved playfully. Look! He is likely feeling a tinge of jealousy. Shen Wanqing pondered that if this remark were to reach Xiao Wuyan, Feng Yaoqing might find herself in dire straits. Ji Feichen's countenance grew grave. However, have you all noticed the heavy aura of negativity surrounding this young Lord Qin? Feng Yaoqing concurred. Indeed. I noticed earlier that he possesses numerous high-quality protective talismans, several of which are already showing signs of wear. It appears he is entangled in exceedingly troublesome matters. Ji Feichen contemplated for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and retrieved a jade stone from his pouch. The jade shimmered, coalescing into a beam of golden light. However, it did not indicate a specific direction, merely swirling aimlessly within the room. As anticipated, the jade had indeed pinpointed this location. Yet we had uncovered no clues related to the solitary light sword. Ji Feichen stowed the jade away and cast a solemn gaze towards the direction in which Qin Jihuan had departed, as if he possessed some knowledge. The solitary light sword had vanished over a century ago, and Feng Yaoqing shook her head, stating, young Lord Qin, being an ordinary mortal, could not possibly know anything of significance. In concluding her thoughts, she did not forget to address Shen Wanqing beside her. Wanqing, what is your perspective? When you were with Lord Qin earlier, did you notice anything unusual? Ji Feichen nodded. It seems I must investigate him further. The torrential rain had just ceased, leaving everything drenched and the air thick with the scent of wet earth. Shen Wanqing could not locate Xiao Wuyan in the room. Instead, she encountered a furious Xian bird, which aggressively pecked at her hair. The reason was simple. When Xiao Wuyan was in a foul mood, he sought something to vent his frustrations upon. In this desolate wilderness, there were no wandering spirits to torment, and since Shen Wanqing forbade him from taking human lives, he resorted to releasing the Xian bird and plucking feathers from its tail. The Xian bird, having been abruptly ejected from the ring and rudely awakened, felt a surge of indignation but could only express its frustration through its actions. It was clear to anyone that it was Xiao Wuyan's audacious behavior that had provoked the bird. Thus, the timid Xian bird approached Shen Wanqing to settle the score, biting off several strands of her hair in a fit of agitation. You seductress! Who gave you the audacity to speak so disrespectfully to my lord? It cried, only to dissolve into tears soon after. Do you know how long it took me to grow these feathers? They were finally starting to change color. Return my light gray to dark gradient plumage. Despite having a handful of hair plucked by the creature, Shen Wanqing chose not to argue with it. Recognizing the turmoil reflected in the Xian bird's disheveled appearance, embracing a sense of responsibility, she resolved to soothe the temperamental demon lord. However, locating Xiao Wuyan proved to be quite a challenge, as he possessed an extraordinary prowess that rendered traditional tracking methods utterly ineffective. Shen Wanqing rummaged through the entirety of the inn, even scouring the water vat and the stove in the backyard, yet she found no trace of Xiao Wuyan. Ultimately, she found herself pacing hesitantly before the men's restroom for an extended period. After much contemplation, she gritted her teeth and resolved to sacrifice herself for the sake of world peace, adopting a valiant demeanor as she prepared to step inside. Just then, a voice behind her, tinged with bemusement, interrupted her thoughts. I am not in there. Amused by her endeavors, he remarked, are you searching in places where people typically linger? Shen Wanqing replied, I thought you were rather unconventional. Xiao Wuyan countered, should I commend you for that? That would suffice, she responded. Following this exchange, a silence enveloped them as they stared at each other, one seated, the other standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the figure obscured by branches. Shen Wanqing felt a strain in her neck, compounded by the considerable height of the tree. After waiting for a considerable time, Xiao Wuyan showed no intention of descending. The female supporting character did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. All right, to appease someone, sincerity is paramount, she mused. However, Xiao Wuyan had indeed chosen the tallest tree, perching himself atop the highest branch. Reflecting on her own record for altitude, Shen Wanqing decided to challenge herself. Steadying her sword, She took flight with ease, gradually ascending. Xie Wuyan shifted into a comfortable position, resting his head against his hand, observing her ascent. Perhaps due to the psychological shadow cast by a previous misstep, Shen Wanqing noticeably slowed her ascent as the flying sword rose higher. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself perpetually out of reach of Xie Wuyan, a peculiar frustration. Determined, she increased her speed, but still fell short. Consequently, she resembled a gopher, bobbing up and down before Xie Wuyan, her head occasionally peeking above, only to quickly dip back down. Something felt amiss. Peering down, Shen Wanqing gasped in astonishment. When had this tree grown so tall? The instigator of her predicament laughed with reckless abandon, teasing, "Isn't this quite high?" Shen Wanqing feigned grievance, retorting, "You're bullying me." Xie Wuyan replied, "Indeed." Shen Wanqing dropped the act, realizing that if this continued, Xie Wuyan, this elementary school boy, could easily withstand her antics all night. Moreover, if the tree kept growing, it would undoubtedly attract a crowd of onlookers. Thus, Shen Wanqing devised a plan to leap onto a branch unexpectedly, denying Xie Wuyan the chance to react. However, she miscalculated her jump. Before she could utter a sound, Xie Wuyan grasped her arm, pulling her forward, causing her to land on him in a rather ambiguous position. Xie Wuyan quipped, "What is this, a suicide attempt?" Shen Wanqing propped herself up, remaining still, as their eyes locked. They held each other's gaze for a moment, before Shen Wanqing broke the silence. Her eyes curving into a smile, "I'm here to cheer you up." Xie Wuyan, momentarily taken aback, remained silent for a prolonged period before wordlessly pushing her shoulder, creating a slight distance between them. Yet, he did not hastily release his grip. After a brief pause, he repositioned her against the tree trunk and seated himself beside her. A smirk graced his lips, seemingly a light mockery, before he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "I am not angry." Shen Wanqing replied, "You are not angry. Yet you have plucked the feathers from the phoenix?" However, she dared not expose the little pride of the great demon king. Instead, she nodded in agreement and gently asserted, "I do not protect Qin Jihuan." Xie Wuyan responded, "Oh, I perceive Qin Jihuan as merely an ordinary mortal, am I correct?" Shen Wanqing began to weave her flattery, each word imbued with emotion, noting that he possessed neither magic nor skill, unable even to best the phoenix. "And yet, you, with your extraordinary prowess, unrivaled in the world, should not lower yourself to engage in conflict with such an ordinary individual. I cannot permit the esteemed Xie Ge to endure such indignities." The night air carried a hint of dampness, the leaves still glistening with moisture, droplets cascading from the leaf tips, dampening Shen Wanqing's shoulder. Beside her, Xie Wuyan chuckled, propping himself against the tree, his head tilted back slightly, shoulders trembling with laughter. Shen Wanqing turned to glance at him. When she first encountered Xie Wuyan, she never envisioned a day would come when they would coexist so naturally and peacefully in such a scene. She realized, at some point, she had ceased to fear him as she once had imagined. It was as if, in her eyes, he had never been a world-destroying villain, but rather an utterly ordinary individual, possessing emotions like everyone else, simply a common man. "Are you no longer angry with me?" Shen Wanqing inquired cautiously, inching closer to him. Xie Wuyan's eyes still held a faint glimmer of amusement. He tilted his head to gaze at the dark moon above, then closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them. "Never mind," he murmured. When faced with her, he found himself more empathetic than he had anticipated. "I am not angry," he declared. Shen Wanqing recognized the sincerity in his words this time. She subtly inched closer again, extending her hand, which had been tightly clenched since earlier, towards Xie Wuyan. He glanced at her, questioning, "What is it?" "Hair," she replied, opening her palm to reveal a small handful of strands. Sniffling, she adopted a petulant demeanor. "I counted 17 in total." The raven yanked them out, "It hurt so much." Xie Wuyan replied, "Perhaps this is the essence of retribution." Shen Wanqing had never encountered anyone as unfortunate as Qin Jihuan. Climbing the mountain to offer incense, he was met with a torrential downpour and forced to seek refuge in an inn, only to be besieged by bandits. The following day, while traveling, his carriage was startled, nearly sending him tumbling off a cliff. In the ensuing chaos, he struck his head against a rock, losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness that night, he discovered his wound had become infected, leading to a persistent fever. Ultimately, the group exhausted considerable effort to transport the severely incapacitated individual to the temple. This temple, situated in a remote area, typically saw no visitors, with only Master Eci and his young apprentice tending to it. Logically, Qin Jihuan's arduous journey must have been driven by an extraordinary purpose. However, Master Yisai possesses little renown in the realm, and his powers appear rather limited. Furthermore, the temple is quite rudimentary, surrounded by a dense aura of gloom, suggesting it is not a sanctuary for an otherworldly sage. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire why your esteemed lord has ventured to this place? Feng Yaoqing sought information from the attendants beside Qin Jihuan. Learning that they were rather reticent about divulging details, it became evident that the only knowledge they possessed was that their lord's constitution was prone to attracting spirits, often beset by misfortune, with little else known. Initially, they intended to question Qin Jihuan directly upon his awakening. However, since arriving at this temple, he has remained in a deep slumber. Despite merely suffering from a high fever, which Feng Yaoqing could undoubtedly remedy, he has now been unconscious for 2 consecutive days. After some observation, Master Yisai furrowed his brow and remarked that he likely encountered something malevolent, trapping his consciousness within a dream. If not awakened promptly, he may become irrevocably lost. Thus, that evening, the group prepared to employ a dreamwalking technique to investigate further, intending to leave the soul healer, Feng Yaoqing, outside to monitor the situation, while Shen Wanqing would also remain on guard. However, it was apparent that Xia Wuyan displayed little enthusiasm for rescuing Qin Jihuan. His demeanor decidedly uncooperative, potentially even obstructive. Shen Wanqing believed that if Xia Wuyan were not managed, he might recklessly harm someone within the dream, taking advantage of the situation without fear of repercussions. Therefore, she volunteered to accompany them, reasoning that awakening someone within another's dream would be a straightforward task, unlikely to result in any unforeseen complications. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a sea of vibrant red, exuding an air of festivity. Raising her gaze, she spots a bed adorned with a character for double happiness affixed at its headboard. Shen Wanqing momentarily falls silent, sensing that something is amiss. She reflects that she has only known Qin Jihuan for a few days. Surely, it cannot be that she is dreaming of marrying him. Yet, in the next moment, she beholds herself clad in ethereal garments, a golden crown adorning her head, striding in from outside. She walks past Ji Feichen, Xia Wuyan, and her own self, before taking a seat upon the marriage bed. How astonishingly audacious! The author wishes to convey, Xia Wuyan, I loathe this scenario. The trio remains silent. Shen Wanqing can distinctly hear Ji Feichen beside her drawing in a sharp breath, turning to gaze at her with an expression of paternal concern. Shen Wanqing feels a rush of embarrassment. Why are you looking at me? It is not as if I am the one dreaming. She diverts her attention from Ji Feichen's scrutinizing gaze and instead focuses earnestly on her wedding-clad self. To be honest, Qin Jihuan possesses quite an admirable aesthetic sense. Not only are the wedding garments and accessories exquisite, but even the makeup upon her face is beautifully natural, endowing Shen Wanqing with a slight sense of inflated confidence. Indeed, could this be her irresistible allure? Although Ji Feichen has an abundance of thoughts to share, the current atmosphere is clearly not conducive to idle chatter, compelling him to stifle his words. He sighs softly, advising in a hushed tone, the dream realm connects to the spirit world. We must tread carefully to avoid causing too much commotion, lest we disrupt his mental state. Shen Wanqing nods in agreement, only to be met with a cacophony of raucous sounds nearby, a rather ostentatious disturbance. Upon turning his head, Xia Wuyan impatiently dragged a chair from the side, seated himself, and propped his legs upon the table. He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Wanqing, who was perched at the head of the bed in her bridal attire, and with a dismissive scoff, he coolly remarked, unattractive. This statement was intolerable for Shen Wanqing. What makes it unattractive? Just look at the exquisite little adornments on my head, they are simply delightful. I could never even dream of such beautiful trinkets. Xia Wuyan, with an icy glare, responded, his tone sending chills down her spine, you certainly dream often. Do the antagonists even take offense at others' dreams? He turned away from her, casually grabbing an apple from the table, taking a bite, and displaying a look of distaste before tossing it aside. The apple tumbled to the floor, rolling to rest at Shen Wanqing's feet. Although entering another's dreamscape allows one to remain unseen by its master, excessive noise could still betray one's presence. Indeed, Shen Wanqing whispered. We must keep our voices low. Understood, Xie Wuyan replied absently, as he idly fiddled with a plate of red dates and sunflower seeds on the table, producing a cacophony of sounds. Shen Wanqing admonished gently, very well, while the volume is of little consequence, I believe it is best if we refrain from unnecessary movement. Agreed. Then he casually snapped the scale pole used for lifting the red veil, rose to his feet, and ambled about as if leading an inspection, dismantling a significant portion of the belongings in a manner reminiscent of a home invasion. Shen Wanqing trailed behind him, chattering incessantly. Hey, why are you tugging at the bell? Oh, this cup is meant for toasting with a shared drink, please don't crush it, be a bit gentler. You seem quite eager for a shared toast, don't you? Why would I want that? It's not as if I'm dreaming. If you keep damaging everything, how can Qin Jihuan dream at all? So, you actually wish to continue in this manner? What kind of logic is that? Consequently, the two engaged in a spirited exchange, initially with Shen Wanqing lowering her voice. But soon she was filled with righteous indignation, erupting in impotent fury. Ji Feichen, seemingly the sole adult present, observed the two like a pair of elementary school students on the verge of a hair-pulling brawl. At first, he attempted to intervene and mediate. But as he realized he could not quell their dispute, he resigned himself to watching helplessly from the sidelines. Ultimately, Shen Wanqing conceded, allowing Xie Wuyan to wreak havoc. The great demon truly was quite rebellious. Perhaps feeling the lack of excitement himself, Xie Wuyan picked up the heart-shaped lock from the table, glanced at it, and tossed it aside before sitting down in silence. Once the two finally finished their quarrel, Ji Feichen wearily issued a task. We must patiently wait for the nightmare that ensnares Qin Jihuan, and then assist him in breaking free from its entanglement, leading his spirit out. However, it is imperative to remember that within his dreamscape, we may only guide him away, we must never forcefully oppose his will. Otherwise, even upon awakening, his spirit shall be adversely affected. No sooner had the words left my lips than the door to the bridal chamber was pushed open. Qin Jihuan entered, adorned in a wedding robe that perfectly complemented her. Shen Wanqing looked up at him, her gaze suffused with tenderness, her eyes brimming with affection, and she softly uttered, Ah Huan. Qin Jihuan seated himself by the bed, gently cradling her face in his hands, their eyes locking in a profound exchange of emotions. Shen Wanqing, overwhelmed by a tumult of feelings, found the scene almost unbearable. She propped her forehead with her hand, attempting to shield herself from the intimate tableau before her. In her lifetime, she had likely never spoken in such a sappy tone. The awkwardness was palpable, compounded by the presence of Xie Wuyan, who sat nearby, tapping his finger impatiently on the table, his demeanor practically broadcasting his irritation, intensifying her discomfort. In the next moment, Shen Wanqing found herself embraced by Qin Jihuan, her cheek resting against his chest as they engaged in a tender exchange of sweet nothings. It was only at this juncture that I realized the folly of my misplaced affections over the years. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I understood that that man was unworthy of you. Wait, that man? Indeed, it is regrettable that I grasped this truth too late. I failed to perceive that he was, in fact, a selfish, heartless individual, devoid of reason, characterized by greed, impulsiveness, and a lack of moral integrity, weak in strength, timid, and lacking in vision. Goodness gracious! It appears that every conceivable term to denote faults has been amalgamated into one. Quite so. Qin Jihuan let out a sigh, expressing regret that you once held affection for such a man. However, it matters not, I am unconcerned with your past, as I am committed to treating you well. Wait a moment. Shen Wanqing was struck by a strong sense of foreboding. Surely, you two cannot be referring to. Oh Huan, I assure you, I will never again mention Xie Wuyan's name. This statement caused both Ji Feichen and Shen Wanqing to inhale sharply in astonishment. How absurd! How can you still harbor ulterior motives in your dreams? The sound of Xie Wuyan's fingers tapping on the table ceased, and he slowly turned his gaze towards Shen Wanqing, narrowing his eyes before letting out a cold chuckle. Shen Wanqing was rendered speechless, feeling the weight of unjust anger. Fortunately, Qin Jihuan's criticism of Xie Wuyan did not linger for long, for the prevailing atmosphere suggested they were about to engage in a passionate kiss. Shen Wanqing felt her heart nearly stop. She feared that if this continued, she would witness an unsettling scene beginning with A and ending with V, with two eager spectators nearby. Qin Jihuan leaned down, closing his eyes. Shen Wanqing tilted her head back, gently resting her hand on Qin Jihuan's chest, appearing entirely compliant. At that moment, their shadows, like cement, gradually slipped from the bedpost to the floor, merging into one. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow and quietly cautioned. Xie Wuyan, have you noticed? Before she could finish her thought, in an instant, Xie Wuyan's expression darkened as he leaped past Shen Wanqing, raising his hand to unceremoniously pierce Qin Jihuan's chest. Brother Xie. Yet, Xie Wuyan's hand did not harm Qin Jihuan. It merely passed through his chest and grasped Shen Wanqing's heart directly. In an instant, Shen Wanqing's face contorted into a grotesque expression, followed by a surge of dark energy emanating from her visage, as if an invisible hand were forcibly extracting her essence. Ultimately, she tore away violently, transforming into a shadow that darted through the window. Clad in her wedding attire, Shen Wanqing collapsed onto the bed like a marionette bereft of its soul, her limbs gradually dissolving until she became a wisp of smoke. Outside the bridal chamber lay an expanse of chaos and unfathomable darkness devoid of boundaries. Qin Jihuan's dream encompassed only this small domain, thus, upon departing, all became an abyss of nothingness. We exist in a state of disembodiment. Venturing into the unknown could prove perilous. Ji Feichen grasped Shen Wanqing's arm, deeming it unnecessary to pursue. They merely needed to extricate Qin Jihuan from the dream. Extricate him from the dream? Shen Wanqing turned to gaze at Qin Jihuan. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself unable to locate Shen Wanqing, calling out her name in confusion as he searched desperately. To draw someone from a dream, their emotions must elicit a profound reaction, Ji Feichen elucidated. Yet now, the protagonist of Qin Jihuan's dream had transformed into smoke. Ji Feichen remarked, if he dreams of others, it may pose a complication, but he dreams of you. Shen Wanqing replied, I am aware it is me, but wait. A realization dawned upon her. She looked at Ji Feichen, who met her gaze. He dreamed of me, and here I am present. Is this not fortuitous? Unbeknownst to her, Shen Wanqing instinctively turned her gaze towards Xie Wuyan. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Xie Wuyan seemed to sense her stare, lifting his eyes to meet hers. There was an unmistakable air of impatience about him, as if at any moment he might violently extract Qin Jihuan's soul without a thought for the chaos it might unleash, rendering him a mere fool. Recently, Xie Wuyan's temper had become inexplicably volatile, prompting Shen Wanqing to ponder deeply. If she were to follow the trajectory of Qin Jihuan's dreams, it might lead them to an intimate encounter, which she found rather unacceptable. Ji Feichen suggested, find a way to provoke him, so he can regain his clarity. After contemplating for a considerable time, Shen Wanqing resolved, I understand now, I believe I can achieve this. Upon hearing her declaration, Xie Wuyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. His right hand subtly clenched, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Shen Wanqing lifted the veil of her concealed presence, and Qin Jihuan immediately spotted her. Wanqing! So you were here. Just now, Qin Jihuan hesitated, looking at Shen Wanqing with a hint of curiosity. Where is your wedding attire? In the narrative, the supporting character is reluctant to see the protagonist part ways. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, deciding to provoke Qin Jihuan in an alternate manner. I have changed it. Changed it? Why? Because I have resolved to elope with Sir Xie Wuyan. Xie Wuyan responded with a silent question mark. Why do you seek to bask in my limelight through your performance? Qin Jihuan's pupils constricted, as though struck by lightning. I cannot believe it. He is undeniably such a wretched individual. Indeed, I am well aware. Shen Wanqing had long since prepared her lines. Yet what he truly is has no bearing on my affection for him, does it? Such words are indeed provocative. Yet, due to the influence of her nightmares, Qin Jihuan's dream was profoundly immersive. Despite teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, she stubbornly maintained her composure. I refuse to believe it. You promised me you would not. Xie Wuyan, with an air of impatience, clicked his tongue, dissipating the concealed force of his presence, and materialized before Qin Jihuan. She was taken aback. How did you end up here? Without uttering a single word, Xie Wuyan approached Shen Wanqing, his dark eyes reflecting her figure. Then, he reached out, grasped the back of her head, and pulled her close, leaning down to kiss her. Shen Wanqing, what the? How is there a kissing scene? Author's note, upon exiting, Feng Yaoqing inquired, what perilous scenarios did you encounter inside? Ji Feichen, he loves her, she loves her, yet she does not love him. Even when he married her, she still loved him not, and ultimately, he kissed her before crumbling. Feng Yaoqing. Next time, do ensure to include me in such delightful affairs. The ancient temple, long neglected, allowed the cold wind to seep through the crevices of its walls, raising the hair on the back of one's neck. The faint cawing of crows perched upon the branches reverberated in the surroundings. Master Yaisai, with beads in hand, sat quietly with closed eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yaoqing, weighing her thoughts, finally spoke, Master, do you possess a means to unravel the peculiarities afflicting young Master Qin? Although Master Yaisai appeared devoid of profound powers, he exuded an aura of remarkable tranquility, as if fully cognizant of all that transpired, eliciting a sense of curiosity. Moreover, Qin Jihuan had been led here by the guidance of a nightmare. Her words were somewhat ambiguous, and Feng Yaoqing refrained from probing further, offering an apologetic remark, pardon my boldness. She then turned to assess Qin Jihuan's condition. The malevolent energy surrounding him had diminished, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he were on the verge of awakening. At that moment, a surge of sinister energy erupted from Qin Jihuan, shattering through the window. Was it a nightmare? Feng Yaoqing quickly reacted, leaping through the window in pursuit, while talismans from either side raced to intercept the dark shadow. With a swift motion of her fingers, countless golden threads ensnared the nightmare like a vast net. Manifest! The shadow emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and the dense black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a humanoid form that fell heavily to the ground. Yao! Ji Feichen, having emerged from Qin Jihuan's dream, hurried towards the sound. I am unharmed. Feng Yaoqing exchanged a glance with him before turning her gaze back to the direction of the creature, triumphantly having captured the nightmare. Humph! Who is that insipid and tedious creature known as Nightmare? Who permitted you to bind this princess? Release me at once. The creature, bound tightly by golden threads, began to scold loudly, her voice tinged with a youthful petulance. This monster appeared to be a girl of about 16 or 17. Baring her small fangs with a mischievous grin, clad in azure attire, she resembled not merely a monster but rather a headstrong and willful young lady. Feng Yaoqing cast her a glance, choosing to ignore her, and instead, with a hint of concern, inquired of Ji Feichen, what about Wanqing and the others? Ji Feichen paused momentarily, his expression conveying unspeakable complexities. They have encountered some troubles. Wait, however, upon entering the room, an exceedingly awkward scene unfolded before them. Shen Wanqing had curled herself into a plump ball, squatting in a corner of the room, her head buried in her knees. Even without seeing her face, one could sense her utter despair. Xie Wuyan lounged lazily in a chair, his elbow propped on the armrest and his finger against his temple, languidly calling out, I say, do refrain from speaking, your incessant chatter is unbearable. I can hardly hear myself think. The spherical figure of Shen Wanqing, huddled in the corner, immediately exploded like a firecracker. After uttering just 2 words, Xie Wuyan fell silent, rubbing his temples before chuckling softly, am I not merely accommodating you? Shen Wanqing retorted, do not mention it. A profound silence enveloped the room. Qin Jihuan had already awoken, his face ashen, and he quietly rose to exit. Feng Yaoqing hastily followed him, asking, young Master Qin, what transpired just now? Qin Ji's complexion grew increasingly worse. I don't know. His dreams were fraught with unpleasantness. Not only was he subjected to a forced marriage, but he also bore witness to the one he admired flirting with another. What began as a beautiful dream had swiftly devolved into a nightmare. The atmosphere within the room was thick with tension. Shen Wanqing continued to curl into herself, her emotions a tumultuous blend. A flicker of anger surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. After all, she was still a young lady. The addition of a kissing scene felt rather inappropriate, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. However, on a more positive note, this was not her first kiss, it was her second. But who had her first kiss been with? Shen Wanqing pondered deeply. Alas, it was also with Xie Wuyan. Shen Wanqing felt as if she were suffocating. The crux of the matter was not merely the kiss. Under duress, she had already shamefully acquiesced to becoming a mere pillow, enduring the unequal arrangement of having to relinquish half of her bed each night. Yet now, Xie Wuyan was so nonchalant even with intimate gestures, and she found herself unable to voice any objections. How utterly unfair! The thought that Xie Wuyan could freely kiss whomever he desired, knowing that no one dared to oppose him, only fueled her indignation. What a scoundrel! The villain was truly insufferable. Though she often appeared fierce, in Xie Wuyan's presence, she was like a deflated balloon, her small grievances never lasting long. Thus, to see her so visibly agitated, like a pufferfish ready to explode, was an unprecedented sight. She indeed looked genuinely furious. Observing Shen Wanqing's irate demeanor, Xie Wuyan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an inexplicable annoyance constricting his chest. He let out a light click of his tongue, rising from his seat to approach Shen Wanqing from behind. Xie Wuyan had never harbored the intention of comforting others, and thus was entirely ignorant of how to do so. Furrowing his brow and remaining silent for an extended period, he awkwardly uttered, "Look up, stand up." This was his singular method of offering solace. Shen Wanqing, however, felt no comfort. In fact, her anger intensified. "I want to get up." "I refuse." Xie Wuyan's patience was wearing thin. He reached out, grasping Shen Wanqing's shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. Frustrated, she defiantly lifted her chin, her eyes reddening with indignation. "What are you doing?" Xie Wuyan suddenly realized that his reservoir of patience exceeded his expectations, especially upon witnessing the glimmer of tears in Shen Wanqing's eyes. He found himself momentarily speechless, his brow furrowing in concern. The more she pondered her grievances, the more aggrieved she felt. Once she opened her mouth, her words flowed uncontrollably. "Is there anyone who cooperates with others like you do? You simply take advantage of the fact that I cannot fight back to bully me." "I'm sorry," Xie Wuyan replied. Shen Wanqing was taken aback. He reiterated, "I'm sorry." He was unaccustomed to uttering such words, even a simple apology felt exceedingly awkward. Instinctively, Xie Wuyan turned his head, avoiding Shen Wanqing's gaze. She whispered, "What did you say?" Xie Wuyan's tone inexplicably turned irritable as he released her and stood up. "If you didn't hear, then forget it." "Wait a moment." Shen Wanqing swiftly grasped the corner of Xie Wuyan's garment, inquiring with certainty, "Were you just apologizing to me?" Xie Wuyan turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Who else could it be? For reasons unknown, the moment he uttered the words of apology, her anger dissipated. She understood the weight these two words carried for him. In the original narrative, Xie Wuyan was not a person prone to feelings of remorse. For him to express such sentiments was a task more arduous than annihilating the heavenly Tao Palace. Yet, he had articulated them now, and twice at that. Shen Wanqing, in disbelief, responded, "Then why did you just threaten me?" "When did I threaten you?" "You threatened me by making me stand up." Xie Wuyan replied. "That was not a threat." Xie Wuyan fell silent, and Shen Wanqing suddenly realized, could it be that those words were indeed meant to placate me? Xie Wuyan felt a throbbing at his temples and commanded, "Be quiet." Yet Shen Wanqing burst into laughter, releasing her grip, her shoulders trembling with mirth. "You're not very good at comforting people, are you?" Xie Wuyan pressed a hand to his brow, stifling his frustration. He nearly forgot how audacious she could be. However, he ultimately refrained from losing his temper and extended his hand to Shen Wanqing, saying, "Get up." She grasped his hand, using it for support to rise, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and surveyed the room, only to realize that they were alone. Where had Ji Feichen and the others gone? Shen Wanqing hesitantly pushed open the door, only to discover a neatly lined row of people standing at the entrance, resembling a group in detention. Among them stood the helpless Ji Feichen, the smiling Feng Yaoqing, the expressionless Master Yaisai, the irate Qin Jihuan, and a demon bound tightly with golden threads, incessantly cursing. Shen Wanqing remarked, "Do those who practice immortality truly revel in gossip and eavesdropping? I have already stated that I am not a nightmare. Does the princess know? The esteemed Princess Zhaoping, after the fall of my nation, she remains the Princess Zhaoping. Please do not conflate me with that despicable demon." The demon, firmly ensnared to the chair, spoke with fierce indignation, revealing its sharp little fangs as it did. Feng Yaoqing turned to Qin Jihuan and inquired, "Young Lord Qin, do you remember this princess?" The Northern Kingdom was a diminutive nation, lacking in military and commercial prowess, perpetually reliant on the might of greater powers for survival. 5 years prior, the Northern Kingdom was annihilated by the Southern Kingdom, vanishing so swiftly that it barely stirred a ripple. A deposed princess from such a feeble nation was utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, Qin Jihuan played a pivotal role in this campaign, having severed the head of the Northern Emperor and subsequently being conferred the title of Marquis. Qin Ji Huan turned his gaze upon the Princess Zhaoping, narrowing his eyes as if to scrutinize her carefully. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head. I do not recognize her. The young princess immediately erupted in protest. You do not recognize me? How can you speak so? You have already invaded the very heart of our northern capital, yet you claim to be unfamiliar with the princess residing within the palace? Your poor memory explains why the lady you admire does not reciprocate your feelings. Qin Ji Huan remained silent, then turned to ask, can this demon be eradicated? Princess Zhaoping, infuriated, had her robe fluttering wildly from the force of the demon's aura. Are you angry out of shame? Feng Yaoqin felt a headache coming on but grasped the crux of the matter. So, all these years, you have been tormenting Lord Qin, causing him such distress? Feng Yaoqin continued, thus, your intention is to kill him? Princess Zhaoping displayed a look of astonishment. Is it that severe? I merely induce nightmares each night, allowing him to envision himself transformed into a pig, only to be slaughtered. Feng Yaoqin responded. Truly, a princess. Qin Ji Huan gritted his teeth. So, can this demon be eliminated? Princess Zhaoping retorted, you are once again angry out of shame. Master Yaisai rose and scrutinized Princess Zhaoping intently before inquiring, Your Highness, do you recall how you met your demise? Princess Zhaoping was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of confusion. I cannot clearly remember. I only recall that after the royal city was besieged, my guard led me away through a narrow path from the palace, and then, upon opening my eyes, I found myself in this state. Master Yaisai nodded. Perhaps she speaks the truth. The northern kingdom was utterly annihilated by Qin Ji Huan, and it is highly likely that Princess Zhaoping was slain by ambushers during her escape, with no one to collect her body, nor a gravestone to mark her resting place, resulting in her overwhelming resentment. Thus, she remains entangled with Qin Ji Huan, unable to attain rebirth. I have come to understand that in order for the young Marquis Qin to extricate himself from the clutches of the ghostly presence, it is imperative to devise a means to locate the remains of His Highness, the Prince of Zhaoping. Although 5 years have elapsed, if the soul still lingers, there remains a glimmer of hope in uncovering the bones. However, the compass spun several times, yet it failed to indicate a direction. This should not be the case. Given Ji Feichen's capabilities, tracing the whereabouts of the corpse ought to be a simple task. Just then, a bamboo tube containing the gem of the lonely lightsword flew forth, releasing a beam of light that struck directly between the brows of Princess Zhaoping. Why would the lonely lightsword react to her? What is this? Are you attempting to assassinate me? The princess inquired. Ji Feichen sensed an unsettling anomaly and proceeded to ask about Princess Zhaoping's birth date and time, calculating her fate, which caused his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. Princess Zhaoping, feeling a surge of anxiety, questioned, Is there a problem? Your Highness Zhaoping, has anyone ever mentioned to you that you possess the physique of extreme mean? Ji Feichen queried. Feng Yaoqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected, Feichen, you cannot possibly believe. Indeed, Ji Feichen affirmed. The lonely lightsword succeeded in sealing that malevolent entity of your, but it came at a cost. The souls and bodies of those who forged the sword were shattered by the power of that fiend. Thus, the current incarnation of the lonely lightsword consists solely of the blade, bereft of its soul, necessitating a reforging to restore its former might. In the original tale, Feng Yaoqing sacrificed herself for the sword, a consequence of the sword's soul not being reignited. However, as a divine blade against ghostly and demonic forces, the conditions for reforging the sword's soul are exceedingly stringent. First, the sacrifice must possess a physique of pure yin. Secondly, the sacrificial offering must be a voluntary act, devoid of any coercion. Thus, it is conceivable that the Gu Guang sword responds to Zhaoping due to her previous role as a sacrificial offering. Yet, if this is indeed the case, why does she possess no recollection of it? When the Gu Guang sword was forged, 341 predecessors sacrificed their flesh and souls. Ji Feichen remarked that, therefore, to reforge the Gu Guang sword, an equal number of pure yin bodies would be required for the sacrifice. Suddenly, the previously silent Master Eci interjected, there exists another option, albeit one that is no longer feasible. What option? If there were a willing individual from the blood-burning clan with a pure yin constitution, then the sacrifice of these 341 would be rendered unnecessary. Master Yi sighed, lamenting that the lineage of that clan had been severed over a decade ago. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Xie Wuyan lifted his gaze, briefly scrutinizing Master Yi beside him. Shen Wanqing, observing the unfolding drama, reflected on her own character traits. Why do I seem to have acquired additional unfavorable attributes? She contemplated her own character settings alongside those of Feng Yaoqing. It is established that in the original narrative, the last purine body, Feng Yaoqing, was completed with the forging of the Gu Guang sword at 1340, and that Shen Wanqing, a member of the blood-burning clan, completed the same at 340. Given that both sides of the equation are equal, it follows that neither Shen Wanqing nor Feng Yaoqing needs to sacrifice themselves to forge the sword. It appears that she has suddenly grasped the profound conspiracy embedded within the system's design. Shen Wanqing, I am weary, farewell. Tonight. Xie Wuyan unexpectedly did not retreat to his own chamber for rest. The female supporting character, Shen Wanqing, did not wish for the protagonist to part ways. She opened the window to gaze at the moonlight outside, furrowing her brow. Upon closer reflection, she realized that tomorrow night might bring yet another full moon. She recalled that during such times, Xie Wuyan tended to be more feeble than usual. After Master Yaisei uttered those words, Ji Feichen and the others displayed no visible reaction, concealing Shen Wanqing's identity, and found an excuse to send her back to her room, pretending they had not heard today's conversation. Naturally, Shen Wanqing could not feign ignorance. This occurrence might not be mere coincidence. The system's selection of this body must have a purpose. According to the original plot, a purine body is not easily found, let alone willingly sought. This explains why, for over several centuries since Xie Wuyan sealed Ying, the lonely light sword has not reappeared in the world. Furthermore, in the original tale, Feng Yaoqing's sacrifice was not solely due to Xie Wuyan's desire to annihilate the world. Rather, it was primarily because the forces of the underworld demon could no longer be restrained, having infiltrated the human realm in droves, leading to widespread suffering and urgency. Given the current trajectory of the plot, it is highly probable that Feng Yaoqing may ultimately meet her demise as a result. Thus, if a happy ending is to be attained, it implies that I must be sacrificed in exchange for Feng Yaoqing, does it not? This was one of the few inquiries Shen Wanqing dared to pose to the system. After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded. System prompt, perhaps this is not the sole pathway. Yet it is the option most likely to facilitate the world in achieving its intended conclusion as determined by the mainframe system, the body in which the host resides, as well as the selection of the soul, is determined after an extensive process of meticulous selection, ensuring an absolute match. Shen Wanqing pondered. What would happen if I were to perish in this world? The system responded. It has been detected that the host's original body has already succumbed to death and cannot be revived. The reward for completing the task is to select the most suitable world for the host to reinstate their consciousness. Thus, she would indeed face death once more. You were chosen to undertake this task, yet you have incurred no loss, since you have already perished in your original world. Allowing the host to retain consciousness and prolong their existence is considered an additional reward from the system. The temple was rather small. After wandering a few laps, she suddenly found it rather dull. Since her arrival, she seemed to have encountered numerous individuals. It appeared quite lively. Yet not a single person could be deemed a true confidant. It felt as though she was being propelled forward by the system and its tasks. The types of individuals she ought to associate with, and whom she should befriend, seemed to be dictated by forces beyond her control. Awakening in this vessel felt akin to a rebirth. However, it was, in truth, a complete erasure from within. Upon reflection, the only person she could engage in conversation with was, surprisingly, Xie Wuyan. One often feels an overwhelming sense of solitude when left alone for too long. The more aware one becomes, the more pronounced the chill of isolation feels. Shen Wanqing could hardly fathom how Xie Wuyan had endured for so many years. For reasons unknown, she suddenly desired to see him. The corridor seemed colder than other areas, the wind tousled her long hair, and a chill brushed against her back, akin to a large hand slowly coiling around her neck. Something felt amiss. Shen Wanqing has now become one of the more formidable figures among the practitioners of the mystical arts. With a swift turn, she evaded a wisp of ghostly energy, her index finger poised at her waist, ready to draw a talisman. Yet, before she could do so, a playful, petulant voice pierced the air before her. Ji Feichen and the others had not intentionally confined Princess Zhaoping. When the princess was angered, she resorted to a childlike tone. Is it any wonder? I see you wandering about at this hour, as if in search of someone. Could it be that you are seeking the esteemed young master Xie? Shen Wanqing was not adept at soothing girls, particularly those with a childish demeanor. She considered herself quite mature, and found it impossible to communicate with such juvenile maidens. Moreover, as a formidable practitioner of the mystical arts, she deemed it beneath her dignity to argue with a spirit. Thus, she responded with an air of indifference, "Oh, it matters not," and prepared to turn away. However, Princess Zhaoping, unaccustomed to being slighted, stamped her foot indignantly. "Hey! Stop! I am speaking to you. How can you simply walk away?" Shen Wanqing had no intention of halting. "If you stop, I shall tell you where the young master Xie you seek has gone. I just saw him." For a fleeting moment, Shen Wanqing hesitated, but then reconsidered. Why should she be seeking Xiao Yuan? It would be best if he did not trouble her at all. She resumed her stride. "I truly shall not tell you." Shen Wanqing feigned ignorance. He appeared rather serious. "Do you not feel concerned?" she continued, but Shen Wanqing maintained her pretense, resolutely ignoring the princess. "It matters not, your indifference is of little consequence to me. I shall seek out that gentleman, Master Xie, perchance he may be inclined to engage in conversation with me." Shen Wanqing halted her steps, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached her, stating with utmost seriousness, "He is disinclined to converse with you." Having uttered this, she turned and walked away. Princess Zhaoping remained silent for a moment before nodding. "It is indeed a grave matter." "Oh, very well, it is of no concern to me," Shen Wanqing replied, nodding once more before turning to depart. Zhaoping remarked, "Very well, if you wish to remain uninformed." The princess crossed her arms, lowering her eyelids, gazing at her with an expression that unmistakably conveyed her thoughts. "Are you a spinning top, so adept at evasion?" Shen Wanqing's defense was feeble and unconvincing. "I fear an encounter with him, do not misconstrue my intentions." Princess Zhaoping could not suppress a laugh. "Miss Shen, you truly appear to care for that Master Xie." "I do not care," Shen Wanqing insisted. Yet in Qin Jihuan's dream, it was evident. "You were always nervously fixated on Master Xie, despite the presence of that man named Ji Feichen beside you. I have yet to see you cast a glance his way." Shen Wanqing yearned to clarify but found herself at a loss for words, thus she stubbornly asserted, "I do not care." "You do care," Princess Zhaoping retorted. Consequently, the two began to tug at each other's hair, exchanging every insult they could muster throughout their lives. Ultimately, they were compelled to acknowledge their mutual immaturity. After a prolonged squabble, the two finally found themselves utterly exhausted. "Princess Zhaoping, how about this, accompany me for a chat and enjoy the breeze, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of young Master Xie." Thus, they sought a spacious rooftop and began to relish the cool wind. Shen Wanqing elaborated, "I am not particularly concerned about where Xie Wuyan has gone, I merely wish to come up here to admire the scenery." Princess Zhaoping erupted into laughter, unabashedly doubling over, then reclined back, resting her arms upon the tiles, and began to mumble, "You have no idea how stifling these past 5 years have been for me. Every moment, whether my eyes are open or closed, I am confronted by the visage of Qin Jihuan. There is hardly anyone to converse with in my daily life." Shen Wanqing inquired, "Is it out of resentment that you linger by his side?" Upon hearing this, Princess Zhaoping paused momentarily, then closed her eyes, her tone laced with a playful mirth. "At times, I ponder that perhaps it would be wiser to surrender sooner. If I were to adopt a more agreeable demeanor, I might still secure a favorable status, rather than facing such a wretched demise as I do now." Shen Wanqing asked, "So, you do not truly care whether the Northern Kingdom falls?" "I do care," Princess Zhaoping replied with a chuckle, then began to speak slowly, "Yet, what crumbles is merely the title of the Northern Kingdom." Shen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. "The common folk in that land should be faring better than when my father ruled," Princess Zhaoping continued, turning to face Shen Wanqing. "Miss Shen, if you were to choose between sacrificing one person or sacrificing countless citizens and soldiers within the realm, which would you choose?" Shen Wanqing responded, "Why must I be the one to decide?" Princess Zhaoping was momentarily stunned. Shen Wanqing rested her head upon her knees, her tone serene. "This dilemma should not be left to others to decide who must be sacrificed. Rather, it should be a question posed to the individual themselves whether they are willing to embrace death. Whether one lives or dies should be a choice made solely by that person. No one possesses the authority to compel another to perish, nor do they have the right to force someone to endure life. Princess Zhaoping fell silent for a moment, then lowered her gaze, softly replying, "Indeed." Shen Wanqing turned her attention to the princess, sensing an unusual demeanor from her. It seemed as though Zhaoping's words were meticulously crafted for Shen Wanqing, each statement appearing to reference matters of the Northern Kingdom while subtly implying deeper meanings. It was not only Shen Wanqing who felt this way. When Ji Feichen and others discerned Zhaoping's purine constitution, they too sensed something amiss. Who, then, was collecting individuals with purine bodies? Was Zhaoping's amnesia a mere accident, or was it part of a larger scheme? At this juncture, the situation appeared to have reached an impasse. Do you truly not recall what transpired before your death? Shen Wanqing inquired. Zhaoping nodded. I do not remember. Perhaps when the memories return, I will find my liberation. Shen Wanqing contemplated this. The dilemma was not entirely insurmountable. She possessed a means to access Zhaoping's memories. Just as before, if her blood were to touch Zhaoping's soul and induce a spiritual resonance, the images would resurface vividly in her mind. However, such actions may very well expose oneself. She cast her gaze downward at her fingertips. A mere scratch of her nail would release a trickle of blood. Before she could succumb to hesitation, a sudden, fierce blaze illuminated the distance, followed closely by a dense black mist that enveloped the entire forest. The wails of phantoms arose, as if an innumerable gathering of lost souls had converged near the temple. Princess Zhaoping began to tremble violently, her form swaying forward as her spirit flickered between transparency and solidity, her chest rising and falling erratically. Wait, it is Qin Jihuan, he seems to be in peril. Zhaoping's soul was intertwined with his. Before she could articulate her thoughts, her spirit's hue faded completely, dissipating into a wisp of smoke that shattered against the night. At that moment, a sudden bird call pierced the air, followed by a dark figure hurtling towards her. It was the Xian bird, reeking of fresh blood. Stumbling into Shen Wanqing's embrace as though it had just escaped from the depths of hell, utterly disheveled. How are you injured? This blood, wait. This is not your blood. Shen Wanqing recognized the scent. It belonged to Xiao Wuyan. The Xian bird appeared to be affected in spirit as well. Its chest heaving before it struggled to speak. His Highness sent me to take you away from this temple. Take me to him. How can you be so foolish, woman? The Xian bird flapped its wings in exasperation. Can't you see it? Here lies the trap of the Tiandao Palace. They must have discerned your identity and deliberately set this snare. Shen Wanqing gazed upon it, lifting it to rest upon her shoulder. Take me to him. 2 hours prior, he had summoned Feng Yaoqing and cast a barrier around the vicinity to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. The only forge capable of crafting the solitary light sword resides within the Tiandao Palace. Thus, it follows that they are in pursuit of the pure-yin physique. Ji Feichen addressed the matter directly, and at this rate, it is likely that they discovered the whereabouts of the solitary light sword 5 years ago. Feng Yaoqing furrowed her brow. So, if they were to learn of Wanqing's identity, I fear they would undoubtedly act upon it, Ji Feichen asserted, clenching his fist and striking it heavily upon the table, causing the teacup to tremble and splatter scalding water. He shut his eyes, inhaling deeply before stating, I apologize. Why? Apologize? The demons wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Throughout this journey, I have witnessed countless innocent lives suffering from this calamity. Ji Feichen opened his eyes, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his eyelashes trembling. The nether demons have breached the boundary, advancing southward with relentless invasion. At this rate, within 3 years, those rootless commoners will likely face. The solitary light sword serves not merely as a weapon to seal Xiao Wuyuan. A century ago, it was precisely its deterrent power that prevented the nether demons from transcending their limits, confining them within the demonic domain and barring them from disturbing the mortal world. Since the power of the solitary sword has gradually diminished, the dark demon has torn open the fabric of the barrier. As of now, there seems to be no effective means of resistance. I cannot endorse the actions of the Celestial Palace. Ji Feichen glanced at Feng Yaoqing. Yet I cannot conceive of any other alternative. Feng Yaoqing's tone was tinged with disbelief. Wait, are you truly considering sacrificing Wanqing? I could never bring myself to consign my sister to the sword furnace. Ji Feichen's hands intertwined tightly, his nails nearly piercing the back of his hand. It is only now that I realize the extent of my helplessness. I cannot sacrifice Wanqing. Yet I am equally incapable of persuading the Celestial Palace to propose a solution more favorable than this. The Ji family creed espouses a commitment to the world, unafraid of life or death. I once vowed to you that I would always make the right choices and judgments, unflinching in the face of any sacrifice for our ideals. Ji Feichen rested his forehead against the back of his hand, his voice weary. I can no longer do this. Feng Yaoqing remained silent, crouching down and resting her head against Ji Feichen's knee. After a prolonged silence, she gently suggested, then let us forget this matter. Ji Feichen lifted his gaze. Ah Yao? From this moment forth, Wanqing shall merely be Wanqing. There will no longer be anyone from the Bloodburn clan in this world. Feng Yaoqing looked up at Ji Feichen, assuring him that she would live well, and no one would ever learn of this affair. Ji Feichen's eyes gradually filled with tears. Thank you. Once the barrier was lifted, Feng Yaoqing noticed the jade pendant at her waist glowing with a green light. The jade pendant serves as a unique communication device for the Shantian Pavilion, typically remaining inert until an urgent situation arises, prompting the elders of the pavilion to utilize it for correspondence. The recent absence of any unusual activity may have been attributed to the isolation spell in effect. She summoned her magical energy, and gradually, a line of golden script emerged in the air. The Tiandao Palace is aware of Miss Wanqing's identity. Please exercise utmost caution. A spy planted by the Tiandao Palace within the Shantian Pavilion had been eliminated. Although the pavilion provided a plausible explanation, it failed to deceive the personnel from Tiandao Palace. Motivated by the interests of the Tiandao Palace, someone present at that time succumbed to temptation and divulged the information from that night. Approximately 7 days prior, the Tiandao Palace had learned of the events that transpired. Feng Yaoqing's complexion turned ashen. It was only today that the Shantian Pavilion became aware of this matter. 7 days. A span ample enough for the Tiandao Palace to locate us and set a trap. An hour ago, the Xian bird was in a state of anxiety. Usually, it would lie within the ring, resting, only emerging during significant events or when its owner was in a foul mood. However, it had been pulled out for a full hour now, and its owner had yet to utter a word, merely sitting on the rooftop, arms draped over her knees, gazing out at the scenery in a rather relaxed pose, with an air of sharpness about her. Of course, if one were to overlook the Xian bird beside her, shivering and losing a few feathers to the wind, the scene would still appear quite striking. Thus, a person and a bird remained enveloped in an unbroken silence for an entire hour. This must be what is referred to as the tranquility before the storm. At last, the dark-feathered bird could no longer endure the torment. Your Highness, you might as well strike me directly. Such an unusual request had never been heard before. Xiao Yuan cast a cool glance at it. What have you learned from Shen Wanqing? The bird was increasingly convinced that the frequency with which its master mentioned that woman was rather astonishing. However, the tone of this inquiry did not seem to indicate an intention to strike. The bird's anxious heart finally found some solace, and it nuzzled affectionately against Xiao Yuan's cheek in an attempt to charm him, only to be met with a look of irritation that pushed it away. The bird felt wronged. Ever since that woman had appeared, it was no longer the sole beloved pet of its master. Yet, this did not diminish its enthusiasm. Your Highness, what are we waiting for now? Xiao Yuan replied, waiting to kill. How can you speak such a terrifying statement so casually? Nevertheless, as a competent demon lord's companion, it was imperative to maintain a semblance of composure, so it suppressed the tumult within and feigned calmness, asking, who does your Highness wish to kill? I don't know. Xiao Yuan frowned, finding the matter troublesome. There were likely quite a few. The bird's calm was shattered. Just then, a wave of spiritual energy rippled through the quiet woods before the temple, faint yet still easily discernible. Immediately, countless forces surged from all directions towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations, coalescing closely to the ground and rising. Xiao Yuan supported himself and leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing steadily on the ground. He raised his hand, and the Xian bird, with its wings spread wide, flew to him and perched upon his arm. Your Highness, what was that just now? The call of the myriad beasts, he replied. As the name suggests, it draws creatures from hundreds of miles around to this location. It seems someone intends to incite chaos. The dark clouds churned, obscuring the moonlight. The moon appeared to be influenced by this force, subtly transforming at an imperceptible pace. Although the call of the myriad beasts is formidable, it can only be utilized at night, as it relies on the moonlight to generate an alluring aura that attracts the creatures. The Shen bird gazed skyward, seemingly realizing something, and swiftly grasped the hem of Xiao Yuan's garment with its beak. Wait, Your Highness. Tomorrow is precisely the night of the full moon. Under the influence of the call of the myriad beasts, it is highly likely that the full moon will arrive prematurely. Venturing forth recklessly would be exceedingly perilous. Moreover, this could very well be a trap. Indeed, it is a trap. Therefore, Xiao Yuan did not pause for a moment. We shall proceed. You see, 311 individuals, each one a rare gem. Where in the world can one find so many willing to sacrifice their purine bodies? Certainly nowhere. People desire to live. The Celestial Tao Palace is well aware of this, which is why they will orchestrate an opportunity, one that compels the chosen ones to make the fateful decision to willingly offer themselves as a sacrifice. In pursuit of their ultimate goal, the slightest sacrifice is deemed inconsequential. Even if the power summoned by the Wan Yao Yin were to attract monsters capable of annihilating the entire mountain and slaughtering all its villagers, they aim to incite chaos so profound that neither Ji Feichen nor Feng Yaoqing could withstand it. The Tiandao Palace is acutely aware of Ji Feichen and Feng Yaoqing's steadfastness. They will undoubtedly refuse to flee alone, choosing instead to remain and seal the monsters drawn by the Wan Yao Yin. However, with only the two of them, their efforts would be utterly insufficient. The Tiandao Palace seeks to compel Shen Wanqing to utilize her blood-burning technique, thereby validating her identity, while ensnaring Ji Feichen and others as bait, forcing her to capitulate in a desperate bid to save them. Your Highness, you are fully aware this is a trap. Silence. Why assist Shen Wanqing? Within the dense shadows of the forest, the malevolent energy intensified as one approached that cursed area. Xiao Yan steadied himself upon a branch, as countless monsters brushed past him, the chilling air rustling his robes. What transformation would Shen Wanqing undergo after being taken by the Tiandao Palace? They would not sacrifice her immediately, for they require a lineage capable of sustaining the blood-burning technique. She would be confined in a pitch-black dungeon for a full 10 months. Shackled by chains binding her neck and limbs, deprived of sunlight save for a solitary window allowing a faint glimpse of distant starlight. Neither life nor death would be her fate, ultimately eroding her to a state of utter desperation for release, reminiscent of his own past. This is what is termed a voluntary sacrifice. Xiao Yan cares not for life or death, for from the very beginning, he has known that his demise was inevitable. From the moment he entered this world, his fate was not his own to choose. Shen Wanqing, however, still had a choice. A person as vibrant as she ought not to remain in such a place. She was meant to be free. The sky blazed with flames. The mountains echoed with the roars of malevolent spirits, mingled with the anguished cries of men and women. Torrential rain drenched the soil, washing away the blood that mixed with the downpour. Shen Wanqing beheld Xiao Yan, as dark energies coiled and swirled around him, seemingly intent on infiltrating his being, rooting themselves within his very flesh. Blood trickled down from his forehead to his arms, chest, and neck, leaving a trail of dark crimson stains. His eyes were tightly shut, the sealing spell creeping towards the corners of his eyes, suggesting that he had forcibly broken free several times, leaving his body marred with wounds. It appeared that at any moment, this frail vessel could shatter under the weight of the sealing spell. Master Yaisai stood before him, grasping his staff firmly, striking the ground with great force. In an instant, the earth fractured, splintering into numerous cracks. He had long concealed his true powers, skillfully deceiving even the likes of Ji Feichen. The sealing spell. Who would have thought you would come knocking on death's door? Master Yaisai's tone was calm as he raised his hand, pressing the staff against Xiao Yan's chest. The response from the Shen bird was immediate and fierce. It leaped forth with all its might towards Master Yaisai. Yet, with merely a lift of his hand, it was repelled with considerable force. Shen Wanqing's hand instinctively rested upon the sword at her waist. At that moment, the system interjected. Shen Wanqing, are you implying that if I do not intervene or assist this wretched monk, Xiao Yan will be successfully sealed? Female supporting system, host. It is not merely a matter of sealing. According to the assessment, Xiao Yan is the key to achieving a happy ending in this world. Moreover, he possesses a purely Yin constitution. So, female supporting system, therefore, if you assist Master Yaisai in capturing Xiao Wuyan. Not only will it expedite the completion of the task, but you will also avoid death. Please undertake this assistance task. Shen Wanqing rose to her feet, grasping the sword at her waist. She lifted her gaze, her tone remarkably calm. You have stated that I am the soul with the highest compatibility chosen by the system. Did you not conduct sufficient research on who I am before selecting me? She drew her sword, placing her hand upon its edge. The Heavenly Tao Palace desires me to sacrifice my life for the salvation of all, yet they never inquired if I am willing to die. She dragged her hand along the blade, until every inch of its edge was stained with blood. She looked up at Xiao Wuyan. You selected me to fulfill your mission without considering whether I wished to live this way. She had witnessed various manifestations of Xiao Wuyan, the one imprisoned in the dungeon, the one thrust into the flames, the one devoured by the demonic entities, and the one who spent each lonely night in solitude. She was meant to have no choices. Now, she did. It was he who offered her this opportunity. She was not one to think for the greater good. I will not kill Xiao Wuyan. I do not wish for his demise. Shen Wanqing declared, this time, it is my turn to choose. With that, she flicked her wrist. The sword flew from Shen Wanqing's hand, piercing through Master Yaisai's body in an instant. Female supporting system, warning! Warning! Task progress regressing. 77, 64, 52. It seemed that Shen Wanqing paid no heed to the alarm, as she walked past the corpses of the monsters, brushing shoulders with the injured Master Yaisai, who clutched his chest with a Zen staff. She then halted before Xiao Wuyan. Miss Shen, he is. I know, Shen Wanqing interjected, turning her gaze. You are aware as well, are you not? You. Therefore, I shall take your life. The expression on Master Yaisai's face contorted in agony. Are you truly choosing to stand with the forces of darkness? No, Shen Wanqing replied firmly. I simply stand with those I cherish. Master Yaisai flipped his wrist, revealing a blood-red paper crane that materialized in his palm. The blood crane, a device utilized by Tiandao Palace for communication. Shen Wanqing tightened her grip on the sword, and due to her excessive force, blood oozed from her wound, trickling down the hilt and reawakening its sharpness. In an instant, flames ignited. The sword shot from her grasp. Master Yaisai sidestepped, yet was inevitably grazed on the arm. The fire spread rapidly, coursing from his bicep to his fingertips, reducing the blood crane to mere ashes in a heartbeat. She could not allow the members of Tiandao Palace to uncover Xiao Wuyan's identity at this moment. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you realize how many lives will be lost due to your selfishness? There are countless souls in this world. Shen Wanqing remarked, it is exhausting to be responsible for everyone's life and death. Master Yaisai pressed his hand against his wound, blood seeping persistently through his fingers. He steadied himself with his Zen staff, his chest rising and falling heavily, as the spiritual energy, previously disrupted by that sword strike, gradually began to coalesce once more. Rising to his feet, he released his grip, and the staff soared into the air, countless golden specks of light converging towards him. Miss Shen, it is not so simple to take my life. Indeed, Shen Wanqing's blood could amplify the strength of that earlier strike. Yet it was primarily due to its elements of surprise. In a direct confrontation, against someone of Master Yaisai's superior cultivation, it would not be sufficient to threaten his life. The female antagonist was unwilling to allow the protagonist to part ways. Unless you are willing to resort to blood-burning techniques. Although Master Yaisai's arm was a gruesome sight, it appeared that his spiritual energy had regained much of its potency. Would Shen Wanqing dare to employ such a method? If she did, it would undoubtedly play into the hands of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Before Shen Wanqing could utter a word, the staff struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, golden light cascaded down like a torrential rain, fracturing the earth beneath with countless fissures. The very ground trembled as the golden light swiftly coalesced into scythe-shaped blades, advancing menacingly towards her. The radiance was blinding, rendering her vision a stark white. The onslaught of golden light surged relentlessly, each strike accompanied by the unmistakable sound of barriers shattering, as if determined to compel her to unleash that technique. Dark clouds swirled, gradually obscuring the moonlight. And in an instant, thunder roared. The offensive seemed to pause abruptly, however, before anyone could exhale in relief, those glimmers of light began to converge. And in a fleeting moment, like a bolt of lightning, they surged towards Shen Wanqing. She found herself uncertain whether she could withstand this blow. A shadow appeared before her. His ink-black hair billowed as he boldly confronted the beam of light. Despite the web-like blood marks adorning his arm, he still appeared robust and vigorous. He extended his hand to meet the blade formed from concentrated spiritual energy, and with sheer determination, he shattered it. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously, and amidst the blinding light, Shen Wanqing perceived the energy coursing like electricity into Xiao Wuyan's arm, tearing through his veins and causing multiple wounds to erupt. On the night of the full moon, Xiao Wuyan was unable to harness his own magical powers and bore this force. If he escaped unscathed, it would be sheer fortune. Yet his arm would likely be rendered useless. Xiao Wuyan. Shen Wanqing instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp his arm. It's fine. Xiao Wuyan turned slightly, and she could only glimpse the crimson hue of his eyes, which had transformed due to resisting the sealing spell. Before she could react, he grasped the back of her head, pulling her against his chest, seemingly intent on shielding her from witnessing his injuries. Xiao Wuyan. Don't look. Master Yaisai did not afford Xiao Wuyan an opportunity for recovery. In his view, seizing this moment while the demon was ensnared by the sealing spell was an excellent chance to inflict significant harm. However, before he could muster his strength, a tremendous force pierced through his chest, creating a gaping hole that obliterated his internal organs. Master Yaisai stared in terror at the figure of Xiao Wuyan before him. Xiao Wuyan appeared remarkably composed. The long sleeves and inky hair that had been tossed about by the surge of spiritual energy now hung limply around him, while the surrounding winds gradually fell silent. Witnessing the scene, the Xian bird flapped its wings anxiously and called out, "Your Highness." Shen Wanqing, hearing this voice, lifted her head to look, but was firmly restrained by Xiao Wuyan, unable to move. Master Yaisai exclaimed, "How can this be? You clearly cannot employ that forbidden technique any longer. If you persist, you shall, and what of it? Is this a path to self-destruction?" Xiao Wuyan retorted. As if he had heard a jest, Master Yaisai burst into laughter, though his frailty caused the sound to catch in his throat, rendering it eerily unsettling. "You will perish," he warned. "There is no need for the disciples of Tiandao Palace to eliminate you. You shall meet your demise by your own hand." Yet, before he could utter another word, the distinct sound of shattering bones interrupted him, silencing Master Yaisai's voice. It appeared that he had been slain by Xiao Wuyan. "Wait!" he said, his tone laden with exhaustion, as if he were suppressing some overwhelming burden. Shen Wanqing could not see his visage, but she sensed an abnormal temperature emanating from him, as if he were ablaze, capable of turning himself to ashes. This was decidedly unnatural. Xiao Yuan's body had always been cold, and this intense warmth was a novel experience for him. "Xiao Yuan, let go of me," Shen Wanqing said, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over her. She raised her hand, intending to push him away forcefully, yet hesitated, concerned about his injuries. "I will count to 3. 1. 2. Behave," Xiao Yuan interrupted. Shen Wanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Why should I listen to you?" she retorted, regardless of her protests. Her exasperation giving way to playful appeals, Xiao Yuan remained steadfast, not relinquishing his hold. After what felt like an eternity, approximately a quarter of an hour, he finally lowered his arms. "All right," he said, his complexion appearing even more pallid than before. His once fiery red eyes had returned to their original hue, and aside from a semblance of exhaustion, he seemed unchanged. The arm that should have been mangled was healing at an extraordinary pace. "What have you done?" Shen Wanqing inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Xiao Yuan chuckled softly, "Must I divulge everything to you?" Frustration welled up within Shen Wanqing, and she turned to the side, directing her questions toward Shen Yao. "What did he just do?" she pressed, adding with a hint of menace, "If you Don T speak the truth, Don T expect to come to my room for a snack again." Shen Yao looked taken aback, cautiously glancing at its master. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly issuing a warning. Thus, Shen Yao replied, "I saw nothing." The bond between master and servant remained unshakable. Shen Wanqing was uncertain about whom she was truly angry with. Yet she found herself unable to unleash her ire upon Xiao Wuyan. Instead, she silently retrieved a collection of ointments for external injuries from her satchel, wordlessly applying them to his wounds before deftly binding them with bandages. Who was she even angry at? Xiao Wuyan observed her, furrowing his brow, and let out a light chuckle, bemused by her fervent efforts. How peculiar this person was. Despite sustaining significant injuries and engaging in perilous endeavors, she maintained an air of nonchalance, even jesting with abandon. Shen Wanqing recalled Master Yaisai's words. There was neither jest nor despair in his tone, but rather an overwhelming ecstasy. As if Xie Wuyan were on the brink of death. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she found herself unable to restrain a solitary tear from rolling down her cheek. Xie Wuyan frowned, suppressing the mirth that danced on his face. Hey! Shen Wanqing remained silent, her gaze lowered as she continued to wrap the bandages around him. Xie Wuyan lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Why are you crying? What business is it of yours? Shen Wanqing retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. She sniffled and, with her eyes still glistening, resembled an irate kitten as she grumbled, Do I have to tell you everything? With that, she turned her head away and resumed her task. A shared silence enveloped them, so profound that even the whisper of the wind seemed strikingly clear. Time slipped by unnoticed until Xie Wuyan unexpectedly broke the stillness. I won't die. Shen Wanqing paused for a considerable moment, yet soon replied with an air of indifference. Who cares? She secured the final wrap of the bandage and suddenly whispered, You're not deceiving me, are you? No, Xie Wuyan replied, I do not deceive you. This seemed like a promise devoid of substance, yet it unexpectedly lifted Shen Wanqing's spirits ever so slightly. With her mood brightening, her touch became gentler, and she even adorned Xie Wuyan with a charming bow before standing up to assist him in rising. Xie Wuyan gazed at the playful bow in silence for a moment, then suddenly reached out, grasping Shen Wanqing's arm. What are you doing? I can hear you, he replied. Shen Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, asked, What can you hear? Everything. Xie Wuyan said, I just hadn't opened my eyes. Just now? Wait a moment. Are you saying? I heard you say that you like me. Social death! She exclaimed, leaping back in shock, her cheeks flushing bright red. In a flurry, she stammered, It's not that kind of liking. There are various kinds of liking. I mean, compared to ordinary people, I like you a bit more. It's complicated, so forget it, it's not what you think. Oh, Xie Wuyan nodded, I understand. So calmly persuaded? Shen Wanqing cautiously approached, You understand? Yes, Xie Wuyan extended his hand, Help me up. Shen Wanqing couldn't shake the feeling that Xie Wuyan was unusually compliant today, a notion that left her astounded for a brief moment. Gathering her composure, she stepped forward and placed her hand on his, intending to assist him in rising. However, Xie Wuyan tightened his grip on her hand and abruptly pulled her down towards him. There was scarcely a moment for reaction as she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Compared to an ordinary person? Wait, could you loosen your hold a bit? Before Shen Wanqing could finish her sentence, Xie Wuyan impatiently interrupted her. One hand cradled her head while the other encircled her waist, leaning in closer. Despite the surrounding chaos, marked by pools of blood and the occasional wail of tormented spirits, it felt as though the world had momentarily stilled, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the silence. Yet, as Xie Wuyan neared her lips, he slightly tilted his head and gently nibbled on her earlobe, his tone laced with playful mischief, as if languidly inquiring, Why the blush? Shen Wanqing retorted, Damn it! Next time something like this happens, I'll make sure to knock you out. Meanwhile, the lonely Xian Niao silently wept as it warded off the encroaching malevolent spirits, lamenting. You only care whether she blushes, yet remain indifferent to my suffering. There was approximately an hour until dawn, when another dark cloud rolled in, completely obscuring the sky, causing the temperature to plummet suddenly. The wind picked up, heralding the impending storm. The ground trembled violently, dust and earth flying as if some entity burrowed beneath the surface, spreading toward an unknown destination. The night of the full moon had yet to pass. Although the method employed by Xie Wuyan remained a mystery, it was evident that, given his current physical condition, he could not easily wield magic. Bang! Another violent tremor shook the earth. Thick, robust vines erupted from the ground, surrounded by an eerie purple aura, forcefully displacing countless stones. Poisonous vines. The venom of these vines spread rapidly, if an antidote was not administered promptly. It would infiltrate the heart in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. These were not creatures native to this vicinity. Yet they had been inexplicably drawn here. The antidote for the poisonous vines was not easily concocted, and the group had not anticipated encountering such creatures in this location. Therefore, they could not allow them to approach. Xian Yao was exceedingly anxious. Numerous poisonous vines were advancing. Xie Wuyan furrowed his brow slightly, placing his hand on Shen Wanqing's nape. Drawing her toward him, then extending his hand, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, the spell seal darkening in an instant. Wait! Shen Wanqing sensed Xie Wuyan's movement. She grasped his wrist firmly, halting his next action. Without any hesitation, she turned, sword in hand, inhaling deeply, pricking her index finger to draw a talisman with her blood. Piercing it with the blade. The spiritual energy erupted suddenly, forming an arcane barrier that pushed back the encroaching poisonous vines. All creatures that come into contact with this barrier are engulfed in flames instantaneously, retreating in terror. Shen Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and crouched before Xie Wuyan, diligently tending to his wounds. Xie Wuyan leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze fixed on Shen Wanqing. A hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Blood speckled her face, her brow furrowed slightly, presenting the image of a youthful, remarkably obedient girl. Unexpectedly, she had begun to learn how to protect herself. What are you staring at? Shen Wanqing snapped, tying another knot with determination, then proudly lifted her head. I study the spirit cultivation book not merely for gossip and tales. Xie Wuyan chuckled softly, indeed, indeed. With about an hour until dawn, you can rest well. Shen Wanqing confidently patted her chest, declaring, I can maintain this barrier against those creatures, you can rest easy. That may not be feasible, Xie Wuyan replied. Though his wounds healed at a visible pace, his complexion remained pale, and his voice was slightly hoarse. They are drawn not only by the allure of myriad demons. For what purpose then? After discovering that it could not approach the barrier, the poisonous vine swiftly retreated underground, connecting with the lurking specters and phantoms nearby. All hastening toward a singular destination. It appeared to be a village in the vicinity of the temple. At this moment, Shen Wanqing realized that this location was the epicenter of all malevolent energy, continuously attracting countless creatures of the night. With a thunderous roar, an azure dragon formed from gathered spiritual energy burst forth above the village, only to explode in an instant, firmly embedding itself into the ground and projecting a golden barrier. This was the manifestation of Ji Feichen's power. Thus, were these malevolent creatures targeting Ji Feichen? That seemed implausible. Although the myriad monsters' attraction could draw the creatures near, it lacked the ability to manipulate their minds. These entities could not simply choose to assault Feng Yaoqing and Ji Feichen without reason. Their true objective was the soul of Princess Zhaoping. Xie Wuyan remarked that a pure soul served as the finest nourishment for these demons to enhance their own powers. Hundreds of monstrous beings relentlessly battered against the golden barrier. Such a level of defensive magic was considered advanced, while Shen Wanqing had managed to create a small safe zone. It was uncertain if it could withstand the onslaught of so many demons. Moreover, it was evident that Ji Feichen intended to protect the entire village. And he was clearly struggling. Female supporting role system detected that the protagonists are in peril. Warning, due to the host's inappropriate actions, task progress has regressed. Repeated deviations from the main storyline may incur penalties from the Grand World's primary system. Shen Wanqing declared, you stay here, I must go assist them. Upon hearing this, Xie Wuyan chuckled, leaning back lazily and resting his hand on his knee. What is this? Shouldn't I be the one under your protection? Indeed. Xie Wuyan fixed his gaze upon her, the mirth fading from his eyes as he grasped her arm. The Heavenly Dao Palace is compelling you to rescue them. Yes. But I still must go. Why? It remains unclear, perhaps it is because they hold significant importance in my life. Those eyes, once a vivid crimson, now gazed unwaveringly at Shen Wanqing, allowing her to perceive her own reflection within their depths. His gaze deepened, as if he harbored unspoken questions, yet ultimately he said nothing. Simply releasing her hand with serene composure, Shen Wanqing lowered her eyelashes, tempted to inquire what Xie Wuyan wished to say, but after taking a deep breath, she chose silence and turned away to depart on her sword. Once she had left, Xian Yao cautiously approached, perching upon Xie Wuyuan's shoulder, and after a considerable pause, whispered, Your Highness, you just employed the blood-burning technique, will it not lead to your demise? No, Xie Wuyuan replied. Xian Yao hesitated, clearly skeptical. While Shen Wanqing had not witnessed it, Xian Yao had observed everything vividly. The flames had used flesh as bait and bones as kindling, nearly incinerating his already fragile spirit. Had it not been for the residual blood of Shen Wanqing on Master ECI, which served as a catalyst, he might have been unable to contain that force and would have obliterated his own soul. It had been hundreds of years since Xiao Yuan last employed the blood-burning technique. In the past, he had been treated as a weapon of Tiandao Palace, relentlessly consuming himself as a sacrifice to fend off the demonic spirits. Later, he was cast into the sword furnace, using nearly all of his strength to escape, having almost burned himself to ashes in the process. In merely 20 fleeting years since his arrival in this world, his soul had already reached its utmost limit. Should he resort to such arcane techniques once more, he risked a catastrophic demise at any moment. The Celestial Hall was aware of this secret. A century prior, during the critical moment of Xiao Wuyan's sealing, he refrained from employing such sorcery, despite possessing the power to wield the blood-burning technique to its fullest potential. Your Highness, you must refrain from using this technique any longer, Xian Yao implored, her heart laden with concern. Another attempt could lead to dire consequences. Yes, I understand, Xiao Wuyan replied, rising to his feet. I assure you, I shall not perish. But I do not deceive you. His words were earnest, and Xian Yao finally felt a modicum of relief. However, upon witnessing Xiao Wuyan's intent to depart, she hurriedly called after him, Your Highness, where are you headed? To save someone. Xian Yao was taken aback. Are you, a formidable Dark Lord, truly able to utter such words with such conviction? By the time Shen Wanqing arrived, venomous vines had penetrated the breach in the golden barrier, surging toward the panicked villagers. A white figure swiftly darted through the air. Ji Feichen's sword flew from his grasp, severing the thick vine with a decisive strike, causing purple ichor to splatter in all directions. Without granting anyone a moment's respite, the poisonous vines rapidly sprouted 2 branches, advancing directly toward Feng Yaoqing, who was shielding Qin Jihuan and Princess Zhaoping. Yao! Ji Feichen pivoted, positioning his back to absorb the oncoming assault. With a sudden thrust, the vine pierced through the bone, and a purplish liquid swiftly seeped into the wound. Ji Feichen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feichen! Feng Yaoqing turned, blood splattering across her face, yet she paid it no heed as she raised her hand to sever the vine and drew Ji Feichen into her embrace. Just as the monsters were about to tear open the golden barrier, Shen Wanqing finally arrived. 3 talismans unfurled, reinforcing the fractured points, and with a flash of golden light, the previously broken sections were restored, forcefully repelling the surrounding monsters in an instant. However, even this offered only a brief respite. The talismans were at risk of being torn apart with each clash of demonic energy. Shen Wanqing sheathed her sword, approached Feng Yaoqing, and knelt to assess Ji Feichen's injuries. The barrier won't hold much longer, we must depart swiftly. The toxin hasn't reached the heart yet, Sister Feng. Do you possess an antidote for the poison of the vine? Feng Yaoqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she quickly steadied herself to assist Ji Feichen. You must channel your spiritual energy to slow the toxin's advance. I have 2 spirit-replenishing pills from Zuantiangong, but they must be combined with the leaves of the poisonous vine for efficacy. Shen Wanqing glanced back at the toxic vine, rising resolutely. I will attempt it. No! Let me handle this, you focus on. You alone possess the healing arts among us, Sister Feng. You must remain to tend to Brother Ji's wounds. Feng Yaoqing cast a glance at Ji Feichen in her arms, bit her teeth, and nodded, saying, I beg you. Yet deep within, Shen Wanqing felt a pang of uncertainty. This toxin was notoriously difficult to counteract, primarily because not all poisonous vines bore sharp leaves, they typically thrived only on those with formidable cultivation and defenses. As she surveyed the multitude of vines, she noted that only a handful possessed the coveted sharp leaves. Moreover, there were merely 2 spirit-continuing pills at her disposal. While all flora feared fire, these particular vines were resistant to ordinary flames. However, with her blood serving as a catalyst, she could temporarily repel other malevolent entities. Shen Wanqing tore open a gap in the golden barrier. The demons immediately sensed the shift and surged forward like a tide. A talisman darted through the opening, igniting a fiery wall that forcefully pushed the horde of demons back several meters. It was time. She pinpointed the poisonous vine with the sharp leaves and sprang into action. Yet, the higher-tiered vines reacted swiftly, branching out into a myriad of tendrils, forming a net that lunged toward her. A colossal shadow loomed overhead. "Trust in your sword's energy," echoed Xiao Yun's voice. Shen Wanqing paused momentarily, caught off guard. "Do not lose focus. Simply locate the sharp leaves and channel your spirit energy to ascertain that area." His voice felt so near, as if he were beside her, guiding her. "You must have faith in the power you wield. You shall be unharmed." With her eyes closed, Shen Wanqing inhaled deeply, choosing to trust in Xiao Yun's words. Through the interwoven gaps of the vines, she discerned the precise location of the sharp leaves illuminated by light, then grasped the hilt of her sword. Spiritual energy coalesced into a blade-like force, instantaneously shattering the obstruction of the vines, enveloping her in a conical shield of protection. The sharp leaves lay within her reach. However, as she turned, the vines swiftly reversed direction, surging towards her chest with an unavoidable velocity. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized before her. Xiao Yan raised his hand, forcefully tearing apart the encroaching vines, while his other arm encircled Shen Wanqing's waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace. The dawn broke, casting light upon the world. "You will be all right," Xiao Yan assured her. "I have told you so." Shen Wanqing felt a surge of emotion and replied, "You are powerful and formidable. But you are bleeding, you are poisoned." Xiao Yan retorted, "If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent." Although the sun had yet to fully rise, the night of the full moon had passed, and the sealing spell upon Xiao Yan had weakened. Unless the heavenly Dao Palace sought a complete rupture, significant trouble was unlikely. Shen Wanqing entrusted the sharp leaves to Feng Yaoqing. Feng Yaoqing exhaled in relief, merging the sharp leaves with the spirit-enhancing elixir. Then handed one of the vials to Shen Wanqing, urging, "Hurry, administer this to young Master Xia." Before Shen Wanqing could take it, a blood-soaked woman rushed forward. Collapsing beside Feng Yaoqing, clutching her pant leg with tear-filled eyes, pointing desperately at a man nearby, "My husband is on the brink of death. Immortal! Please save my husband!" Shen Wanqing followed the direction of her trembling finger. The man's complexion was ashen, and a ghastly wound marred his arm, likely inflicted by a venomous vine. At that moment, the toxin had already coursed through his body, causing half of his skin to take on a purplish hue. There were but 2 antidotes available. Yet 3 individuals were in need. Shen Wanqing remained silent as she reached out to take the antidote from Feng Yaoqing's hand. Without a moment's hesitation raising it to Xiao Yan's lips. He did not move, his eyelids drooping as he regarded her, the antidote resting between his teeth. "Shen Wanqing, consume it." Her voice held no inflection. "Why are you raising your eyebrows?" "I instructed you to take the medicine." "Xiao Yan, you truly cannot articulate your thoughts. The author wishes to convey, Shen Wanqing, I have matured. I have transformed into a formidable being." Feng Yaoqing stood up, surveying the devastation surrounding her. The entire village lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and scattered debris, while the anguished cries of women and children echoed around her. Despite Ji Feichen's diligent protection, innocent lives were still lost amidst the chaos. A woman wept for her husband, whose body was already mottled with purple. The toxin relentlessly advancing toward his heart, leaving no time to spare. Nearby, a little girl of about 5 or 6 knelt, clutching the man's arm and sobbing, her tender voice piercing the heart. Feng Yaoqing gripped the soul-remaining spirit-replenishing elixir tightly, her nails digging into her palm, drawing forth several drops of crimson blood. "Shen Wanqing, hand it to me." Feng Yaoqing turned to her, her eyes rimmed with red, a single tear cascading down her cheek. "Someone must be chosen. If you hesitate, I shall make the choice for you." As Shen Wanqing spoke, she grasped Feng Yaoqing's hand, urging her to let go. "If you find it unbearable, do not place the burden upon yourself. If you seek someone to blame, then blame me." The anguish in Feng Yaoqing's eyes was palpable. She shook her head and opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, "How could I ever blame you? Just give me the Zuling Dan." Shen Wanqing reiterated, "The sharp leaf is in my possession, I shall be the one to choose." "They are innocent." "I know," replied Shen Wanqing, gazing into Feng Yaoqing's eyes. She then reached out, gently resting her hand on her back, offering a soothing pat. "All those who perished in this turmoil are blameless. I can save him. Having selfish motives is not a disgrace." Shen Wanqing understood the source of Feng Yaoqing's torment. For someone like her, the most profound guilt stemmed not from her inability to act, but from the knowledge that she could have intervened. Shen Wanqing was aware that Feng Yaoqing would ultimately choose to save Ji Feichen. This choice was not a matter of morality, but rather an instinctive response inherent to every individual. Yet, she found herself unable to forgive her own shortcomings, unable to absolve a self that harbored such selfish desires and chose to condemn another to death. But I will save Ji Feichen. Shen Wanqing sensed Feng Yaoqing's trembling. He is my brother, my kin, I will choose him. Feng Yaoqing let out a soft lament, raising her hand to grasp Shen Wanqing's shoulder, as if she intended to push her away. Yet, after a prolonged pause, she ultimately embraced her more tightly, murmuring, I should not have come here. I should not have come here. It is impossible to save everyone. In this world, many matters inherently lack a definitive solution. The demonic entities wreak havoc upon the human realm solely to ensure their own survival. The Heavenly Path Palace, too, sacrifices the lives of a few for the sake of the many. Ji Feichen and his companions journey here guided by the desire to rescue the suffering populace. When one traces this series of events, it becomes evident that it forms a circular chain. No individual can exist in isolation. In every tale of calamity and redemption, all are innocent. No one can save everyone. Each person must make sacrifices. Feng Yaoqing inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, gripping the spirit continuation pill tightly. After a moment of silence, she opened her eyes, straightened her posture, and stepped back. Then, she knelt before Ji Feichen, supporting him as he leaned against her. The woman beside them narrowed her eyes, crawling forward on her knees to grasp Feng Yaoqing's arm, her entire body trembling from overwhelming grief. Her lips moved, yet no words emerged. She bowed her head to the ground, weeping and choking out, Immortal, I implore you, Immortal. I'm sorry, Feng Yaoqing whispered, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling onto Ji Feichen's face. She sniffed, tugging at her arm, and without the slightest hesitation, she forced the spirit-replenishing pill into Ji Feichen's mouth. Her voice hoarse, I'm sorry, I must save him. Father! The child kneeling beside the man cried out with a heart-wrenching wail. The woman turned around, only to realize that the poison had already infiltrated his heart. The man coughed up blood in great heaves, which streamed down his cheeks, soaking the child's garments in crimson. The woman hurriedly turned and stumbled towards the man, and the family of three embraced, weeping uncontrollably. The air was thick with cries. Regardless of Ji Feichen's efforts, the number of lives lost due to this unforeseen tragedy remained countless. Feng Yaoqing suppressed the urge to turn and witness the horrific scene behind her. Only after confirming that the toxins within Ji Feichen were gradually being expelled did she wearily lean her head against his chest and weep aloud. Bang! The talisman on the golden barrier was violently shattered, instantaneously fracturing into numerous fissures that threatened to collapse at any moment. The horde of demons seemed endless. Given the current situation, even the Heavenly Dao Palace would need to dispatch an entire sect to quell the chaos. Of course, if Xia Wuyan acted recklessly, these fiends would be easily vanquished, but that would inevitably reveal his identity before the crowd. Escape was indeed an option. However, this region, even the towns and villages at the foot of the mountain, would likely suffer no exceptions. Were these monsters drawn to me? At that moment, a golden light suddenly gathered between the brows of Qin Jihuan, who had been sleeping in the background. Following this, a shadow emerged from his body. Princess Zhaoping, whose face usually bore a hint of delicacy, now furrowed her brows slightly, her expression entirely composed and tranquil. Feng Yaoqing had already analyzed the situation with Ji Feichen, and they discovered that the Celestial Path Palace's invocation of the myriad demons was likely not solely for Shen Wanqing. For, by all logic, the sacrifice of the sword furnace required both body and soul, yet Princess Zhaoping had sacrificed her body while retaining her soul. She cast a glance at the village behind her, filled with ruins, her gaze gently sweeping over the fallen Qin Jihuan. Then turned her head as her semi-transparent form began to rise. I understand now, if I allow them to consume me, it should drive these demons away. Her tone was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to the willful and capricious princess from the previous night. As if the prospect of her own annihilation held no terror for her whatsoever. Zhaoping did not afford anyone a moment's reaction. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew towards the rift without the slightest hesitation. By the time Feng Yaoqing realized what was happening, Zhaoping was already close to the edge of the golden light barrier. Stop her! Feng Yaoqing cried out, aware that these demonic entities would turn against each other in a fierce struggle for her soul, inciting even greater chaos. Should Zhao Ping's soul fall into the hands of malevolent beings, it would render them even more formidable. Shen Wanqing quickly grasped the urgency of the situation, pivoting swiftly, leaping onto her sword, and reaching out to seize Princess Zhao Ping's soul. However, at the moment her palm made contact with Zhao Ping's body, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted before her eyes. This was Shen Wanqing, in astonishment, lowered her head and discovered that the wound on her left palm had yet to fully heal. The two consciousnesses clashed intensely, and in an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth, more potent than any previous repulsive reaction experienced. Your Highness the Princess. Princess. Zhao Ping Princess. A Zhao. Finally. The tumult of images began to gradually slow. Are you certain you wish to relinquish this map, Your Highness? Yes. Do you wish for me to commit treason? Indeed. Why? Because I have no interest in lanterns. Memories surged forth. It was the 12th birthday of Princess Zhao Ping. The renowned landscapes of the Northern Kingdom were celebrated for their nocturnal spectacle of lanterns upon the Huai River lakes. The monarch had once dispatched countless artisans to construct numerous floating lantern towers upon the lake, adorned with exquisite treasures and magnificent embellishments. On the day of Princess Zhao Ping's 12th birthday, her indulgent father whimsically issued a decree 7 days prior, hastening the construction of a lantern tower exclusively for Zhao Ping. As a gift for his cherished jewel, the emperor's decree required but a few words, yet it eternally burdened the common folk. Zhao Ping remained oblivious to this. On her birthday, she joyfully dashed up and down her lantern tower, reveling in the flattery of those around her, basking in the adoration of the crowd. The most envied princess, untroubled by want, with everything she desired within easy reach. Until she, in her playful spirit, stealthily boarded a boat to evade the watchful eyes of the guards, slipping ashore to wander the night market, only to inadvertently lose her way and find herself ensnared in a desolate alley. The alley was dilapidated, reeking of foul odors, and the ground was sticky with black filth. Zhao Ping felt both cold and weary. She sought refuge in a home illuminated by light, cautiously peering through the window. There, she beheld a gaunt old man, barely clinging to life upon his bed. She observed a tattered woman seated beneath the lamp, squinting as she embroidered flowers, gently rocking a cradle with her foot to soothe a nearby wailing child. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping witnessed many such sights, things she had never seen in the northern lands. The man who perished due to the lantern tower's collapse, while his parents and wife sat in their home, gazing through the window at the distant brilliance of the Huai River, their eyes swollen with tears. The children who were starved to death, the elderly succumbing to pneumonia only to be wrapped in a grass mat for lack of funds for a proper burial. She had once believed the northern lands to be sufficient in their splendor. Later, she realized that true prosperity was found solely in her own well-being. Clutching a lantern, she wept uncontrollably, her tears mingling with her snot, her sobs coming in heaving gasps. Her father, filled with concern, grasped her shoulder. Who has wronged you? Zhao Ping nodded and shook her head, biting her lip as she stammered, I no longer wished to see the lanterns. This encapsulated the critical reason for the northern realm's downfall. The southern kingdom launched a swift assault on the north, with hardly any protracted battles that drained the populace and resources, for Zhao Ping had already paved the way for them. It was she who inadvertently facilitated the north's demise, ushering the southern people into the imperial city. A northern realm with its common folk was the true essence of the north. Even if I do not surrender, it cannot avert the downfall of the northern kingdom. It will only inflict greater suffering upon the innocent. Perhaps this is not the right decision, yet it is the only course available to me. From this moment forth, I am no longer Princess Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping extended the map to the other party. Shen Wanqing beheld the figures standing opposite her, receiving the map from Zhao Ping's hands. It was Qin Jihuan. He knelt before Zhao Ping, bowing respectfully, Your Highness Zhao Ping, I shall willingly brave fire and water for you, without hesitation. Many memories, even when buried deep within the soil, will inevitably resurface after countless torrents, sprouting anew. In her adolescence, Zhao Ping was the most reckless of all, galloping through the capital in the most ostentatious colors, trailed by a flurry of guards who tirelessly endeavored to resolve the chaos she stirred. Your Highness Zhao Ping, this was her name, bestowed upon her by the northern kingdom. And now she would bequeath it with her own hands to the kingdom's demise. On the day the southern kingdom besieged the imperial city, Zhao Ping arrived at the Golden Dragon Hall. Her father, who had always cherished her, sat upon that exalted throne, his crown askew and garments disheveled, resembling an utterly disheveled ordinary man. Zhao Ping, come here, her father beckoned. She approached and rested her head upon his knee, as she had countless times before. In that fleeting moment, the sovereign emperor, the embodiment of power, appeared as a common father, tenderly stroking her hair. If one were to disregard the clangor of battle outside, this scene radiated an extraordinary warmth. The one leading the troops is Qin Jihuan. Zhao Ping remained silent. It was you who presented him with the map of the city, was it not? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Ping lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the elder before her. My father once imparted to me that within a nation, the well-being of the populace is paramount. This phrase remains etched in my memory. The North has become utterly corrupt, both internally and externally. The high-ranking officials of the court exist solely for their own gain, engaging in deceit and treachery, vying for power both overtly and covertly. My father is but a mere puppet, his fragile facade threatening to collapse at any moment, ultimately powerless as he succumbs to those corrupt individuals. Loyal ministers are ruthlessly betrayed. The eunuchs will not permit the emergence of any new supporters. The ambitions of the South are swelling, poised to march upon our city at any moment. Yet the North is ensnared in a cycle of self-destruction. Qin Jihuan, I am acutely aware of the South's ambitions. My father knows. And those impeccably dressed ministers of the court are equally aware. Yet, they are unwilling to resist, they fear death, they fear defeat. We yearn for a savior to emerge for the North, but the South will not wait. How long until they commence their assault? A year? Or perhaps tomorrow? The slaughter from the South will undoubtedly disregard the lives of the common people and soldiers alike. Should they triumph, they will raze our cities. However, if the one leading the charge is you, I believe you would not resort to such actions. This is the very reason she allowed Qin Jihuan to depart with the city map, to seek allegiance with the South. This is a transaction. From this day forth, I shall no longer be known as Princess Zhao Ping. The emperor gazed at Zhao Ping, his lips moving, and after a prolonged moment, he reached out to gently tuck the hair behind her ear. Blood flowed from his mouth. As the sovereign of a nation, he chose to perish with it. Zhao Ping watched in anguish as her beloved father drew his last breath before her, weeping inconsolably until her hands were stained with crimson. The sounds of warfare grew nearer. Rising to her feet, she inhaled deeply. She had willingly led her northern kingdom to its demise. Yet as the princess of the North, she too must embrace her own demise for the sake of her fallen realm. However, Zhao Ping did not meet her end. Qin Jihuan rescued her. He vanquished a small contingent of soldiers from the south and guided her away through a hidden path. Assisting the princess of an enemy nation to escape would render him unforgivable in the eyes of the south, regardless of his valor. I would regret not saving you, he declared. Yet, Qin Jihuan perished. No matter how formidable his martial prowess, he could not evade the chaos of that battle. When the arrows rained down, he shielded Zhao Ping beneath him, his body pierced by countless shafts, his garments soaked in blood. Your Highness, Qin Jihuan uttered, I shall willingly traverse fire and water for you, without hesitation. In a single nation, countless lives and events unfold each day. No one knows how many perished in that battle, nor who had once stood there. It was at that moment that the people of Tiandao Palace arrived. Amongst us cultivators, it is a principle never to meddle in such grievances. Yet, you possess something we yearn to obtain. I agree, Zhao Ping replied. Will you not inquire what it is? Zhao Ping bent down to wipe the blood from Qin Jihuan's face, tears cascading down, falling at the corners of his eyes and streaming down his cheeks. He should not perish here. We require both your spirit and your body. However, there is one more request I hope you will grant me. Zhao Ping lifted his gaze to the Taoist standing before him and spoke, do not let Qin Jihuan remember me. His path ahead is vast. He should not linger for such matters. The heavenly Dao Palace acquiesced to Zhao Ping's plea. Yet, during the process of separation and sacrifice, unforeseen complications arose. The bond and obsession between their souls were too profound, causing a portion of Zhao Ping's spirit to be drawn into Qin Jihuan's body as it attempted to detach. Although Qin Jihuan did not recall Zhao Ping, his subconscious began to nurture the fragmented spirit of Zhao Ping with his own body and soul. This was also the reason why, 5 years ago, Qin Jihuan's constitution suddenly became exceedingly susceptible to the allure of spirits. The people of the Heavenly Tao Palace naturally discovered all of this. However, due to Zhao Ping's memory loss, it was challenging to persuade her to willingly undergo sacrifice again. Thus, they devised a new scheme. Utilizing the allure of myriad demons, they orchestrated a chaos, compelling Zhao Ping to once more make the same sacrifice for the comfort of the common folk and Qin Jihuan. Zhao Ping indeed complied. With vacant eyes, he fell backward like a marionette. Shen Wanqing was taken aback. You remember? Yes, it was when you touched me. Thus, the people of the Heavenly Tao Palace were nearby. Zhao Ping turned around and cast a glance at Qin Jihuan beside her, then smiled softly, affirming, I know what I must do. She closed her eyes, and in an instant, countless sparks of starlight surged around her. At that moment, flickers of white light shimmered from all directions, gradually drawing closer. Step back. Xie Wuyan pulled Shen Wanqing behind him. His brow slightly furrowed, filled with vigilance. What is happening? Shen Wanqing inquired. The people from Tiandao Palace have arrived. As the white light approached, the golden barrier shattered with a resounding crash. However, before the monstrous beings could breach the threshold, a more formidable barrier came crashing down, forcing all the creatures back. Shadows of black and white descended from the sky, clad in white robes adorned with black patterns, their long crowns emblazoned with the emblem of Tiandao Palace. Princess Zhao Ping. It has been a long time. The leading elder shook his head, stroking his white beard, and spoke slowly, your soul is too susceptible to attracting malevolent beings. In another year or so, you would inevitably find yourself in this predicament. Moreover, before that time, young Lord Qin would be drained of his vitality, unable to withstand the power of your soul. Zhao Ping remained silent for a long while before calmly responding, I will go with you. Feng Yaoqing furrowed her brow, Princess Zhao Ping. I should not have been here 5 years ago. The princess's tone held no trace of turmoil. She smiled softly, as a trade, you will deal with the monsters here. Won't you? The elder replied indifferently, even if you do not make this decision, we would still intervene. Zhao Ping nodded and then took a step forward. Your Highness. Shen Wanqing called softly, halting her. Zhao Ping turned her head. Qin Jihuan, do not let him remember. Zhao Ping's lips curled into a radiant smile. It should have ended 5 years ago. With that, she turned and walked into the soul-reaping chamber of Tiandao Palace. Shen Wanqing watched her depart. The willful princess startled the horse, only to be rescued by a youth clad in blue. The princess felt a flutter in her heart but maintained an air of haughtiness to mask her embarrassment. The boy, cold and aloof, turned to leave, only to be caught by the hem of his garment by the princess. I am the Princess Zhao Ping of the Northern Kingdom. How dare you, a mere commoner, not recognize me? And to act so brazenly before me? Qin Jihuan chuckled softly, there are so many princesses in the world, should I memorize each one? This marked the commencement of their tale, as well as its ultimate conclusion. The matter concerning the myriad demons would naturally be well handled by Tiandao Palace. The elder waved his hand, signaling those behind him to withdraw. Now, Miss Feng, young Master Xia, and Miss Shen, we must discuss the matter of the blood-burning technique. With that, he cast a cold glance at Shen Wanqing's injured palm. Xie Wuyan's expression darkened as he raised a finger, indicating that Shen Wanqing should step behind him. I am unaware of what the blood-burning technique entails. I had thought Miss Feng was at least a person of profound righteousness. The elder's tone was remarkably calm. Devoid of any turbulence, you have witnessed for yourselves just how helpless you are in the face of such an onslaught this evening.